Ming traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, binding himself to a divine selection system, and was rewarded with the Saiyan Bloodline right from start. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Saiyan. In the seventh universe of the Dragon Ball world, on planet Vegeta, amidst an expanse of barren land, sat a child who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years of age, lost in thought atop a large stone that I have actually crossed over, and moreover, I have arrived in the formidable world of Dragon Ball. This child's name was Ming, the name he bore on Earth. Now, however, he was known as Bacchus, a pure-blooded Saiyan. Yet, he was an unremarkable low-tier Saiyan, lacking any combat prowess, scarcely qualifying even as an ordinary warrior. Firstly, despite being 7 years of age, his inadequate nutrition had stunted his growth, leaving him resembling a 5-year-old. Secondly, his combat power was a meager 10 points. While this might have placed him among the elite on Earth, on planet Vegeta, such power was pathetically weak. Suddenly, Ming furrowed his brow, for he recalled from his memories that the current Vegeta was merely 4 years old. As a devoted Dragon Ball fan, he was acutely aware that there were two distinct beginnings to the saga. One was when Goku was just born, and Frieza arrived to obliterate planet Vegeta. The other was when Goku, at the tender age of 3, was sent to Earth by his father Bardock. The former was the opening of the television series, while the latter marked the inception of Dragon Ball Super. Broly. Now, with Vegeta at 4 years old and Goku yet to be born, Ming quickly deduced that this must be the narrative of the television series. This means that in just one more year, little Goku will be born, and Frieza will annihilate planet Vegeta. Why? Ming's gaze sharpened, and to be honest, he felt a twinge of panic. 1 year. Could he grow stronger in such a brief span? Clearly, it was an impossible feat. His only hope was to survive until that fateful day. This is truly troublesome. I wonder if I possess the standard equipment of a transmigrated system. If I do, perhaps I could grow stronger, or, at the very least, escape this planet Vegeta. Ming pondered. It was not that he was timid or cowardly. Rather, the urgency of time weighed heavily upon him. Even for the universally acknowledged cheat King Goku in the Dragon Ball world, facing a being with a combat power exceeding 500,000 like Frieza under such circumstances would undoubtedly be insurmountable. Bacchus is here. Everyone, come quickly. There's going to be some fun today. Raditz, slow down. Don't fall again. That would be so embarrassing. As Ming's thoughts spiraled, the sound of childish voices reached his ears, pulling him back to reality. Raditz, Vegeta, and these reckless little brats. I seem to be in trouble. Turning his head, he felt a twitch in his eyelid as he spotted Raditz and Vegeta, among others. Bacchus, why do you seem different today? Raditz approached him, hands on his hips, surveying him from above. There's nothing different about me. I'm simply the unique me. Ming replied with a smile, slowly rising from the stone and meeting Raditz's gaze, his long hair flowing. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, he took a step forward. Stop right there. Whoosh. Before Raditz's words could settle, a gust of wind whipped past Ming's ear. Turning back, he saw a fist mere centimeters from his face. Gulp. Faced with the fist looming before him, Ming swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Do you intend to strike me? Or are you looking to kill me? Ming stammered. Of course, I just want to give you a beating, but look at you. Still as weak as ever. Raditz retracted his fist, bursting into laughter, his voice laced with mockery. Is this amusing to you? Ming muttered through clenched teeth. Very amusing. Quite entertaining. Raditz laughed once more, his teeth clattering in mirth, his face a mask of anger and resentment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have bound the divine selection system. The system will now present 3 choices for the host. Completing a selection will yield rewards. 1. Viciously beat up Vegeta, who seeks to bully you, and acquire the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. 2. Deliver a thrashing to Raditz, who wishes to bully you, causing your combat power to surge to 10,000. 3. Leave planet Vegeta and learn to control your ki. A sudden barrage of mechanical voices echoed in Ming's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. This Bacchus fellow seems rather indignant. It appears he requires a proper lesson to understand that weak Saiyans are merely playthings for the powerful. At that moment, Vegeta stepped forward with an icy demeanor, his voice resonating among the crowd. I have awaited this day. A throng of young Saiyans, their faces lit with excitement, followed Vegeta towards the motionless Ming. The selection will conclude in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Before the system could finish counting, seeing Vegeta and the others approaching, Ming's expression morphed into one of madness as he bellowed. Children make choices. I shall take them all. No sooner had he spoken than he charged at Raditz, the nearest target. Though his combat power of 10 was negligible, it still afforded him some strength. Moreover, Raditz and Vegeta were momentarily startled by Ming's roar, allowing him to close the distance before they could react. Bang! His fist connected with Raditz's abdomen. As Raditz clutched his stomach, just coming to his senses, Yiming's second punch landed squarely on his head. Bang! The blow left Raditz dazed. Bang! A third punch followed, striking the same spot. With a thud, Raditz collapsed to the ground. Observing Raditz fall before him, Yiming was unsure if he had truly knocked him out. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "This is the world of Dragon Ball, where power reigns supreme. And I'm currently on planet Vegeta. If I do not strike him, he will undoubtedly strike me, and the one who falls will surely be myself. Thus, I am justified." Bang! He launched a kick. Bang! Another kick followed. System, is that sufficient? After delivering a few kicks, Yiming gradually regained his composure and coldly inquired. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the second option, and your combat power has risen to 10,000. The system's voice resonated. Yiming's power surged instantaneously. 100, 1,000, 5,000. In mere seconds, his combat power escalated from 10 points to 10,000. Power. Yiming clenched his fists, a look of astonishment gracing his face. This is the sensation of possessing immense strength. The Vegeta Prince. How did Bacchus become so suddenly powerful? The young Saiyans were quick to perceive Yiming's formidable power, their expressions shifting to panic. Vegeta, furrowed his brow, lifting his hand to tap his scouter, his eyes widening in shock as he beheld Yiming's combat power an astonishing 10,000 points. Just moments ago, Bacchus's power was a mere 10 points, and now it had skyrocketed to 10,000. What on earth was happening? If you wish to bully me, then I shall not remain idle. Yiming flashed a grin, propelling himself towards Vegeta like a cannonball. Stop! Upon noticing Yiming's raised hand, Vegeta immediately retreated, issuing a loud command. Stop? Huh? Yiming scoffed coldly, swinging his fist down. Bang! His punch connected with Vegeta's body. Though Yiming had not exerted his full strength, his inherent combat prowess was formidable, and with that single blow, he rendered Vegeta unconscious with a pained cry. System, does this count as completing the first choice? Yiming inquired icily, gazing at the fallen Vegeta. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully completed the first choice and acquired the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. A mechanical voice echoed in Yiming's mind, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. It was common knowledge that Saiyans possessed several bloodlines. One was the ordinary Saiyan Bloodline, representing average Saiyans. Another was the Super Saiyan Bloodline, attainable through diligent training, as exemplified by Goku, whose descendants, despite having the Super Saiyan Bloodline, still had to train. Now, Yiming had not merely obtained an ordinary Super Saiyan Bloodline, but the fabled Super Saiyan Bloodline, the kind akin to Broly's lineage. Host, would you like to immediately fuse with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline? The system's voice chimed in once more. No need. Yiming shook his head, deeming it inappropriate to fuse his bloodline at this moment. What if King Vegeta arrived while he was in the midst of the fusion? Although a combat power of 10,000 already placed him among the elite, he was by no means invincible. Therefore, caution was paramount. He cast a glance at the small Saiyans present, snorting disdainfully. Wah! Don't hit me. Bacchus, we're sorry. We shouldn't have bullied you. Bacchus, please forgive us. Yiming's snort sent these little ones sprawling on the ground, their eyes wide with terror as they gazed at him. With a resigned shake of his head, Yiming stepped forward and knocked them all unconscious before hastily retreating to his dwelling. He needed to vacate planet Vegeta and claim the reward for the third choice. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yiming sat aboard a small, oval-shaped spacecraft in the eastern region of planet Vegeta. Going to Earth would be splendid, but I have no idea where it is, so I'll have to forego that idea. Moreover, he was not well acquainted with the spacecraft, so he randomly fiddled with the controls, setting a coordinate, and moments later, the ship activated. Whoosh! It soared into the sky in an instant. Peering out of the window, he could clearly see the buildings on planet Vegeta. Yiming squinted, murmuring, "One day, I will return." That day would not be far off. 3 days later, on a planet near planet Vegeta. This planet, named Belize, was an ordinary world devoid of combat power. At this moment, within a mountain in the northern region of this planet. System, allow me to fuse with the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Yiming could hardly contain his anticipation. In the eyes of most Dragon Ball fans, the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline was the most powerful lineage among the Saiyan race, without exception. Some even believed this bloodline might be the strongest in the entire Dragon Ball universe. After all, Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000, which only grew stronger with age. Yiming had watched the film Dragon Ball Super. Broly prior to his transmigration. Broly effortlessly defeated Goku and Vegeta in their ordinary states upon his introduction. The final form he attained was utterly overwhelming. Had Goku and Vegeta not fused, it would have been impossible to defeat Broly in that state. This illustrates just how terrifying the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline truly is. No training required, yet one could gradually grow stronger. Ding. The legendary Super Saiyan is currently fusing with the host. Ding. Fusion progress. 20, 50, 80. Ding. Congratulations, host. The fusion of the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline has been successfully completed. A series of mechanical sounds resonated within Yi Ming's mind, revealing a look of delight on his face. He had succeeded. From this moment forth, he was a legendary Super Saiyan. However, why does it feel like my strength hasn't changed much? Yi Ming suddenly furrowed his brows, clenching his fists only to find his combat power seemingly unchanged from before. Host, the combat power of the legendary Super Saiyan dramatically increases when enraged. The system responded. Of course, I know that, but how could I possibly be like Broly, unable to fully control my bloodline's power? Yi Ming was momentarily speechless. If he could only unleash his power like Broly, what use would the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline serve him? He would be better off with an ordinary Super Saiyan Bloodline, allowing him to train steadily and ultimately achieve Super Saiyan status. He had no desire for uncontrollable power. Host, progress must be made step by step. Achieving success all at once is impossible, even with a system. Moreover, that would lack excitement. The system stated. Yi Ming pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. The system was right. Ascending to greatness in a single leap was exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, he had never favored a training method devoid of challenge. Understand, I am not Broly from the original story. I cannot tread his path, nor do I possess a bloodline as formidable as his. Therefore, I shall rely on my own efforts to train. Yi Ming gradually closed his eyes, recognizing that Broly's training method differed from Goku's, and Goku's bloodline was not as potent as Broly's. But what if he combined both approaches? How extraordinarily powerful would that be? Yi Ming knew that the future of this formidable existence was none other than himself. Yi Ming, clarity in my goals. I shall train diligently. Yi Ming lifted his head and shouted towards the sky. A month passed swiftly. One day, Yi Ming returned from a small village several hundred meters away, carrying an assortment of supplies and food. Though he was a Saiyan with robust physical attributes, he still felt hunger, especially after training, which necessitated a substantial intake of meat for nourishment. System, a month has elapsed. I know I'm much stronger than I was a month ago, but what is my current combat power? Please tell me the exact value. Yi Ming placed his belongings back in his makeshift straw hut and stepped into the open area in front of his home, inquiring within. Host, your current combat power stands at 12,000 points. The system replied. 12,000 points. In just a month, he had increased by 2,000 points. Yi Ming squinted. While this outcome was not overwhelmingly satisfying, he understood that under these circumstances, a 2,000-point increase in a month was quite commendable. Patience is key. Progress will come. Yi Ming took a deep breath. It had only been a month. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous noise erupted from the sky. Yi Ming was jolted awake, looking up to see several spacecraft soaring above. Chapter 2. The Demise of King Beijing. Greetings to the inhabitants of this planet. Your world has been chosen by the illustrious Lord Frisia. A voice resonated in the air. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Frisia, you wretched beings, flee at once. We are about to commence a cleansing. Those who survive may have the opportunity to join Frisia's army. The voice continued to echo. Ding. The divine selection has arrived. Option 1. Collaborate with Frisia's army to annihilate the planet Baelisa. Reward, 1,000 points of combat power. Option 2. Protect Baelisa. Vanquish the warriors of Frisia's army. Reward, instant transmission technique. Option 3. Abandon Baelisa without a care. Reward, 10 sins of beans. The three options appeared, each accompanied by its respective rewards. Without hesitation, Yi Ming selected the second option. Even if it bore no reward, he would still choose it unreservedly. For the past month, he had received countless acts of kindness from the villagers of a nearby hamlet. As the saying goes, to err is human, to forgive, divine. Yi Ming did not see himself as a worthy Saiyan, for deep within, he always regarded himself as a man of Huaxia, cherishing gratitude as a steadfast principle. Possessing a combat power of 12,000 and a perfect mastery over Ki, flying on this planet, with gravity akin to that of Earth, was effortless for him. Before long, he soared into the sky, where 4 spaceships hovered, and several individuals clad in Frisia's army uniforms emerged. Why is there a Saiyan here? Yi Ming's conspicuous presence caught the eye of a squad leader, who exclaimed in astonishment. Little monkey, have you come to assist us in obliterating this planet? Excellent. Your kind displays remarkable awareness, truly worthy of being loyal dogs under the great Lord Frisia. The squad leader laughed heartily, his words dripping with derision before Yi Ming had a chance to respond. Despite the insult hurled at his race, Yi Ming remained composed. He felt no sense of belonging to planet Vegeta or the Saiyan race. He was Yi Ming, not the Saiyan Bardock. System, what is this fellow's combat power? Yi Ming ignored the squad leader and inquired within his mind. Beep, beep. After a few probing sounds, the system swiftly replied, Host, his combat power is 3000. 3000. Yi Ming squinted, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. To the average person, this would be an impressive strength. But to Yi Ming, it was hardly distinguishable from that of a mere waste. He clenched his fists. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. This battle would be the first true contest of life and death since his arrival in this world. Kill! Yi Ming roared, his aura surging in an instant. 1000 combat power. 3000 combat power. 5000 combat power. In mere seconds, his combat power soared to 12000. As the ancients wisely stated, even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. In a life-and-death struggle, one must never hold back. Therefore, when Yi Ming unleashed his full power, the squad leader's previously mocking expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Run. This person's strength is on par with the captain. The squad leader turned tail and fled. Too powerful. Yi Ming's combat power had reached 12000. Such a formidable opponent was beyond their capability to withstand. Instantly, the other warriors of Frisia's army in the sky also turned to flee towards their spaceships. You cannot escape. Yi Ming's demeanor turned frigid as he soared upward, delivering a devastating punch that sent one of Frisia's warriors flying. In the span of mere moments, dozens of Frisia's warriors lay slain, their bodies crumpled upon the ground, reduced to a gruesome spectacle. Though Yi Ming did not witness the bloody scene, and thus felt no revulsion, it was undeniably his first act of violence. His complexion paled slightly, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. If I do not slay them, they will kill me. Therefore, for the sake of my own safety, I must eliminate them. Yi Ming understood this clearly, and his expression gradually returned to normal. He was not a Saiyan. He was a demon. How terrifying. This person doesn't even blink. He is truly a devil. I renounce the honor of being a warrior of Frisia's army. I beseech you, spare my life. The cries of despair echoed around him, yet Yi Ming remained expressionless and unyielding, knowing he could not afford to let any escape. Before long, Yi Ming unleashed his full power, annihilating all visible warriors of Frisia's army. Boom. The spaceship activated. Some attempted to board the vessel, hoping to escape the planet. You cannot escape. Yi Ming raised his hand, extending his right index finger. Whoosh. A golden light flickered at his fingertip. With a thought, the golden beam shot forth, striking the spaceship instantly. Boom. The ship erupted into a fireball, dazzling like fireworks against the night sky. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the selection. You have acquired the instant transmission technique. Just as the spaceship was destroyed, the system's voice echoed in Yi Ming's mind. With the reward in hand, Yi Ming slowly closed his eyes, beginning to absorb the instant transmission technique. After a while, he opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. I have mastered instant transmission. Yi Ming raised his hand and lightly tapped his forehead with his index finger. Whoosh. In an instant, Yi Ming's figure flickered high in the sky, disappearing the next moment. Whoosh. A sound of air being split echoed as Yi Ming materialized at the entrance of his makeshift straw hut. This seems distinct from Goku's instant transmission. Yi Ming mused quietly. In the Dragon Ball universe, there exist two forms of instant transmission. The first is the technique of the Yard Rats, which is not a combat skill, but rather a unique ability that allows one to traverse from one location to another without following any path and without consuming time. However, to utilize this move, one must sense the key of the target location, meaning it cannot be employed in desolate areas. Instant transmission can also transport others along, and while it is not necessary to place both fingers on the forehead during use, doing so helps to concentrate. The second type is Jebit's instant transmission, which allows direct travel to any planet in the universe without the need to sense ki, though it cannot pinpoint a specific individual. It can be said that Goku's instant transmission was originally designed for locating others, while Jebit's was intended for reaching locations, as his role necessitated this. However, if the user possesses the ability to sense ki, they can specify a location on that planet close to the individual with ki, thus achieving effects akin to Goku's. At this moment, Yi Ming contemplated and realized that the instant transmission he had mastered belonged to the latter category. Days turned into weeks, and soon, half a year slipped by quietly. On this day, Yi Ming had tidied up the small thatched cottage he had constructed and bid farewell to the Vegeta inhabitants of the nearby village, before utilizing his instant transmission to return to planet Vegeta. As he trod upon the soil of Vegeta, Yi Ming examined his character attribute panel. Host, Yi Ming. Age, 7 years. Battle power, 100,000 points. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan. Skills, Instant transmission, energy blast. Having been in the Dragon Ball universe for merely 7 months, his battle power had surged to an impressive 100,000 points. A satisfied smile graced Yi Ming's face as he reflected on his progress. However, in comparison to Frisia's first form, which boasted a battle power of 540,000, his own 100,000 seemed rather paltry. His return to planet Vegeta was not driven by a desire to save the planet, but rather to witness the births of Broly and Son Goku with his own eyes. Yi Ming was acutely aware of his own capabilities and knew that any foolish attempts at heroism were beyond his reach. Furthermore, even if he possessed the power, he would refrain from intervening. Merely witnessing the event would suffice for him to reap the rewards of the divine choice. As he ambled along, swinging his arms leisurely towards the heart of the Saiyan settlement, he soon stepped into that core area. Bardock! Suddenly, an astonished voice called out from behind him. Yi Ming turned to see an adult Saiyan clad in battle armor. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was that not Bardock? Yi Ming's eyes widened as he locked onto the figure before him, a flicker of recognition igniting within him. This man was none other than Bardock, the first Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball saga and the father of Son Goku. Hey, kid, why have you returned? Bardock strode forward, pulling Yi Ming aside to a secluded corner, his brow knitted in concern. Though I am unsure how you have suddenly grown so formidable, I must warn you that King Vegeta is far from the simple ruler he appears to be. He issued a warrant for your capture 6 months ago. You may now be in grave danger. Yi Ming regarded Bardock, fully comprehending the source of his concern. It turned out that Bardock's comrade had perished during an invasion mission, entrusting Bardock with the care of his child before his demise. This explained why the rather weak Bardock had never been dispatched on missions, despite his impure bloodline. His battle power far exceeded that of ordinary elite warriors, marking him as a notable figure. Protecting Bardock's child from missions was a trivial matter for him. Uncle Bardock, fear not. Even the mighty King Vegeta pales in comparison to me. In the face of Bardock's worries, Yi Ming remained remarkably composed. With his battle power soaring to 100,000, he found it nearly impossible to encounter a worthy adversary on planet Vegeta. Not to mention that even if the entire Jinyu force descended upon Vegeta, he would not be intimidated. While Jinyu boasted a battle power of approximately 120,000, Yi Ming was no slouch either. Coupled with his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline that thrived under pressure, he would only grow stronger in battle, unafraid of taking hits. In a fit of rage, Yi Ming thought to himself, it matters not if my opponent possesses 120,000 battle power, even if they reach 150,000 or 200,000. They must consider whether they can truly defeat me. This was not arrogance. The legendary Super Saiyan bloodline was inherently formidable. Although transforming into a Super Saiyan was a daunting task, the base battle power and explosive potential were astonishingly high. Thus, Yi Ming brimmed with confidence in his ability to confront adversaries despite the power disparity. However, when it came to Frisia, he knew he had to maintain a safe distance. The first form of Frisia possessed a staggering battle power of 560,000, let alone his second, third, and final forms, far beyond his current capabilities. Upon hearing Yi Ming's unwavering confidence, Bardock raised an eyebrow, his expression morphing into one of astonishment, perplexed by the source of the boy's audacity. What is your current battle power? Bardock hesitated before finally posing the question. Beep, beep. As soon as the words left his mouth, alarms blared around them. This is bad. Bardock's expression shifted dramatically as he pulled Yi Ming behind him, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. When he spotted 3 formidable Saiyans approaching, his countenance grew increasingly grim. 3 warriors with battle powers exceeding 10,000. These 3 were not warriors from planet Vegeta, but rather Frisia's subordinates stationed here. Bardock knew all too well that they would show no mercy. Bardock, do you realize what you're doing? One of the Saiyans stepped forward from behind the trio, revealing himself to be King Vegeta. I am aware, Bardock replied in a low tone. Bacchus possesses immense potential. You're afraid he poses a threat to your throne. The moment those words left his lips, King Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Kill them. King Vegeta took 2 steps back, his tone calm, yet chilling. Kill them. Yi Ming's eyes narrowed dangerously as he glared at the trembling King Vegeta kneeling before him. 7 months prior, when Vegeta and Raditz attempted to bully him, they had both been soundly defeated. Now, King Vegeta had ordered his assassination. Thus, Yi Ming took action. Before Bardock could react, he sprang into action. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. With a single strike, he launched a lethal energy blast. The overwhelming force of 100,000 battle power erupted, leaving Bardock stunned into silence, staring at Yi Ming as though he were a monster. Boom. In just one exchange, Yi Ming's energy blast obliterated the 3 of Frisia's subordinates. You. King Vegeta collapsed to the ground, staring at Yi Ming in disbelief. If you wish to kill me, you must consider that one day, you too may be slain by another. Yi Ming's voice was icy as he gazed at the quaking King Vegeta, slowly extending a finger. Golden light danced at his fingertip, appearing utterly magnificent. Yet to King Vegeta, it symbolized despair. Rest in peace. Yi Ming closed his eyes and unleashed the energy blast. Boom. Just like that, King Vegeta vanished. Yi Ming cast a glance at the other Saiyan warriors nearby, who were trembling in fear, his expression impassive as he pointed his index and middle fingers to his forehead. Whoosh. Instant transmission activated. In the next moment, Yi Ming found himself beside the incubation chamber of the Saiyan infants. Wah, wah, wah. The cries of a newborn filled the air, and Yi Ming beheld a baby who bore an uncanny resemblance to Bardock, wailing at the top of his lungs. Beside him was another infant, furrowing his brows, none other than Broly. System, I've completed the task. It's time for my reward. Yi Ming coldly declared in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host for completing the task. You have received 100 senzu beans. With the system's announcement, Yi Ming's consciousness entered the system space, where a small backpack contained a senzu bean, marked with X100 in the lower right corner. The reward was in hand. And Yi Ming cast one last glance at little Wukong and Broly before shaking his head and departing from planet Vegeta. At this moment, there was no longer any reason for him to linger there. 3 days later, Yi Ming found himself on a small planet, gazing up at the sky where ships traversed the horizon, eventually fading into mere specks beyond his sight. Indeed, Frisia's minions were omnipresent. He averted his gaze, shouldering a beast he had hunted, and made his way towards the wooden hut he had constructed. Having gone without meat for several days, he intended to indulge in a hearty roast today. As he kindled the fire in preparation for his feast, an enormous spaceship meandered through the depths of the cosmos. Lord Frisia, we have received word from the subordinates on planet Vegeta that 3 warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000 were effortlessly dispatched by a rather youthful Saiyan. Reported Dodoria, his stout form and ruddy complexion bowed before Frisia. Oh, Frisia reclined with his legs crossed, a slight arch of his brow indicating his interest. Moreover, King Vegeta himself has been slain by him, Dodoria continued. Oh ho ho ho, these Saiyans are indeed amusing. Frisia laughed heartily, clapping his hands. The Saiyan race is truly my favorite plaything. They are simply delightful. Lord Frisia. Dodoria raised his gaze to meet Frisia's, only to witness a flicker of peculiar light in the latter's eyes. Just as he began to utter a few words, Frisia waved him off. Dodoria, command the Jinyu force to deal with him. Although he found the situation entertaining, Frisia would not allow anyone to challenge him or eliminate his subordinates without consequence. The possibility of failure wasn't even a consideration for him. With the Jinyu force's battle power at 120,000, complemented by the formidable strengths of the others, he had no doubt they could subdue a mere Saiyan youth. Understood, Dodoria acknowledged with a lowered head. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and Yi Ming had been in the Dragon Ball world for a full 10 months. 10 months prior, his battle power was a mere 10. Now, he assessed his attributes. Host, Yi Ming. Age, 8 years. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan. Battle power, 300,000. Skills, Instant Transmission, Energy Wave. In the span of 10 months, his battle power had surged 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even reaching a staggering 30,000 times. Yet, despite this monumental increase, he recognized his deficiency in truly formidable skills. Yi Ming was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Though his physique was robust and his battle power high, he lacked a trump card. Beep. Due to Frisia's decree, the entire universe is in pursuit of you. Thus, the divine selection system has been activated. Option 1. Escape to a remote star system to hide and cultivate. Reward, a hyperbolic time chamber with double time flow. Option 2. Roam the cosmos evading capture while passively retaliating against your foes. Reward, a hyperbolic time chamber with 5 times the time flow. Option 3. Take the offensive. If you send someone to kill me, I will proactively hunt down your subordinates. Continuing until Frisia is enraged. Reward, a 5-fold Kaioken technique with no side effects, lasting 2 minutes. As Yi Ming contemplated his lack of a decisive technique, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. After a brief pause, he blinked and returned to his senses, a knowing smile curving his lips. Each of these 3 options was exceedingly enticing. Whether it be the double or 5-fold time, flow hyperbolic time chamber, or the completely side effect-free 5-fold Kaioken, all rewards would be invaluable to Yi Ming at this juncture. Alas, the inability to select multiple options weighed heavily upon him. With a sigh, he reflected on how the initial opportunity to choose 3 options had been a beginner's benefit. Having now spent 10 months in this world and achieved a battle power of 300,000, he was far from a novice. I choose the 3rd option, Yi Ming declared after a moment's deliberation. He was not one to shy away from danger, and he had faith in his survival. Naturally, should Frisia personally intervene, he might find himself overwhelmed. However, he believed that Frisia would likely not come after him immediately. Furthermore, even if Yi Ming completed the third option and received the five-fold Kaioken, would his suddenly unleashed battle power truly be inferior to Frisia's first form? Not to mention, if Frisia were to transform into his second form, would Yi Ming's surprise attack not catch him off guard? Even if Frisia managed to respond, Yi Ming's legendary Saiyan Bloodline was no trifling matter. Thus, upon completing this third choice, Yi Ming would likely no longer fear confronting Frisia, the ultimate antagonist. In the near future, 3 days later, Yi Ming arrived on a planet that belonged to a small battalion under Frisia's command, swiftly eradicating the minions with ease. Another 10 days passed as Yi Ming continued to obliterate several small planets affiliated with Frisia. On this day, he paused beneath a celestial body. Not enough, still not enough. At this stage, Frisia's influence extends throughout the entire universe. He is a true cosmic tyrant. Who does not know of him? Destroying such a meager force is hardly enough to provoke his wrath. Yi Ming mused, his brow furrowed as he walked across the terrain. The captains he had recently slain possessed battle powers of merely 1 or 2,000 at most. Such low-tier warriors were abundant among Frisia's ranks. Above 100,000 battle power, we have the Jinyu Force. Yi Ming suddenly brightened at the thought of the formidable members of the Jinyu Force. Jinyu, 120,000 battle power. Guldo, 20,000 battle power. Berta, 49,000 battle power. The members of this elite squadron were among Frisia's most adept warriors. If he could eliminate them, would it not incite Frisia's fury? With this thought, Yi Ming slapped his forehead and declared mentally, "System, I require information. Where is the Jinyu Force currently located?" Ding. Just as Yi Ming's words fell, the system's detection sound resonated in his mind. Before long, he discerned the location of the Jinyu Force's members. Huh. Yi Ming lightly tapped his temple with his fingers, a cold smile gracing his lips as he vanished from his position. The reward for this third choice was as good as his. Moreover, should Frisia seek to eliminate him, he too harbored intentions of taking down this adversary. Patience, patience. There are still nearly 2 months until planet Vegeta's destruction. After completing this selection and obtaining the reward, if I train diligently, perhaps I will gain the strength necessary to ambush Frisia. Yi Ming remained unperturbed. In 2 months, his battle power might well reach 4 to 500,000, allowing him to unleash over 2 million battle power with the five-fold Kaioken. Therefore, ambushing Frisia was not an impossibility. On planet Tarcel, the members of the Jinyu Force reveled in merriment, their faces alight with joy. Captain Jinyu, after we eliminate that monkey whom Lord Frisia commanded us to deal with, our status will surely ascend to new heights. Berta exclaimed, savoring a greasy piece of ham. Frisia's legions were numerous, and there were plenty of elite warriors among them. While the Jinyu Force made many appearances in the original story, there were indeed stronger factions in reality. After all, this was the authentic Dragon Ball universe, not merely a tale. He is no ordinary individual, capable of repeatedly attacking the minions of King Frisia. Encountering him should not be taken lightly, lest we suffer the consequences. After finishing a glass of wine, Captain Jinyu spoke in a grave tone. Just then, amidst their laughter, a sound sliced through the air, and a young scion appeared before them, none other than Yi Ming. A scion. Jinyu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yi Ming. Boom. Even when hunting a mere rabbit, one must exert their full strength. Yi Ming understood this principle well. Without hesitation, he struck with ruthless intent. Before Jinyu could even react, Yi Ming's fist collided with his face. Bang. How simple, how direct. A single punch followed by a heavy blow obliterated Captain Jinyu, whose battle power stood at 120,000. Captain Jinyu. The instantaneous defeat left everyone in stunned silence. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Ming unleashed a powerful barrage of attacks, swiftly dispatching the remaining foes without mercy. Too weak. Yi Ming gazed at the fallen bodies before him and unleashed another energy blast, reducing them to ashes. There were no prompts when selecting rewards, so he knew he had to keep pushing forward. Shaking his head, Yi Ming exchanged a few words with the system before continuing to trouble Frisia's subordinates. A month swiftly passed. After conquering a planet occupied by Frisia's forces, Yi Ming boarded a ship idling in the stratosphere and opened his character attributes panel. Host, Yi Ming. Age, 8 years. Bloodline, the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. Battle power, 400,000. Skills, instant transmission, energy blast. His battle power had reached 400,000. Over the past month, not only had he been striking against Frisia's influence, but he had also found time to train, increasing his battle power by an impressive 100,000. He was quite pleased with himself. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, aboard an enormous spaceship. Bang! Frisia, in a fit of rage, smashed the communicator against the ground. Despicable! 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 Frisia roared in fury. Your Majesty, please calm down. Dodoria bowed deeply, explaining, this boy hails from planet Vegeta. Although he killed King Vegeta, I have heard that there is a man named Bardock on planet Vegeta, his uncle. Oh, suddenly, Frisia, who had been seething with anger, calmed down, pondering the implications, and asked, Mr. Dodoria, do you mean to draw him out? Truly, King Frisia is wise. Dodoria immediately knelt, flattering him profusely. Then, let us set off for planet Vegeta. Frisia returned to his seat, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated how best to deal with this troublesome monkey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing choice 3. Take the initiative. If you send people to kill me, then I shall send my subordinates to kill you, relentlessly, until Frisia erupts in anger. Reward for choice, a 5-fold Kaioken without side effects, lasting 2 minutes. Just as Frisia was preparing to venture to planet Vegeta, Ming, engaged in gravity training on a small planet, suddenly heard the system's notification echoing in his mind. Excellent. Ming's eyes lit up, and he leaped from the ground, eager to inspect his new reward. The 5-fold Kaioken without side effects, lasting 2 minutes. The Kaioken. Finally, it was within his grasp. A wave of excitement surged through him as he promptly learned this formidable skill. With a battle power of 400,000. Utilizing the 5-fold Kaioken would elevate his power to an astonishing 2 million. If he were to launch a surprise attack, perhaps even Frisia, who in his first form possessed a mere 540,000 battle power, could be defeated. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated Ming became. In his eyes, even the act of ambushing Frisia would be a source of immense pride. After all, this was Frisia, the most formidable antagonist in the early Dragon Ball saga, and the one responsible for forcing Goku into becoming a Super Saiyan. He was also the most charismatic villain, who eventually underwent a redemption arc. However, all of that was far off. For Ming, eliminating Frisia sooner rather than later would undoubtedly pave the way for an easier journey ahead, as no one would perceive him as a thorn in their side. Eager to eliminate him. Yet, slaying Frisia was no simple task. Ming squinted, although he could conceal his energy signature to mask his true power. The greatest challenge lay in his inability to approach Frisia. How could he draw near to Frisia? Ming fell into contemplation. Half a month swiftly passed. And on this day, Ming utilized instant transmission to arrive at planet Vegeta. He sought out Bardock, the first man in the Dragon Ball canon to transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon seeing Ming, Bardock's face displayed a peculiar expression. Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew Bardock possessed the ability to foresee events and might have glimpsed some of his future. This he referred not to Bardock himself, but to Ming. Uncle Bardock, why do you look so grim? Ming feigned nonchalance and inquired, do you believe in prophetic dreams? Bardock replied solemnly, pacing back and forth, before sighing and asking in return. Prophetic dreams? Ming was taken aback, incredulous. What is that? Bardock scrutinized Ming for a moment before finally saying, last night, I had a particularly terrifying dream. Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Frisia is coming to planet Vegeta and intends to obliterate it. Chapter 4. Choice. Bardock spoke in a low voice. Initially, I didn't take it too seriously, but you appeared in my dream. This made me start to pay attention. What does that have to do with me? Ming continued to gaze at Bardock with a puzzled expression, as if he were completely oblivious. In the dream, you killed Frisia, but you also perished. Bardock stated. What? This time, Ming was truly stunned. Killing Frisia was merely a matter of time in his mind. However, hearing Bardock's words, it sounded as if he truly succeeded, yet at the cost of his own life. You cannot die. I have sworn that as long as I live, I will not allow you to perish. Bardock inhaled deeply. It was his father who saved his life back then, leading him to vow that as long as he drew breath, he would never let Bardock's son fall before him. Uncle Bardock, Ming felt a stirring in his heart. This man was indeed the first warrior in the Dragon Ball canon to transform into a Super Saiyan, and his character was admirable. Bardock, no need to say anything. This is my mission. You have grown to such an extent at such a young age, and I believe in your potential. You are destined for greatness. Bardock smiled at Ming, who he had raised as his own child, though not by blood. Clap, clap. Bardock patted Ming's shoulder, no longer saying much. Listen to me. I will openly attract Frisia's attention while you eliminate him. Understood. Ming, now no longer melancholic, nodded solemnly. As a time traveler, he understood that this battle also represented an opportunity for Bardock, and perhaps they would meet again in the future. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, Bardock took off running. Ming followed closely behind, and soon they arrived at the entrance of a small earthen hut. As a precaution, I had sent Kakarot away. His combat power was too feeble, and perhaps it was best for him to be in a place where he would be safe from danger. Bardock entered the hut and retrieved an oval-shaped spaceship, gazing at the small infant within, who had only been born a few months prior, and let out a deep sigh. Yi Ming remained silent. Bardock might be unaware, but he knew that Kakarot, or Son Goku, would gradually rise on that weak planet. Whoosh! The spaceship slowly ascended, ultimately flying into the distance under the watchful eyes of Yi Ming and Bardock, until it became a mere speck of light and vanished from their sight. I hope Jine doesn't blame me for taking matters into my own hands, Bardock murmured softly. She will understand, Yi Ming attempted to reassure him. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed. No sooner had Yi Ming spoken than a tremendous noise erupted from the sky. Bardock and Yi Ming instinctively looked up, only to see the sky filled with countless spaceships. Indeed, Frieza had arrived. Bardock took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. After casting a glance at Yi Ming, he sprinted away, shouting, "Bacchus, remember my earlier instructions." "Fear not, Uncle Bardock." Yi Ming stood tall. This was their pact as men, and he vowed to make Frieza pay dearly. Bardock swiftly made his way to the Saiyan settlement. "Everyone listen. Frieza is coming. He intends to annihilate our planet Vegeta. Quickly, hide and find a way to escape in a spaceship." He ran into the street, cupping his hands around his mouth to cry out loudly. "Bardock, have you been drinking? Haha. How could Lord Frieza, who values us Saiyans so dearly, possibly destroy planet Vegeta and eradicate our entire race?" A burly Saiyan stepped forward, his face filled with skepticism. Yes, Bardock, you must be intoxicated. Just go home and sleep it off. Let Jine brew you a cup of sobering tea. Come. I just received a mission. Who wants to serve the great Lord Frieza with me? Me. Forget it, Bardock. Lord Frieza is beloved by all. You cannot tarnish his name." Laughter erupted continuously, and Bardock's face flushed crimson as he pointed at the sky and coldly declared, "If you do not believe me, I hold no grudge. But look, what is that? That is Frieza's fleet. If it were merely for surveillance, why would he bring so many warships?" After uttering these words, everyone turned their gaze skyward, unable to tear their eyes away. Warships. Indeed, there were throngs of warships. Were we truly to be abandoned by Frieza? The Saiyan who had just spoken sank to the ground, his expression dazed, repeatedly murmuring the words. Witnessing the despondent state of his fellow Saiyans, Bardock felt a complex mix of emotions. To be honest, they had bowed and scraped for too long. They had forgotten who they were. Saiyans were born to fight. Yet now they trembled before a single individual. Having lost their faith, how could they possibly grow? With this thought, Bardock let out a long sigh and turned his gaze back to the sky. Whoosh! He shot upwards. Bacchus, hide! Bardock roared in the air. At that moment, Yi Ming glanced around at the Saiyans below, not particularly concerned. He felt little sense of belonging to this race. That's Jine. Suddenly, a figure dashed into Yi Ming's line of sight. A frail Saiyan woman was running frantically down the street. Jine. Yi Ming called her name directly, unsure of how else to address her. Bacchus. Jine rushed over, looking up at the sky in panic, exclaiming, "Where is Kakarot? Have you seen him? He is fine. Frieza is about to destroy planet Vegeta. You should hurry and leave in a spaceship," Yi Ming replied with a composed tone. "Phew, as long as Kakarot is safe." Jine breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Yi Ming, then shook her head, saying, "I will fight alongside Bardock. My greatest concern is Kakarot. As long as he is unharmed, I have no worries. Death is not to be feared." The woman's gaze was resolute, fearless in the face of death. Yi Ming looked at her, his heart sighing. No wonder Son Goku later possessed such spirit. It was evidently inherited, as both parents were unafraid of death, determined to fight against overwhelming odds. However, in Yi Ming's view, this truly embodied the core spirit of the Saiyan race, fearless and striving fiercely. This was also why Broly could grow so rapidly. It was not solely due to his powerful lineage, but in a sense, he was simply a warrior obsessed with battle. "Take care," Yi Ming whispered, then took off. Whoosh! He soared into the sky, concealing his aura, seamlessly weaving through the air, quietly commencing his slaughter. With the ability of instantaneous movement, he could safely relocate after each assault, akin to a true assassin. In no time, Frieza's subordinates were thrown into disarray. "Bardock. Frieza is in the stratosphere." At that moment, Yi Ming saw Bardock burst forth. He swiftly appeared behind Bardock, spoke a word, then instantly vanished again. Bardock was utterly astonished by Yi Ming's elusive movements. He finally understood why Bacchus in his dream had been able to successfully ambush Frieza. Truly miraculous, astonishing. Soon, Bardock ceased to ponder further. He soared out of planet Vegeta and into the stratosphere. Frieza. Bardock spotted Frieza, who was leisurely sipping red wine on a circular platform. A smile gracing his face, and fury surged within Bardock as he flew towards him. "Stop him," Dodoria calmly commanded from the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within seconds, Several of Frisia's subordinates charged forth, their eyes fierce as they fixed their gazes on Bardock. Get out of my way. Bardock's target was Frisia. He unleashed his aura, facing several opponents alone. He was indeed not the same as he once was, though not exceptionally strong. He was more than capable of dealing with a handful, effortlessly breaking through their encirclement. Frisia. Bardock was now very close to Frisia, glaring at him in fury as he sat on the circular platform. Oh ho ho. I never imagined that besides that dead monkey, you could also surpass the limitations of a scion. It seems you cannot be spared. Frisia chuckled, covering his mouth. As a gentlemanly cosmic overlord, he always smiled without showing his teeth. Huh. Bardock spat into the air. Whoosh. Frisia's smile gradually faded as he slowly raised his hand, pointing a finger at Bardock, a glow shimmering at his fingertip. In your next life, do not be born into such a feeble race. A cold smirk crept across Frisia's lips as the light on his finger grew brighter, and a golden energy sphere began to enlarge. With a flick, Frisia sent the energy sphere hurtling towards Bardock. Bardock roared in defiance, turning to shout, Bacchus, I entrust this to you. Boom. The energy sphere engulfed Bardock and swiftly shot towards planet Vegeta. Whoosh. At that moment, Ming made his move. In an instant, he teleported, and before anyone could react, he found himself standing before Frisia. Boom. King Kai's fist. Kamehameha. Ming bellowed as he harnessed the power of King Kai's fist, unleashing a tremendous Kamehameha wave that collided with Frisia. Die, monkey. The energy blast engulfed Frisia, just as it had consumed Bardock, and he too was devoured, his form dissipating into an ethereal shadow. Is he dead? Ming's complexion turned pale as he surveyed his surroundings, confusion etched across his face. He had never intended to kill Frisia, so he was uncertain whether he had truly vanquished him. Lord Frisia, I am here. Dodoria's voice echoed. Ming cast him a glance, ready to strike, only to realize that his strength had been nearly exhausted after that last burst of power. Continuing the fight might allow him to defeat this foe, but he would likely pay with his own life. Alas, it seems, retreat is the only option. He gently tapped his forehead with 2 fingers, gazing at the gradually vanishing planet Vegeta. With a determined grit of his teeth, his figure vanished into the clouds high above. Planet Sebel, here I come. Ever since he had dealt with Frisia, Ming had spent a week on this planet. For the foreseeable future, he would temporarily make this his base. Currently, he was in a period of recovery. No, more accurately, he was in a phase of reconditioning. However, rather than merely recuperating, he was honing his physical prowess. It is well known that each planet in the universe possesses different gravitational forces. The planet Sebel, where Ming currently resided, is renowned for its high gravity. While planet Vegeta's gravity is 10 times that of Earth, Sebel's is a staggering 15 times. One should not underestimate this 5-fold difference. It is indeed substantial. At present, if Ming did not continuously maintain his balance, he could hardly even stand, let alone walk. This was a free gravity chamber, and at 15 times Earth's gravity, it would be a disservice to himself not to train. A smirk graced Ming's lips as he diligently practiced in this environment, even inquiring of the system every hour whether his combat power had increased. Previously, when fighting Frisia, his combat power was approximately 450,000. Now, after a week had elapsed, it had surged to 470,000. Remarkably, this was achieved through casual training, consisting of eating, sleeping, and occasionally hunting in the forest, resulting in an astonishing increase of 20,000 points. If he were to train earnestly, how much could his combat power rise? 1 million points. Ming estimated that within a week, his combat power could increase by at least 1 million. Ding. The pivotal moment for his future had arrived. The divine selection was activated. Option 1. Seek out Broly and rescue him from Paragus. Reward, 10 S cells. Gather 100 to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Option 2. Go to Earth and fulfill the dream of his previous life by meeting the characters from Dragon Ball. Reward, 9 Yang Divine Art, Qian Kuan Great Shift, and 200 Senza Beans. Select to obtain. Option 3. Remain on the gravity planet Sebel and gradually train to reach 1 million combat power. Reward, a room of spirit and time with a 3-fold time flow rate. Select to obtain. Just as Ming was marveling at his boundless potential, the system's prompt resonated in his mind. 3 choices, 3 rewards. Ming furrowed his brow. He understood the rewards for the first and third options. But what was this second option? 9 Yang Divine Art, Qian Kuan Great Shift. Wasn't that a martial arts manual from the novels of Mr. Gene in his previous life? What possible utility could these hold in this world? Ming pondered, unable to suppress his doubts. Host. Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world practice martial arts. Even young Goku followed the path of Earth martial arts in his childhood. So martial arts are not without value in the Dragon Ball realm. Furthermore, the 9 Yang Divine Art and Qian Kuan Great Shift provided by the system are not ordinary items. In other words, they are not the versions from that martial arts world, but rather unique versions tailored specifically for you. The system's explanations flooded Yi Ming's mind, and his eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding. I see. Could you elaborate on the Nine Yang Divine Art and Qian Kuan Great Shift? Yi Ming nodded and inquired. Chapter 5. Nine Yang Body Refinement. Cultivating the Nine Yang Divine Art allows the host's energy to possess a burning effect. The system responded. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's eyes gleamed even more brightly. It is commonly known that in the Dragon Ball world, energy is an intangible yet undeniably real entity. However, few possess energy with attributes. As far as Yi Ming could recall, only deities like the god of destruction wield energy with destructive attributes. Of course, it could also be a power bestowed by the Omni King, but this indicates that energy with attributes is exceedingly rare. Contemplating this, Yi Ming felt a surge of excitement. As a transmigrator in the Dragon Ball universe, becoming stronger is the most genuine joy. Although he was already quite powerful, who wouldn't want to grow even stronger? The Qian Kuan Great Shift enables the host to further purify their bloodline while possessing Super Saiyan heritage, thereby enhancing the potential of their bloodline. The system continued, and Yi Ming's eyes shone with realization. However, the rewards for the first and third choices are incredibly enticing, making it difficult for Yi Ming to decide. He found himself entangled in a dilemma. All three rewards were alluring, yet he could not select all three as he had before. I choose the second option. Yi Ming gritted his teeth. The first option involved rescuing Broly from his father, with a reward of merely 10 cells. In contrast, the second option's Qian Kuan Great Shift seemed far more valuable, in addition to the Nine Yang Divine Art, which would grant his energy a burning attribute. As for the third option, while the Room of Spirit and Time with a threefold time flow was appealing, it would take a long time to reach 1,000,000 combat power. Overall, the second option was the most optimal choice. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your successful selection. The reward has been delivered. Please check. After Yi Ming made his choice, a few seconds later, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Learning. Yi Ming closed his eyes, immersing himself in the system, discovering a backpack akin to those in games, where each slot could hold only one item. In the first 3 slots, there were 2 books and an icon of a Senzu bean. He immediately chose to learn the Nine Yang Divine Art. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the Nine Yang Divine Art. Your energy now possesses a burning attribute, along with basic comprehension and rudimentary recovery capabilities. Yi Ming carefully examined the introduction to the Nine Yang Divine Art and was astonished to find not only its formidable burning effect, but also 2 additional abilities, causing him to widen his eyes in disbelief. This is truly remarkable. It is exceedingly valuable. As his strength grew, the damage from this burning effect would escalate terrifyingly. Could it be that this is a limitless growth-type enhancement ability? The Nine Yang Divine Art is simply extraordinary. Yi Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment's contemplation, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. While his combat prowess was not yet formidable, the burning effect remained somewhat inconspicuous. However, once his battle strength reached a terrifying level, the implications of that burning effect were unfathomable. Just imagine, if he ascended to the divine realm, what spectacle would unfold? A single burst of energy could incinerate an entire planet, or even obliterate the cosmos itself. Now that is a truly fearsome technique. Energy possesses attributes, and this is merely his first ability. There are also primary insight and basic regeneration capabilities. At this thought, Yi Ming nearly drooled with anticipation. Moreover, after mastering the Nine Yang Divine Art, his strength had indeed surged, but just how formidable was his combat power now? Shaking his head to dispel further musings, he began to scrutinize his character attribute panel. Host, Yi Ming. Age, 8 years. Bloodline level, Legendary Super Saiyan. Combat ability, a staggering 500,000 points. Special techniques, Instant Transmission, Energy Blast, 9 Yang True Skill, 5-fold King Fist. 500,000 combat ability. Upon seeing this value, Yi Ming's face displayed sheer astonishment. Merely acquiring one technique had augmented his combat prowess by 30,000 points. If he were to learn additional techniques, would he not ascend to an unimaginable height? Master. The increase of 30,000 in combat ability is due to the utilization of the burning effect of energy. The system elucidated. If you do not employ energy, your combat ability will decrease by 30,000 points. Oh, upon hearing this explanation, Yi Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, he paid it little mind. Who fights without utilizing energy? That would be sheer folly. Speaking of which, he remembered the Cosmic Shift technique. Recalling the rewards he had acquired, he suddenly remembered he also possessed the Cosmic Shift. Rather than hastily learning it, he first perused the introduction. Refined the bloodline once. The introduction was extensive, and he swiftly skimmed through it. Selecting a key point to read aloud, a smile blossoming on his face. What sort of effect would refining the legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline once yield? Yi Ming brimmed with anticipation. Master, refining your bloodline once will grant you an additional 20-fold increase in combat ability when transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. The system promptly responded. An additional 20-fold? Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. He understood that transforming into a Super Saiyan inherently bestowed a 100-fold enhancement. Coupled with the additional 20-fold, that amounted to an extraordinary 120-fold. Remarkable. Yi Ming's face radiated exhilaration as he silently invoked the learning of Cosmic Shift. Just as he completed the learning, a peculiar warmth enveloped his body. Do not be alarmed, Master. This is a necessary experience when refining your bloodline through Cosmic Shift. The system explained timely. Yi Ming blinked, his previously furrowed brow gradually relaxing as his anxiousness subsided. Enduring the heat within, he slowly made his way toward a nearby river in the mountains. He yearned for a refreshing cold bath. At this moment, he felt as though his body was on fire. Minutes later, Yi Ming arrived at the riverbank beside a towering mountain. With a leap, he plunged into the water. What a delight! An exhilarating chill enveloped him, and he let out a comfortable exclamation. However, mere moments later, 5 minutes passed, and the heat returned with a vengeance. More intense than before. This time, even the icy water could not quell the burning sensation, thrusting Yi Ming into a state of torment. Yet, driven by his desire to grow stronger, he gritted his teeth and persevered through the discomfort. 10 minutes elapsed, and just as the second wave of heat subsided, the third arrived. This time, it was not merely heat, but an all-consuming pain radiating from within, nearly drawing a cry from Yi Ming's lips. Time ticked by, and this episode of heat and pain persisted for approximately 15 minutes, gradually diminishing rather than vanishing abruptly. Half an hour later, Yi Ming emerged from the river, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for air. System, have I successfully refined my legendary Super Saiyan bloodline? Yi Ming inquired eagerly. Master, your willpower is truly formidable. The system responded, not directly answering, but offering a word of admiration. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. He was acutely aware of how he had endured. The experience had indeed been excruciating. Yet, he felt a relief now, having emerged stronger than before. As for how much stronger, he felt too lethargic to calculate at the moment, leisurely retrieving a healing bean from the system's pouch and consuming it. After ingesting the healing bean, he felt as though he had been reborn, his spirit revitalized. He leapt a few times on the riverbank and then checked his attribute panel. Host, Yi Ming. Age, 8 years. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan, refined once. Combat ability, 800,000 points. Special techniques, instant transmission, energy blast, 5-fold king fist, 9-yang true skill, cosmic shift. Phew. Glancing at the data, Yi Ming let out a long breath. 800,000 combat ability. 3 bouts of agonizing torment had yielded a 30,000 point increase. All things considered, that was hardly a loss. If each painful experience could elevate his combat ability by 100,000, he would willingly endure 100 more, propelling his strength to a staggering 1 million. However, he knew such a feat was impossible. Next, it seemed time to head to Earth. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Ming's eyes narrowed. His current combat ability was far too formidable. The only adversary that intrigued him at present was Frieza, the Demon King Piccolo, far too weak. He could easily dispatch him with a mere finger, even without employing energy. How had he become invincible so quickly? Yi Ming marveled, with Frieza yet to make an appearance. And the god of destruction Beerus along with the angel Whis absent, he might very well be the strongest individual in Universe 7 at this juncture. However, Yi Ming remained humble, understanding that diligent cultivation was of paramount importance. After all, even with 800,000 combat ability, he would soon become as inconsequential as any passerby once the plot of Dragon Ball Z commenced. Thus, he resolved to strive even harder, ensuring he remained stronger than the mightiest characters in the narrative. That was his true ambition. It seemed to be the year 737 in the Age of the Dragon. And Bulma was likely only 4 years old, right? A sudden thought struck Yi Ming. Bulma must be around 5 years old in terms of virtual age, but actually closer to 4. What would a 4 or 5-year-old Bulma look like? To be honest, Yi Ming felt a twinge of excitement. However, after some contemplation, he refrained from rushing to Earth. After all, there was a free 15-fold gravity environment available for training, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. Furthermore, Goku's spaceship had likely not yet arrived on Earth, so there was no need for him to rush ahead. Training. Yi Ming began to earnestly cultivate. A month swiftly passed, and Yi Ming checked his combat ability. 1 million points. Just a month ago, his combat ability stood at 800,000 points. Now, after a month of diligent training, he had increased it by 200,000 points, reaching the threshold of 1 million combat ability. with a million combat ability. He could hardly be deemed weak. In the original work Dragon Ball, Goku's combat power when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan was approximately 3 million. This represented the foundational form of a typical Super Saiyan lineage. Ming furrowed his brow. The official sources had not explicitly stated the combat power of the legendary Super Saiyan's base form, yet he felt that 3 million was certainly insufficient. No need to rush. Even if I am unable to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan for the time being, my quintuple Kaioken combined with such formidable foundational combat strength should suffice. However, I wonder if that rascal Frieza is truly dead. If he is, I can rest easy. If not, Ming took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. If Frieza still lives, I could be facing his vengeance at any moment. After completing my mission on Earth, I must return to the cosmos to continue my training. Growing stronger while gathering intelligence on Frieza, with a determined goal in mind, Ming no longer hesitated. He tapped his forehead with his index and middle fingers and began his search for Earth in the vastness of space. Having mastered the Kaioshin's instant transmission, the endeavor was remarkably effortless. Soon, he sensed Earth's location. With a whoosh, Ming's figure flickered and vanished from his original spot. In the next moment, he found himself atop a majestic mountain on Earth. After taking a few steps and contemplating briefly, he leaped into the sky. Is this not the Bunshao Mountain? Ming looked down, raising an eyebrow at the sight, particularly when his gaze fell upon a quaint wooden cabin at the mountain's peak, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Goku, I have a grandson now. Ming's acute hearing caught the sounds emanating from the mountain path. Following the sound, he saw an elderly man cradling a smooth-skinned infant with a tiny tail, his eyes nearly squinting with joy. The elder was none other than Sun Wukong, a martial arts master on Earth, and the infant was, of course, little Goku. This scene was exceptionally heartwarming. After observing Sun Wukong and little Goku for a moment, Ming departed from Bunshao Mountain. He inquired with the system and learned of Master Roshi's dwelling, promptly setting off towards Kame House. To the north of Earth lies a small island, known as Kame Island, where Master Roshi resides. At this moment, it was midday, and the sun shone brightly. Master Roshi, donned in sunglasses, leisurely reclined on a sun lounger, perusing a magazine featuring bikini-clad beauties, occasionally emitting satisfied hums. Beneath the chair lay a turtle, whose expression mirrored a mix of resignation as it listened to Master Roshi's sporadic laughter. Suddenly, Master Roshi jolted upright, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Master, what's wrong? The turtle inquired, intrigued, as it had never witnessed such a serious expression on Master Roshi's face in all these years. Such a powerful aura. Master Roshi exclaimed, his face pale with shock. He had just sensed an extraordinarily potent presence, one that far surpassed that of the demon King Piccolo. It's here. With a whoosh. As Master Roshi's words fell, a figure streaked across the sky, landing steadily on Kame Island. The newcomer was Ming, who strolled onto the beach, his footsteps disrupting the previously tranquil atmosphere. As Ming approached, beads of sweat began to form on Master Roshi's forehead. The pressure emanating from this tailed individual was overwhelming. Chapter 6. Beware of Frieza. Master Roshi swallowed hard. Although he had sensed Ming's formidable aura from a distance, the sense of oppression was not as intense. Now, face to face, he truly grasped the suffocating tension and what it meant to exude genuine dominance. Who are you? Despite being drenched in sweat and filled with trepidation, Master Roshi forced himself to maintain composure, staring intently at Ming. Ming halted, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. This Master Roshi seemed vastly different from the portrayal in the original text. May I ask, are you Master Mateto? Ming stepped forward, a few meters away from Master Roshi, smiling as he inquired. He certainly recognized Master Roshi, yet given it was their first meeting, he refrained from revealing his identity outright. What brings you to seek me? Master Roshi furrowed his brow, questioning him. His impression of Ming was limited to this day. He was certain he had never encountered someone of such immense strength before. Moreover, this individual appeared remarkably youthful, which struck him as somewhat incredulous. My name is Ming, residing in West Capital. I have trained in martial arts since childhood, but I have yet to put the techniques passed down in my family into practice. I have heard that Master Mateto is renowned in the martial arts world, so I have come to seek your guidance. Ming spoke with a smile, his words not intended as boastful, for Master Roshi was indeed a distinguished master with extraordinary prowess on Earth. However, this old man was rather lecherous. He exhibited none of the demeanor one would expect from a master. In his previous life, Ming had often thought that should he ever have the opportunity, he would certainly teach him a lesson. Now that the chance was before him, he would not let it slip away. Upon hearing Ming's words, Master Roshi's expression shifted to one of surprise. To be honest, he was somewhat bewildered. Ming appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, yet he possessed strength far surpassing his own. This was utterly astonishing. May I ask, how old are you? And how long have you been practicing martial arts? He swallowed hard, unable to suppress his curiosity. To him, it seemed impossible that this young man had begun his martial training from birth. Even if he had, he would only be a year older than himself. It was worth noting that he had spent several hundred years reaching his current state. In comparison, he felt as though all his years of diligent training were in vain. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. How old am I? Ming blinked, standing at approximately 178 centimeters, akin to a high school student. In reality, he was merely 8 years old. However, his mental age far exceeded that of an 8-year-old. After a moment's contemplation, he grinned. If I recall correctly, I should be 16 this year. 16 years old. Master Roshi gasped. Despite having had his suspicions, he was still taken aback. For a moment, he even forgot to ask the second question. This little fellow was truly a martial arts prodigy at the age of 16. Moreover, he was a genuine master. There were very few individuals on Earth whom Master Roshi could defeat. And Ming's appearance imparted a profound lesson. There are always greater heights beyond the clouds and greater talents beyond oneself. Might I request a spar with you, Master Mateto? Ming stood tall, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. He could hardly contain his eagerness to deliver a lesson to this lecherous old man. No. Upon hearing Ming's request, Master Roshi hastily shook his head and waved his hands, stating, at my age, if we were to spar, you could likely send me flying with a single punch. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, understanding that he was no match for Ming. Engaging in combat would only lead to humiliation, with no doubt about the outcome. Observing Master Roshi's cowardly demeanor, Ming felt somewhat exasperated, at a loss for how to proceed. Ultimately, Ming found himself at an impasse, unable to devise a solution for this timid old man. He lingered on Turtle Island for a while, clandestinely absorbing the techniques of the Turtle School, before the thought of departure ignited within him. At that moment, Ming suddenly contemplated a pressing issue. There remained approximately 10 years until the onset of the Dragon Ball saga, during which the original narrative depicted Bulma encountering the 12-year-old Goku at the tender age of 16. If he aspired to alter certain events, it was imperative that he befriended Bulma ahead of time. With this realization, Ming furrowed his brow, his mind beginning to concoct plans. As a transmigrator, how could he remain indifferent in the presence of one of the most exquisite women in the Dragon Ball universe? Bulma and Android 18. Who among Dragon Ball enthusiasts wouldn't yearn for their companionship? Ming was no exception. However, considering the uncertain fate of Frieza, he knew he must prioritize enhancing his own strength. Moreover, Bulma was merely 4 or 5 years old at present. He felt it would be inappropriate to pursue her at such a young age. Thus, patience became his ally. He resolved to postpone meeting Bulma and instead devised a plan. He would dedicate 5 to 6 years to training in the cosmos, and by the time he returned, Bulma would be nearing her teenage years. Reuniting with her then would surely allow him to leave a positive impression. Once he had orchestrated his plans, a smile unfurled upon his face. If you are unwilling to spar with me, so be it. Ming, having formulated his intentions, would not persist in pestering Master Roshi for a duel. With a smile, he addressed Roshi. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell. With that, he waved his hand and, in a flash, ascended into the sky, racing back in the direction from whence he came. He departed like the wind, swift as a fleeting shadow. Master Roshi gazed skyward at the vanishing figure of Ming, astonished. That lad named Ming would undoubtedly become one of the most formidable warriors on Earth. Even with the resurgence of the Demon King Piccolo, we would have no cause for concern. Having lived for several centuries, Roshi possessed a discerning eye for character. Ming's demeanor indicated he was far from a malicious youth. Master Roshi, do you truly believe that boy Ming is as formidable as you say? The sea turtle, filled with curiosity, inquired of the solemn Roshi. To the turtle, Roshi was the most powerful being it knew. Thus, the notion that this nearly unbeatable martial arts master deemed himself inferior to a mere child was indeed perplexing, hinting at the child's alarming potential. Indeed, my strength pales in comparison to his. Not even 10 of me, nor 20, 50, or even 100 of me could stand against him. Master Roshi inhaled deeply, uttering these words in disbelief. Yet, it was an undeniable truth. Ming was indeed that powerful. After departing from Turtle Island, Ming flew towards West City. Although he had no desire to meet Bulma, a clandestine glance was deemed necessary. After all, the animated series had yet to portray a 4 or 5-year-old Bulma. Soon, he arrived in West City, strolling through the streets, marveling at the splendor of this bustling metropolis, where hovering vehicles zipped by and anthropomorphic beings navigated through the throngs. Broadening his horizons, engaging with the system briefly, he quickly located Bulma's residence. Ascending slowly, he surveyed the area from above and soon spotted a little girl with pigtails joyfully frolicking across the lawn of a villa. At the sight, Yi Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. With her turquoise pigtails, sparkling blue eyes, and clad in a sky blue princess dress, she embodied the essence of the most adorable little princess in the world. Bulma. Yi Ming murmured her name softly before lightly tapping his forehead with his fingers, causing him to vanish from midair in an instant. Having encountered Goku, Gohan, Bulma, and Master Roshi, his mission was complete. It was time to embark on a rigorous training regimen in the cosmos. A power level of 1 million was merely the beginning. He was confident that given 2 or 3 years, Yi Ming believed that even with just 2 years, defeating Frieza in his 4th transformation would be a mere formality. On planet Sakura, Yi Ming had been on this planet for 3 days. Located not far from Earth, it belonged to the Milky Way galaxy. He had come here based on the system's information, which indicated that this planet harbored the most advanced technology in the vicinity. He had contemplated acquiring a dragon radar, and thus, before leaving Earth, surreptitiously took a 4-star Dragon Ball from Gohan's home. Of course, he would return it once the Dragon Ball served its purpose. Wandering through the streets of Sakura, Yi Ming began searching for stores that appeared to be high-end. Lacking any prior knowledge of the establishments, he relied solely on their decor to make his judgments. Suddenly, figures clad in the battle attire of Frieza's army entered Yi Ming's line of sight, causing him to frown. While he pondered this development, another figure caught his attention. With red skin and a stout physique, it was none other than Dodoria, Frieza's loyal lieutenant. Dodoria appeared nervous, glancing around as if fearful of something. Just then, he locked eyes with a Saiyan who bore a faint smirk. The Saiyan, that Saiyan. Dodoria's plump face drained of color, and he began to tremble involuntarily. I must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his rotund body and soared into the sky, his escape immediate and frantic. As soon as he ascended, a rush of air followed, and Dodoria found himself confronted by a Saiyan standing with arms crossed, a mocking grin adorning his face. My lord, I meant no offense. Dodoria's eyes darted, and he instantly knelt in midair, pleading, Lord Frieza has already been vanquished by you. We insignificant minions are no match for your might, and we would never dare to oppose you. Yi Ming maintained an impassive expression, the mockery still evident on his countenance. Dodoria, sly and treacherous, was akin to a loathsome fly. Thus, his words were likely to be interpreted in the opposite sense. Moreover, he had always suspected that Frieza might not have been entirely eradicated. After all, in the original story, Frieza had not been truly annihilated during the battle on Namek. His attacks were fierce, yet it was improbable that they could genuinely obliterate him. It appeared that Frieza was likely still alive. Dodoria's presence on this technologically advanced planet suggested he was possibly gathering materials to assist in Frieza's recovery. Therefore, Mechanical Frieza? With this thought, Yi Ming's gaze turned progressively colder. Mechanical Frieza's power level would surpass even his current 4th transformation, prompting him to draw a sharp breath as his expression hardened further. If Frieza were to be resurrected, his current strength would be utterly inadequate to confront him. He could not allow that resurrection to occur. Yi Ming promptly resolved to take action. Where is Frieza's remains? He coldly inquired. Dodoria, kneeling midair, trembled at the question, his face registering shock before shifting to confusion. My lord, I do not comprehend your words, he replied, feigning sincerity as he gazed at Yi Ming. Huh? Yi Ming scoffed, casting a glance downward, where several warriors clad in battle attire had noticed their exchange and exchanged furtive glances before quietly departing. After a brief pause, Yi Ming extended his hand and instantaneously teleported the screaming Dodoria to another location. Whoosh! A rush of air resounded as Yi Ming positioned himself before the departing warriors. Run! Upon encountering the obstructive Yi Ming, the expressions of these individuals shifted dramatically, prompting them to scatter in all directions in a frantic escape. Hiss! Whoosh! Yi Ming deftly flicked his fingers in the air, unleashing several energy blasts from his fingertips. The air was soon filled with piercing cries as these individuals met their demise in a gruesome explosion of flesh and bone. After swiftly dispatching them, Yi Ming gazed down at the kneeling Doria, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Well then, Mr. Doria, can you speak the truth to me now? I truly do not know what truth to convey, Doria stammered, still grappling for an explanation. Observing this, Yi Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening with impatience. He would no longer afford him the luxury of time. Gradually, he raised his hand, his index finger aimed squarely at Doria's forehead. Thud! Doria lifted his head, his eyes drawn to the flickering golden light at Yi Ming's fingertip, cold sweat immediately beading on his brow. He swallowed hard, gritting his teeth, ready to speak. Whoosh! An energy blast was unleashed, piercing directly through his mind. Thud! Doria collapsed, lifeless. The information gleaned through repeated inquiries proved utterly worthless, devoid of pressure. There was no impetus for motivation. Yi Ming remained expressionless, He, a barefooted individual, had no reason to fear someone shot. He was no stranger to guerrilla warfare. Moreover, Frisia was certainly incapacitated. He couldn't fathom that this fiend would not require recuperation. So what was there to fear? There was simply no cause for trepidation. Most importantly, even if he were aware of Frisia's location, an ambush would be futile. He recalled a certain individual, King. Despite possessing a combat power of merely 100 million in the original work, at this stage, he was indeed only slightly weaker than Frisia, cunning and devious. He would never fall prey to Yi Ming's ambush so easily. Should this surprise attack fail, it would undoubtedly cost him his life. This high-risk endeavor, which he could not control, was not one Yi Ming wished to attempt a second time. As he had articulated, without pressure, what motivation existed for arduous training? Those destined for greatness must possess patience. Unseen and unheralded, when action is taken, it must be lethal. Yi Ming's gaze turned sharp. He understood that hasty actions could lead to ruin. True masters are those who patiently await the opportune moment to strike, ensuring their blows are fatal. Overthinking was futile. With a subtle flick of his index and middle finger against his forehead, he vanished in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Yi Ming departed from planet Sakura, having successfully acquired the Dragon Ball radar. As a competent traveler, although he lacked the universal currency of this planet, he refrained from coercing others into crafting a Dragon Ball radar through force. Instead, he opted to trade the miraculous Senzu beans with merchants. Chapter 7. Safeguarding the Dragon Balls. The Senzu beans in the Dragon Ball universe were becoming increasingly scarce, yet Yi Ming remained unperturbed, knowing he could easily select a few quality ones. Prior to his journey to Namek, he made a brief return to Earth, placing the 4-star ball at Gohan's residence. With a system of reciprocity in place, borrowing again posed no difficulty. With a clear conscience, Yi Ming bid farewell to Earth and instantaneously transported himself to Namek. As he traversed the surface of Namek, the descriptions of the planet echoed in his mind. This world comprised numerous small islands, with solitary hills and land blanketed by peculiar mabwa trees, rendering the entire planet both extraordinary and bountiful. The Namekians had a low birth rate and prolonged lifespans, residing in small villages of approximately 50 individuals. Their homes were notably low, with windows that were either circular or bubble-like, giving an overall appearance reminiscent of mushrooms or snail shells. Upon observing the scenery, Yi Ming mused that it was indeed as described. The planet was awash in greenery, yet it was not overwhelming. Rather, it was quite pleasing to behold. Beep, beep. Yi Ming extracted the Dragon Ball radar from his system backpack and noted that a Dragon Ball was detected within a few hundred meters. He contemplated that the 7 Dragon Balls of Namek were crafted by the Grand Elder, each safeguarded by 7 elders. To acquire a Dragon Ball, one must undergo the trials of wisdom and strength set forth by the elders or directly declare their wish. Only those warriors deemed worthy by the elders could obtain the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, even in death, they would not relinquish their treasures. It seemed inappropriate to resort to forceful means. Yi Ming furrowed his brow. He considered himself no pushover. Yet neither was he a villain who would exploit the weak for his own gain. Momentarily perplexed, he found himself at a crossroads. Ding! The supreme choice was activated. Option 1. Forcefully seize the 7 Dragon Balls and annihilate Namek. Reward: a hyperbolic time chamber with a 10-fold time flow, immediate acquisition upon selection. Option 2. Win the approval of the 7 elders through wisdom and strength and articulate your wish. Reward: a gravity chamber with 20-fold controllable gravity, immediate acquisition upon selection. Option 3. Persuade the Grand Elder with reason, promising to return the 7 Dragon Balls in 1 year and vowing to save Namek in the future. Reward: Spirit Bomb Slash. As Yi Ming grappled with his dilemma, the system's prompt resonated within his mind once more. The supreme choice had returned. With 3 options and 3 rewards, Yi Ming's previously tumultuous thoughts began to settle as he meticulously considered the merits of each choice. The first option, should he resort to theft, might allow him to disguise himself and eliminate the elders. After all, the allure of a 10-fold time flow hyperbolic time chamber was undeniably tempting. However, the obliteration of Namek seemed excessively ruthless. Thus, he swiftly dismissed this option. The second choice, though unremarkable, lacked an enticing reward. The third option, Yi Ming pondered intently, his brow furrowed deeply. To acquire the 7 Dragon Balls through mere persuasion? Moreover, he was to return them after a year and promised to save Namek once? The reward was merely Spirit Bomb Slash. The task's difficulty was low, yet it bestowed a skill that could be deemed a game-changer. I choose the third option, Yi Ming promptly resolved. Fully aware that a year on Namek equated to only 130 days, just over 4 months. This time frame was manageable with some effort. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your choice has been successfully made. Rewards have been issued. Please check. The system's notification reverberated in Yi Ming's mind, indicating the completion of his selection. He felt a weight lift as he noticed an additional tome in his system backpack. This was the reward for his choice, Spirit Bomb Slash. He glanced at the description, a smile gracing his lips. Spirit Bomb Slash concentrates immense energy within the arm, forming a disc-shaped energy projectile above the palm to be hurled, capable of cutting and striking. This was not the animated version of Spirit Bomb Slash, but rather the manga rendition. It is worth noting that this skill held tremendous power within the Dragon Ball universe, verging on a bug-level existence. While the animated version could be evaded by Cell, the manga version was nearly inescapable upon contact. Of course, it had its drawbacks, being limited to linear projection. However, this posed no challenge for Yi Ming. With his instantaneous movement ability, he could teleport while unleashing Spirit Bomb Slash, ensuring he would not miss. The system was intent on molding him into an assassin. With the knowledge of Spirit Bomb Slash, a smile blossomed on Yi Ming's face. Speaking of assassins, a name immediately sprang to mind: Hit. The strongest entity of Universe 6, aside from the God of Destruction and Angels. Hit's formidable prowess stemmed from his time-skip ability, rendering him not only an assassin, but a top-tier master capable of invisibility. In the fleeting moments of contemplation, Yi Ming murmured his hope that the next selection reward would include the instant transmission technique, for it would significantly augment his strength. The Grand Elder, the supreme ruler of Namek, was the sole survivor of a near-extinction event on the planet, having fathered 108 children who revitalized their world. He was a sage of immense knowledge, a proponent of peace, a master of multiple supernatural abilities, the creator of the Dragon Balls, and adept at unlocking latent human potential. Reflecting upon the descriptions of the Grand Elder from the original Dragon Ball narrative, Yi Ming soared above a village in the central region of Namek. With a demeanor appealing to emotions and reason alike, Yi Ming recalled the Grand Elder's amiable nature. If he could pledge to safeguard Namek, it was likely that the Elder would acquiesce to such a proposition. Gradually descending from the sky, he finally landed at the entrance of the village. "Who are you?" Two green-skinned Namekians exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as the more robust of the two inquired with a furrowed brow. "I am Yi Ming, a Scion," he declared, revealing his long tail that flicked behind him. Scion. The mention of his heritage caused their faces to pale. Although Namek was distant from planet Vegeta, they were aware of the notorious warrior race that roamed the cosmos. Their preconceptions painted Scions as malevolent beings, prompting an immediate wariness towards Yi Ming. "What brings you to Namek?" The more muscular Namekian demanded, his countenance darkening at the thought of a potential threat. "Please, do not misinterpret my intentions," Yi Ming quickly clarified, noting their hostile demeanor. "I was exiled from planet Vegeta as a child. I am a solitary Scion." The two exchanged skeptical glances, and Yi Ming continued. "Planet Vegeta was destroyed by the tyrant Frieza. I have come to Namek to boom." Before he could finish, a thunderous roar echoed from above. "A battleship. It belongs to Frieza's army." The two Namekians looked up in alarm, their expressions shifting to fear as they witnessed multiple ships descending from the cosmos. "Frieza, the tyrant of the universe, who is known for his ruthlessness. This Scion must be a villain as well. We must seize him and present him to the Grand Elder." They shouted in unison, charging toward Yi Ming. Initially inclined to resist, Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with a flicker of realization at their words. However, he had no desire to suffer injuries, so he evaded their attacks while asserting, "I am not Frieza's spy. I severely injured him in battle, and he is currently recuperating. Furthermore, I harbor no ill will towards Namek." "Huh." Upon hearing this, the Namekians halted their advance. "Injured Frieza? You must be jesting." The larger Namekian responded. Disbelief etched across his features. With a step back, Yi Ming clenched his fists tightly, bending slightly as he bellowed. Boom. His aura erupted violently. A tempest of power radiating from him, scattering stones from the ground. Such formidable strength. The two Namekians struggled against the onslaught of energy, but were ultimately swept away. Had Yi Ming not consciously tempered the intensity of his aura, they would have been reduced to ashes. "I possess the power to obliterate your planet. If I were truly a threat to you, do you believe you could stop me?" Yi Ming took a step closer, his voice chilling. "Why yes, we apologize." The Namekians, now blushing in embarrassment, bowed their heads as they slowly rose from the ground. "Please forgive our offense." The Namekians, known for their good nature, quickly softened their stance, bowing deeply once more in apology. "It is of no consequence," Yi Ming waved dismissively, glancing skyward. "I implore you to take me to the Grand Elder. I wish to confer with him on how to confront Frieza. Please come in." The two Namekians, trembling slightly, invited him into the village without further hesitation. One remained at the entrance, while the other guided Yi Ming towards a structure resembling a snail shell at the village's heart. Upon reaching the doorway, a Namekian named Morton stood guard. The Namekian who had escorted Yi Ming approached him. I understand. The Grand Elder sent word that a guest has arrived and may enter. Morton stepped aside, casting a curious glance at Yi Ming, pondering why the Grand Elder would take such an interest in a scion. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, declaring, "People of Namek, we, under the command of the esteemed Demon King, have come to borrow your Dragon Balls. Submit or perish. The choice is yours." How despicable. One Namekian seethed, gritting his teeth. In that case, I shall deal with these intruders before seeking the Grand Elder. Yi Ming smiled, pressing his fingers to his forehead as he vanished in an instant. Whoosh. He reappeared in the sky, having sensed the power of Frisia's underlings. The mightiest among them barely reached a combat power of 100,000. Typically, a warrior of that caliber could easily devastate Namek. This indicated that the Demon King had conducted considerable reconnaissance on Namek, or he would not have dispatched only one low-ranking fighter. However, he had underestimated Yi Ming. Yet, Yi Ming found himself pondering how the Demon King had come to know of the existence of the 7 Dragon Balls and Shenron on Namek. Scion. As Yi Ming contemplated this, the occupants of the battleship above had spotted him, their expressions momentarily frozen before a chorus of mockery erupted. "Kill him," someone commanded. When Frisia annihilated that wretched race, he was injured by a wild monkey. Now, there's another stray monkey. Let us ensure that this scion race is eradicated once and for all. Kill. The battle cry resounded as a horde of figures surged forth from the battleship. Boom. Not only did they launch themselves into battle, but they also opened fire from the ship, aiming at Yi Ming. Your plan is utterly naive. Yi Ming scoffed as he observed the barrage approaching, releasing a formidable aura. Instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the oncoming assault. Dodge. Dodge. Evading the attacks was effortless for Yi Ming. As he deftly maneuvered, he nonchalantly pointed, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon those who had dared to mock him. Boom. Explosions erupted, particularly as several nearby ships were struck by Yi Ming's energy projectiles, bursting into vibrant displays akin to fireworks. In the chaos, terrified screams filled the air. As every soldier under Frisia's command was gripped by panic, each one contemplating an escape from the doomed planet. Too powerful. This being is not merely a scion. He is a demon, a formidable evil. Oh heavens, how can a scion possess such strength? They are supposed to be nothing but lowly monkeys. King Frisia. Could it be that he was ambushed by this fellow? At that moment, the once clamorous sky fell silent as a warrior uttered these words, leaving everyone pale with fear, holding their breath. A group of imbeciles. Whoosh. A piercing sound echoed through the air as a towering extraterrestrial being appeared not far from Yi Ming, gazing at him coldly and declaring, "My captain does not slay nameless wretches. You contemptible monkey, reveal your name." Whoosh. Before the final word could escape his lips, a disc-shaped energy blast cleaved him in two. The upper and lower halves separating, his eyes bulging in shock, mouth agape, as if still clinging to life. Poof. Another finger beam erupted, reducing him to mere ashes. Run. Don't throw away your lives. This is a demon clad in scion skin. Too terrifying. Too powerful. They had engaged in battles before. But this one-sided slaughter was an unprecedented sight for them. This scion. No. This demon single-handedly obliterated their entire squadron. Indeed, it was an entire battalion, not just a small team. There was no escape. Yi Ming clasped his hands into a floral shape at his waist, a blue energy sphere gradually forming in his palms. Crack. Snap. Ha. Ha. Boom. With a furious roar, a streak of blue light shot forth from his palms, trailing a small tail, as brilliant as a comet. Thunderous booms resounded, enveloping the sky in blue light, cries of anguish and lamentation rising and falling. Yi Ming reined in his momentum, lightly placing 2 fingers on his forehead. And in the blink of an eye, he returned to the Elder's courtyard. Chapter 8. Summoning the Dragon with 3 Wishes. Who? A young Namekian. Startled by Yi Ming's sudden appearance, stepped out from behind the eyes-closed Elder Namekian, eyes wide with astonishment. Neru stepped back. The Elder Namekian slowly opened his eyes and spoke. "Elder," Neru called back. The Elder chuckled and shook his head, his gaze settling on Yi Ming, filled with astonishment, saying, "Neru, this is the guest I told you about. You witnessed the battle in the sky. It was he who saved our Namek." Upon hearing this, Neru's expression shifted, and he glanced at Yi Ming again, his wariness slightly easing as he obediently retreated behind the Elder. However, his body remained tense, ready to spring forward should Yi Ming exhibit any odd behavior. Yi Ming smiled back at the Elder and took a seat on the stone bench opposite. "Is there anything the guest wishes to discuss with me?" Once Yi Ming was settled, the Elder inquired. "I have come to acquire the Dragon Balls held by the Elders of Namek," Yi Ming stated plainly, revealing his purpose directly. Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, the Elder maintained his jovial demeanor, clearly having anticipated this. Aside from the Dragon Balls, there is little else of value on Namek. Your strength is formidable, thus. The elder pondered for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts, before continuing. The Dragon Balls can be given to you, but I hope you might agree to one request. No problem. Yi Ming readily assented. Given that Frisia's forces had attacked today, the elder was increasingly concerned about the fate of Namek after his demise. Thus, without Yi Ming needing to bring it up, this wise man would surely propose a demand. Aren't you going to ask what it is? The elder's face displayed a hint of surprise for the first time. It's merely a request for me to protect Namek once, Yi Ming replied with a smile. After a moment of silence, the elder nodded and smiled, saying, Indeed. You are astute, Neru. Yes. Neru promptly responded respectfully. Issue a command for the elders to send the Dragon Balls over. The elder issued a direct order. Understood. Neru hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. With the elder saying so, he had nothing more to contest. He cast a glance at Yi Ming, still harboring some suspicion, but he had no choice but to comply with the order. After watching Neru depart, the elder studied Yi Ming for a few moments before suddenly stating, Your potential eludes my comprehension. Since it is inscrutable, I cannot assist in your enhancement. Yi Ming frowned. Could this elder possess the ability to read minds? I indeed possess the skill to read minds, but it is of no use against you, the elder chuckled. Then how do you know what I was just thinking? Yi Ming asked, somewhat astonished. My eyes, the elder pointed to his own eyes, smiling, can discern many things. Yi Ming chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further. As time ticked by, half an hour slipped away in the blink of an eye, and neither party spoke again. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps approached as Neru returned. Elder, it has been arranged. Within approximately a day, the elders will send their representatives. Neru reported quietly as he stood behind the elder. Understood. The elder nodded, turning to Yi Ming, poised to speak when Yi Ming rose, placing 2 fingers on his forehead, saying, In that case, I shall return tomorrow. Whoosh. Yi Ming's figure vanished in an instant. Elder, this Saiyan. Neru frowned and inquired. You need only know that in the near future, he will become the savior of our Namek. The elder smiled faintly, slowly closing his eyes. Upon hearing this, Neru lowered his head. He yearned to refute, but found himself at a loss for words. For that Saiyan was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Yi Ming returned to the planet Siebel, a world where gravity was 15 times that of Earth. His combat power had now reached 1 million. To be honest, the 15-fold gravity was just right for training. But it still couldn't push him to his limits. He felt that what he lacked most at present was a gravity chamber with an even higher multiplier. The next time he encountered a high-multiplicity gravity chamber, he would need to pay close attention. He muttered to himself and began his weighted training. Meanwhile, a massive spaceship floated in the cosmos. Bang! Damn it! A tall man, resembling Frisia, angrily slammed the cup he held onto the ground, shouting, Curse that Saiyan. Sabo, explain to me what the Dragon Balls truly are. Your Majesty, please remain calm. A green-haired, blue-skinned man who appeared somewhat feminine bowed respectfully and replied, Once all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant 3 wishes. Therefore, we must retrieve the Dragon Balls. For they not only aid in Lord Frisia's recovery, but may also make him even more powerful. His name was Sabo, Frisia's most capable aide. As Frisia was still gradually recovering, he naturally accompanied the king, brainstorming ideas. At this moment, Sabo spoke seriously, as far as I know. As long as the Elder of Namek is alive, you can make 3 wishes once every year, which is every 130 days. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable about this. The king remarked, casting a glance at him, his tone neutral. With a sudden thud, Sabo's heart tightened, and he hastily knelt before the king. Shuffling to his feet at the monarch's feet, his voice tinged with a sob. My loyalty can be laid bare before you, my king. In my quest to aid Lord Frisia in regaining his might and becoming stronger, I have diligently scoured ancient tomes, seeking secrets long forgotten. The Dragon Balls of Namek were revealed to me within one of those ancient texts. The king cast a cold glance his way. No matter how audacious you may be, do not entertain thoughts of rebellion. Now, turn and fly to Namek. Sabo, a mere pawn in this grand game, realized that any ambitions he harbored were futile without the strength to back them up. After all, a dog remains a dog for life. By the way, how far are we from Namek? The king abruptly remembered to inquire. Your Majesty, we are presently at the center of the universe, while Namek lies at the universe's edge. At our current velocity, it will take at least a month to arrive. Sabo promptly replied. A day swiftly passed, and Yi Ming, having completed his weight training, remained oblivious to the king's departure towards Namek. After a refreshing bath, he set off for Namek directly. Whoosh! In an instant, a gust of wind heralded his arrival. The next moment, Yi Ming found himself in the courtyard of the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Yi Ming greeted with a cheerful smile. The Grand Elder, leisurely seated, opened his eyes with a smile, gesturing towards the 7 glowing Dragon Balls on the ground. Sir, the Dragon Balls you seek are right here. Yi Ming followed the elder's gesture, and his eyes beheld the 7 Dragon Balls, each shimmering with brilliance, significantly larger than those on Earth, nearly the size of basketballs. Thank you. Yi Ming stepped forward and asked, Grand Elder, could you kindly instruct me on how to summon the Dragon of Namek? Dragon Purunga, appear, the Grand Elder intoned in Namekian. With a rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, the previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds, followed by thunder and lightning. Amidst the flashes, a colossal figure gradually materialized before Yi Ming, the Grand Elder, and Nail. Upon closer inspection, Yi Ming recognized that the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Purunga, the Dragon of Namek from his memories. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret, for he had merely wished to grasp the incantation for summoning, and the Grand Elder had inadvertently summoned the dragon before he could inquire further. At this moment, the Grand Elder appeared somewhat embarrassed. As a sage, he shouldn't have committed such a blunder, but he had instinctively uttered the incantation without a second thought, as the proximity allowed for immediate success. Fortunate summoner, I am Purunga, the dragon. Speak your 3 wishes, and whatever they may be, I shall grant them. Purunga proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating across the vast expanse of Namek. Without hesitation, Yi Ming declared, Purunga, my first wish is for a room of spirit and time with a time flow rate 10 times that of the outside world. A trivial matter. A room of spirit and time with a 10-fold time flow rate. Purunga momentarily faltered, taken aback by the request. As he prepared to utilize his powers to fulfill the wish, a sudden realization washed over him, and he gazed at Yi Ming in shock. Is this wish particularly difficult? Did you not claim that any wish could be granted? Yi Ming retorted, puzzled. Cough, cough. Purunga, caught off guard by Yi Ming's inquiry, cleared his throat and replied earnestly, Summoner, the room of spirit and time can only be possessed by one who has attained the divine realm. So, you cannot fulfill my wish, can you? Yi Ming responded coldly. At this, the Grand Elder and Nail's eyes widened in disbelief. They suddenly felt as though Yi Ming was deliberately probing Purunga. What a jest! How could the magnificent Purunga possibly be unable to grant such a minor wish? Purunga snorted disdainfully, lifted his gaze to the heavens, and began to recite the incantation in Namekian. Boom! A deafening sound echoed through the sky, and shortly thereafter, a small house descended from above, landing atop Yi Ming's head. Your first wish has been granted. Summoner, please state your second wish. Purunga continued. No rush. Let me first examine this room of spirit and time with a 10-fold time flow rate. Yi Ming soared into the sky and entered the house, pondering silently. System, is this truly a room of spirit and time with a 10-fold time flow rate? Indeed, however, the system replied. This can only be considered a defective version of the 10-fold time flow room of spirit and time. What? Yi Ming frowned. The room of spirit and time you obtain can only be used once per year, and each time allows for a stay of only 1 month, the system elaborated. Upon hearing the system's words, Yi Ming slowly exited the room of spirit and time, his brow furrowed. Once a year, 1 month at a time. With a 10-fold time flow rate. 1 month equates to 300 days, which is acceptable. Yi Ming's expression gradually relaxed. This meant that his year could effectively transform into approximately 1 year and 9 months of training time, which was not too shabby. Moreover, he would inevitably procure a complete room of spirit and time from the system eventually. Thus, utilizing this transitional version was not an issue. After exiting the time chamber, Yi Ming waved his hand, stowing it away in the system's backpack. Observing this scene, Nail's eyes widened in astonishment at Yi Ming's capabilities. The Grand Elder, while also surprised, maintained a more composed demeanor. Purunga, for my second wish, I desire a gravity chamber with 100 times the gravity. Yi Ming looked up at the sky and articulated his second wish to Purunga. A mere trifle, Purunga declared, summoning his powers, and before long, a gravity chamber descended from the sky, landing above Yi Ming. Yi Ming smiled and, with a wave of his hand, secured the 100 times gravity chamber into the system's backpack. Summoner, please articulate your third wish. Purunga urged. For my third wish. Yi Ming narrowed his eyes. Initially, he had intended to request the resurrection of the Scions from planet Vegeta, which had been annihilated by Frieza. But then he recalled that the Dragon of Namek could only resurrect one individual at a time, not many. Thus, that idea was swiftly discarded. He was not particularly invested in resurrecting the Scions of planet Vegeta. He merely wished to ascertain whether he could cultivate a legion of Super Saiyans. To him, herds were for cattle, while fierce beasts roamed alone. The weak preferred to congregate, while the strong could stand alone against thousands. Just look at Whis and Beerus. Such formidable beings, would they fear being besieged? Therefore, A legion of super scions would at most be capable of managing minor cosmic nuisances or unifying Universe 7, establishing the scions as the mightiest race. However, what bearing did this have on Ming? What benefit would it bring him? None whatsoever. Purunga. My third wish is to acquire instant transmission. Ming regained his focus and spoke up. Instant transmission? Upon hearing the third wish, Purunga displayed a look of astonishment. Taken aback by Purunga's reaction, Ming was momentarily stunned. This dragon was evidently unaware of instant transmission. Ming furrowed his brow. He had anticipated that Shenron Purunga would grant him an opportunity for swift enhancement, yet it appeared that hope was in vain. Summoner, could you enlighten me on what the flash time technique entails? Shenron Purunga exhibited a flicker of interest, surprised to discover something unknown even to himself. Glancing at him, Ming suddenly appeared to have an epiphany and continued, the flash time technique is essentially the art of pausing time. Might you grant me the ability to pause time? In truth, the flash time technique was not a true time-stopping ability. Ming's intention was to seek an alternative method. From a certain perspective, the flash time technique bore similarities to genuine time manipulation. However, Ming believed that the latter possessed greater potency. Upon hearing Ming's words, Shenron Purunga found himself momentarily speechless. Chapter 9. Slaying the Foe for Reward. This summoner was the most tenacious he had ever encountered, consistently demanding items that were the prerogative of deities. In comparison to the third wish, the spirit time room of the first wish paled insignificantly. Shenron Purunga shook his head, preparing to decline, but Ming interjected, I only wish to control the duration of the pause. After a moment's hesitation, Shenron Purunga reluctantly nodded and immediately bestowed this capability upon Ming. Fortunate summoner, I sincerely hope not to cross paths with you again. Farewell, venerable elder of Namek. With that, Shenron Purunga transformed into 7 Dragon Balls and soared away. Ming gently descended into the courtyard, a smile blooming on his face. The wish granted by Shenron Purunga had truly been a windfall for him. In a month, we shall take the initiative. Ming's heart brimmed with confidence. Armed with the dual enhancements of the spirit time room, which allowed for a 10-fold acceleration of time, and the gravity chamber set at 100 times, he was certain that within just 1 month, he could defeat Frisia. Even if Frisia had transformed into a mechanical form, it would not hinder his current prowess. Elder, in 130 days, I shall arrive at Namek as promised to assist you in retrieving the 7 Dragon Balls. As he observed the elder and Nairo approaching, Ming snapped back to reality and smiled. Very well, the elder replied with a nod, choosing to say no more. Whoosh. Ming acknowledged and promptly teleported away from Namek. Elder, why must we rely on him when we inherently possess the ability to search for the Dragon Balls? Nairo inquired, filled with confusion after Ming's departure. It was a transaction, but perhaps in the future, we may become friends. Nairo, do you understand? The elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he spoke slowly. Nairo furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding in comprehension. He realized that the elder desired to forge a profound friendship between Namek and this scion. Elder, is it truly impossible to see through his potential? Nairo suddenly asked. Indeed, I cannot see it. However, I could assist him in enhancing his potential once more, the elder sighed, turning and walking slowly into the house. He certainly possessed the ability to help Ming further amplify his potential, but the cost would be his own life. A month later, Ming emerged from a spirit time room on a desolate planet, where time flowed at 10 times its usual rate. He exhaled softly, joy radiating from his face. He had just achieved another breakthrough, his combat power soaring. As he walked, he examined his character attribute panel. Host, Ming. Age, 8 years. Combat power, 25 million points. Bloodline, legendary super scion. Skills, instant transmission, energy blast, 9 yang divine skill, universe shift, time pause. A combat power of 25 million. Over the span of 300 days, his combat power had increased by a staggering 24 million points. Ming felt immensely satisfied with the results of his training. Bolstered by the 5-fold increase from the Kaioken, he felt invincible. Instant transmission, time pause, coupled with an energy sphere slash. What reason do I have to feel fear? Ding. The godly selection system has activated. 1. Eliminate the invading forces from Namek led by King. Reward, time pause. 2. Engage in secluded cultivation to further enhance strength. Reward, 10x Kaioken. 3. Defeat the returning mechanical Frisia. Reward, gravity chamber enhancement to 1,000 times. Note, this selection allows for multiple choices. As Ming reveled in his excitement, several system prompts resonated in his mind. Multiple choices. Does this mean I can select them all? Ming inquired in astonishment. This is a rare benefit granted by the system, but you may only choose 2. The system replied. Ming nodded. Even if he could select all 3 options, he would not consider the second. He chose the first and third options, effectively relinquishing the second. Thus, regardless of how enticing the latter option might be, he would not pursue it. I choose the first and third, Yi Ming declared. This time, the system did not indicate that rewards would be granted immediately after selection. So he understood that he must first deal with King and Frisia's crew to claim his rewards. Whoosh. He tapped his forehead with his index and middle fingers, instantly teleporting to Namek. Upon arriving on Namek, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Timing was everything. And at that moment, numerous spacecraft were descending from outer space. Sir. As Yi Ming arrived at the village where the elder resided and gazed at the sky, a Namekian spotted him and waved enthusiastically. Hearing someone call his name, Yi Ming turned to see Nairo running towards him. Sir. Nairo bowed deeply, surprising Yi Ming. This individual was typically quite proud, only showing respect to the elder. Why was he so deferential today? The Frisia force has arrived. We hope you can lend us your strength. Nairo bowed again, sincerity evident in his tone. Namek cannot repay you, but should you ever need assistance, we shall surely lend our full support. I promised the elder that I would protect Namek once. Yi Ming replied with a slight smile, his gaze shifting to the high skies, where numerous battleships were poised for action. His vision was exceptional, even from a great height. He could clearly identify two figures, both familiar and foreign, King and Zabon. Quite interesting. I had expected mechanical Frisia to arrive first to meet his demise. Yet it seems King has come to meet his end first. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Ming's mouth as he turned to Nairo and said, Find a place to hide to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Thank you, sir. Nairo replied respectfully. Whoosh. Yi Ming refrained from saying more and directly teleported to the sky. A Scion? It seems to be that despicable monkey. As King and Zabon exited their spaceship, discussing how to locate the wretched monkey, they suddenly beheld their quarry, their faces breaking into smiles. While King and Zabon sized up Yi Ming, he too scrutinized the two of them, noting that one possessed a combat power exceeding 100 million points, a combat power of merely 23,000 points. Although lacking combat detection glasses, he possessed a system that allowed him to discern the strength of the two individuals before him, a reflection of the original narrative. Yi Ming nodded quietly in his heart. How humble a Scion, unexpectedly presenting himself at my doorstep. Sabo remarked with a cold smirk. Yi Ming shot him a frosty glance, raising his hand to unleash a finger beam. Oh no. Sabo's expression shifted dramatically. Boom. Wang swiftly intercepted the attack, fixing his gaze on Yi Ming, and calmly stated, You are indeed formidable, the most powerful Scion I have ever encountered. Yi Ming chose not to respond. However, you are not my match. No sooner had Wang spoken than he vanished from the air. The next moment, he appeared behind Yi Ming. This was not instantaneous movement. Rather, his speed had reached its zenith. Bang! Wang delivered a powerful punch. Yi Ming countered with a punch of his own. The disparity in combat power became evident, with Wang firmly planted in place, while Yi Ming was forced back several steps. Did you witness that? The gap between us is insurmountable. Wang crossed his arms, wearing a nonchalant expression. Humph. Observing Wang's composure, Yi Ming let out a cold laugh. Huh. With a thunderous roar, Yi Ming unleashed his full potential. Even a lion exerts itself fully when hunting a rabbit. Furthermore, with his combat power inferior to Wang's, he dared not afford any laxity. The five-fold Kaioken activated instantly, and upon sensing Yi Ming's sudden surge of formidable energy, Wang staggered backward. Whoosh. Instantaneous movement. Time-stop technique. The spirit slice required concentration, so he refrained from utilizing it. Thunderous blasts. Various energy blasts rained down upon Wang. A cry of agony escaped him. Yi Ming took a few steps back, his gaze fixed on the ablaze Wang. A flicker of surprise crossing his face. He had initially believed his burning ability to be impressive, yet he never anticipated its potency to be of such magnitude. Even Yi Ming found himself pondering whether the flames enveloping Wang were genuine. Cursed wretch, damn monkey. Wang writhed in agony. But Yi Ming chose not to seize the moment for a fatal strike. Instead, he observed, contemplating whether his burning ability was indeed true fire. 10 seconds passed, and Yi Ming furrowed his brow, inwardly sighing. It is not true fire, for the flames upon Wang were gradually diminishing. Yi Ming understood that true fire could not be extinguished. Anything that could be snuffed out was undoubtedly not true fire. However, the effects of the 9-yang divine skill were indeed quite formidable. Kamehameha. Yi Ming positioned his hands in the shape of a flower bud and unleashed the Kamehameha. Boom. A blue beam surged toward Wang. Just as Wang extinguished the flames, he had no time to catch his breath before Yi Ming's lethal strike arrived, and this former villain was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first task, earning the reward. Time-stop technique for killing Wang. The system's notification echoed in Yi Ming's mind. Taken aback by the sound, Yi Ming paused momentarily. Wasn't he had agreed to eliminate Wang and his cohorts? This was merely one down. An early reward. The system continued to respond, though its tone seemed somewhat unnatural. Ming pursed his lips, turning his head. His expression chillingly fierce. Die. In an instant, Ming teleported before Sabo, delivering a single punch that obliterated him. Against his enemies, he never showed mercy. Kill. That is all. Wang is dead. My heavens. If even Wang could not withstand this scion, how could we possibly stand a chance against him? Run. Help, Lord Frisia. Ming plunged into the crowd, embarking on a spree of slaughter. The air was filled with screams, cries of pain, and wails of despair. Ming fought with an emotionless demeanor. Within mere seconds, the sky was devoid of Frisia or Wang's subordinates. At that moment, an exceptionally powerful aura emanated from a nearby spaceship. Frisia. Ming turned his gaze toward the vessel, his eyes narrowing gradually. After releasing his aura, Frisia fell silent. Yet he did not keep Ming waiting long. Shortly thereafter, the diminutive Frisia emerged from the ship. Unlike their first encounter, he appeared patched and sullen. His expression a stark contrast to his previous duplicitous smile. Quite understandable. When enemies meet, animosity is palpable. At this moment, Frisia yearned to rend Ming into pieces. Frisia, Ming said coldly, last time you narrowly escaped, but this time your luck has run out. Huh. At this remark, Frisia let out a chilling laugh, raising his hand to fire a finger beam. Bang. Ming raised his hand to deflect the attack, which detonated in the sky. Oh, not bad, not bad. It seems your strength has improved considerably since our last encounter. Frisia noted with a raised eyebrow, nodding in acknowledgement. However, to be frank, I rather enjoy watching you struggle. It makes my revenge all the more gratifying. As he spoke, he burst into laughter. In tandem with his laughter, his form shifted dramatically, skipping over the second and third forms to enter his final transformation. This was his ultimate form, which he deemed the most powerful and perfect state. Ming's expression remained unchanged. Unlike Wang, who unleashed his full strength directly, Frisia embodied a peculiar confidence. Though transformed into his fourth form, his combat power was but 50 million. Upon his transformation, Frisia coldly regarded Ming, extending a finger. Boom. This time, he did not gather energy. He simply unleashed a direct strike. Boom. The speed was so swift that even Ming could not react in time, and the attack sent him hurtling away. Let me see how long you can continue to struggle. The mechanical Frisia's figure flickered, reappearing behind Ming, grinning menacingly as he delivered a punch. Ming was unable to evade, crashing heavily to the ground. Lowly trash. Did you think you were formidable? I must say, you have utterly disappointed me. Frisia looked down from his lofty position, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He slowly extended his right hand, gathering a massive red energy sphere in his palm. No longer wasting time, ready to eliminate Ming. Meanwhile, Ming gradually rose from the crater, stretching his body, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Unlike his battle with Wang, he understood that Frisia would undoubtedly give his all. However, this arrogant fellow had yet to realize that his father was already dead, and he would surely incrementally enhance his strength. Moreover, being young and lacking systematic training, his physical body could not withstand excessive power and would have to progress slowly. This realization thrilled Ming, for he could use Frisia as a means to hone his skills. Whoosh! Ming soared into the sky, and upon seeing him return to the air, Frisia casually hurled the energy sphere at him. Not enough. Ming charged forward, colliding with Frisia and batting the energy sphere away, causing it to explode nearby. Bang! A punch. In the spirit of reciprocity, Ming retaliated with a punch, sending Frisia flying. Whoosh! Instantaneous movement. Ming abruptly materialized before Frisia, his hands clenched tightly as he struck fiercely at the tyrant's head. Chapter 10. The Martial Wisdom of Wukong. Boom. Frisia was struck by this blow and, akin to before, crashed to the ground, creating a substantial crater. Emerging from the pit, Frisia was astounded by Ming's formidable power. It had only been a brief interval since their last encounter. Yet this fellow had transformed into such a powerhouse. Frisia, do not be too astonished. The main event is yet to unfold. Ming laughed heartily from the heights, gradually augmenting his combat prowess, as the white aura enveloping him morphed into a resplendent golden hue. What? Ming's battle power soared unexpectedly, leaving Frisia in a state of shock once more. Huh? Ming bent forward in midair, fists clenched, unleashing a series of furious roars. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the crescendo of his roars, the aura surrounding him transitioned from white to gold, ultimately becoming entirely golden. Not only that, his hair shifted from black to a striking purplish red. This was the false Super Saiyan form, a state previously achieved by both son Wukong and the former Broly. Though not an authentic Super Saiyan, it bore similar effects. This transformation was the result of countless attempts within the hyperbolic time chamber, where he had struggled to attain the Super Saiyan form, failing repeatedly until, after hundreds of tries, he finally succeeded. Though it was merely the false Super Saiyan form, it still possessed immense power. At that time, he consulted the system, which calculated that this form could yield a 20-fold increase in battle power. And this was merely the beginning, as he was still not fully adept in this state. With increasing familiarity, the multiplier would gradually rise, potentially reaching an extraordinary 120 times. Only then would he truly embody the essence of a Super Saiyan. Witnessing Yi Ming's transformation, Frisia's expression grew increasingly grim. Had his hair not been devoid of golden hue, he might have mistakenly believed he was facing the legendary Super Saiyan. Frisia, rest assured, I do not intend to utilize this power fully. I merely wish to instill a sense of fear within you, Yi Ming coldly remarked before reverting to his original form. Upon transforming into the false Super Saiyan, his battle power surged to an astounding 1 billion. A billion in battle power was a far cry from 1 or 200 million. A mere punch could easily dispatch Frisia. This is exceedingly dull. Originally, he had intended to hone his skills through combat, naturally not seeking to obliterate Frisia from the outset. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Ming sprang into action, his speed astonishing. As he appeared before Frisia in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful blow. The speed was so swift that Frisia had no time to react, only able to cry out in pain. So weak. Yi Ming shook his head. Frisia now appeared utterly dazed, completely incapable of countering, no matter how he was provoked. Yi Ming sighed inwardly. Frisia had once been a formidable boss, but now he was utterly feeble before him, devoid of any possibility of resistance. Yi Ming understood that he could effortlessly eliminate Frisia at any moment should he choose to do so. Frisia, you best unleash your full capabilities, otherwise, do not blame me for what transpires next, Yi Ming coldly declared after striking Frisia away. You despicable scion. Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Frisia, having steadied himself in midair, contorted his face into a terrifying grimace. Simultaneously, his aura and battle power surged dramatically. Previously at 50 million, his power skyrocketed to 70 million with his furious roar. And within a second, it reached 90 million. Trash. I will see you dead. Moments later, Frisia, incensed, felt his battle power escalate once more, swiftly breaching the threshold. Huh. Frisia's roar prompted Yi Ming to raise an eyebrow. This fellow had actually exceeded his limits? When had the Frost Demon race become so easily angered and thus empowered? Astonished, Yi Ming observed as Frisia's battle power ascended to trash. Ultimately, it stabilized at die. Whoosh. Frisia charged toward Yi Ming. TSK. Yi Ming smirked. He discerned that although Frisia's battle power had increased, his speed had considerably diminished compared to before. Whoosh. Yi Ming employed instantaneous movement, appearing beside Frisia repeatedly, occasionally launching sneak attacks, firing energy blasts, or executing uncharged half-moon slashes. Before long, Frisia's body was riddled with wounds. Trash. If you have the courage, confront me head-on. Frisia seethed with rage, nearly on the brink of collapse from Yi Ming's guerrilla tactics. As you wish. Yi Ming's voice resonated, and in an instant, his figure materialized before Frisia. Huh. Before Frisia could make a move, Yi Ming unleashed a mighty shout, transforming into the false Super Saiyan once more. His purplish-red hair ablaze with golden flames. Unlike the Broly and Sun Wukong from the original tale, Yi Ming's false Super Saiyan form retained a normal gaze. Fully mastering this state, since you have chosen to meet your end prematurely, I shall oblige. Initially, he had intended to employ a strategy of weakness against strength to refine his combat experience. However, seeing Frisia's unwillingness to cooperate and his direct eruption of peak power, Yi Ming resolved not to continue foolishly countering strength with weakness. Whoosh. Instantaneous movement. In the false Super Saiyan state, Yi Ming felt his speed in using instantaneous movement had slightly increased, surprising him. What could be faster than instantaneous movement? The speed of light? Contemplating this, Yi Ming shook his head, disinterested in further speculation. At that moment, he had closed the distance to Frisia, extending a hand to grasp tightly around his neck. To end your life is but a thought away. Yi Ming gazed at Frisia's reddening face, a cold smile gracing his lips as he applied a modicum of pressure. Crack. Frisia's head tilted slightly, his complexion rapidly returning to calm, only to turn pale moments later. The notorious cosmic villain Frisia had thus met his demise. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the third choice and receiving the reward, a 1000x gravity chamber. The system's notification reverberated within Yi Ming's mind as he casually hurled Frisia's head into the sky, then with a wave of his hand, obliterated it into fragments. Time flew by, and Yi Ming plunged into a fervent training regimen. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Now, It seemed he had encountered a bottleneck. One day, Ming awoke from his training, his brow furrowed. He had just emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, where, during the first half of his stay, his battle power had surged, yet in the following months, he experienced almost no change. He had frequently encountered such situations over the years, but previously, recovery and growth would occur within a day or two. This time, however, it persisted for 2 to 3 months, leaving him perplexed. Ming decided not to dwell further on it, but instead focused on examining his attribute panel. Host, Ming. Age, 13 years. Battle power, 500 million points. Limit burst, 1 billion points. Bloodline, legendary Super Saiyan. Skills, instantaneous movement, finger cannon, 9-yang divine skill, cosmic shifting. Time stop technique. To be honest, he felt dissatisfied with his current battle power. Despite his earnest training, after several years, his battle power had only risen to this extent, which was quite peculiar. Do not be deceived by his ability to unleash a staggering power of 1 billion points. Even in the state of a 5-fold Kaioken, he merely reaches 50 billion points. While a fighting power of 50 billion is undeniably formidable at present, it pales in comparison to that of true masters. Fortunately, I have now transformed into a mimetically enhanced Super Saiyan, granting me a 50-fold increase, enabling me to achieve 500 billion points in my ultimate state. Ming took a deep breath, lamenting that the mimetically enhanced Super Saiyan form is difficult to sustain for long periods, with his body under constant strain. He mused that if this form could maintain stability akin to full power, then even without transforming into a Super Saiyan 1 for a 120-fold increase, endurance would not be an issue. Alas, there are no ifs. Ming sighed, his face now adorned with a resolute expression. Through diligent training, one will surely reap rewards. It has been 5 years. It is time to revisit Earth, he murmured. Now 13 years old, he noted that Bulma is nearly 9, and Goku is 5, an optimal age for Saiyan training. Bardock has treated him well, and Ming is not ungrateful. He plans to take some time to guide young Goku, who is currently at an impasse in his own training. With determination, Ming utilized instant transmission to return to Earth. At this moment, in the skies above the Baozi Mountain, he pondered, has Gohan already perished? Sensing around him, he found no trace of Gohan's ki, momentarily taken aback. However, the original story did not specify when Gohan met his end, and he quickly dismissed the thought. With a swift motion, Ming materialized at the doorstep of Goku's home atop Baozi Mountain. At this time, young Goku appeared unchanged from his initial introduction, both in stature and appearance. The boy was diligently practicing his punches in a horse stance. Upon Ming's unexpected arrival, Goku's eyes widened in surprise as he quickly ceased his movements and stood at attention, then rushed over to scrutinize Ming. Eventually, he leapt onto Ming's back, turning around to stare at him with wide eyes, even tugging at Ming's face in astonishment, exclaiming, "Who are you? Get down." Ming's expression immediately soured. This child was far too mischievous to dare pull at his face. Hee, Goku teased, pinching his own cheek and making a silly face before jumping down. Suddenly, he noticed the tail at Ming's waist, his eyes widening even further. "A tail? You have a tail too." Hearing Goku's exclamation, Ming revealed his tail, giving it a few playful swishes. "I am Ming, a Saiyan." "A Saiyan? What is a Saiyan? Is it delicious?" Goku looked at Ming with a perplexed expression. Ming understood at a glance, uninterested in explaining further, and instead asked, "Goku, do you enjoy practicing martial arts? I can teach you." "You?" Goku grinned widely, shaking his head emphatically. "You want to do? Since Grandpa left, no one on Baozi Mountain can defeat me. I am not from Baozi Mountain. I hail from elsewhere." Ming chuckled softly. "Oh." Goku's eyes lit up as he darted around Ming, preparing to speak, but Ming suddenly reached out, giving him a firm rap on the head. Instantly, a bump formed on Goku's skull. "Ouch." He clutched his head, grimacing in pain. "You hit me? Then I'll hit you back." Goku stepped back a few paces, enduring the pain, and assumed a combat stance. Seeing this posture, Ming couldn't help but smile knowingly. That move was all too familiar. "You are not my match," he chuckled, shaking his head. "Only I can strike you. You cannot touch me." "Humph. I don't believe it. I am strong." Goku frowned, his body slightly bending, signaling his intent to attack. "Let us make a wager. If you lose, you must agree to one thing I ask of you. If I lose, I will grant you one of your requests. How does that sound?" Ming proposed with a smile. "Like this?" Goku furrowed his brow even tighter, biting his lip as he scratched his head in contemplation. "But Grandpa said that honest and kind people should not bully others. This isn't bullying. You will fight me, and if you lose, you will call me Big Brother and follow my instructions. If you win, sorry, but you won." Ming laughed. Currently, young Goku's fighting power is merely 8 points, 2 points weaker than at the beginning of the original story. With such meager strength, even a thousand-fold increase would not make him a worthy opponent in Yi Ming's eyes. Thus, the idea of losing? Impossible. Goku, upon hearing this, snorted dismissively. He could hardly believe he was so weak. I must defeat him, so he never underestimates me again. He thought to himself, nodding in agreement. All right, I accept. Seeing Goku's agreement, Yi Ming smiled. He took a couple of steps back, refraining from initiating an attack, as his current power level might inadvertently leave a psychological scar on the young boy, who had yet to fully mature and was easily affected. Thus, he intended to evade while pointing out the flaws in Goku's attacks. Are you not going to make a move? Goku, just about to charge, paused upon noticing Yi Ming merely smiling at him, motionless. My strength far surpasses yours. Should I strike, you would not last a second, Yi Ming stated plainly. Without sugarcoating his words, Goku's eyes widened at this declaration, yet his innocent mind did not perceive Yi Ming's words as condescension. Rather, he grew more serious. Then I must be cautious. Suddenly, Goku withdrew his limbs, pressed his palms together, bowed to Yi Ming, then lifted his leg once more, striking a familiar combat pose. Yi Ming, witnessing this little one's demeanor, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Those were cherished memories. He distinctly recalled Goku's polite demeanor during his first participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The difference was that back then, he had secured a decisive victory. This time, however, defeat was all but certain. As Yi Ming contemplated, Goku wasted no time, shouting and charging directly at him. Thud, thud, thud. Though Goku's power was limited, his spirit was indomitable. Each strike was accompanied by a shout, and his attacks were delivered with surprising speed and accuracy. Of course, his quickness only appeared impressive against those weaker or equal in strength to him. To Yi Ming, Goku's assaults resembled slow motion. He easily evaded them as though sipping water. Chapter 11. A Visit to Bulma. As he leisurely dodged, Yi Ming remarked, your attacks, though swift, lack a certain ferocity and decisiveness. Goku, remember this. He understood that in the original narrative, Goku's somewhat indecisive nature often led to unnecessary troubles. In his view, if Goku were a bit more resolute, not even the first generation of Demon King Piccolo, the cosmic villain Frieza, or the various formidable bosses like Cell could inflict harm upon him. Yet, as Yi Ming pondered, he realized that this very trait seemed to be part of Goku's charm, evoking both affection and frustration. If he were to alter it, would he still be the Goku he knew? With this thought, Yi Ming sighed inwardly. If he truly wished to alter the essence of young Wukong, the task would be quite effortless at this tender age. However, the question remains, would such a transformation of his character be genuinely beneficial for him? Not necessarily. Therefore, it is best to let things unfold naturally. Thank you for your reminder. Indeed. One must acknowledge that although young Wukong does not possess a particularly powerful lineage, his status as the protagonist endows him with remarkable comprehension. Upon grasping Yi Ming's words, he swiftly recognized his shortcomings, and his subsequent attacks became significantly more vigorous. After several exchanges, the little fellow could distinctly sense Yi Ming's formidable strength. The intangible pressure made him acutely aware that this individual before him was undoubtedly a master. He couldn't help but think that he was, in fact, no match for this man. Wukong, be cautious. Yi Ming's voice suddenly echoed, and in the next instant, his hand was already before young Wukong. Bang! With merely a gentle flick to Wukong's forehead, the distracted boy was sent flying. Impressive. Young Wukong steadied himself midair, a serious expression gracing his face. However, I am not to be underestimated. Despite acknowledging Yi Ming's prowess, he did not perceive himself as weak. Gripping the ground firmly, he charged towards Yi Ming with fervor. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, Wukong's strikes intensified, yet Yi Ming merely used a single finger to fend off his onslaught. Moments later, 10 minutes had elapsed. Young Wukong was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. In stark contrast, Yi Ming remained unperturbed, not a bead of perspiration on his brow. His face perpetually adorned with a faint smile. No more. I am no match for you. You are too strong. After one final attack, young Wukong staggered back several steps, gasping for breath, shaking his head in defeat. His combat prowess was still too weak. Facing Yi Ming, his opponent could gradually wear him down without even lifting a finger. Yi Ming chose to relent, halting his demonstration. By the way, how did you know my name? After resting for a moment and recovering somewhat, young Wukong suddenly recalled something and looked at Yi Ming in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming grinned. Because I am your elder brother. Young Wukong scratched his head, finding this somewhat peculiar, yet his innocent nature prompted no further contemplation, and he inquired, Elder brother, what is your name? Yi Ming. As days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, a year had swiftly passed. Yi Ming was now 14, while young Wukong had reached the age of 6. Throughout this year, Yi Ming's combat prowess had not undergone significant changes. His normal maximum output remained at 1 billion, yet upon transforming into his Super Saiyan mimic state, his power multiplier had escalated to 70 times. This led Yi Ming to ponder whether he was awaiting the moment he could flawlessly transform into a Super Saiyan 1, at which point his cultivation would enable his combat strength to surge further. Elder brother Yi Ming, I can finally fly. Woof. Just as Yi Ming was lost in thought, young Wukong's excited voice rang out from the sky. A week prior, he had taught young Wukong the art of flight. This lad was truly a martial arts prodigy, mastering the skill in mere days, and now he flew effortlessly, spinning in the air with ease. Wukong, I am leaving. Yi Ming called out to the still swirling figure of Wukong. What? Whoosh. Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, young Wukong's expression changed dramatically. He hastily descended and leaped onto Yi Ming's back, wrapping his arms around his neck and feigning ignorance, saying, What did you say, elder brother Yi Ming? I didn't hear you. Haha. Yi Ming laughed heartily, unable to contain himself. This boy had evidently learned to be increasingly unreasonable. In truth, Yi Ming had contemplated departing 6 months prior, as he feared that if he continued teaching, young Wukong's combat power might soon exceed 1,000. Now, after half a year, young Wukong's strength had indeed ascended, soaring to 1,000 points. One must remember that there were still 5 or 6 years until the events of Dragon Ball commenced. At that time, after rigorous training, how rapidly would this young lad advance? Yi Ming estimated that by the time the Dragon Ball saga began, young Wukong's combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass 10,000. Fortunately, Yi Ming had not devoted himself wholeheartedly to teaching. Had he done so, Wukong's strength could have exceeded 10,000 within a year. I also want to follow elder brother Yi Ming away from Baozi Mountain. Young Wukong jumped down from Yi Ming's back, his expression serious. The outside world is far too perilous. There are many who are stronger than you. You should remain here at Baozi Mountain and train diligently. I will return periodically to assess your progress. If I catch you slacking off, I shall give you a good thrashing, Yi Ming stated with a stern face. Rest assured, I will train diligently. Young Wukong stood tall, lifting his head and adopting a serious demeanor. Yet, mere seconds later, a look of confusion crossed his face. Are there really that many people outside who are stronger than elder brother Yi Ming? In his eyes, Yi Ming was the strongest. The notion that anyone could surpass him was unfathomable. Indeed, Yi Ming nodded. Keep striving. Put in more effort. Young Wukong waved his hand, exclaiming with excitement. Farewell, young Wukong. Yi Ming waved goodbye, his figure gradually vanishing from Wukong's sight. Elder brother Yi Ming. Yi Ming's sudden departure left young Wukong momentarily stunned, and it took several seconds for him to regain his composure, tears beginning to fall. He rushed to where Yi Ming had stood, scanning the surroundings. Alas! At that moment, high in the sky, Yi Ming let out a gentle sigh. Having spent a year with young Wukong, their bond had grown profoundly. To be frank, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, sometimes circumstances necessitate difficult choices. He had to leave young Wukong, not out of fear of his rapid growth, but rather to ensure that the boy would endure challenges and not become overly reliant on him. Otherwise, in the future, a Son Goku who was both familiar and foreign might emerge. That was not a sight he wished to behold. Where to go now? After departing from Baozi Mountain, Yi Ming walked along a winding path, his brow furrowed as he contemplated his next destination. Perhaps I should pay a visit to Bulma? The thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, and his eyes brightened. He was now 14, and Bulma was 10. What must 10-year-old Bulma be like now? With that in mind, he resolved to meet her. A preliminary encounter would allow him to leave a favorable impression. A smile graced Yi Ming's lips as he utilized instant transmission to arrive above Bulma's home in West City. After gently descending, he contemplated his approach and made his way towards a quaint villa. Before long, he stood at the villa's entrance, his face revealing a nostalgic yet eager smile as he surveyed the surroundings. Having witnessed the scenes of Bulma's home countless times in the anime, while the images in his mind were somewhat hazy, upon seeing them in person, those indistinct memories became vividly clear. Moreover, he had visited once years prior, so he was certain this was indeed Bulma's residence. Ding dong. Yi Ming took a deep breath and rang the doorbell. After a few presses, he halted, waiting in silence. Before long, approximately 10 seconds later, a short-haired, blue-haired girl of around 10 years old, dressed in a floral white dress, bounced to the door. Bulma. Yi Ming squinted, recognizing that the girl rushing toward the entrance was none other than the heroine of the Dragon Ball world, Bulma. My goodness. The 10-year-old Bulma appears to be even more vivacious than she does at the onset of the Dragon Ball storyline. Yi Ming was somewhat astonished. Logically, one would expect little difference in children aged 10 to 16 within the anime. Perhaps witnessing the divergence from the original work firsthand was the reason for his surprise, as he was now experiencing it from a first-person perspective, truly beholding Bulma. Yi Ming pondered silently. May I inquire who you are looking for? Bulma had arrived at the villa's entrance, her striking blue-violet eyes fixated on Yi Ming, sparkling with curiosity. It was evident that, regardless of the world, handsome boys were quite popular among adolescent girls. Hello, young lady. My name is Yi Ming, and I have a matter I wish to discuss with Dr. Brief. Yi Ming stated. At 14, addressing the 10-year-old Bulma as young lady felt entirely appropriate. Consequently, Bulma did not find this odd. After a moment's contemplation, she did not immediately open the door. Instead, she offered a slight bow. I am Bulma. The Dr. Brief you mentioned is my father. He is not home today. Perhaps you could return in a few days? Dr. Brief is not at home. Yi Ming faltered momentarily, though this pause was feigned. To approach Bulma, he needed a plausible reason. Otherwise, an unannounced visit would surely raise suspicions. As Dr. Brief was a scientist, this served as his best excuse. Indeed. Bulma nodded with a smile. Very well. If my father returns today, please inform him that someone will visit again in a few days. Yi Ming nodded in agreement, returning her smile. Certainly. In the original narrative, Bulma exhibited a bit of a crush in the early stages, while she still demonstrated a hint of infatuation now. It was not the mindless kind. Her rationality was evident in her decision not to open the door immediately. She smiled at Yi Ming and then slowly turned to depart from the villa's entrance. Yi Ming refrained from lingering, having exchanged pleasantries before soaring into the sky. Oh. The principle that excess in all things can be detrimental was clear as day to him. Oh my. Yi Ming was entirely oblivious that as he turned and ascended into the heavens, Bulma had glanced back to see if he had left. Just then, she chanced upon the spectacle of him soaring skyward. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, and she instinctively pinched her cheek. Upon feeling the sting, her eyes widened even further. Could he possibly be an angel? Or perhaps he harbors a pair of invisible wings. Regardless, Yi Ming's aerial grace left an indelible impression on Bulma. His silhouette etched deeply in her memory. In a few days, he would return. Therefore, Bulma must inquire about him. She blinked her blue-violet eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Thus, the initial encounter between Yi Ming and Bulma transpired rather lightly. They exchanged only a few words and scarcely exchanged glances. Yet, for both, the other left an unforgettable imprint. Meanwhile, Yi Ming, having ascended into the sky, pondered for a moment before descending. He exchanged some peculiar cosmic trinkets for currency at a pawn shop in West City and subsequently rented a modest abode nearby. After attending to his affairs, an hour whisked by in an instant, and Yi Ming collapsed onto the sofa, closing his eyes in pretense of slumber. Presently, he estimated that his combat power would not see significant improvement in the short term. Thus, his primary focus was on enhancing his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. He even speculated that, whether in the short or long term, absent life and death trials, his combat power likely would not increase substantially. Of course, these were merely his conjectures. He himself was baffled as to why such a bottleneck existed. In the days that followed, Yi Ming did not dwell on these thoughts, indulging in the necessities of life. 3 days later, he once again found himself at Bulma's doorstep. This time, it was not Bulma who answered, but rather his long-awaited Dr. Brief. He appraised the renowned scientist from the Dragon Ball universe, noting that, set a few years prior to the beginning of the Dragon Ball saga, Dr. Brief appeared somewhat younger than in the original narrative. Hello, Dr. Brief, Yi Ming greeted. Immediately, Dr. Brief responded with a warm smile. Young man, I recognize you. Yi Ming, correct? Bulma mentioned you to me a few days ago. What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. Shaking his head with a smile. I have come to request your assistance in repairing my spaceship. I believe you possess some knowledge in this area. Indeed, Yi Ming continued. Perhaps once my ship is repaired, you might even consider crafting your own spaceship. This had been the carefully concocted line he had devised over the past few days. As he had observed Dr. Brief's research direction and was confident this proposal would not be dismissed. A spaceship? Dr. Brief exclaimed in surprise. How do you know I would construct a spaceship? The technology is not yet advanced enough for that. Moreover, how did you acquire a spaceship? As he spoke, he scrutinized Yi Ming through the iron bars, his gaze widening upon noticing the tail wrapped around Yi Ming's waist. Wait a moment. Are you an alien? Indeed, Dr. Brief, Yi Ming admitted readily, smiling. I hail from the distant planet Vegeta, where we are known as Saiyans. 6 years ago, my planet was destroyed, and I escaped to Earth. Thus, I hope you can assist me. After hearing Yi Ming's words, Dr. Brief furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Yi Ming observed him in silence, refraining from interruption. After a while, Dr. Brief sighed gently, gradually opening the villa's grand door to invite Yi Ming inside. Chapter 12, A Choice Among Three. Yi Ming nodded inwardly, his face illuminating with gratitude. Soon, he followed Dr. Brief into his laboratory. However, a slight disappointment washed over him as Bulma seemed to be absent. He had not encountered her along the way, nor sensed her presence at all. While I am indeed researching spaceships, creating one is still quite a challenge, Dr. Brief remarked as they entered the laboratory. Do not set your expectations too high. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Despite the advanced technology of the Dragon Ball world's Earth, it remained limited to the planet itself. Venturing beyond Earth proved quite difficult. In the original narrative, Dr. Brief was able to construct spaceships for Goku and the others because he had a small spacecraft brought back by Goku as a reference. For Ming, the spaceship was merely a pretext. His true intention was to forge a closer connection with Bulma and leave a favorable impression on her. Ming bowed slightly. Regardless, I am immensely grateful to you, Dr. Brief. Moreover, I believe that my battered spaceship holds research value for you. Even if it cannot be repaired, you may still glean considerable knowledge from it. Who can predict the future? Ming maintained a positive demeanor, which prompted Dr. Brief to nod approvingly. His earlier statement about Earth's technology being inadequate did not entirely dismiss his own capabilities. In fact, he had substantial knowledge regarding spaceships, which was why Ming's mention of the vessel had surprised him, leading him to inquire how Ming knew he was capable of constructing one, rather than outright claiming it was impossible. If Ming's battered ship truly existed, it might indeed prove beneficial, perhaps even leading to the creation of a spaceship in the future. I can assist you in repairing or even constructing a new spaceship. But what can you offer me in return? Dr. Brief nodded inwardly, his impression of Ming undeniably favorable. However, despite this positive sentiment, Dr. Brief was no intimate acquaintance of Ming. This was their first encounter. Naturally, he needed to negotiate terms regarding the laborious and thankless task of repairing the spacecraft. Although the ship held research value, he would be far more inclined to delve deeper into its mysteries if there were tangible rewards. Perhaps this extraterrestrial being would surprise him greatly. Ultimately, he was merely an individual consumed by the pursuit of knowledge, eager to unearth more alien information from Ming to enrich his understanding, hence his desire for compensation. Upon hearing Dr. Brief's words, Ming began to ponder. A smile gradually spread across his face, as if a brilliant idea had struck him. He promptly retrieved a small vial from his pocket. Inside the vial lay 10 magical beans, which he believed would be an invaluable treasure for Dr. Brief. Upon noticing the vial and a bean that Ming produced, Dr. Brief's expression morphed into one of astonishment, uncertain of what this young man was presenting. Dr. Brief. These are known as Senzu beans. There are practitioners in the universe akin to martial artists on Earth. These remarkable beans can restore one's energy and vitality instantaneously when consumed, alleviating fatigue or injury. Ming explained with a smile, not allowing Dr. Brief to continue his wild speculations. Dr. Brief blinked in astonishment, his brows arching slightly as he turned his gaze towards the Senzu bean in Ming's hand, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Consuming one of these beans can sustain a person for several days without the need for food or drink, Ming continued. At this revelation, Dr. Brief's eyes gleamed with excitement. Might this precious vial of Senzu beans serve as compensation for the restoration or even the construction of a spacecraft? Ming inquired, observing Dr. Brief's expression and grinning broadly. Certainly, Dr. Brief readily acquiesced, just as Ming had anticipated, eliciting an even wider smile from him as he casually extended the vial. Can you fabricate a spacecraft within a fortnight? Alternatively, could you repair my current ship? Dr. Brief accepted the vial, contemplated for a moment, and shook his head. A fortnight is far too brief. It will take at least 3 months. His hesitation stemmed not from doubt in his skills, but rather from the necessity of thoroughly examining Ming's dilapidated vessel. Upon receiving this response, Ming's heart soared with joy, for it signified that he would have ample time to cultivate his relationship with Bulma over the coming months. He then retrieved an oval-shaped small spacecraft from his system backpack. Is this truly a spacecraft? Dr. Brief inquired, his surprise non-existent given the existence of capsules on Earth. He excitedly circled the craft, examining it with fervor, exclaiming in delight. Indeed, Ming replied with a slight smile. At that moment, he suddenly sensed Bulma's presence. Excellent, excellent, Dr. Brief exclaimed, rushing into a small room and emerging fully equipped, clearly eager to commence his research on the spacecraft. Ming cast him a glance and slowly exited the laboratory, realizing he was utterly unversed in technology and could offer no assistance. Moreover, even if he understood, he was reluctant to help. Soon, Ming found himself meandering through the villa. Suddenly, he halted, astonished to see a young lady before him. I recall your name is Bulma, is it not? Hello. It is a pleasure to see you again. Ming, big brother? Bulma, who had just returned from searching for Dr. Brief to confirm Ming's arrival, was elated upon spotting the individual she had been thinking of for days. She called out excitedly and began to sprint toward him, only to inadvertently twist her ankle midway. Losing her balance. With a shriek, she instinctively closed her eyes. In an instant, Yi Ming appeared beside her, steadying her before she could fall. I've got you, it's all right. His gentle voice resonated in Bulma's ears, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Her cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson. Bulma, you truly are quite adorable. Yi Ming mused inwardly as he gazed at the bashful girl before him. Yi Ming, big brother, I have something to attend to. Let us meet another day. As she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, she wriggled free from his embrace. Lowering her head to steal a glance at him before dashing away, her face hidden behind her hands. From a distance, her soft voice could be heard, too faint for anyone else to discern. She truly is quite charming, Yi Ming smiled. Noting that the Bulma before him was a far cry from the somewhat tomboyish Bulma he remembered from the Dragon Ball series. The current Bulma was undeniably endearing. Adjusting his mood, he utilized instant transmission to depart from Bulma's home, deciding to allow the girl her space as she navigated her shyness. He desired a gradual progression, rather than an immediate leap. In the days that followed, Yi Ming frequently visited Bulma's residence, and over time, their bond deepened. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. One midday, Yi Ming returned to Bulma's home. Yi Ming, big brother, where have you been these past few days? Why have you not come to play with me? Upon seeing him, Bulma, donned in a blue dress, immediately pouted. As a martial artist, I must devote time to training. Without strength, how can I protect my girlfriend in the future? Yi Ming chuckled, patting her head as he explained, finding her pout particularly adorable. At the mention of the word girlfriend, Bulma's face turned the color of a ripe apple. Without a second thought, she took the statement as a reference to herself. By the way, I remember you can fly, Yi Ming, big brother. That must be incredible. Could you teach me how to cultivate? After indulging in daydreams for a brief moment, she looked at Yi Ming with newfound seriousness. You wish to cultivate? Yi Ming paused, contemplating. Teaching Bulma to cultivate was indeed feasible, but the original narrative had not indicated her aptitude for such endeavors. What if she lacked talent? He certainly did not wish to see her in tears. Teaching you is no issue, but it will be arduous. Are you prepared to endure? After much deliberation, he spoke earnestly. Bulma's eyes widened at his words, her lips forming a pout. Is it really that difficult? I might not be able to handle it. I can hardly be bothered to run. Yi Ming chuckled, fully aware that she was not one for hardship. No worries, I will be here for you. You need not cultivate if you do not wish to. Looking into Bulma's beautiful eyes, he spoke sincerely. At his words, Bulma's eyes widened, her mind already conjuring images of herself marrying Yi Ming. I am willing, she whispered shyly, closing her eyes as she uttered those words. The unexpected proclamation caught Yi Ming off guard, but after a moment's reflection, he concluded that Bulma must have been agreeing to let him protect her. Bulma. Yi Ming waved his hand in front of her, and when she shyly opened her eyes, he smiled and said, though my abilities are commendable, I cannot be by your side at all times. It's better to prepare for the unforeseen. Therefore, I believe it's essential to strengthen your physique, at least to ensure you are not so fragile. All right, I will heed brother Yi Ming. Due to her earlier fantasies, Bulma's gaze towards Yi Ming became gentler, and she nodded softly. Without further ado, for the next few days, Yi Ming would visit Bulma's home each morning, guiding her through some basic training. He did not aspire to transform her into a master. He merely wished for her to be capable of self-defense, and that sufficed. A week flew by, and Yi Ming felt gratified to see that Bulma, who had been a complete novice in combat, had now developed a modicum of fighting prowess. How formidable was this newfound strength, you wonder? Yi Ming pondered, concluding it might be akin to the force of a full-strength strike from a 15 or 16-year-old youth. However, this power was still insufficient for self-protection, prompting Yi Ming to believe Bulma needed further training. Thus, for the subsequent month, Yi Ming continued to train Bulma. Initially, she approached it with a casual attitude, but later discovered that she gradually enjoyed the sensation of becoming stronger. From her initial laziness, she transformed into a diligent practitioner, and her combat abilities increased incrementally. Presently, Bulma possessed a combat power of 10. It is noteworthy that when the Dragon Ball saga commenced, a 12-year-old Goku boasted a similar level. Given that Bulma had only trained for a brief period, her achievement of 10 combat power revealed that she was not devoid of talent. Moreover, there were still several years before the Dragon Ball storyline began. If she continued her training at this pace, what heights could her combat power reach? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Ming was struck by an idea: to train Bulma into a formidable warrior. Yet, upon observing the fatigue etched on Bulma's delicate face, he felt a pang of compassion, and the notion dissipated. It is better to take a gradual approach. Granting her a few years to develop her skills will yield results, and she will ultimately be capable of safeguarding herself, he mused. Time flew by, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. 6 years ago, during his peak, Yi Ming's standard combat power could reach 1 billion points, soaring up to 70 times that in his pseudo-Super Saiyan form. Now, 6 years later, his standard combat power during maximum exertion had surged to 15 billion points. However, 3 years prior, he encountered a troubling issue. It became increasingly challenging to enter his pseudo-Super Saiyan state. Now, he found himself utterly unable to access that form, leaving Yi Ming perplexed. Notably, even without training, his combat power increased by 100,000 points daily. Moreover, his recovery after each training session accelerated, and the energy within him deepened, as if it would never deplete. Yi Ming found himself doubting whether his legendary Super Saiyan bloodline had inexplicably evolved. After all, his Super Saiyan lineage was not innate. It awakened gradually through his relentless efforts. This led him to contemplate another possibility. Furrowing his brow, Yi Ming mused that perhaps the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline he possessed differed from those depicted in the original work, such as the old and new versions of Broly. Perhaps it was the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline of this real-world system. Is this line of thought plausible? Yi Ming silently inquired. The system remained unresponsive, as it often did when he posed such questions. Beep. Clarifying future directions. The divine selection process has commenced. Option 1. Seek the Super Dragon Balls, summon the Eternal Dragon, and assemble a Saiyan army. Reward, Primordial Saiyan Bloodline. Option 2. Fulfill a dream from my past life by participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament of the Dragon Ball universe and claiming victory. Reward, Ancient Saiyan Bloodline. Option 3. Establish a formal romantic relationship with Bulma. Reward, Bloodline Fusion Pill. Note, multiple selections are permitted for this round of choices. Just as Yi Ming prepared to leave his modest apartment, the system unexpectedly presented him with 3 options, allowing for multiple selections without any indication to limit himself to 2. Thus, he could choose all 3. 1, 2, 3. I want them all, Yi Ming declared eagerly. Selection successful. Rewards will be delivered upon task completion. Chapter 13. A bond established. After the system's announcement, silence enveloped it once more. The prospect of acquiring the ancient Saiyan bloodline, the primordial Saiyan bloodline, along with a bloodline fusion pill, alongside his legendary Super Saiyan lineage, caused Yi Ming's gaze to grow progressively colder. As if he could already envision the moment he would possess the most potent bloodline in the Dragon Ball universe. The fusion of these 3 supreme Saiyan bloodlines. How immensely powerful would that be? It was simply unfathomable. In an instant, Yi Ming transported himself to Bulma's residence. The 16-year-old Bulma had blossomed into an enchanting young woman, even more striking than her initial depiction in the anime. Brother Yi Ming. Upon his arrival in Bulma's room, he found her peering through a magnifying glass at a small yellow orb on her desk. Hearing his footsteps, she turned and her face instantly lit up with a joyful smile. Thud. She set down the magnifying glass and leaped toward Yi Ming. Bulma had gained a bit of weight. Yi Ming playfully pinched her nose, and she scrunched it adorably in response. I have not. By the way, Brother Yi Ming, let me show you this. Suddenly recalling something, Bulma hopped out of his embrace and dashed back to her desk, returning with a yellow orb adorned with stars. A 2-star ball. Yi Ming's eyes brightened upon seeing the object in Bulma's hands. A 2-star ball? What is that? Bulma asked, her expression one of confusion. This is a Dragon Ball. When all 7 are gathered, you can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can grant you a wish, Yi Ming explained with a smile. What? How extraordinary! Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Ming smiled faintly as he inspected the Dragon Ball, suddenly recalling the timeline. It was now the year 749 of the age, precisely when the Dragon Ball saga was set to unfold. Time indeed flies, Yi Ming reflected. Having arrived in this world at the age of 7, he was now 20. This meant he had spent 13 years here, a period that felt as fleeting as a day. Then, Brother Yi Ming, let us hurry and search for the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed excitedly, bringing Yi Ming back to reality. Very well, Yi Ming nodded, not declining Bulma's suggestion. The following day, Yi Ming and Bulma embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Armed with a Dragon Ball radar, their search proved effortlessly simple. Within a few hours, they discovered the second Dragon Ball nestled within a cave in a mountain north of West City. Now, they possessed 2 Dragon Balls, 1 5-star ball and 1 2-star ball, precisely mirroring what Bulma initially found in the original narrative. 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma's face was alight with excitement as she soared through the skies alongside Yi Ming. Next, I shall introduce you to a little fellow, Yi Ming said with a smile, grasping Bulma's hand and teleporting to Baozi Mountain. In the next moment, they stepped into the tranquility of the mountain, where the occasional chirp of birds echoed through the serene forest, prompting the 2 to share a knowing smile. After spending too long in the city, surrounded by the incessant honking of car horns and polluted air, the refreshing atmosphere of Baozi Mountain was indeed a breath of fresh air. Yi Ming, is the Sun Wukong you often mention the same little guy? Bulma inquired, her memory of Sun Wukong still vivid. as Yi Ming had frequently spoken of him in the past few years. If not for the boyish name, she might have assumed this son Wukong was Yi Ming's romantic interest. Indeed, this little rascal is a scion just like me. His father helped me immensely during my childhood. Yi Ming replied with a smile, glancing at Bulma. 6 years ago, her battle power was merely 10 points, but now, it had increased to an impressive 300 points. Although an increase of 300 points over 6 years might seem modest, for a girl as lazy as Bulma, who often slacked off, it was a commendable advancement. Yi Ming mused that had Bulma not been so prone to idleness, she could have easily achieved a battle power of 2,000, if not 3,000, within that time frame. Nevertheless, even at 300 points, Bulma was quite formidable at this stage on Earth. I wonder just how powerful little Wukong has become, Yi Ming pondered. Having promised to regularly check on his growth, but having failed to do so. It had been 6 long years since he last saw son Wukong, and naturally, he was oblivious to how strong the little fellow had grown. Hey, Yi Ming, Bulma suddenly exclaimed, as if reminded of something. She halted, turned to face him, and asked, if we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, can we really have any wish granted? As long as Shenron can fulfill it, any wish is possible. Yi Ming affirmed with a nod and a smile. Ha! Then Bulma must wish for us to be together forever and ever. Not just in this life, but in the next, and the next after that. We must always be together. Upon hearing Yi Ming's response, Bulma leaped with joy, running and cheering. Watching her delight, Yi Ming found her utterly adorable and couldn't help but smile. Bulma, I can help you fulfill that wish without needing to make a request, he teased. Hee, let us make a pinky promise, Bulma exclaimed, turning back to extend her pinky towards Yi Ming. Let us seal it, Yi Ming replied, intertwining his pinky with hers, solidifying their bond. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing the 3rd choice. Reward, Bloodline Fusion Pill. The reward has been sent to the host's system backpack. Please check. After confirming their relationship, a notification echoed in Yi Ming's mind. He briefly glanced at the Bloodline Fusion Pill in his backpack before diverting his attention back to Bulma, taking her hand as they leisurely strolled towards the summit of Baozi Mountain. While they could have flown, both had silently opted to walk hand in hand. As Yi Ming and Bulma chatted merrily on their way to the peak, in the woods of Baozi Mountain, a boy clad in blue, wielding a hefty axe, was merrily balancing on a log, rolling forward. Yeah, haha. This boy was none other than son Wukong. Brimming with excitement as he hurried home with the log he planned to use as firewood, he nimbly navigated through the forest, quickly reaching a path that was hardly a path at all, more akin to a steep cliff. However, Wukong's control was impeccable as he remained steady. Before long, he arrived at his home atop the mountain. Hey, he tossed the axe aside, held his breath, and with a swift motion, lifted the log effortlessly into the air. He then leaped skyward, shouting as he split the log into kindling. Crack, crack. As he landed, a smile spread across his face. Wonderful. The firewood is all chopped. Just then, a rumble echoed from his stomach. Yeah, I'm hungry. Wukong's grin vanished instantly as he clutched his belly in distress. Over the years, his appetite had grown tremendously. He needed to eat at least 5 or 6 meals a day to barely get by. I need to find something to eat. With a spring in his step, Wukong turned toward the small wooden house behind him, opened the door, and approached a Dragon Ball. He clasped his hands together and bowed deeply, saying, Grandpa, I'm going to find food. See you soon. With his words, the surface of the 4-star ball shimmered with light. Haha, Grandpa responded to me, Wukong exclaimed, joy lighting up his face at the sight of the glowing Dragon Ball. Just then, his expression shifted as he furrowed his brow and glanced back. He sensed an aura, a second individual with energy, aside from Yi Ming. Could it be one of those powerful beings Yi Ming had spoken of from beyond Baozi Mountain? As this thought crossed his mind, Wukong's demeanor grew serious. He bowed to the 4-star ball before swiftly exiting the wooden house. His brow knitted in concentration as he fixed his gaze ahead. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Bulma approached a small wooden house. Wukong, standing outside, furrowed his brow, observing them as they gradually came into view. Yi Ming, brother? Upon recognizing Yi Ming, Wukong's expression relaxed, his eyes widening with excitement as he dashed over. Thud. Yi Ming, delighted to see the little fellow, welcomed him into his embrace, and Wukong promptly climbed onto his back. Yi Ming, you didn't keep your promise. You said you would visit me regularly, yet it's been 6 years. Wukong tugged at Yi Ming's cheek in frustration. All right, it's my fault, now get down. There are others here. Yi Ming preferred to avoid embarrassment in front of Bulma. Humph. Wukong huffed, obediently jumping down, his gaze shifting to Bulma. He circled behind her, amazed as he exclaimed, Yi Ming, she doesn't have a tail. Of course, I don't have a tail. I'm human. Bulma replied, patting Wukong's head. You all have tails because you are scions, understand? Ah. Wukong scratched his head, then hurried back to Yi Ming, whispering, Who is she? Wukong, this is my girlfriend, Bulma. You can call her Bulma's sister, Ming introduced, a mischievous idea forming in his mind about having Wukong address Bulma as sister. Sister? No way. You must be able to defeat me before I can call you sister. Wukong retorted. Little Wukong hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, exclaiming, her energy is too weak. She cannot possibly defeat me, so we must not call her. No way. You rascal. Ming chuckled and replied, I have come to find you this time because I wish for you to leave Baozi Mountain and explore the outside world. Really? Upon hearing this, little Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he performed several somersaults on the ground. However, before we depart, I must assess how you have trained over the years. Ming smiled. Come on. I believe you will astonish me. Little Wukong took a few steps back, having faced no opponent on Baozi Mountain for years. He had long since grown lonely. Now, the prospect of sparring with Ming filled him with exhilaration. Let us go. Little Wukong's confidence brought a smile to Ming's face. He was not concerned with combat power. He simply wished to see if this little fellow could surprise him. Be careful, brother Ming. Little Wukong clasped his hands together, bowed, and then charged at Ming with great speed. Hey! He unleashed a flurry of punches. Quick and decisive. Ming nodded inwardly. Bang! 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 Little Wukong had indeed progressed rapidly, yet he was still leagues away from Ming. With merely a finger, Ming effortlessly blocked little Wukong's attacks. Witnessing Ming's ease in fending off his onslaught, little Wukong's expression turned to one of astonishment. After all these years, he had thought he had at least caught up to brother Ming. Yet today, Ming still faced him with just a finger, making little Wukong realize how far behind he truly was. Tap, tap, tap. Understanding Ming's formidable strength, little Wukong ceased holding back and launched a full-scale assault. Bang, bang, bang. Ming remained unfazed, continuing to use just one finger to deflect little Wukong's fierce onslaught. Before long, Ming's figure flickered, and with a gentle flick of his finger, he struck little Wukong on the forehead. With a loud thud, little Wukong was sent flying. Ouch! He landed on the ground and quickly rolled to his feet, clutching his forehead and gasping for breath. Haha! Ming burst into laughter. Not bad. Your combat power has reached 8,000 points. Reflecting on 6 years prior, when little Wukong's power was merely 2,000 points. His growth to 8,000 points in 6 years was indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that in the original story, little Wukong's current combat power was only 10 points. Just then, an odd noise echoed across the area. Bulma turned her head to look around, finally locking her gaze on little Wukong, who was holding his stomach. Looking quite embarrassed. I'm hungry. The little fellow sheepishly scratched his head. Uffed. Ming and Bulma could not help but chuckle. Today, let us treat you to a feast. Ming signaled to Bulma, who promptly produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground. Boom. In an instant, a house appeared in the clearing. Heavens! Is this magic? Little Wukong's eyes nearly bulged at the sight. This is a hoi poi capsule, Ming explained with a smile, walking up to the house, opening the door, and beckoning little Wukong inside. Bulma followed suit, and little Wukong hurried after them. Wow! This is amazing. It smells so good. Upon entering, little Wukong was like a country bumpkin entering the city, marveling at everything in sheer disbelief. Come, have something to eat. Ming opened the refrigerator and called out to little Wukong. Turning around, little Wukong's eyes lit up at the sight of the refrigerator filled with various foods. Can I really eat this? He asked bashfully, glancing at Ming and Bulma. Go ahead. The food in this capsule was specifically prepared by Ming for little Wukong. Awesome. Thank you, brother Ming. Little Wukong shouted, dashing toward the refrigerator and grabbing food. Ming took a few steps back, laughing with Bulma at little Wukong's voracious appetite. After spending a day at Baozi Mountain, the three of them set off on a journey to find the Dragon Balls. For Ming, the act of locating the Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon was not the most crucial part. On the contrary, the journey to find them filled him with anticipation as it allowed him to fulfill a small wish from his previous life. Looking at the lively little Wukong and Bulma, who was always by his side, Ming felt immense joy in his heart. Along the way, little Wukong busily smashed rocks as part of his training. Suddenly, he lifted a large sea turtle. Hey, 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 the sea turtle shouted. Bang. Little Wukong set the turtle down, looking at it in confusion. You scared me. Hoo-hoo. The turtle, sweating profusely, glanced at little Wukong and asked, could I trouble you for a cup of salt water? If it's convenient, a little seaweed would be nice too. What's salt water? And what is seaweed? Little Wukong looked utterly perplexed, having no idea what the turtle was talking about. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Ming and Bulma walked over. Brother Ming, there's a turtle here. Little Wukong pointed at the sea turtle. You fool. I'm not a turtle. I'm a sea turtle. Do you understand? The sea turtle jumped up and shouted, "Aren't they all turtles?" Little Wukong blinked in surprise. "Mr. Sea Turtle, it's nice to see you again." Yi Ming smiled as he approached and squatted down. The sea turtle stared at Yi Ming for a while, suddenly widening its eyes. "Why, you're the remarkable young man who went to Kame House." "Indeed. How is Master Rashi doing?" Yi Ming asked with a smile. "Master Mutant is doing well." The sea turtle nodded. "Huh, brother Yi Ming knows this turtle?" Little Wukong looked curiously at Yi Ming and then at the turtle on the ground. Bang! Hearing Little Wukong's words, the sea turtle jumped up and bumped him with its shell, grumbling, "I told you, I'm a sea turtle, not a turtle." Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Yi Ming and Bulma couldn't help but laugh. "All right, we happen to be heading to Kame House. Let us give Mr. Sea Turtle a ride back." Yi Ming stood up and said, "But could I have a cup of salt water? I'm dying of thirst." The sea turtle gasped for air. "No need. We will reach Kame House soon." Yi Ming smiled. "Bulma, Wukong, and Mr. Sea Turtle, place your hands on me." Bulma and Little Wukong approached and placed their hands on Yi Ming, while the large sea turtle, looking resigned, slowly crawled to Yi Ming's feet and leaned against his shoes. Whoosh! Yi Ming tapped his forehead with his index and middle finger and instantly teleported to Kame House. Wow, this magazine is incredible. As soon as they arrived at Kame House, they heard a series of strange laughter. Master Rashi, the sea turtle, still in shock, snapped back to reality upon hearing Master Rashi's voice and shouted loudly, "Wow, awesome." It seemed Master Rashi had not heard him, eagerly swallowing his saliva. Master Rashi. The sea turtle's expression darkened as it swiftly crawled to the sun lounger in front of Master Rashi, bellowing loudly. It's the sea turtle. What brings you here?" Master Rashi, reclining on the sun lounger, slightly lowered his head, his sunglasses slipping to the tip of his nose, and calmly gazed at the large sea turtle on the ground, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "We have guests." The sea turtle pointed towards Yi Ming and his companions. "Oh." Master Rashi raised an eyebrow and turned to the direction indicated by the sea turtle, then abruptly leaped from his chair, glancing at Yi Ming in astonishment before his gaze landed squarely on Bulma. "How lovely. Wait, she's holding hands with that guy?" Just as Master Rashi was about to compliment her, he suddenly noticed that the beautiful girl was indeed holding hands with Yi Ming, causing his demeanor to shift dramatically to seriousness. "It's you, Yi Ming. It's been a while, and your strength has certainly increased." Meanwhile, the sea turtle covered its face, retracting its head into its shell. This old codger has no shame, still pretending to be a master. Yi Ming shot a glance at the elder, understanding why he had suddenly become so serious. Clearly, he recognized the nature of Yi Ming and Bulma's relationship and feared retribution. The Rui Bang? Master Rashi, noticing Yi Ming's gaze, let out a dry laugh to divert the conversation, his attention now fixated on the Rui Bang behind Sun Wukong. "You know about the Rui Bang, old man?" Little Wukong asked, equally surprised. "How could I not? It belongs to me." Master Rashi puffed out his chest, a haughty snort escaping him. "So, does that mean you're quite formidable, old man?" Little Wukong gazed up at Master Rashi with wide-eyed admiration. "You little rascal, how impolite. You must show respect to your elders." Master Rashi shot a glance at Little Wukong, intending to assert his authority as an elder, but upon sensing Little Wukong's aura, his expression shifted instantly. "I'm far too old to be fighting with a young one like you. Besides, my master, Mutant Rashi, would never stoop to such behavior. But, old man, your aura doesn't seem very strong." Little Wukong tilted his head in confusion, blinking innocently. Uffed. At this remark, Yi Ming and Bulma couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little Wukong was truly endearingly naive. Bang! Master Rashi stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Old man! Old man!" The kind-hearted Little Wukong rushed over to assist him. Whoosh! Master Rashi instantly regained his footing, seizing Little Wukong with a serious expression. "Kindness can become your Achilles heel." Little Wukong, bewildered by this sudden admonition, remained puzzled, while Yi Ming sighed inwardly, recognizing that despite Master Rashi's frivolous nature, he possessed keen insight into people. "All right, welcome to Kame House. Mr. Sea Turtle, please prepare a welcoming ceremony." Master Rashi released Little Wukong, his previous seriousness evaporating as he began to bounce and dance with enthusiasm. Seeing Master Rashi's exuberance, Yi Ming felt it would be impolite to decline. After enjoying a sumptuous feast on Kame House, Yi Ming made his request. "Master Rashi, may we have the Dragon Ball hanging around your neck?" This glass sphere?" Upon hearing Yi Ming's request, Master Rashi lifted his garment to reveal a 3-star ball, then casually tossed it to Yi Ming. "I've studied this glass sphere for years without understanding it. Since you youngsters know about it, consider it a gift." "Thank you, Master Rashi," Yi Ming replied with a smile. "Big brother Yi Ming, the old man is my grandfather's master. I remember my grandfather telling me before he passed to go find his master." Little Wukong suddenly piped up. "Should I stay on Kame House?" Yi Ming glanced at Little Wukong, then at Master Rashi, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Certainly, Master Rashi's martial arts will greatly benefit you. Yi Ming did not wish to disrupt this master-disciple bond, recognizing that little Wukong could indeed learn much from Master Rashi. A day later, Yi Ming and Bulma continued their quest for the Dragon Balls. They already possessed 4, Wukong's 4-star ball, Master Rashi's 3-star ball, and the 2-star and 5-star balls previously found by Bulma and Yi Ming. 3 Dragon Balls remained. Yi Ming didn't even need the Dragon Radar, for he was well aware of their locations. As a devoted fan of the first season of Dragon Ball, having watched it over 20 times, he found this task utterly effortless. The 1-star ball was with Pilaf, the 7-star ball was hidden beneath Fire Mountain, and the final 6-star ball resided in a small village. Pilaf will likely come to us, so let us retrieve the 6-star ball first. Yi Ming and Bulma set out, chatting and laughing as they admired the scenery along the way, arriving at a small village 3 days later. At that moment, the village was under siege by a giant monster wielding a large club, wreaking havoc. Help! Help! Cries for assistance echoed throughout. Brother Yi Ming, Bulma, being a kind-hearted girl, immediately grasped Yi Ming's hand upon hearing the pleas. It's all right. Yi Ming reassured her with a gentle smile, patting her hand. Whoosh! He pointed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, instantly appearing before the monster. Bang! Before the monster could even comprehend who was there, Yi Ming delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The feeble creature stood no chance against Yi Ming's strength, collapsing to the ground with a single blow. Bang! As Yi Ming observed the white smoke rising from the ground, he noticed a small pig clad in green attire and wearing a green hat, frantically glancing around. Oolong! Yi Ming couldn't help but chuckle upon recognizing the creature, well aware that this monster was a transformed Oolong. The little pig's original form was that of Zhu Beiji from the classic Chinese novel Journey to the West, known for his laziness, shape-shifting abilities, and most notably, his lecherous nature. After landing, Bulma hurried over to Yi Ming. Ignoring Oolong, Yi Ming turned to see a group of villagers rushing towards him, led by a middle-aged woman. Plop! The villagers knelt before him, calling him a deity. Rise, the creature that was destroying your village has been dealt with. You are safe now. Yi Ming waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, deity. The middle-aged woman looked up, retrieving a sparkling glass sphere from her pocket, exclaiming in astonishment. Our village has little of value, but please accept this beautiful glass sphere as a token of gratitude. Very well. Yi Ming graciously accepted the 6-star ball. He cast a glance at Oolong, who was attempting to flee, pointing and saying, that creature is the one who wreaked havoc on your village. He is now quite weak. That guy? The middle-aged woman turned to look, her anger flaring as she sprang to her feet, followed by several men rushing towards Oolong. Beat him! The villagers shouted in fury. No, I'm not. Oolong's cries of despair echoed as Yi Ming merely shook his head, lowering his gaze to the 5-star ball in his hands. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he and Bulma departed the village. Subsequently, Yi Ming and Bulma made their way to Fire Mountain, where, as per the original story, Wukong and Chi-Chi first met. Yi Ming felt a pang of sympathy for Chi-Chi. In her youth, particularly during the 23rd martial arts tournament, Chi-Chi was undeniably one of the most exquisite girls in the Dragon Ball universe. Regrettably, she found herself entangled with Goku, a man solely devoted to martial arts. Yi Ming shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Hey, you there, what brings you to my territory? At that moment, a gruff voice echoed from behind Yi Ming and his companion. Turning around, he beheld a menacing figure accompanied by a little girl, and his brow furrowed instantly. Isn't that the Ox King and Chi-Chi? He recalled that in the early chapters of Dragon Ball, this Ox King character was a domineering figure who ruled over Fire Mountain and referred to himself as the Mountain King. A more fitting title would be that of a bandit. Notably, he was also a disciple of Master Rashi. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Why are you silent? Are you mute? I'll ask one last time. What do you intend to do in my territory? Seeing Yi Ming merely stare at him without a reply, the Ox King furrowed his brow and bellowed once more. Daddy! Daddy! At that moment, a delicate voice chimed in, and a little girl dressed like Ultraman bounced out from behind the Ox King. She shyly stole a glance at Yi Ming, then pouted at the Ox King, saying, Didn't you promise not to bully passersby anymore? Upon hearing this, the Ox King coughed awkwardly, scratching his head in embarrassment, and chuckled, Chi-Chi. My apologies, I was merely observing their furtive behavior. My old instincts kicked in. Haha, what brings you two little ones to Fire Mountain? In the presence of his daughter. The once fearsome giant softened considerably, his gaze towards Yi Ming and Bulma becoming gentler. I'm here to retrieve a Dragon Ball located at the base of Fire Mountain. Yi Ming replied with a slight smile, glancing at Chi-Chi, who had been staring at him, and offering her a friendly grin. Chi-Chi's cheeks flushed at Yi Ming's smile. She bashfully hid behind the Ox King, peeking out with just her head. Yi Ming shook his head, thinking how endearing the girl was. Bulma, too, couldn't help but stifle a giggle, finding the little girl utterly adorable. There's a Dragon Ball at the base of Fire Mountain? The Ox King frowned, his tone turning serious. Listen, young one, I must warn you that the flames of Fire Mountain are celestial in origin. Even a slight touch can be fatal. Are you truly intent on acquiring that Dragon Ball? Despite the Ox King's fearsome appearance, he harbored a good heart, explaining how he had raised such a pure-hearted girl like Chi-Chi. Not to worry, Ming shook his head, smiling as he extended a finger. With a flash, a golden beam erupted from his fingertip. Whoosh! The finger beam was unleashed. This seemingly simple technique possessed tremendous power, obliterating Fire Mountain into fragments. Fiery debris scattered in all directions, some hurtling towards Ming and his companions. Not good. Initially astonished by Ming's might, the Ox King's expression shifted in alarm as he rushed to protect Chi-Chi. Just then, Ming took a gentle step forward, conjuring a shield of energy that enveloped them. Bang! 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 The fiery debris struck the shield, causing no harm whatsoever. Remarkable. Chi-Chi, who had covered her eyes at first, opened them to witness the scene unfolding before her. This little guy possesses immense power. The Ox King observed Ming with a serious expression, inwardly marveling at his strength. As a disciple of Master Roshi, he was no stranger to martial prowess. Yet witnessing Ming's capabilities made him question his own strength. Perhaps this young man is not far from the legendary Master Wutian, known as the god of martial arts? The Ox King swallowed hard, acknowledging the unsettling thought. Once the fiery debris settled, Ming retracted the energy shield and soared towards Fire Mountain. In a flash, he retrieved a Dragon Ball from the rubble, confirming it to be the sixth one. 6 Dragon Balls had now been gathered. The final one remained with Pilaf. Ming contemplated this in silence. He flew back. And after a moment of scrutiny, the Ox King suddenly inquired, "Did you just perform the flight technique?" "Sort of," Ming nodded. "Are you from the Crane School?" The Ox King furrowed his brow, as he believed only those from the Crane School practiced the flight technique. Not quite. Ming shook his head, smiling at Chi-Chi, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. He waved his hand, saying, "Farewell, may fate bring us together again." With that, he wasted no time, stepping back to grasp Bulma's hand, and they vanished in an instant. Once Ming and Bulma departed, Chi-Chi emerged from behind the Ox King, her expression somewhat forlorn as she murmured, "But I didn't even get to ask Big Brother his name." Indeed, the last Dragon Ball is right here. An hour later, Ming and Bulma soared to a small island in the northern part of Earth. He glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and nodded, proclaiming, "Big Brother Ming, what wish do you intend to make?" Having had her own wish fulfilled by Ming, Bulma found herself without desires. As for me, Ming gazed at Bulma, his smile broadening. "Of course, I wish for my dear Bulma to remain as beautiful as ever." Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes glistened with emotion. "Big Brother Ming." With a joyful exclamation, Bulma leaped into Ming's embrace. "Haha." Ming laughed heartily, transporting Bulma beneath the island. "Duck, otherwise you'll be crushed." Just as they landed and took a few steps, a shrill scream erupted behind them, causing both Ming and a touched Bulma to turn around. Boom. A bulldozer barreled towards them, its shovel still engaged, indicating it was actively working. "Hey, get out of the way. Otherwise, it's curtains for you." The driver, a small yellow-skinned dog clad in a ninja outfit with a sword strapped to his back, wore a panicked expression as he stared ahead at Ming and Bulma. Utterly bewildered, Ming glanced at him, recognizing him as Asu, one of Pilaf's henchmen. He stepped forward, effortlessly halting the malfunctioning bulldozer. Raising his hand, he struck it with a resounding slap, rendering the bulldozer completely inoperable. "You." Asu leaped from the driver's seat, his face a mask of shock as he gaped at Ming. "Hey, tell Pilaf to hand over the Dragon Ball. Otherwise." Ming cast a sidelong glance at a nearby hill, extending a finger to unleash another finger beam. Boom. The finger beam struck the hill, instantly reducing it to rubble. Oh my heavens. Witnessing this spectacle, Asu collapsed in fear. This was no ordinary attack. It emanated from a mere finger. "Did you hear me?" Ming cast a cold glare at the perspiring Asu. "Why yes. Asu stammered, hastily scrambling to his feet and sprinting away. "King Pilaf, a monster is coming, run," he shouted as he dashed off. Ming and Bulma exchanged silent glances, bewildered by Asu's audacity to shout while barely out of reach. Grasping Bulma's hand, Ming momentarily sensed the surroundings before teleporting directly in the direction of Asu's frantic escape, arriving at a grand palace. The great King Pilaf is about to embark on his conquest. The entire world shall tremble beneath my feet. A diminutive figure with blue skin and a small hat bellowed within the palace. Upon noticing Ming and Bulma's sudden appearance, he furrowed his brow in confusion. "Hand over the Dragon Balls." Ming, uninterested in idle chatter, promptly retorted. The Dragon Balls. Pilaf squinted, sizing up Yi Ming, preparing to respond when whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming raised a finger, unleashing a blast that shattered a hole in the palace wall. Gulp. Pilaf swallowed hard, stealthily wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fear gripped him as he saw Yi Ming's finger now pointing directly at him, causing him to wet his pants. Please, don't kill me. The Dragon Balls, they are over there, take them. As a golden light flickered at Yi Ming's fingertip, Pilaf's face drained of color as he pointed to a small pedestal, exclaiming in panic. Yi Ming glanced over, swiftly flying to the pedestal and opening a box that contained the final Dragon Ball, the 6-star ball. At last, all 7 Dragon Balls were gathered. After departing from Pilaf's island, Yi Ming transported Bulma to the Baozi Mountain. He laid the Dragon Balls on the ground and turned to Bulma with a smile. Bulma, you summoned the dragon now. Me? Bulma gazed at the shimmering Dragon Balls with excitement glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, Yi Ming affirmed with a nod. All right. Filled with curiosity about the dragon, Bulma crouched down, caressing the Dragon Balls before standing up and calling out, Dragon, come forth. The words felt somewhat juvenile, and she chuckled shyly after speaking them. Thunder rumbled. As soon as her words left her lips, the sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds gathered, and lightning crackled within the storm. Before long, a colossal dragon emerged from the clouds. Mortal, state your wish, the dragon proclaimed, towering over Yi Ming and Bulma. Bulma glanced back at Yi Ming, her expression tinged with anxiety. It's all right, just say it. Yi Ming encouraged with a smile. Dragon, I wish to remain forever youthful. Bulma inhaled deeply and declared, I hope to maintain the appearance of a girl for the rest of my life. No problem, the dragon responded, its eyes glowing red as a beam of white light enveloped Bulma. Subsequently, the dragon split into 7, scattering the Dragon Balls across the globe. The ominous clouds dissipated, revealing a clear sky once more. After a moment, Bulma touched her face in surprise, exclaiming, Is that it? I don't feel any different. Yi Ming observed her, noting that she indeed appeared unchanged, yet he understood that a wish could not be without effect. Considering that Bulma was still in her youth, he believed the results would gradually manifest over time. He shared this thought with Bulma, who pondered it and found it reasonable, deciding not to dwell on it further. On the morning of May 7th, 750, in the Age of the Dragon, Yi Ming teleported alone from West City to the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, where he encountered Master Roshi and others approaching the entrance. Yi Ming. Master Roshi was the first to spot him, waving cheerfully. A year had passed since the last summoning of the dragon, during which Yi Ming occasionally visited Turtle Island. Initially, only Goku resided there, but Krillin later joined, followed by Oolong and Yamcha 6 months ago, filling Yi Ming with nostalgia. Thoughts swirling, Yi Ming's gaze shifted to Goku, who seemed to have grown slightly taller. Moreover, his combat power had dramatically increased. It was undeniable, Goku was becoming increasingly formidable. The last time Yi Ming had seen him was 6 months prior, when his combat power had reached 9,000. Now, upon their reunion, it had astonishingly surpassed 10,000. Furthermore, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha's combat powers were significantly stronger than their counterparts in the original story. Master Roshi's combat power stood at 300, Krillin's at 120, and Yamcha's at 115. Yi Ming scanned the others briefly before returning his focus. The group chatted at the entrance for a while before entering the venue together. Registration had long been completed, and the day was dedicated to preliminary matches, including quarterfinals, semifinals, and the final showdown. Hey, Yi Ming, you signed up too? As Oolong and others, who were not participating in the tournament, prepared to claim their spots at the arena, Master Roshi suddenly noticed Yi Ming's absence and inquired, surprised. Yes, Yi Ming replied with a slight smile and a nod. Master Roshi felt a shiver run down his spine under Yi Ming's gaze, awkwardly chuckling before following Oolong and the others towards the arena. Shortly after, the draw concluded, and the preliminary rounds commenced officially. A total of 137 participants entered, with only 8 advancing to the quarterfinals, meaning 129 would be eliminated in the preliminaries. Yi Ming strolled calmly, his combat power far exceeding the current narrative level. Even his subordinate, Sun Wukong, had become an invincible force at this stage. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on an elderly man standing by the edge of the ring. Recognizing him as Master Roshi disguised as Jackie Chan, seemingly sensing something, Master Roshi, in his disguise, turned to look at Yi Ming. Their eyes met for a brief moment before the old man quickly averted his gaze, evidently fearing exposure. Yi Ming merely shook his head and smiled, fully aware of the identity of this mischievous character. If he had intended to expose him, he would have done so long ago. Soon, the preliminary matches began. Yi Ming's opponent was a tall, muscular earthling, exuding an aura of intimidation. This guy is finished. He's up against Laosher, last tournament's semi-finalist with incredible strength. Laosher, you're a senior too. Give this kid a chance. Yeah, don't scare him away. He might never return. Hearing the comments from the audience, Ming shook his head slightly, initially considering allowing this behemoth a taste of competition. Kid, you're lucky. I'll let you strike first. Laosher gestured toward Ming, adhering to the audience's wishes. All right, Ming replied succinctly, eager not to waste time. He stepped forward and instantly appeared before Laosher. Extending a finger, he gently prodded forward. Bang! Despite his efforts to restrain his strength, Laosher could not withstand the impact and was sent flying out of the ring. The referee, momentarily stunned, only announced the victor once Ming turned to look back. Incredible! Ming leapt from the arena, indifferent to the astonished gazes of those around him, swiftly making his way to Krillin's side. On the stage, Krillin faced his senior brother. Paralyzed by the shadows of his childhood, too fearful to strike. In truth, it was not that Krillin lacked strength. Rather, his timid disposition hindered his potential. Krillin, take action. Ming shouted from the sidelines. Your abilities are more than sufficient to defeat him. You must confront your own capabilities. To be candid, Krillin possessed ample strength, but his character had always constrained his performance. Upon hearing Ming's voice, Krillin glanced back, finding encouragement in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he turned once more to face his opponent, closed his eyes, and charged forward. Huh! He roared, delivering a powerful punch. Humph! The opponent smirked, preparing to teach Krillin a lesson, but to his astonishment, Krillin's fist was already hurtling towards him. Bang! With a single blow, Krillin decisively incapacitated his adversary. The spectators below were left agape by this sudden turn of events. I actually won. Krillin opened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. He quickly scanned the crowd in search of Ming, but he could not find him. Nevertheless, he bowed deeply towards the spot where Ming had stood earlier. Were it not for Ming's encouragement, he might have never realized his own potential. Ming took another lap around the arena, discovering that the matches involving Sun Wukong and the others had also concluded. After several hours of intense competition, the top 8 of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament had finally emerged. Ming contemplated the trajectory of the Dragon Ball narrative. The matchups for the top 8 should be as follows: Krillin vs. Bacterian, Yamcha vs. Master Roshi, Nam vs. Launch, and Tien Shinhan vs. Sun Wukong. The semifinals would pit Krillin against Master Roshi and Nam against Sun Wukong, culminating in a final showdown between Master Roshi and Sun Wukong. However, due to Ming's involvement in this life, the unexpected woman from the original story did not appear. Thus, aside from her absence, the matchups remained unchanged. Ming mused, indicating that he would likely face Nam. Before long, the participants took a brief respite, and the quarterfinals commenced. The first match featured Krillin against Bacterian, the notorious slovenly figure who had never bathed in his life, leaving an unbearable stench that had once repulsed Krillin in the original narrative. Yet, Krillin, now far more formidable than before, had conquered his childhood fears and approached this battle with unwavering confidence. It was effortless for him to dispatch the filthy opponent. Haha, Krillin, you were amazing. Upon the conclusion of the first match, Sun Wukong, who had been glued to the edge of the arena, leapt down to embrace Krillin. Hey, Wukong, you two keep pushing. Krillin replied joyfully, giving Sun Wukong a light pat on the shoulder. Observing the camaraderie between these two friends, Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, the second match began, pitting Yamcha against Master Roshi. As expected, despite Yamcha's notable improvements compared to the original tale, Master Roshi had also enhanced his abilities significantly, leading to Yamcha's swift defeat. Ming noticed that Yamcha cast a curious glance at Master Roshi, sensing an uncanny familiarity about the elderly martial artist. Ming smirked. It appeared Yamcha was more perceptive than usual. The third match followed immediately, with Nam facing Ming. The outcome was predictable, as Ming effortlessly sent Nam flying. The fourth match commenced next, featuring Tien Shinhan against Sun Wukong, with a similarly unsurprising result. The top 4 had thus been established: Krillin, Master Roshi, Ming, and Sun Wukong. Oh no, please don't let me draw Ming or Wukong. Krillin fretted as the draw for the semifinals approached. He felt confident in his current abilities, yet he believed he stood no chance against either Ming or Sun Wukong. When the draw results were revealed, Krillin's expression fell. He was set to face Sun Wukong, while Master Roshi would contend with Ming. Just my luck, he lamented. However, with the outcome now determined, Krillin understood that lamentation was futile. He would have to steel himself for the impending challenge, hoping only to avoid a humiliating defeat. Krillin chuckled bitterly within. It was not a matter of confidence, but rather an acknowledgement of the vast gulf between himself and Sun Wukong. After a brief intermission of about 10 minutes, the semifinals officially began. The first match featured Ming against Master Roshi. On the stage, Yi Ming and Master Roshi stood face to face. "Young man, your strength appears quite formidable," Master Roshi remarked, adopting a tone reminiscent of Jackie Chan. His voice lowered to conceal his identity. "You're not too shabby yourself," Yi Ming replied with a slight smile. At this moment, Master Roshi's combat prowess had surged to more than double that depicted in the original narrative. Yi Ming surmised that the old master had been secretly training, unwilling to let his disciples surpass him so swiftly. Nevertheless, even against Yi Ming, who had grown significantly, Sun Wukong would still easily overpower him. "Let us go," Master Roshi declared, taking an aggressive stance. Yi Ming remained calm, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. "Humph." Observing Yi Ming's audacity, Master Roshi scoffed inwardly. Yet, he was aware of Yi Ming's strength, prompting him to unleash his swiftest attack right from the outset. Afterimage technique. Master Roshi utilized his speed to create afterimages, resembling clones, in an attempt to confound Yi Ming and seize the opportunity to strike. This tactic might work against others, but it was utterly ineffective against Yi Ming. He took a step forward, his fundamental comprehension manifesting as he too executed the afterimage technique at high velocity. Instantly, multiple versions of both Master Roshi and Yi Ming appeared on the stage, leaving the audience in awe. "What an exhilarating display," the referee exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. "Such a duel has never been seen in the history of the World Martial Arts Tournament. It's absolutely mesmerizing." "Why you?" Master Roshi was taken aback, shock echoing in his mind. He was certain that he was the sole practitioner of the afterimage technique, and no one had ever witnessed him employ it publicly. How had Yi Ming learned it? Bang! Just as Master Roshi remained in disbelief, Yi Ming's fist came crashing towards him. Against this old man, Yi Ming exerted only a fraction of his strength. Yet, even that was enough to send Master Roshi flying. What? Is the battle over just like that? The referee stared at the scene, somewhat disheartened. This was the most riveting duel he had witnessed in years, and he wished it wouldn't conclude so swiftly. What? That old gentleman is actually flying. Good heavens! How can a human fly? Just as the referee sighed internally, a chorus of gasps erupted around him. He turned to see Master Roshi floating midair, causing his sunglasses to slip down to his nose as he jumped, nearly wide-eyed with shock. By the heavens! The referee was utterly astonished. Whoosh! Master Roshi swiftly returned, a serious expression adorning his face. His body bent slightly, and his hands came together in a flower bud formation at his waist. Yi Ming mirrored the actions of his opponent. Master Roshi, observing Yi Ming's identical movements, could no longer conceal his astonishment and exclaimed, You can use the Kamehameha?" "Came," Yi Ming calmly declared. "Haim." At the sound of Yi Ming's voice, a brilliant blue light radiated from the palm of his hand. Indeed, he truly possessed the ability. Master Roshi, regaining his composure from the shock, immediately unleashed his own Kamehameha. Huh! With both combatants simultaneously uttering the final syllable, two beams of blue energy erupted from their hands. The arena quaked violently from the force of their collision. "This is the most spectacular duel I have ever witnessed in my life," the referee exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. As the residual energy dissipated, the figures of Yi Ming and Master Roshi gradually emerged, engaged in close-quarters combat, each delivering blows that landed with resounding impact, neither willing to concede. This was due to Yi Ming relying solely on his physical prowess against Master Roshi, who utilized his ki. Otherwise, Master Roshi would not have lasted this long. With a resounding thud, the two exchanged a punch, sending Master Roshi flying. However, he righted himself mid-air and landed, panting heavily. "Incredible," Master Roshi acknowledged, realizing that while he was aware of Yi Ming's strength, he had not anticipated that Yi Ming could dominate him entirely using only his physical form. It appeared that he would need to resort to that technique. Narrowing his eyes, Master Roshi straightened his posture, clasped his hands together, and began to gather his ki, channeling all his energy into a surge akin to a powerful electrical current. He then unleashed a barrage of energy towards Yi Ming. This is the universal shockwave palm. Observing this, Yi Ming raised an eyebrow and allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He stepped back, clasping his hands together to gather his own ki. But he maintained an incredibly low energy signature, nearly imperceptible. As Yi Ming's ki approached a level comparable to Master Roshi's, he too executed the formidable technique, the universal shockwave palm. When their energies collided, Yi Ming effortlessly overpowered Master Roshi, sending him crashing to the ground. Master Roshi felt a sharp pain and instinctively cried out. Upon hearing Master Roshi's shout, Yi Ming immediately ceased his assault. The universal shockwave palm held immense power, and given that it was executed by him, there was a genuine risk of injuring Master Roshi, which would spell trouble. "I concede," Master Roshi declared as he collapsed onto the arena floor, gasping for breath. He waved a small white flag he had pulled from the side, promptly announcing his defeat. Following the conclusion of the match between Yi Ming and Master Roshi, it was time for the duo of Sun Wukong and Krillin to take the stage. The disparity in their strengths was glaring, and before long, Krillin found himself thrust from the arena by Sun Wukong, bringing the match to a swift conclusion. After a brief 10-minute intermission, the grand finals commenced. Yi Ming faced off against Sun Wukong. Both stood upon the arena, neither making an immediate move. "Big brother Yi Ming, thank you for your guidance over the years," Sun Wukong said, pressing his palms together and bowing deeply to Yi Ming. Yi Ming's face broke into a warm smile. This young man had surpassed a combat power of 10,000, his strength far exceeding that of the Sun Wukong from the original tale. "Let me witness your true power." Yi Ming beckoned with a finger, saying, "Do not hold back, or I shall eliminate you in an instant." "I understand." Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, still unaware of just how formidable his elder brother truly was. In any case, he had to give it his all. "Huh!" Sun Wukong roared, charging directly at Yi Ming. Bang! 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 The two engaged fiercely, their fists meeting with tremendous force, battling fiercely from the ground to the sky. It appeared to be a stalemate. Yet those experienced observers, including Master Roshi, recognized that Sun Wukong was no match for Yi Ming. The disparity in their abilities was painfully apparent to those knowledgeable in combat. Kamehameha! Kamehameha! In the skies above, they unleashed their energy blasts. Yi Ming recalled a humorous quip he had seen online. One should never engage in a power struggle with a member of the Sun family, for no one could prevail. Yet now, Yi Ming asserted that he had shattered that myth. Boom! The overwhelming force of Yi Ming's power was far beyond what Sun Wukong could withstand. After several more exchanges, Yi Ming decisively claimed victory in the match. "Big brother, Yi Ming is truly incredible," Sun Wukong exclaimed as he fell from the arena. Gazing up at Yi Ming in awe, though he had grown rapidly over the years, in comparison to his elder brother, he felt utterly insignificant. "I will surely strive to catch up to you, big brother," Sun Wukong vowed silently, gazing at Yi Ming. Thus, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament came to a close. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the second option. Reward: Ancient Saiyan Bloodline. The reward has been sent to the host's backpack. Please check. The system's prompt echoed in Yi Ming's mind, bringing a smile to his face. He intended to engage in training for a time before seeking the Super Dragon Balls. Following that, he would obtain the reward for the first option, the primordial Saiyan Bloodline. The prospect of merging the three most powerful Saiyan bloodlines filled Yi Ming with anticipation. Just how strong would he become? The thought was indeed exhilarating. After the tournament concluded, Yi Ming entered a state of focused training. System: should I directly integrate the ancient Saiyan bloodline into my body, or are there additional steps required? On this day, Yi Ming stood on a clearing of a small island, posing the question in his mind. Affirmative. Once the host acquires the primordial Saiyan bloodline, you can utilize the bloodline fusion pill to amalgamate the three bloodlines. The system promptly responded. "I understand." Yi Ming nodded, smiling as he closed his eyes, delving into his system backpack. He glanced at the ancient Saiyan bloodline stored within and clicked to use it. Boom. The moment he activated it, Yi Ming's aura erupted with tremendous force. 100 million battle power. 1 billion battle power. 5 billion battle power. Within mere seconds, his battle power soared to an astounding peak of 15 billion. What astonished him further was that his battle power continued to rise exponentially. 16 billion. 17 billion. 18 billion. In just 1 minute, he had gained 10 billion, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out in disbelief at such staggering speed. Ultimately, his battle power stabilized at an impressive 24 billion. He exhaled in relief, grateful that it had not continued to escalate, lest he become excessively powerful. System: have I now successfully merged with the ancient Saiyan bloodline? Yi Ming inquired, assessing his newfound strength. Correct, the system confirmed. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming raised an eyebrow and examined his character attribute panel. Host: Yi Ming. Age: 21 years. Battle power: 24 billion. Limit burst: 30 billion. Bloodline: legendary Super Saiyan, Ancient Saiyan. Skills: instant transmission, Kamehameha, 9-Yang divine art, Chinkuan Dajuan, time stop technique, etc. Yi Ming gazed at these figures in astonishment. A standard state of 24 billion battle power, with a limit burst reaching 30 billion. It was worth noting that if he utilized the 5-fold Kaioken, that would amount to a staggering 150 billion battle power. 150 billion battle power. Yi Ming contemplated for a moment, realizing that such a level of power was only reminiscent of the time during the era of Majin Buu. Furthermore, this was merely the result of merging with the bloodline of a primordial Saiyan. One could only imagine the strength that would ensue from assimilating the bloodline of an ancestral Saiyan as well. What if all three bloodlines were combined? How formidable would that be? TSK. Yi Ming could not help but exclaim, believing that he would possess at least 50 billion in battle power. At that point, even if he could not transform into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess would surpass that of all characters encountered over the past decade. Of course, for every Dragon Ball enthusiast, the most anticipated moment remains the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and Yi Ming was no exception. On July 1st, 750 in the age of the universe, Yi Ming stepped out of his modest apartment, preparing to journey to Namek once more to seek the Dragon Balls and summon the eternal dragon, Purunga. He was not versed in the ancient language of the gods. If he managed to gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls but was unable to articulate his wish due to his ignorance, it would be a tremendous loss. Whoosh! He instantaneously transported himself to Bulma's residence. Brother Yi Ming. The moment he appeared, Bulma, who was in the yard, leaped into his embrace. After sharing a tender moment, they parted, and Yi Ming disclosed his plans, inquiring whether she would accompany him away from Earth. You often say, when marrying a chicken, follow the chicken. When marrying a dog, follow the dog. Chapter 17, Slaying Slug. Humph. Brother Yi Ming would even ask me this question. Bulma turned her head, crossing her arms and giving a playful huff, yet her eyes slyly glanced at Yi Ming, her tsundere demeanor stirring his heart. Haha, I was wrong. Yi Ming grasped Bulma's hand, offering his apologies. After conversing for a while longer, Yi Ming swiftly transported himself and Bulma to Namek. After several years' absence, the planet remained unchanged, retaining its familiar essence. Mr. Yi Ming. Upon arriving at the village of the Grand Elder, he was instantly recognized, prompting several Namekians to widen their eyes in astonishment. Everyone, it has truly been a long time. Yi Ming greeted those around him with a warm smile. After exchanging pleasantries, he made his way to the Grand Elder's abode. Grand Elder, it has been far too long. Yi Ming and Bulma seated themselves across from the Grand Elder, who appeared even older than before, his eyes perpetually squinting. Mr. Yi Ming, it has indeed been a long time. The Grand Elder managed to pry open his eyelids slightly, only to quickly close them again, greeting him gently. I have come this time to gather the 7 Dragon Balls once more and summon the eternal dragon Purunga to fulfill a wish. Yi Ming was as forthright as ever, stating his intentions right from the outset. Upon hearing this, Neru, who stood behind the Grand Elder, trembled slightly. Yi Ming noticed and turned to him, observing a flicker of fear cross his face, which made him furrow his brows. What is the matter? He asked with surprise. I see that Namek appears quite peaceful. Surely, nothing significant has occurred. Mr. Yi Ming, the Grand Elder sighed softly. Namek is indeed tranquil, but there has emerged a formidable Namekian. A formidable Namekian? Yi Ming paused, swiftly rummaging through his memories, finally recalling a certain individual. Slug, the Super Namekian. This character originated from the Dragon Ball movie series, like Piccolo, a Namekian. During the time when Namek faced annihilation, he was sent to Slug's planet. He was known for his extraordinarily ruthless nature. And Yi Ming recalled that the North Kai had previously mentioned that his battle power might surpass that of Frieza and even the transformed Goku. Just how powerful was Frieza? And how extraordinary was Super Saiyan Goku? However, Yi Ming pondered and shook his head, concluding that the Super Namekian was not as terrifying as he seemed. After all, when Slug made his appearance, Goku had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan and could only achieve a pseudo-Super Saiyan state, with a battle power of around 400,000 at most. Thus, it was hardly worth mentioning. Yi Ming dismissed Slug entirely from his thoughts. Even if he possessed battle power in the hundreds of thousands, millions, or even billions, he would remain an insignificant opponent in Yi Ming's eyes. He was indeed powerful, having forcibly seized the 7 Dragon Balls 6 months prior to summon Purunga. Although he was now advanced in age, he had wished for rejuvenation through the dragon's powers, returning to his prime, significantly amplifying his strength. The Grand Elder sighed, lowering his gaze as he continued. Purunga can grant 3 wishes, which Mr. Yi Ming should be aware of. His first wish was to restore his youth, the second was to enhance his Super Namekian bloodline, and the third wish was for immortality. Immortality. Yi Ming nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing this revelation. The eternal dragon Purunga can truly grant the wish for immortality. Yi Ming found it hard to believe. The regenerative capabilities of the Namekians were already astounding, and he had wished to amplify that recovery ability 1,000-fold. Thus, even if he were reduced to a single cell, he could swiftly regenerate. The Grand Elder clarified. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's brows relaxed slightly, yet his eyes gradually narrowed. As long as it was not true immortality, he would harbor no fear. However, this adversary remained somewhat troublesome. In encounters with such foes, employing the most potent spirit bomb was often the only way to ensure complete annihilation, as the spirit bomb was the nemesis of all living beings. That should suffice. Yi Ming contemplated briefly, smiling at the Grand Elder. Where is this fellow? He has stolen my wish. I cannot allow him to remain. Mr. Yi Ming, you. The Grand Elder's eyes widened slowly as he listened to Yi Ming's unwavering confidence. Your power. Fear not, I am quite formidable. Yi Ming replied with a smile. Mr. Yi Ming, Slug is on planet Koranbai. Naru stepped forward to inform Yi Ming. Planet Koranbai? Yi Ming furrowed his brows, having never heard of such a planet before. It is not far from Namek. A spaceship could reach it in a few days, Naru added. All right, I understand. Yi Ming nodded, possessing the ability to teleport. Since planet Koranbai was close to Namek, he was certain he could locate Slug. In that case, we shall take our leave. Feeling displeased about his wish being stolen, Yi Ming was also wary that this individual might set his sights on Earth. If he were to invade, how could little Goku and the others possibly contend with such a formidable foe? Thus, it was paramount to eradicate any potential threats before they could take root. Bulma placed her hand on Yi Ming's shoulder as he pressed his index and middle fingers to his forehead, closing his eyes to seek out Slug. The two planets were in close proximity. Slug's energy should be easily detectable. Soon, Yi Ming sensed Slug's presence on a distant planet. 300,000 battle power. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow, not out of astonishment at the other's might, but rather due to the realization of how weak he was. Yi Ming opened his eyes, smiled at the Grand Elder, nodded to Bulma, then directly teleported to planet Koranbai. After their departure, the Grand Elder's face bore a look of concern. Although he was aware of Yi Ming's formidable prowess, he equally believed that the Super Namekian, Slag, must possess considerable strength as well. He hoped that Mr. Yi Ming was safe. The Elder let out a sigh. If anything were to happen to Yi Ming, he would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt, one that even death could not atone for. Meanwhile, Yi Ming and Bulma hovered above a grand palace. The sky of this planet had darkened ominously, suggesting that Slag had indiscriminately slaughtered countless natives. Yi Ming surveyed his surroundings, furrowing his brow. Typically, most planets boasted bright skies, yet this one, called Koranbai, was shrouded in gloom, the air thick with the scent of blood. This indicated a catastrophic fate had befallen the inhabitants. It seemed his decision to come here was indeed justified. Yi Ming nodded. If this being set his sights on Earth, by the time he returned, Goku and the others might all be dead, or worse, Earth itself could be annihilated. What then would become of the Dragon Ball universe? Furthermore, regardless of their status as Goku's friends, the absence of familiar faces like Master Roshi would render Yi Ming's journey rather dull. Thus, it was imperative that this Super Namekian, Slag, must perish. Wait for me above. I will descend and deal with him. Yi Ming smiled at Bulma before diving towards the palace below. In an instant, he flashed through the air and appeared within the palace's interior. In 2 months, I shall gather the Dragon Balls on Namek and make my wish. Ha! The great King Slag will undoubtedly become the strongest in the universe. Yi Ming's sudden appearance caused a tall Namekian seated within the palace to furrow his brow. He scrutinized Yi Ming with astonishment and exclaimed, "A Saiyan? You are a Saiyan." Yi Ming was not surprised that Slag recognized Saiyans. He cast a cold glance at his opponent, noting the dazzling crown perched atop Slag's head. It was evident that this individual craved power. "Slag, show me what you've got," Yi Ming casually remarked, twisting his neck. Upon hearing this, Slag was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter, pointing at Yi Ming mockingly. "Little monkey, Saiyans do have a bit of a reputation in the universe, but to a true master like me, you are nothing. You seem somewhat competent. Why not serve the magnificent King Slag and help me conquer the universe? Rest assured, you will not be treated poorly." This fool actually attempted to recruit Yi Ming. Huh. Yi Ming scoffed, finding Slag's arrogance utterly laughable. A battle power of 300,000, and he believed himself to be invincible in the universe? The thought of conquering the cosmos was sheer folly. Yi Ming felt that engaging in dialogue with such an uninformed individual was a grave insult to his intellect. He shook his head, unwilling to waste any more time, and extended a finger, unleashing a beam of energy that shot forth. Boom! The beam reached Slag in an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar that caused the entire palace to tremble. "I will end you." As the palace began to collapse, it soon transformed into a pile of rubble. Yi Ming did not rush to leave. He knew that Slag had not yet perished. Moreover, this fool could even transform? As the dust settled, a towering, menacing Namekian emerged before Yi Ming. While this version of Slag bore some resemblance to his previous form, the differences were slight. However, his aura had increased tenfold. From a mere 300,000 battle power, it surged to an astonishing 3 million. This was the transformed Namekian, or rather, the exclusive transformation of the Namekian race, the Super Namekian. Yi Ming narrowed his eyes, fixating on the gigantic Slag, who was now wildly pounding his chest, a sardonic smile curling at his lips. "Is 3 million battle power impressive? You dare injure the great King Slag. I will surely kill you," Slag roared, his body swelling even larger, yet his speed remained unchanged. In Yi Ming's eyes, his movements were still as sluggish as a snail. After all, the disparity in their strengths was glaring, and Yi Ming dismissed him entirely. Huh. Yi Ming flickered and swiftly appeared before Slag, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! His fist collided with Slag, unleashing a torrent of energy that erupted forth, followed by flames that enveloped Slag entirely. The Namekian let out a cry of agony. Although he possessed remarkable recovery abilities, he still felt the searing pain. Bang! 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 Yi Ming unleashed a flurry of punches upon Slag's massive form, rendering him utterly defenseless. Your time is up. Grasping Slag's head, Yi Ming concentrated energy into his palm, unleashing a devastating energy blast that obliterated him into a bloody pulp. Yet it wasn't over. Observing the remnants attempting to coalesce back into Slag, Yi Ming launched another Kamehameha. Boom! With a resounding explosion. All traces of Slag were reduced to nothingness. Humph! Yi Ming scanned his surroundings before teleporting back to Bulma in the sky. That fool has been dealt with. Let us return to Namek and inform the elder. With a gentle tap of his fingers to his forehead, Yi Ming vanished alongside Bulma, reappearing in the elder's courtyard. Mr. Yi Ming. The elder and Neru were taken aback upon witnessing Yi Ming and Bulma's swift return. Neru, astonished, inquired, "You're back already?" "Indeed," Yi Ming nodded. How long could a fellow with 3 million battle power last? Besides, even if he were immortal or possessed extraordinary recovery abilities, I firmly believe Slag could not withstand such intense attacks. The matter with Slag, the elder began tentatively, is dead. Yi Ming replied, a smile gracing his face. I shall remain here for the next 2 months. If he were still alive, I would gladly eliminate him once more. The language of the gods must be mastered. Moreover, I must uncover the method to obtain the Super Dragon Balls, as they are incomparable to the ordinary Dragon Balls of Earth or Namek. Until I find the first one, I wouldn't dare ask Bulma or Dr. Briefs to construct a detector. Upon hearing Yi Ming speak so nonchalantly about such matters, the elder and Neru were left in shock. Such a powerful Slag, vanquished so easily? Observing Yi Ming's demeanor, they could only accept the truth of his words. 2 months swiftly passed. On this day, Yi Ming and Bulma returned once more to the elder's courtyard. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she beheld 7 gleaming Dragon Balls laid out before her. Is this the Dragon Balls of Namek? They appear quite similar to those on Earth, merely larger. Kneeling down, she reached out to touch the Dragon Balls, astonished. Of course they are similar, Yi Ming replied with a faint smile, summoning the Eternal Dragon using the Namekian language. Having spent time on Namek years ago, he had easily learned the language, even with his rudimentary understanding. As Yi Ming's call echoed, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. Lucky one, how is it you again? The divine dragon Purunga appeared, his arms crossed, and as he uttered a few words, he suddenly glanced down to find a Saiyan gazing at him with an amused expression, which caused his eyes to widen in surprise. Chapter 18, Training. The Grand Elder and Nail stifled their laughter, observing Purunga's words and expressions. It had been quite some time since they had last encountered the dragon of Namek. Yi Ming gradually ascended into the air, approaching Purunga with a smile and a greeting. At a loss for words, Purunga found himself unsure of how to engage with this audacious individual. State your wishes. Purunga swiftly redirected the conversation. The most expedient course of action would be to allow him to swiftly articulate his 3 wishes, thus enabling him to resume his slumber. Very well. Yi Ming nodded with a smile. For my first wish, I wish to master the language of the gods. Upon hearing this wish, Purunga immediately turned to fixate on him, his face a mask of astonishment, though he refrained from probing further. This wish paled in comparison to the previous 2 wishes Yi Ming had made. As you desire. A glimmer of red light flickered in Purunga's eyes as Yi Ming's body shimmered, and a wealth of knowledge suddenly flooded his mind. This is the language of the gods. The first wish had been fulfilled. Now, please share your second wish. Purunga continued. For my second wish, I require a Super Dragon radar. Yi Ming declared. Ah, I see. It was only after hearing the second wish that Purunga comprehended Yi Ming's intention to learn the divine language, realizing it was in preparation for seeking the Super Dragon Balls. He wasted no time and utilized his abilities to grant Yi Ming's wish. As for the third wish, I wish for the ability to survive in the cosmos. Yi Ming added. Understood. Purunga nodded, moving his hands and feet to fulfill this wish as well. These wishes were relatively straightforward. Farewell, fortunate wish granter, Purunga remarked. And with a flash of light, he transformed into 7 large Dragon Balls, returning to the Grand Elder's courtyard. 3 days later, Yi Ming, holding a Super Dragon radar, furrowed his brow on a certain planet in the universe. In the 7th universe, why are there only 6 Super Dragon Balls? He muttered to himself, realizing he had underestimated the situation. The more troubling aspect was that he had inquired with the system and discovered that the instant transmission technique could not traverse universes. This meant that even if he gathered all 6 Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, he would still be unable to reach the sixth universe to find the final one. What he had thought was thorough preparation now seemed insufficient. Accompanied by Bulma, Ming traversed from one planet to another, ultimately arriving outside the stratosphere of a deserted planet. Upon seeing the Super Dragon Ball before him, he felt no astonishment whatsoever. Why? Because he had not even considered how to transport it. Ming, brother, is this the Super Dragon Ball? My goodness, it's enormous. Bulma, floating in the stratosphere, looked up and exclaimed upon spotting the colossal Dragon Ball composed of 6 stars. Indeed, that is the Super Dragon Ball. Ming cast a glance and quickly turned away, sighing, Bulma, I always believed myself to be quite clever, but it seems I have been rather foolish. Initially brimming with confidence, reality dealt him a sharp blow. Ming, brother, what's wrong? Bulma looked at him with concern and reassured, in my eyes, you will always be the best man. Ming smiled wryly, shaking his head as he pointed at the 6-star Super Dragon Ball, stating, it seems I still have many matters to ponder. Just look at that colossal Super Dragon Ball. How could I possibly carry it away? Setting aside the question of whether he could transport the Super Dragon Ball, even if he could, how would he reach the 6th universe? This posed yet another significant dilemma. No wonder he was allowed 3 wishes. The final one was indeed quite challenging. Ming sighed internally, feeling a headache for the first time since his arrival in this world. Hearing Ming's troubles, Bulma pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly brightening as she gently grasped his hand, saying, don't worry, I'm here for you. This sentiment slightly lifted Ming's spirits, and he looked at her, preparing to speak. Just then, Bulma exclaimed, Ming, brother, have you forgotten? I'm not just a martial arts genius. I'm also a scientific prodigy. Ming's eyes lit up. Right. Bulma is the most formidable scientist in the Dragon Ball universe. Even the gods are amazed by the time machine she created. What could be so difficult about crafting something to contain the Super Dragon Ball? Bulma, do you have any brilliant ideas? Ming quickly inquired. Stepping out of his embrace, Bulma retrieved a capsule from her bag, shaking it with a smile. Do you know what this is? Isn't that just a capsule? Oh, come on, stop teasing me. I'm getting anxious. Ming exclaimed, raking his hands through his hair in frustration. Haha, Ming, brother, you're so adorable when you're like this. Bulma leaned in and pecked him on the cheek, laughing. Capsules can contain items larger than themselves. Why shouldn't the Super Dragon Ball be able to fit? As soon as those words left her lips, Ming's eyes sparkled, his expression shifting from surprise to joyous delight as he spun Bulma around in a jubilant embrace, exclaiming, Bulma, you're truly a genius. I adore you. A genius indeed. Ming's heart raced with excitement. Bulma's idea was simply brilliant. Although devising a capsule capable of containing the Super Dragon Ball would be challenging, there was finally hope. He believed that wishing for a space from the dragon was far too unrealistic. Observing Ming's exhilaration, Bulma couldn't help but smile. She was genuinely pleased to assist her Ming brother. At least she was not without value. Subsequently, Ming and Bulma returned to Earth. He began his training while Bulma approached her research with a sweet yet serious demeanor, endeavoring to figure out how to fit a Dragon Ball the size of a planet into a capsule. Time flew by, and more than 2 years passed. One day, Ming emerged from his training, stretching and glancing at his status panel. Host, Ming. Age, 24 years. Battle power, 40 billion points. Maximum burst, 50 billion points. Bloodline, Legendary Super Saiyan, Ancient Saiyan. Skills, Instant Transmission, Kamehameha, 9-Yang Divine Art, Universe Shifting Technique, Time Stop Technique. Seeing that his normal battle power was 40 billion points and could reach a maximum burst of 50 billion points, Ming nodded, his smile growing wider. By the way, isn't this the year of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament? Ming suddenly recalled this matter and inquired about the current timeline with the system, his face lighting up with realization. However, he had no desire to participate in such a minor competition. He mused that Bulma's capsule should be nearing completion and would likely be ready soon. Thus, he decided to focus on the important matters at hand. Yet, the subsequent notification from the system in his mind left him stunned. Ding! A godly choice has arrived. 1. Train Sun Wukong to achieve 100,000 points of battle power within 3 months and win the championship at the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament 4 months later. Reward, upgraded instant transmission. 2. Depart in 1 week to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Reward, a hyperbolic time chamber with a 20-fold time flow rate. 3. Forfeit this godly choice. Reward, increase battle power by 10 billion. The godly choice had appeared once more, leaving Ming momentarily speechless. The system was clearly preparing for a grand maneuver. However, he found it quite enjoyable. Ming smiled broadly, reveling in the upgraded version of instantaneous movement, precisely what he desired. Without hesitation, he selected the first option. In a flash, he found himself in Bulma's solitary villa, gradually making his way to the laboratory. He knocked on the door, and Bulma responded from within. Yiming pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Brother Yiming, you're here?" Bulma exclaimed, glancing back at him before returning her attention to her work. "How is it going?" Yiming approached her, wrapping his arms around her gently, and asked softly. "It should be ready soon." Bulma leaned against him, massaging her temples, fatigue evident in her voice. "If all goes well, a week should suffice." "Thank you for your hard work," Yiming said, lowering his head to place a tender kiss on her forehead. All right. Having you here distracts me." After a sweet moment together, Bulma feigned a stern expression and pushed Yiming out of the laboratory. "Hey!" Yiming found himself bewildered by her sudden action. He had intended to bring up their departure in 4 months, but Bulma had not given him the chance to speak. "Don't rush it, just train Goku. Toss him into the hyperbolic time chamber and the gravity room for some practice. There's no need to babysit him." Yiming pondered his task, concluding that there was no urgency in informing Bulma. After all, time was on their side. In a heartbeat, he sensed Goku's energy and instantly teleported to him. On a small island in the northern part of Earth, Goku was practicing his stances. With a swift whoosh, Yiming materialized before him. "Hey, brother Yiming," Goku exclaimed, immediately halting his training and rushing over. Goku hadn't fully grown yet. He was still a little sprite. After so long apart, he leaped onto Yiming's back and playfully tugged at his face. Yiming couldn't help but complain, "Brother Yiming, it's been over 2 years since I last came to play with you." Caught off guard by Goku's unexpected observation, Yiming was momentarily speechless. When did this kid learn to count? All right, get down. I have something important to discuss," Yiming urged, sensing the gravity of the matter. Goku wiped the playful grin off his face and stood before Yiming with a serious expression. "For the next 3 months, train with me." Yiming assessed Goku's combat power, 20,000 points. He had a task of reaching 100,000 points, which meant he had a long way to go. To be honest, this posed no challenge for Yiming. It was essentially a gift from the system. "Really?" Goku's face lit up with excitement. Yiming nodded with a smile and waved his hand. Suddenly, Yiming's eyes widened as a thought struck him. Was he a bit foolish? Could he have simply stored the Super Dragon Balls in his system backpack back then? Realizing this, Yiming felt a twinge of regret. Had he wasted over 2 years? More critically, he had made Bulma toil every day during that time. "I really need to sharpen my wits." Yiming slapped his forehead, a bitter smile crossing his face. However, there was a silver lining. Today he had encountered a divine choice and obtained something of greater significance. When he calculated it all, perhaps it wasn't a complete loss. Yet, he felt a pang of guilt for Bulma's relentless research over the past 2 years. "Brother Yiming, what's wrong?" Goku observed Yiming's expression of regret after he waved his hand, momentarily puzzled. "It's nothing at all." Yiming shook his head, forcing a smile as he retrieved the hyperbolic time chamber with a 10-fold time flow and the adjustable gravity room from his backpack. Truth be told, 2 years ago, he never anticipated using these items in such a manner. This realization left him speechless. Had he really been so careless? He began to question whether he was growing more foolish with every training session. Shaking his head, Yiming dismissed such thoughts, tossing the adjustable gravity room into the hyperbolic time chamber, shoving Goku inside, and after a few instructions, he instantly departed the small island, returning to Bulma's laboratory. Upon his arrival, he found Bulma asleep at her desk, and his heart ached for her. Perhaps it was time to give Bulma a proper title. Yiming mused silently. He was now 24, and Bulma was 20. They had been together long enough. They had tried everything except for the final step. This was not to say Bulma was unwilling to give herself to him. Rather, Yiming had always hesitated to take that leap. Before leaving Earth to seek the Super Dragon Balls, he resolved to propose to Bulma. Looking at her sleeping figure, his heart swelled with affection, and he made up his mind. 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye, and on this day, Yiming returned to the island where Goku trained. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku had only trained for a month before transitioning to the gravity room. When Yiming visited over 10 days ago, Goku's combat power had already reached 100,000 points. This meant that the task had been completed well ahead of schedule. Yet, since he had planned for a 3-month training period, he allowed Goku to continue his practice. From time to time, Yiming would spar with Goku, who was rapidly increasing his combat prowess. His combat power has reached 120,000 points. Upon this visit, Yiming checked Goku's power and was taken aback. Could it be? This kid's potential had truly erupted? Yiming couldn't help but ponder. He knew Goku was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, whose training speed seemed boundless. Had his presence somehow catalyzed the early release of Goku's potential? Perhaps so. Yiming nodded to himself, convinced that this was the reason. Upon seeing Yiming, Goku emerged from the gravity room, his face alight with excitement. It hadn't been long since he had attained such a level of power, something he never dared to dream of before. Thank you, Brother Yi Ming. Chapter 19. The Martial Arts Tournament Showdown. Goku bowed deeply to Yi Ming. No worries. I will participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament in a month. Make sure to give it your all when we face off, Yi Ming said with a smile. Rest assured, I will train harder than ever. Goku replied earnestly. This is a capsule containing a gravity room with 100-fold increase. It's something I no longer need. But you can train with it for quite a while. Yi Ming handed Goku a capsule, knowing that the 100-fold gravity room would still be beneficial for the young fighter. Goku received the capsule, his expression one of astonishment. Such a precious item was being freely given to him. Come on, focus on your training and don't slack off. Yi Ming playfully flicked Goku's forehead before teleporting away from the island. I won't let you down, brother, Goku shouted, shaking his fists toward the sky. Unbeknownst to Yi Ming, Goku's determination to grow stronger surged within him, but he could certainly sense it. The capsule contained not only the 100-fold gravity room, but also 20 senzu beans. He believed that in a month's time, it would be more than sufficient for Goku to make further advancements. Do not merely speak of achieving a combat power of 200,000. 150,000 should pose no challenge. With this thought, Yi Ming blinked, recalling that in the original narrative, did Sun Wukong possess a combat power of 2 million at this juncture? Shaking his head, Yi Ming dismissed further contemplation and proceeded to Bulma's residence, where they had arranged to embark on their honeymoon in advance. A month's time would suffice. On the morning of May 7th, 753 AD, Yi Ming and Bulma arrived at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Big Brother Yi Ming. Suddenly, two enthusiastic voices rang out. Turning around, Yi Ming and Bulma were greeted by the sight of Sun Wukong and Krillin, both brimming with excitement as they hurried towards them. It has been a while. Your strengths have grown considerably. Splendid. You have not disappointed me, Yi Ming remarked, glancing at Sun Wukong, whose combat power had reached 150,000, precisely aligning with his conjecture from a month prior, which elated him greatly. Krillin, on the other hand, astonished him even more. According to the original story, he should only have possessed a mere 120 points of combat power at this time, yet now he boasted 2,000. While he may not rival Wukong, it was still an impressive advancement overall. If it weren't for Big Brother Yi Ming's assistance, we could never have become this strong. Thank you, Big Brother Yi Ming. Sun Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances, then bashfully scratched their heads before bowing deeply to Yi Ming. He nodded in acknowledgement, accepting their respect with a smile. As for why Krillin bowed, it was obvious. He had likely been coerced by Wukong to train together in the gravity chamber. Otherwise, how could he have made such significant progress? At that moment, Master Roshi and his entourage approached, greeting Yi Ming before engaging in conversation nearby. Humph, you Turtle School folks. Just wait and see. A sudden grim voice interjected. The group turned to see a sleazy old man with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by a tall and short individual, coldly issuing threats. Yi Ming cast a fleeting glance, noting Tian's combat power at 180 points, Kaiatsu at 110, and Master Shun at 130. Thus, he quickly averted his gaze, finding them rather feeble. In the original tale, this assembly was indeed formidable, but times had changed. Not only Wukong, but even Krillin could easily vanquish the members of the Crane School without breaking a sweat. Let us go. Master Shun glared fiercely at Master Roshi, leading Tian and Kaiatsu into the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. How arrogant. Humph, I shall teach that old man's disciple a lesson later, Krillin muttered aside. Without lingering at the entrance, the group entered the venue. Bulma, who would not be participating, had already departed. Before leaving, Master Roshi exchanged a glance with Yi Ming, appearing empty-handed this time, implying he had no intention of competing. Shaking his head, Yi Ming followed Wukong and Krillin into the arena. After a series of processes including drawing lots and arranging matches, the preliminary rounds commenced swiftly. This time, there were 183 participants, a notable increase from the previous tournament. Yet to Yi Ming, they were merely here to add to the spectacle. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze landed on a three-eyed boy on the adjacent ring, Tan, who had been a formidable character in the earlier narrative. Now, however, he seemed rather unimpressive. Yi Ming chuckled and leaped onto his own ring, only to hop back down a second later, pacing amidst the astonished spectators. I remember now. He was the champion of the last tournament. That flying fellow. Goodness. He is my idol. Yi Ming was recognized, eliciting gasps from the crowd. He strolled calmly, observing here and there. After 3 hours, the preliminary rounds finally concluded, and he glanced at the few individuals backstage, nodding to himself in approval. In the original tale, the top 8 of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament were Yamchu, Tan, Master Roshi, the Wolf Man, Krillin, Kaiatsu, Babidi, and Sun Wukong. This time, Babidi was absent, replaced by an unknown contender, while Yi Ming took Master Roshi's place. Soon, the drawing of lots began, and before long, the matchups for the top 8 were revealed. Yamcha versus Tien, Ming versus the Wolfman, Krillin versus Kairatsu, and more versus Sun Wukong. What a pity. You are truly unfortunate to encounter me. Ming laughed after the draw, as Tien and Kairatsu approached, ready to taunt. Faced with such provocation, Ming chose to ignore them. They were simply not on the same level, akin to how an elephant would disregard the cries of an ant. Oh, I eagerly anticipate our confrontation, so you may savor the taste of defeat, Krillin remarked casually from the side. We shall see. Tien, infuriated by Krillin's indifferent demeanor and brazen words, felt a surge of anger. However, the current situation was not conducive to outbursts. Being disqualified would be too costly. So he suppressed his fury, huffed a retort, and left with Kairatsu. Krillin watched their departing figures, shaking his head and chuckling. That fellow thinks himself formidable. Yet in our eyes, he is utterly insignificant. Defeating him is as simple as drinking water. With that, they awaited the commencement of the first match, Yamcha versus Tien. Yamcha, if you cannot best him, concede. Otherwise, you will surely face punishment, Ming advised, having noted Yamcha's combat power remained at 130 points, rendering him no match for Tien. I understand. Yamcha nodded. He was not foolish enough to recklessly fight on. Yet, he also could not concede right from the start. Thus, should danger arise, he would choose to surrender. Tien, ambitious and eager to seize the championship of this martial arts tournament, would undoubtedly refrain from attacking once the opponent conceded. Before long, the gong sounded, signaling the official start of the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament's quarterfinals. The first match featured Yamcha against Tien. The two emerged from backstage to stand upon the arena stage. Ming sat calmly to the side, while Sun Wukong and Krillin leaped onto the surrounding walls to observe. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded even more so. The disparity between Yamcha and Tien was glaring. After merely a dozen exchanges, Yamcha had nearly been knocked off the stage multiple times. It was evident to all that Tien was merely toying with him. Consequently, Yamcha opted to concede. No matter who it was, be it Ming, Wukong, or Krillin, Tien stood no chance against any of them. Therefore, Yamcha concluded it best to let Ming and the others handle this adversary. The second, third, and fourth matches concluded just as rapidly, consuming not a moment of time. After a brief intermission of over 10 minutes, the semifinals commenced. The first match featured Krillin versus Tien. Little Baldy, we finally meet. Tien, arms crossed, coldly regarded Krillin from the arena, taunting, with such a tough exterior, it seems you won't concede easily, will you? Rest assured, you lack the ability to compel my surrender. Krillin retorted. Krillin let out a cold chuckle, assuming an aggressive stance. With a swift movement of his feet, he became nothing more than a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, he appeared before Tenshinhan. Bang! His fist landed violently against Tenshinhan's abdomen. What you just said, I return to you. I hope you don't concede so easily. Klin's voice echoed in Tenshinhan's ears, instantly igniting a look of fury on his face. Tenshinhan erupted in full force, launching a counterattack. Bang bang bang. The speed of their fists was so rapid that the referee could barely discern the action, relying solely on conjecture to narrate the unfolding drama. Tap tap tap. On the arena, Klin and Tenshinhan collided continuously, just as Tenshinhan had toyed with Yamcha earlier. Klin was now toying with Tenshinhan. Given his strength, defeating Tenshinhan was merely a matter of seconds, yet he deliberately created an illusion of equal footing, allowing Tenshinhan to feel a glimmer of hope before shattering it completely. This notion was not born from Klin's own mind, but rather imparted to him by Ming before the battle commenced. As the fight raged on, when Klin sent Tenshinhan flying with a single punch, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. To the ordinary onlookers, the two seemed evenly matched. However, seasoned warriors like Master Rashi and Master Shun, observing from below the platform, recognized that the outcome had long been determined. Their clash had ceased to resemble a fair contest. It had become a one-sided annihilation. Klin's power vastly surpassed that of Tenshinhan, and he had no intention of holding back any longer. He began to strike with earnest. What followed was a complete reversal of the situation, as the stubborn Tenshinhan found himself battered and bruised, yet resolutely refusing to concede. Consequently, all bore witness to the brutal beating Tenshinhan endured. Upon witnessing this, Master Shun's expression soured instantly. He glared at Tenshinhan, muttering curses under his breath. Tenshinhan is truly useless. Come on, Tenshinhan. Nearby, Chaozu could only watch anxiously, his heart aching with each blow Tenshinhan received from Klin. Cheering for such a useless fighter? What a disgrace to the Crane School. I had thought he possessed some merit, flaunting his champion status before the martial arts tournament, and now, reduced to being utterly helpless against a bald head? It infuriates me. Master Shin glared at the bloodied and motionless Tenshinhan on the ground, his expression growing darker as he continued to berate him. Tenshinhan, despite his inherent strength, had made remarkable progress under Master Shun. The latter had always felt a sense of pride in having such a disciple. Thus, when he heard that Master Rashi was bringing his student to the martial arts tournament, he hastily brought his own disciple along, eager to suppress Master Rashi's arrogance. Yet now, the irony of the situation was palpable. It would be better if he were dead. Master Shun gritted his teeth, shooting a venomous glare at Tenshinhan on the arena, then casting a disdainful glance at Master Rashi, who was nearby applauding, his frustration boiling over. After uttering a parting remark, he stormed away from the spectators' area. Master, Tenshinhan. Chaozu, bewildered, glanced at the departing Master Shun, then at Tenshinhan on the arena, before gritting his teeth and leaping onto the stage. We concede. We concede. Chaozu positioned himself protectively in front of Tenshinhan, calling out loudly to Klin. Chaozu, we cannot concede. Tenshinhan, still on the ground, barked back. Tenshinhan, listen to me today. If you don't concede now, you may lose your life. Chaozu, who typically heeded Tenshinhan's commands, fixed a determined gaze on Klin before turning to the nearby referee and stating, Excuse me, we concede. Please announce the result. The referee, taken aback by Chaozu's words, glanced at the downed Tenshinhan, then at Klin, before announcing. The first match of the semifinals has concluded. Congratulations to contestant Klin for his victory. As Klin made his way backstage, he cast a glance back at Tenshinhan. Although he felt a twinge of respect for this stubborn fellow, he harbored no fondness for him, and thus felt no sympathy seeing him in such a wretched state. Soon, Klin arrived at the backstage of the World Martial Arts Tournament, where Sun Wukong approached him. They simultaneously extended their right hands, fist-bumping each other. Impressive. Keep it up, Sun Wukong remarked, while Klin echoed the sentiment. They exchanged a knowing glance and burst into hearty laughter. Klin, Sun Wukong, and Yi Ming lingered backstage for a while until they heard the referee's voice, prompting them to rise. Yi Ming and Wukong shared a knowing smile and moved towards the arena. Now, the championship match officially commences. Despite Klin's advancement to the finals, he knew full well that he could not compete with either Sun Wukong or Yi Ming. His second place standing was merely a stroke of luck. Go, go, go. As Yi Ming and Sun Wukong took their positions on the arena, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd outside. Oh, the audience is truly enthusiastic. Contestants Yi and Sun, you must give it your all and deliver an exhilarating showdown. The referee darted about, switching hands with the microphone, bouncing around the arena to energize the crowd. Chapter 20, Proposal for the Dragon Balls. Hearing the referee's words, Yi Ming felt a wave of resignation wash over him. If he truly exerted himself, he might frighten quite a few spectators. Brother Yi, offer some guidance. Sun Wukong, undeterred by the surrounding noise, clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to Yi Ming. Yi Ming nodded with a smile, disregarding the surrounding crowd as he suppressed his power to match Sun Wukong's level. He wished to exchange a few blows with him before departing. Hey, Sun Wukong made his move, his speed astonishing as he appeared behind Yi Ming in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch. Bang bang bang. Yi Ming reacted with lightning speed, turning to engage Sun Wukong in combat. The two ascended from the arena into the sky, then back down, unleashing waves of energy that reverberated through the air. Incredible. Truly impressive. Observers below, including Master Rashi and his companions, as well as the surrounding crowd, were left in awe. Even Tenshinhan and Chaozu, who were resting nearby, found themselves wide-eyed, their faces painted with shock. Compared to their understanding of strength, the battle between Yi Ming and Sun Wukong was the epitome of true power. Each strike felt as though the apocalypse was upon them. Yet, in reality, it was not as dire as it appeared. Nevertheless, Tenshinhan and Chaozu did not perceive it as mere bluster. They recognized that Yi Ming and Sun Wukong exhibited remarkable control over their power. Thus, despite the fierce display, the actual destructive force was considerably lessened. How on earth have they trained? Tenshinhan pondered in astonishment, never having imagined a martial artist could reach such heights. In the sky, the battle between Yi Ming and Sun Wukong raged on. After several minutes of intense back and forth, both fighters were evenly matched, each taking turns on the offensive and defensive. Moments later, after another clash, Yi Ming delivered a close-range punch that sent Sun Wukong tumbling out of the arena. Contestant Yi is victorious. The referee, seeing Sun Wukong ejected from the platform, promptly declared Yi Ming the winner. After a brief intermission, the championship match resumed. Before Yi Ming, Klin was utterly outmatched and was swiftly defeated. Once again claiming the championship title of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Yi Ming's expression remained inscrutable. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the first choice. Reward, advanced teleportation skill. The reward has been deposited into the host's backpack. Please check it. Upon hearing the system's prompt, A hint of a smile finally graced Yi Ming's previously calm visage. He took a moment to calm himself and examine the description of the advanced teleportation skill in his backpack. Advanced teleportation skill enables the perception of other universes' existence and facilitates spatial jumps. Excellent. As he read the skill's description, Yi Ming's smile broadened. This would greatly assist him in locating the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Once gathered, he could summon the Eternal Dragon to resurrect those he wished to bring back, thus acquiring the bloodline of the original Saiyan. The fusion of 3 bloodlines would culminate in the birth of the strongest Saiyan bloodline in history. It would be at that moment that he would truly rise. Yi Ming descended slowly from the sky, striding towards Bulma. As the gaze of the entire audience fixated upon him, filled with admiration. Bulma. Yi Ming tenderly grasped Bulma's hand. Yi Ming, brother. Bulma seemed to suddenly grasp the significance of the moment, her cheeks flushing rapidly, gazing at Yi Ming with soft tenderness, awaiting his impending declaration. Will you marry me? Yi Ming knelt on one knee, presenting a ring and gently sliding it onto her ring finger, then lifting his gaze to smile at her. I. At the sound of those words, tears cascaded down Bulma's cheeks as she covered her mouth with her hand, her body trembling with emotion. Say yes. Say yes. Say yes. The crowd began to cheer, and Bulma's crying intensified. Say yes. At that moment, Master Roshi, nearby, chuckled and led the applause, rhythmically chanting along. Seeing even the master joining in, Sun Wukong, Klin, Yamchu, Oolong, and others who had just stepped down from the ring also began to clap and cheer. Every face radiated excitement, as this was their first time witnessing such a scene. Of course I will. Woo-woo. The ring was securely placed on Bulma's finger as she nodded enthusiastically, her voice choked with emotion. In truth, she had always wished to marry Yi Ming, but understanding that the time was not yet right, she refrained from rushing him. Thus, although deeply in love with him, she had never pressed him for a proposal. Now, she had finally awaited this moment. Ha! Upon hearing Bulma's acceptance, Yi Ming erupted into laughter, lifting Bulma and spinning her around joyfully. Applause erupted like thunder from the crowd, and smiles of blessing adorned everyone's faces as they witnessed this couple's union. On June 1st, 753 AD, Yi Ming and Bulma held their wedding on Turtle Island. The following day, Yi Ming awoke early. It was time to depart. Excitement sparkled in his eyes as he stepped onto the balcony, gazing into the distance with a slight smile. He knew that when he returned, he would be transformed. A month later, Yi Ming and Bulma stood before the immense Super Dragon Ball, which resembled a planet, smiles illuminating their faces. Brother Yi Ming, this is the last Super Dragon Ball of the 7th universe. The 7th one resides in the 6th universe you mentioned. Bulma whispered. Yi Ming nodded, waving his hand to store the colossal Super Dragon Ball into his system backpack. At that moment, in the realm of the destroyer of the 7th universe, a tall man furrowed his brow. With bluish-green skin, white long hair, and purple eyes and lips, he stroked the large light blue halo around his neck. A hint of surprise graced his lips as he murmured, "It seems a little fellow has gathered all the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe. How intriguing." Ding. Just as his words echoed, Whis glanced at the sleeping destroyer Beerus, raised his right hand, and gently tapped his staff against the ground. Buzz. A faint sound resonated, and his form vanished from the realm of the destroyer. Whoosh. At that moment, Yi Ming, who had just gathered 6 Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe, was preparing to take Bulma to the 6th universe when, suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Whis. Upon seeing this person, Yi Ming's expression shifted instantly. Oh. Hearing Yi Ming accurately call his name, Whis appeared somewhat surprised. Yi Ming remained silent, contemplating how to utilize the advanced teleportation skill to reach the 6th universe without drawing Whis's attention. Noticing Yi Ming's silence, Whis curiously scrutinized him without further words. Sensing the atmosphere had grown a bit awkward, Bulma stepped forward with a smile and asked Whis, "Are you a friend of brother Yi Ming?" Bulma. Yi Ming called her softly. Whis, who was indeed amiable in the original narrative, was a figure in the real Dragon Ball world, and Yi Ming pondered the potential differences in his demeanor. Whis glanced at Yi Ming, shook his head with a smile, and said, "I don't know him, but I am quite curious about how you are aware of the existence of the Super Dragon Balls." He recognized Yi Ming as a Saiyan. Yet it puzzled him that the legend of the Super Dragon Balls had long faded from mention in the 7th universe. Yet this individual not only knew but had also collected 6 of them, sparking his keen interest. "The Eternal Dragon from Namek told us," Yi Ming replied curtly. Whis gave him a sidelong glance, stroked his chin, and chuckled, "It seems you truly do know me." Upon hearing this, Yi Ming shot him a cold glance. Wasn't he that obvious? As a Dragon Ball enthusiast who had watched Dragon Ball Super, not knowing Whis would surely invite ridicule. Haha. Whis suddenly burst into laughter, then looked at Yi Ming and said, "Hey, little fellow, I'm curious if you know where the last Super Dragon Ball is?" The sixth universe. Yi Ming gradually perceived that the Real Whis seemed to possess a benevolent nature akin to his narrative counterpart. Thus he lowered his guard. Oh, how interesting. Truly fascinating. Whis stepped closer to Yi Ming and Bulma, inquiring, if so, how did you acquire the Super Dragon Ball from the sixth universe? Does Mr. Whis prefer the truth or a fabrication? Yi Ming raised an eyebrow, smiling at Whis. He intended to test Whis. If Whis was unwilling to assist him in traversing the universes, he would secure the Super Dragon Ball from the sixth universe on his own. I wish to hear both. Whis replied with a smile. All right. Yi Ming nodded. The truth is that I indeed possess a method to traverse to the sixth universe, while the fabrication is that I currently feel quite lost. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Whis blinked, pursed his lips, and continued. Are you trying to gauge my intentions? As a servant of Lord Beerus, I actually have reason to impede you. But, hearing this, Yi Ming's eyes sparkled. I am very eager to learn your method. Lord Beerus is currently asleep, and I assume he is still unaware. You wouldn't tell Lord Beerus, would you? Whis rolled his eyes playfully, smiling at Yi Ming. Isn't that a given? Yi Ming's face was illuminated with a look of surprise. Was he foolish? How could he reveal this to that fellow, Beerus? In that case, his gratitude was due to Whis. Once he returned from the sixth universe, he would surely treat him to a sumptuous feast. Bowing to Whis as a token of appreciation, Yi Ming felt a surge of confidence. At this moment, he was no match for Whis, let alone Beerus. Should negotiations fall through, and he were to venture directly to the sixth universe in Whis's presence, he would undoubtedly be apprehended and given a thorough lesson, or even annihilated by the god of destruction, Beerus himself. Ah, a feast. Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Whis's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, he would ensure that Mr. Whis enjoyed himself to the fullest. Yi Ming was brimming with confidence. Not only the culinary delights of Earth, but also the exquisite Chinese cuisine from his previous life would surely satisfy the insatiable appetite of this angelic being. Very well, let us make it so. Whis nodded with a smile. Farewell. Yi Ming grasped Bulma's hand, touching his forehead with his index and middle fingers as he began to sense the node of the sixth universe. In an instant, he detected the node of the sixth universe, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he employed his upgraded instant transmission skill to leap directly into the sixth universe. This was not merely ordinary instant transmission. It was an exquisite technique that even angels could not master. In a blink, Yi Ming and Bulma vanished from their original location, a strange light flickering in Whis's gaze. Though his demeanor remained calm, internally, he was profoundly astonished. I must inform Bardos of this matter, he thought, lightly tapping his staff against the void, and after exchanging words with Bardos, the angel of the sixth universe, he returned to the realm of the gods of destruction with a smile. Whoosh! The sound of slicing through the air resonated abruptly. Moments later, Yi Ming and Bulma materialized upon a desolate planet. Is this the sixth universe? Yi Ming and Bulma surveyed their surroundings, noting the stark barrenness of the planet, their brows furrowing in concern. Brother Yi Ming, does the sixth universe have an Earth? Bulma inquired curiously, pondering whether this world's Bulma might be akin to herself. No. Earth is unique to our two universes. While these two universes are akin to brother universes, each planet is distinctly one of a kind. Despite some races sharing similarities, Yi Ming replied, shaking his head with a smile as he elucidated the matter to Bulma. Oh, I see. Bulma nodded in understanding and began to wander about. Roar. At that moment, a colossal beast surged forth from the ground ahead, lunging toward Bulma. With a flick of his finger, Yi Ming dispatched the creature effortlessly. Bulma retreated to Yi Ming's side, breathing heavily with a tinge of fear. Fear not. With your strength, you could also handle such creatures, Yi Ming reassured her, gently ruffling her hair before taking her hand to stroll across the barren planet. This desolate world was indeed devoid of life, yet it harbored a plethora of monsters. These beasts lurked beneath the surface, their combat power varying greatly, the weakest possessing merely a strength of 3, while the strongest boasted an astounding 100. After walking for a while, both Yi Ming and Bulma halted simultaneously. Brother Yi Ming, why doesn't the Super Dragon Ball radar show the location of the last Dragon Ball? Bulma asked, furrowing her brow as she retrieved the radar from her bag. Patience. Yi Ming glanced at the device in Bulma's hand, speaking softly, then lifted his gaze to the sky, to the one hiding in the void. Might you reveal yourself? His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. While he was uncertain of the identity of the one who had been watching him, caution was always prudent. Thus, he firmly grasped Bulma's hand, prepared to utilize his upgraded instant transmission to escape this desolate planet should any hostility arise. Ultimately, it was a matter of his own weakness. If he were strong enough, who would dare to spy on him? If discovered, he would simply retaliate. Yi Ming sighed inwardly, yet he acknowledged that his strength had been advancing rapidly. Chapter 21. summoning the Super Dragon and making wishes. He was confident that by the time the Dragon Ball Super storyline commenced, he would be able to best Beerus effortlessly, rendering Goku's Ultra Instinct technique obsolete. Of course, it was premature to dwell on such thoughts. Ming refocused his attention on the vast expanse before him. Pop! A sound akin to a cork being pulled from a bottle echoed through the air. Ming's gaze sharpened as the void rippled like a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. Shortly thereafter, a tall woman with a stern countenance, sporting a high ponytail and wielding a staff, emerged from the void. Bardoss. Upon seeing her, Ming's pupils constricted sharply. He was well aware that, unlike Whis, the benevolent angel of the 7th universe, Bardoss, the angel of the 6th universe, though not prone to rage, possessed a temperament that was far from amiable. While she held a respectful demeanor toward the god of destruction, Kampa, she often teased him, leaving him in embarrassing situations. At times, when she lost her temper, even Kampa would feel a sense of trepidation. This indicated that Bardoss was not to be trifled with. You know me? Bardoss scrutinized Ming coldly, recognizing him as a scion from the 7th universe. The fact that he was acquainted with her took Bardoss by surprise. Ming remained tense and silent. Bulma, sensing an invisible pressure, became obedient, no longer trying to lighten the atmosphere as she had when facing Whis. At that moment, Bardoss spoke in a detached tone. I have heard Whis mention that you have an agreement with him. He enjoys fine cuisine, so naturally, he would not permit you to perish at my hands. Furthermore, I find no amusement in killing you. Ming regarded her with a knowing glance, aware that Bardoss was lying. Had it not been for Whis's warning, he might have met an untimely demise upon entering the 6th universe. After all, the prohibition against passage between the two universes was no trivial matter. I understand. Ming nodded. Although he felt considerable pressure in Bardoss's presence, he recognized that she could not kill him. His upgraded instant transmission allowed him to bypass any spatial constraints. In other words, should he wish to flee, he could return to the 7th universe in the blink of an eye. However, years of planning would go to waste. So he would neither confront her directly nor flee. Very well, I am only here to issue you a warning, Bardoss stated coldly. You must refrain from acting recklessly in the 6th universe. I hope you will comply. Understood, Ming nodded. From her words, it was evident that despite her frosty demeanor, she still possessed a semblance of humanity. Had she truly lacked compassion, she would not have cautioned him against being reckless. She softly acknowledged before vanishing into the high skies. Phew. As the invisible pressure dissipated, Bulma gasped for breath beside him. Just how powerful is Bardoss? Bulma whispered. Ming casually glanced at the void and explained, there are a total of 12 universes in the world, each with its own god of destruction and angel. Previously, the angel we encountered was from the 7th universe, while this Bardoss hails from the 6th universe. Bulma widened her eyes, attentively absorbing Ming's explanation. Angels serve as subordinates to the gods of destruction, and while they may appear to hold a lower status, in truth, they occupy a position of far greater significance, not only in terms of status, but also in strength. A god of destruction can obliterate an entire galaxy with but a flick of a finger. Yet, such formidable gods are trained by angels. So, Bulma, can you fathom the might of an angel? Ming smiled gently. My goodness. Bulma's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. These were revelations she had never encountered before. Let us hasten to locate the 7th Super Dragon Ball. Ming grasped Bulma's hand, and they teleported in an instant. Before long, after a series of jumps, he instructed Bulma to produce the Super Dragon Ball radar. We found it. Bulma glanced down and saw the radar indicating the location of the last Super Dragon Ball. It's still quite a distance away. Let us set forth. Ming took the radar, scrutinizing it carefully before dashing toward the direction of the Super Dragon Ball. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Although the instant transmission technique allows for spatial movement through the sensing of energy, the Super Dragon Balls themselves emit no energy. And Ming was entirely unfamiliar with the 6th universe, making it impossible for him to directly pinpoint their location, which was quite reasonable. Hey, a Scion's energy. Just as Ming was about to embark on their journey to the location indicated by the radar, he suddenly sensed a considerable number of Scion energies emanating from a nearby planet. Planet Salad? Ming opened his eyes wide, his face a mask of astonishment. Truth be told, he was quite curious to see what the Scions of the 6th universe looked like. What's the matter, brother Ming? Bulma noticed the peculiar smile on Ming's face and inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, just sensed a planet in the 6th universe inhabited by Scions. Ming replied with a grin. Would you like to take a look? Bulma asked playfully. Certainly, Ming nodded, taking Bulma's hand as they instantaneously teleported to the sensed planet Salad. In no time, Ming and Bulma arrived at the Scion-inhabited planet Salad of the 6th universe. The environment and overall combat prowess here are quite similar to that of planet Vegeta in the 7th universe. Yi Ming surveyed his surroundings, noting that the Scions on planet Salad resembled their counterparts from planet Vegeta, both in appearance and combat strength. At first glance, many of the Scions exhibited battle powers in the hundreds, yet these Scions appeared significantly younger than those he recalled from planet Vegeta. Wait a moment. Yi Ming suddenly squinted as he noticed a young Scion, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, leisurely approaching them. To his astonishment, this child possessed a battle power of 200. This little one was the strongest Scion he had encountered thus far. Despite his tender age, his combat prowess was remarkable. It seemed the Scions on planet Salad in the 6th universe possessed far greater potential than those on planet Vegeta in the 7th universe. Yi Ming pondered inwardly. In truth, he understood that it was not so much that the Scions of the 6th universe had greater potential, but rather that the Scions of the 7th universe had not fought in ages, losing the fierce spirit inherent to their kind and the drive to strive for greatness. Thus, it was only natural that they would lag in potential compared to their 6th universe counterparts. Hey, who are you two? You look unfamiliar. Just as Yi Ming was deep in thought, the young Scion approached them, frowning as he spoke. What is it? Yi Ming replied, gazing at the young lad with a calm demeanor. Although you are a Scion, you have a tail, while the Scions of planet Salad do not. You are an anomaly. The young Scion pointed at the tail at Yi Ming's waist, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming frowned, contemplating for a moment as he scrutinized the boy, suddenly recalling that the Scions of the 6th universe indeed lacked tails. You are an anomaly, the boy reiterated. With a swift motion, Yi Ming raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending the boy tumbling to the ground. He then unleashed a formidable aura, his battle power soaring into the billions, combined with an ancient Saiyan bloodline strength that made the fallen boy tremble. You. The boy defiantly raised his head, glaring at Yi Ming. What do you mean by that? Have you even forgotten your ancestry? Yi Ming crouched down, coldly delivering another slap, saying, It seems your generation of Scions is unaware of how significant a tail is to a Scion. In the days when I transformed into a Super Scion and traversed the cosmos, that was true glory. As he spoke, he shook his head with a sigh, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. Bulma, observing Yi Ming, felt a twinge of surprise. It was the first time she witnessed her brother displaying such theatricality. Had she not known him so well, she might have been convinced by his performance. You. The beaten boy opened his mouth, having indeed felt the pressure from the bloodline. Looking at the expression and strength of the person before him, he was compelled to believe. Forgive me, ancestor, for my rudeness. The boy blushed and bowed his head in apology. Meanwhile, Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. He was easily swayed. No worries, some secrets have been buried by time, and the ignorant bear no fault. Yi Ming retracted his hand and helped the young lad to his feet. Upon closer inspection, Yi Ming noticed that the boy seemed somewhat familiar. Gabe. The name suddenly flashed in his mind as he observed the boy's hairstyle, reminiscent of a young Gohan, further solidifying his certainty. Gabe. Yi Ming patted his shoulder, his expression turning serious as he stated, Your talent is the most formidable I have encountered among Scions. Perhaps you can shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing our Scion kin on planet Salad. Ancestor, I. Gabe's eyes lit up upon hearing this. However, he quickly realized, how does this ancestor know my name? Your name has appeared within the divine will. So do you understand? Yi Ming saw right through Gabe's thoughts and, before he could speak, added with a smile, Brother Yi Ming, you are astonishing. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide as she observed Gabe's transformation from suspicion to respect, now blooming into fervent admiration. Ancestor, what instructions do you have upon your return? Gabe stood tall, gazing earnestly at Yi Ming, declaring, Gabe is willing to serve you. Yi Ming donned a contemplative expression, weighing the prospect of including Gabe in the Scion army. With that thought, a glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes as he smiled and said, Your strength is not yet sufficient. Once you have truly grown strong, I shall return to seek you out. Gabe appeared bewildered. Yi Ming said no more, giving Gabe's shoulder a pat before taking Bulma's hand, touching his forehead with his fingers, preparing to teleport away when he suddenly seemed to recall something. Oh, right, Gabe. Ancestor, I am here. Gabriel immediately straightened his posture, believing that Yi Ming had some instructions for him, his face brimming with anticipation and excitement. Scions unleash greater power when enraged, and their latent potential is awakened. In such situations, one must concentrate their energy. Yi Ming paused at this juncture, contemplating that perhaps Gabriel did not possess the understanding to control his energy. With this thought, he furrowed his brow. Despite his formidable strength, he may not necessarily be an effective teacher. Ancestor, what do you wish to convey? Gabriel inquired with a hint of confusion. Can you unleash your energy as I just did? Yi Ming asked. I should be able to. Gabriel replied, albeit with some uncertainty, nodding in response to Yi Ming's question. Give it a try, Yi Ming encouraged. With a shout, Gabriel took a step back and successfully unleashed his energy, a white gale enveloping him. Well done. Ming nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that Gabriel had begun to master his energy. He then stated, when you are exceedingly angry, concentrate your energy behind you and maintain that fury. At that moment, you may transform into a Scion. He paused, gazing into the gleaming light in Gabriel's eyes, and smiled. That transformation I refer to as the Super Scion. At that point, your fighting power will increase 50-fold. Half a month after departing from Planet Salad, Ming and Bulma finally arrived at the location of the last Super Dragon Ball. Planet 7, it is indeed a pleasure to behold you, Ming exclaimed, a smile blossoming on his face as he waved his hand, causing the 6 Super Dragon Balls in his backpack to soar into the air. In a flash, the 7 Super Dragon Balls gathered together, radiating an intense brilliance. Hey, we have them all. Meanwhile, in the realm of the 6th universe, the angel Vados sensed something amiss, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the slumbering god of destruction, Kampa. With a swift motion, she vanished from sight. Divine Dragon, come forth and grant my wish. Ming raised his hands, gazing skyward at the 7 Dragon Balls, invoking the divine language. Upon hearing the summons, Vados' eyes widened in astonishment. This individual can speak the divine tongue. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the 6th universe, and a colossal golden dragon materialized in the expanse of space. It is magnificent. Ming gazed upward at the divine dragon, having seen its imposing figure in an animated series in his past life. Yet witnessing it in reality was overwhelmingly breathtaking. Words failed him in describing his emotions at this moment. Is this the Super Dragon? Bulma beside him was equally astounded, speechless. Her eyes fixated on the immense dragon. Gathered together, those who summon me, speak your wish. I can fulfill any desire in this world, but you may choose only one. The Super Dragon did not vocalize this statement, yet all 3 heard it, as it resonated directly in their minds. Divine Dragon, I wish to resurrect all ancient Scions who were utterly loyal to me, as many as possible. Ming inhaled deeply, standing tall, and articulated his wish in the divine tongue. You may only resurrect 3. Do you accept this limitation? The dragon echoed in Ming's mind. Only 3. Ming frowned, then nodded. Revive them. Very well. The dragon responded, letting out another dragon roar, its crimson eyes gleaming with light. In a moment, a black hole appeared in the void, and 3 Scions emerged from the air, their eyes closed. Your wish has been granted. With another dragon roar, the dragon flashed with golden light, transforming back into the 7 Super Dragon Balls, roughly the size of planets, before returning to the 6th and 7th universes. Ming looked skyward as the 3 Scions suddenly opened their eyes. All hail our king. Donado pays homage to our king. Gabriel Imo pays homage to our king. Nash pays homage to our king. The 3 ancient Scions knelt in midair, and Ming narrowed his eyes. So, these are the ancient Scions. Nash, power level 10. Gabriel Imo, power level 10. Donado, power level 10. Ming observed, his heart racing with astonishment. The power levels of these 3 Scions reached 1 million each. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the first choice. Reward, Ancestor Saiyan Bloodline. The reward has been issued to your backpack. Please check. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. The Ancestor Saiyan Bloodline was finally within reach. Vados. Ming suddenly turned, calling out to her. Upon hearing her name, Vados turned her head, her tone icy. What is it? Join me in the 7th universe. I have made arrangements with Whis to treat him to a delightful meal. Ming invited with a smile. The strength of the angels is formidable. Whis is already impressive, but Vados is even stronger. If I can foster a good relationship with her, seeking her guidance in the future will undoubtedly benefit my growth. Most importantly, angels possess the ability to master Ultra Instinct. Vados fixed her gaze on Ming, as if trying to see through his intentions. Ming met her gaze with a smile, his eyes clear. The god of destruction Kampa is fast asleep. I shall venture to another universe. Vados replied coolly, glancing at the approaching ancient Scions, lightly tapping her staff, and vanished without a trace. She did not refuse me. There is still hope, Ming thought to himself, secretly amused. He harbored no romantic feelings for Vados, only a desire to learn Ultra Instinct. Your Majesty. At that moment, the 3 Scions approached, kneeling before Ming, whom Ming responded lightly, casting a glance at them. Their hair was long, exhibiting characteristics of Super Saiyan 3. Their auras were fierce, and Ming understood that the ancient times were far from the peaceful era of today. Constant warfare characterized the existence of the Saiyan race, a people who thrived through battle. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Ming inquired, studying them closely. Super Saiyan. The Scions were momentarily taken aback. Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating before continuing. Transforming into a Super Saiyan enhances your power by 50-fold. Your energy turns golden, and your hair becomes yellow. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances, and one slender Saiyan spoke up. Nash has heard of such a transformation. However, we refer to it as the divine state. Divine state? Yi Ming smiled inwardly at this term. A Super Saiyan cannot attain the divine state. Holding Bulma's hand, Yi Ming descended from the stratosphere to an uninhabited planet, with the three Saiyans hastily following. System: fuse the ancestor Saiyan bloodline. Once on the barren planet, after enveloping Bulma in an energy shield, Yi Ming silently commanded in his mind. Boom. The fusion commenced. Yi Ming instantly radiated an overwhelming aura, causing the three Saiyans nearby to kneel in shock, contemplating. This, the power of our king, resembles the divine state. Huh. Yi Ming bent down, gradually rising. His fists clenched as a swirling vortex of purple and red energy enveloped him. Not only that, his hair transitioned from black to fluorescent green, then to white, subsequently to purple-red, and finally reverting to black. The pressure of the bloodline was truly formidable. The three Saiyans knelt, their bodies trembling involuntarily. This was bloodline suppression. An irresistible force. System: utilize the bloodline fusion elixir. In the lofty heights, Yi Ming slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, anyone observing closely would notice that his pupils were a striking silver, deep and profound. After uttering these words, Yi Ming once again closed his eyes. Suddenly, a resounding boom erupted. Upon consuming the bloodline fusion pill, his aura surged once more. Thunder rumbled and lightning crackled in the tumultuous clouds above. Simultaneously, in the realm of the god of destruction of the sixth universe, Beerus furrowed his brow, as if sensing something extraordinary, his face betraying a look of sheer astonishment. Indeed, it was astonishment, not mere surprise. This Yi Ming, Beerus murmured to himself, and then he felt an ancient power capable of shaking the universe, prompting him to involuntarily gasp in awe. Remarkable. This bloodline is truly formidable, ancient beyond belief. Could it be that the phenomenon of ancestry has manifested in this Saiyan named Yi Ming? Beerus was taken aback, as if a realization struck him. His eyes filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Yi Ming felt a force within him that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of the universe. Yet, he was aware that this was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, his strength at this moment was indisputable. The bloodline of the ancestor Saiyan, the bloodline of the primordial Saiyan, combined with the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline. What name could encapsulate this extraordinary lineage? High in the sky, Yi Ming opened his eyes once more. His pupils now entirely transformed into a gleaming silver, and his aura radiated a silvery hue. Though the cyclone surrounding him was only faintly silver, it undeniably shimmered with a hint of brilliance. Arrogance, primitivity, and dominance mingled with a touch of angelic sanctity. Yi Ming traversed the skies, his being infused with the three most powerful Saiyan bloodlines in history. At this moment, he possessed the massive physique of the Super Saiyan transformation. The silver aura enveloping him during the Ancestor Saiyan transformation, along with the dominance and arrogance derived from the Primordial Saiyan transformation. Incredible. Yi Ming clenched his fist, relishing the boundless power coursing through him, a smile gracing his face. I shall name this most potent Saiyan bloodline. Yi Ming lowered his head and softly declared, Ultimate. Indeed, the ultimate Saiyan bloodline. This is the pinnacle of the Saiyan lineage, the ultimate. As he continued to stride, he examined his character attribute panel. Host: Yi Ming. Age: unknown. Battle power: 1, 5 billion. Normal state battle power: 1, 5 billion. Limit break: 20 billion. Bloodline: Ultimate Saiyan bloodline. Skills: Enhanced instant transmission, Kamehameha, 9 Suns divine skill, Cosmic relocation, Time stop technique, Kamehameha, 5-fold King Kai fist, Chi round slash, Shadow punch, and Universal shockwave palm. The normal state battle power stands at 1, 5 billion, with a limit break capable of reaching 20 billion. Compared to before, his normal state battle power had increased by over 100 billion. He pondered whether he could still transform into a Super Saiyan or perhaps into a form unique to my ultimate Saiyan bloodline. Yi Ming squinted, contemplating that after merging with these three formidable bloodlines, he had embarked on a distinct path as a Saiyan. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to glance at his character attribute panel once more. Battle power: 1, 5 billion. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback, several question marks appearing above his head. Was he currently in a transformation state? System: am I in a transformation state right now? Yi Ming inquired in his mind. Indeed. The system promptly responded. In the transformation state, the normal battle power is 1, 5 billion, giving a 10-fold increase of 15 billion. Thus, my transformation state boasts a 10-fold increase. Yi Ming mused aloud, his eyes growing brighter. The amplification was quite respectable, at least not low. Most importantly, he discovered that he could maintain this state indefinitely. What does this imply? As long as he wished, his normal battle power would equal that of his transformed state. He wondered if he could stack the additional 5-fold increase from the King Kai fist while in this transformation state. Yi Ming squinted, contemplating that if it were possible, his battle power would reach unprecedented heights. Without hesitation, Yi Ming shouted and unleashed the King Kai fist. Boom. The momentum erupted instantaneously, and his battle power soared. 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. Before long, his battle power reached 5 billion, precisely the 5-fold increase of the King Kai fist. Astonishing. Yi Ming let out a triumphant roar, feeling as if he could effortlessly obliterate an entire universe. After validating his thoughts, Yi Ming subsequently released the 5-fold King Kai fist, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his body gradually shrank back to its normal state. Concurrently, his battle power slowly diminished back to the regular level of 5 billion. My king. Yi Ming descended from the skies, and Nash and the others knelt in homage, their faces filled with reverence. Yi Ming cast a cold glance at them, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Are you scions from the 6th universe or the 7th universe?" As he questioned, he observed their tails, suspecting they might be ancient scions from the 7th universe. "We are the scions of this universe," Nash eagerly replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's brow slightly furrowed. "Brother Yi Ming." Bulma rushed over. "What is it?" Yi Ming smiled at her. "Just now, Beerus came by," Bulma said softly, glancing at the distant sky. "Oh." Yi Ming followed her gaze but saw no sign of Beerus, indicating she had already departed. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that his ultimate Saiyan bloodline had indeed caught Beerus's attention. This alone indicated that the ultimate Saiyan bloodline was indeed extraordinary. No worries, since she did not attack me. It means she at least does not harbor any aversion towards me. Yi Ming waved his hand, turning to address the 3 ancient scions kneeling nearby, saying nonchalantly, "I shall escort you to Planet Salad, the ancestral home of the scions of the 6th universe." He then contemplated for a moment and shared with them the method to transform into super scions unique to the 6th universe. He was uncertain whether they would succeed in transforming, but it was, after all, an opportunity. Despite their current inability to transform, these individuals possessed bloodlines far more potent than ordinary scions, teeming with untapped potential. "My king, will you not allow us to accompany you?" Donado lowered his head, his tone tinged with disappointment. "You are too weak." Yi Ming shook his head. "What I need are powerful super scions, and while your current battle power is commendable, it remains insufficient for my needs. I shall give you a trial." Saying this, Yi Ming took Bulma's hand, touching his forehead with his index and middle fingers, coldly stating, "When I return next time, I hope to see a scion among the top 3 races of the 6th universe." With a swish. Upon concluding, Yi Ming immediately employed an enhanced version of instant transmission to teleport the 3 ancient scions he sensed to Planet Salad, while he and Bulma remained on this desolate planet. The enhanced instant transmission not only allowed him to traverse universes, but also enabled him to send those he sensed to their desired locations. Without further delay, Yi Ming and Bulma directly returned to the 7th universe. As Nash and others are currently unable to assist, remaining in the 6th universe appears to be the most prudent decision. Whoosh! The sound of air slicing through the atmosphere resonated as Yi Ming and Bulma returned to Earth. "Bulma, please contact the finest chef in West City, as I am soon to host a grand feast and would like to invite Whis to partake," Yi Ming said, holding Bulma's hand as they walked through the villa's garden. Of course, Bulma nodded, regarding the task as a mere trifle. After discussing the essentials, the couple strolled hand in comfortable silence, the atmosphere thick with sweetness. "Bulma." Yi Ming suddenly halted, gazing intently at her as she turned to face him. "Yi Ming-ji," she replied, closing her eyes gently as he drew near. 3 days later, Yi Ming emerged from his room to find a tall man in the garden, exchanging cheerful banter with Bulma. "Mr. Whis." Yi Ming approached quickly, greeting him with a smile. "Hey, Yi Ming," Whis replied, raising an eyebrow with a hint of surprise. Unlike their last encounter, this time Whis sensed an immense power lurking within Yi Ming. Although this power was trivial in his eyes, the rapidity of his progress was indeed astonishing. Noticing the flicker of amazement on Whis's face, Yi Ming secretly chuckled, aware that few things could elicit such a reaction from this being. "Regarding our previous agreement," Whis said with a smile. "Rest assured." Yi Ming replied with a nod and a grin. Turning to Bulma, he added, "Bulma, could you fetch a box of instant noodles I purchased earlier and prepare a bowl for Mr. Whis?" "Instant noodles?" Bulma paused in surprise. Yi Ming winked at her. "Oh, okay. Please wait a moment, Mr. Whis." Bulma understood that Yi Ming had his reasons and quickly dashed off to the villa. "What are instant noodles?" Whis inquired, blinking in curiosity. A delightful delicacy that will leave you craving for more. Yi Ming replied with a mysterious smile. He knew that neither Whis nor Beerus had ever visited Earth and likely had no knowledge of this planet. They had yet to sample Earth's culinary offerings. And humanity was undeniably the most adept at culinary creativity, having delved deeply into gastronomy. Having roamed the universe for many years, Yi Ming had never encountered a planet whose cuisine could rival that of Earth. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that in the original tale, Whis had developed a particular fondness for instant noodles. Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Whis's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the noodles. Shortly thereafter, Bulma returned, presenting a steaming bowl of instant noodles, though her expression bore a hint of anxiety. In her view, instant noodles were mere junk food, lacking in nutrition and taste. However, her trust in Yi Ming was unwavering. Whis accepted the bowl, his face displaying surprise. Oh no, Bulma thought to herself, sensing his reaction. Yet, Yi Ming remained composed, believing that Whis's surprise was not due to dissatisfaction with the dish. Mr. Whis, Bulma interjected hastily. Would you prefer I prepare something else? No, thank you, Whis replied, lifting the lid of the bowl and inhaling the aroma deeply. As Bulma looked on in astonishment, his expression gradually transformed into one of enjoyment. Delicious, Whis exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he picked up chopsticks and began to devour the noodles. Slurp, slurp. With each bite, his eyes grew brighter, and he soon discarded his staff, indulging heartily in the instant noodles. This is the best I've ever had. He laughed joyfully. I'm glad you enjoy it, Mr. Whis. There are even more delectable dishes awaiting you, Yi Ming said with a squint of satisfaction, his heart swelling with joy at Whis's delight. This would surely pave the way for a strong rapport with the angel, allowing him to learn a few invaluable lessons. Before long, the bowl of noodles was entirely devoured, leaving not a trace of broth behind. Absolutely exquisite, Whis remarked, savoring the last remnants. Only then did Bulma regain her composure, gazing at Yi Ming with newfound admiration for her husband. Bulma, please prepare a sumptuous feast for this afternoon. Today, let Mr. Whis truly relish a delightful meal. Yi Ming smiled at her. Certainly, Bulma replied, turning to Whis with a smile before stepping out of the garden. Yet, after taking a few steps, she returned, pulling a capsule from her pocket and handing it to Whis. This capsule contains several packs of instant noodles, each with a different flavor. Whis's eyes lit up at this news, his excitement undiminished. Once Bulma departed, Yi Ming approached Whis as he carefully stored the capsule, clearing his throat softly. Mr. Whis. Yi Ming called gently. Yes, Whis replied, squinting his eyes playfully at Yi Ming, his demeanor warm and inviting. Would you engage in a spar with me? Yi Ming asked earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Whis without reservation. Oh, you wish to fight me? Whis assessed Yi Ming with a scrutinizing glance before shaking his head. At this moment, you are not yet my match. Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with determination. Then, could you offer me some guidance, Mr. Whis? In truth, his mention of a fight had been casual. His true intent was to seek Whis's mentorship. Despite his current strength, it was reliant on external forces. Only when he could seamlessly integrate his transformed battle prowess into his normal state would he truly be formidable. Whis pondered briefly before regarding Yi Ming with a nod. Very well. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Yi Ming bowed, feeling no shame in seeking wisdom from a master. Unleash your full power and strike at me, Whis encouraged with a smile. All right. Yi Ming stepped back, instantly releasing an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye, his battle power soared to 20 billion, the pinnacle of his capabilities in his normal state. Huh! Yi Ming roared, charging at Whis. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a flurry of punches toward Whis, confident in his strength and holding nothing back. Yet, Whis appeared unfazed by Yi Ming's relentless assault. This scene mirrored Yi Ming's earlier battles with Goku. At that moment, Whis merely used a single finger to deflect Yi Ming's attacks. Suddenly, Whis pivoted, his finger bending slightly as he gently flicked Yi Ming's forehead. Yi Ming was sent flying, but he swiftly regained his footing, a thrill of exhilaration lighting up his face. Whis's power was indeed unfathomable. Your strength has yet to reach its full potential, Whis remarked with a smile. Huh! As Whis's words echoed, Yi Ming let out a fierce roar, his body subtly inflating as the originally white aura transformed into a silver-tinted one, his pupils shifting to a silvery hue. Upon witnessing Yi Ming's transformation, Whis's eyelids twitched, and as he sensed a familiar energy, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. It seemed that Yi Ming had touched upon that level. Whis slowly narrowed his eyes, his expression turning solemn. Although Yi Ming's power was deemed modest, at 15 billion, if he had truly begun to grasp that level, Whis could no longer treat him lightly. This was not merely a matter of strength, but rather a matter of respect. Indeed, to ascend to such heights solely by one's innate talent is, in Whis's eyes, already quite remarkable. Mr. Whis, you ought to be cautious, Yi Ming exclaimed with a grin, charging forward with fervor. Bam! As Yi Ming threw a punch, Whis effortlessly deflected it with a single finger. The impact resonated, causing the surrounding air to quiver thrice. Intriguing indeed. Whis felt a slight tingling in his finger. His brow raised, revealing a hint of surprise on his face. It had been a long time since he experienced such a sensation. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength yet, he was acutely aware that he still surpassed this young man by a considerable margin. Truly formidable. Yi Ming felt a jolt of realization. Whis' strength was unfathomable. His full-force strike, with a combat power of 15 billion, had been effortlessly blocked by Whis' finger. Contemplating this, Yi Ming recalled the discussions among Dragon Ball enthusiasts and official leaks from his previous life, quietly speculating on what might transpire next. If one were to consider Beerus's combat power as 10, then the angel from Universe 6, Vados, would match that figure, with Whis undoubtedly being even more powerful. As for the unit beyond 15, interpretations varied widely, leaving Yi Ming puzzled. He felt that truly measuring it would require his own combat power to reach the level of Whis or Beerus. Five-fold Kaioken. Yi Ming gritted his teeth, unleashing the technique, causing his combat power to surge to 75 billion. Thunderous roars echoed, as if the very fabric of space trembled. Another method to amplify his strength. Whis observed the red aura enveloping Yi Ming, interspersed with a faint silver sheen, slightly taken aback. Yet, this level of power was negligible in comparison to his own. Whis adjusted his aura slightly and extended another finger, resuming their exchange. Bang, bang, bang. Logically, the force of their clash should have torn asunder the very space around them. Yet this time, no such phenomenon occurred. Yi Ming understood that Whis was not only engaging in combat, but also controlling the surrounding space to prevent any catastrophic rupture, which only deepened his astonishment at Whis' prowess. Should I attempt the time-stop technique? Yi Ming pondered, genuinely curious if this skill could momentarily suspend a master like Whis in time. If it worked, it would be unimaginably powerful. Yi Ming, engaging in brute force like this is unwise, Whis said, easily parrying Yi Ming's attack with a smile. You've only just grazed that height. You must contemplate the principle of stillness in motion. When you strike before he could finish. Whis sidestepped Yi Ming's punch and playfully flicked his forehead. In an instant, Yi Ming was sent flying, his state and Kaioken dissipating, returning to his original form. Hiss. Slowly rising from the ground, Yi Ming touched his forehead, inhaling sharply. The pain was excruciating. Whis' strike, in Yi Ming's estimation, could likely send planets ricocheting like marbles. This was not merely a matter of strength, but rather an exquisite control over ki and power. Mr. Whis is truly extraordinary. Yi Ming approached Whis, cradling his forehead, and marveled, by the way, what exactly is that height you mentioned? He appeared genuinely perplexed, as if he truly did not grasp what Whis referred to. Whis regarded Yi Ming for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. That height is what my father, the Grand Minister, refers to as the Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct? Yi Ming's face remained blank, questioning. What is that? A state of being, Whis replied, a realm that even gods find difficult to master. Yi Ming's expression turned to one of astonishment as he pointed to himself, asking, So, are you saying that I have preliminarily touched upon Ultra Instinct? This time, Yi Ming was genuinely taken aback. To be honest, he had little understanding of his ultimate Saiyan form, especially since it was not a bloodline present in the original work, nor had it appeared in any fan comics. He had some knowledge of the original Saiyan's bloodline, but not in depth. All he knew was that the original Saiyan was the legendary Super Saiyan god, Yamoshi, rumored to be the first to master Ultra Instinct. Yet, it remained merely a rumor. However, this is just a preliminary encounter. Don't even mention mastering Ultra Instinct. You still have a long journey ahead to even enter that state, Whis observed Yi Ming, nodding thoughtfully. But considering you have accessed it at such a weak stage, perhaps you might genuinely step into that state sooner than later. It was worth noting that Whis himself had only reached this state through guidance from his father, taking an immeasurable amount of time to fully master it. Aided by his father's instruction. Without such guidance, he doubted whether he could still access that state at will. It was exceedingly difficult. Thus, he was profoundly impressed that Yi Ming could preliminarily touch upon Ultra Instinct under such circumstances. Mr. Whis, could you teach me Ultra Instinct? Yi Ming bowed deeply before him, then lifted his head, his eyes burning with fervor. Whis shook his head. I cannot teach you. It is entirely up to your own enlightenment. He truly lacked the qualifications to teach, as only someone of his father's caliber could do so. He himself was still far from that level. Hearing this, Yi Ming furrowed his brow slightly, then smiled. Such a thing must be comprehended independently. Moreover, he possessed the bloodline of the ultimate Saiyan, the true strength of which he himself was still oblivious to. His first transformation had provided a preliminary touch upon Ultra Instinct. Would he be able to enter that state in a short time during his next breakthrough? Further, could he eventually enter that state at will? I understand. Yi Ming bowed once more to Whis. There was no need for haste. Time was plentiful, and who knew if fortune would smile upon him, suddenly granting him a reward that enabled him to master Ultra Instinct? Of course, this was merely a fanciful thought, as he understood that the path of cultivation ultimately relied on oneself. Subsequently, Bulma prepared a lavish feast, much to Whis' delight. After the meal, as Whis prepared to depart, Yi Ming seized the opportunity to make a request. Mr. Whis, may I accompany you to the Destroyer Realm for some training? Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Whis paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yi Ming remained silent, patiently awaiting his response. It is permissible, but do not create too much chaos. Lord Beerus is rather temperamental. Whis eventually replied with a smile, nodding his head. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ding! At that moment, a system notification echoed in Yi Ming's mind. Ding! As you are about to enter the Destroyer Realm, the Divine Selection is now open. 1. Upon arriving in the Destroyer Realm, intentionally awaken the sleeping Destroyer, Beerus. Reward: tenfold Kaioken, Super Senzu Beans. 2. Use culinary delights to attract Destroyer Beerus with your cooking. Reward: a restaurant from Earth in your past life. Time stop technique. 3. Let the God of Destruction, Beerus, suppress his power and engage in a battle with you. Choice of rewards. 1. Scorching effect of Qi. 2. Qi infused with 5 weakening attributes. 3. Qi endowed with 5 lethal effects. The system's voice resonated incessantly in Yi Ming's mind. From the moment the first choice was presented, he found himself in a daze, muddled as he absorbed all the information. 5 seconds later, the selection period concluded. 5. 4. I want them all. 3 supreme choices, 3 magnificent rewards. Indeed, for Yi Ming. Although the reward for the third option left him somewhat bewildered, he still perceived its extraordinary potential. Chapter 24, Battling Beerus. Thus, he resolved to seize them all. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your successful selection. Upon completing the task, your rewards will be delivered to your backpack. The system reiterated its message. Wow! Yi Ming exclaimed with exhilaration, clenching his fists in triumph. Yay! Swish, swish, swish. Hearing Yi Ming's exuberance, Bulma and Whis turned to look at him, their expressions a blend of bemusement and disbelief. Was it really necessary to be so ecstatic over simply training in the realm of the God of Destruction? Off we go. An hour later, Yi Ming, all set, departed for the God of Destruction's realm alongside Whis. Bulma, being an astute woman, recognized that this was not an appropriate occasion for her presence. She had initially intended to prepare some necessities for her husband. To her surprise, Yi Ming waved his hand in refusal. He had mastered an advanced version of instant transmission. Having visited the God of Destruction's realm once, distance was no longer a concern for him, as returning to Earth would take but a blink of an eye. Before long, the two were exchanging banter, and they soon arrived at the God of Destruction's domain. Upon arrival, Yi Ming immediately began to survey his surroundings. It was exactly as depicted in the original narrative, simple yet unpretentious. Feeling the surging qi within him, an expression of excitement spread across his face. In the original tale, Goku had trained on King Kai's planet, significantly enhancing his speed. The God of Destruction's realm, a place far more noble and enigmatic than King Kai's, where entry was strictly prohibited for outsiders. Likewise, as the residents of the God of Destruction, the dimensional quality of this realm surpassed that of King Kai's by immeasurable degrees. Thus, training here would yield results exponentially better than those on Earth or King Kai's planet, perhaps dozens or even hundreds of times superior. Wow! Yi Ming bounced around, the gravity of the God of Destruction's realm having little effect on him. Yi Ming, noticing his exuberance, Whis shook his head with a smile and cautioned. Lord Beerus is in a foul mood this morning. If you wake him, you shall find yourself in dire straits. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming's eyes glimmered with mischief. This was clearly a task he would relish. However, despite Whis' repeated warnings, he was not foolish enough to persistently provoke the situation. Thus, how could he inadvertently rouse Beerus? With this thought, Yi Ming quieted down, pacing thoughtfully. Observing Yi Ming's newfound restraint, Whis' smile returned. Casting a glance at the comfortably slumbering Beerus, shaking his head, uncertain if bringing Yi Ming here had been the wisest decision. Awaken? How to awaken him? Not long after, perhaps an hour had passed, Yi Ming sat cross-legged, deep in contemplation, his brow furrowed. Ding! Suddenly, Yi Ming's eyes lit up as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. I have a plan. He sprang to his feet with enthusiasm. Whis, who was enjoying a bowl of ramen nearby, sensed something amiss and glanced sideways, only to witness Yi Ming unleash his chi with fervor. Oh no! Realizing what was happening, Whis' heart sank. It was well known that Beerus, the God of Destruction, relished battle. The eruption of such formidable power in his realm would undoubtedly disturb his slumber. Boom! Yi Ming's chi surged forth once more. Rumble. Not only did he release his energy, but he also began to wreak havoc around him. This guy is being deliberate. Isn't. As the surroundings trembled, Whis set down his ramen, albeit reluctantly, as his expression revealed his inner conflict. For him, the soup was a delectable treat he found hard to forsake. Boom. Simultaneously, within Beerus's lair, a cataclysmic surge of energy radiated outward from his being. He is awake. He is awake. Whis and Yi Ming exclaimed in unison, one with exasperation and the other with exhilaration. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing your first choice. Reward. Tenfold King Kai Fist, Super Senza Beans. Rewards have been deposited into the host's backpack. Please check. Just as Beerus fully roused, the system's notification echoed in Yi Ming's mind. Wow. Yi Ming clenched his fists in excitement and shouted. With the tenfold King Kai Fist, his battle prowess would soar to an astonishing 15 trillion points. According to the standard that 1 trillion equals 1 trillion, his battle power now stood at an impressive 15 trillion. Just how formidable is a trillion in battle power? Yi Ming shook his head. He needed no further contemplation to grasp the magnitude of his newfound strength. Whis, how could you allow a mere mortal into my realm of destruction? And to have him awaken me? That wretched fellow. Boom. Just as Yi Ming reveled in his excitement, Beerus's furious roar echoed from his lair, followed by an overwhelming pressure sweeping through the atmosphere. Swish. As the pressure surged, Whis instantly materialized before Yi Ming, enveloping him in a protective energy barrier. Whis shot Yi Ming a sidelong glance and muttered, You, my friend, are clearly being deliberate. He was no fool, despite his repeated admonitions. This typically prudent and clever young man had persistently released his energy, making it evident to Whis that this was intentional. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just excited after my breakthrough. Yi Ming sheepishly scratched his head, turning his gaze away. At that moment, Beerus, shrouded in dark energy, was descending from the heavens, exuding a menacing aura. Mr. Whis. Yi Ming cast a pleading glance at Whis, exclaiming, The god of destruction is going to bully me. He might even obliterate me. You can indeed enjoy ramen on Earth, and you can certainly savor the delicacies of that realm. However, I possess access to the finest cuisines from other universes. Moreover, can you truly bear to witness a prodigy, one of your own, meet such a grim fate? Hearing Yi Ming's words and witnessing his woeful expression, Whis's countenance grew increasingly grim. This fellow had an audacity unmatched, always causing him worry. Had he known better, he would have rejected Yi Ming's request to train in the realm of destruction from the outset, thereby avoiding all these subsequent troubles. Mr. Whis. Seeing Whis's conflicted expression, Yi Ming immediately bowed deeply, then raised his head, his demeanor serious as he stated, There is no need for Mr. Whis to intervene. You merely need to allow Lord Beerus to engage in a battle with me, with our powers being equal. Upon hearing this, Whis's initial look of trepidation was now infused with an element of surprise. This young man exhibits such confidence? Furthermore, Lord Beerus also has a fondness for exquisite delicacies. Once the battle concludes, I shall treat you to the finest gourmet delights that even the 7th universe cannot procure. Yi Ming continued to appeal to Whis with promises of delectable cuisine. Whis pondered, resting his chin on his hand. At this moment, Beerus was already charging toward them, clearly fixated on Yi Ming. Very well. Whis sighed softly, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the exquisite culinary offerings Yi Ming had mentioned. Yi Ming let out a sigh of relief, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Although he understood that he had won this gamble, a sense of unease still lingered within him. However, there was no cause for alarm. His concern did not stem from fears for his safety, but rather from doubts about his ability to successfully complete the second and third tasks. After all, he had mastered an upgraded version of instantaneous movement, akin to the late-game equipment of Dr. Mundo in his previous life's game, allowing him to go wherever he wished. That insufferable fiend. I shall obliterate you. The furious roars of Beerus echoed incessantly. Lord Beerus. Whis turned, his form flickering as he instantly stood before Beerus, speaking softly. You've just awakened. Do refrain from such anger. It is detrimental to your health. Whis, are you attempting to hinder me? Beerus erupted, his wrath palpable. Lord Beerus, I have no intention of obstructing you. You've just awakened. Perhaps a cup of warm water and a hearty breakfast would be beneficial. Moreover, I have discovered an exquisite delicacy. Whis maintained a gentle smile, his tone soothing. Delicacy? Exquisite food? Whis's words momentarily stunned Beerus, his eyes widening as he scanned the surroundings, inhaling the air and gradually closing his eyes. After a moment, Beerus furrowed his brow, fixing a stern gaze upon Whis, and intoned, Whis, you're deceiving me. Whis lightly shook his finger and, with a phrase he had learned from Bulma, smiled. Please, Lord Beerus, follow me. Trust me. The deliciousness of this instant noodles will truly astonish you. Upon hearing Wiss's words, Beerus cast a curious glance in his direction. After Wiss took flight, he shot a cold glare at Yi Ming, snorted, and sped after Wiss. The notion of a delicacy was merely an excuse he concocted to alleviate his embarrassment. Wiss understood. Beerus comprehended as well, and Yi Ming was certainly more than aware. A slight smile graced Yi Ming's lips as he experienced firsthand Beerus' haughty demeanor. In the original narrative, most Dragon Ball fans considered Beerus' tsundere traits to be second only to that of Prince Vegeta. Contemplating the proud Prince Vegeta, Yi Ming couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was still the year 753 in the age of the universe. With many years remaining before that individual would make an appearance. Time certainly seemed to crawl by. Yi Ming flew toward Wiss and Beerus, murmuring softly to himself. To be honest, he had initially believed it would take him a long time to reach this level, but surprisingly, he had achieved such astonishing strength in a mere few years. Given another few years, or perhaps a decade, he believed that while he might not be able to completely overpower Beerus at full strength, at the very least, he should be capable of suppressing about 60 to 70% of his power. Was that merely a pipe dream? Who says reality is harsher than dreams? In my view, reality is indeed somewhat more splendid than dreams. A genuine smile illuminated Yi Ming's face. What kind of instant noodles are these? Beerus scrutinized the cup of instant noodles before him, and truthfully, he could not discern what made them so appealing. He even sniffed several times, but found them devoid of any scent. Allow me to prepare a cup for you, my lord. Wiss smiled as he accepted the cup of noodles from Beerus, tore open the packaging, and with a snap of his fingers, a cascade of hot water poured down from above, soaking the noodles. He covered it with a lid and declared, "Done." Beerus looked on in confusion as Wiss worked, and at that moment, Yi Ming had already arrived. "Hey, you." As Beerus turned to speak to Yi Ming, a wave of enticing aroma wafted toward him, causing his eyes to widen immediately. Good heavens! He pivoted, teleporting directly to Wiss's side, fixing his gaze upon the noodles in Wiss's hands, his expression one of astonishment. This is unbelievably fragrant. He was certain that the aroma emanating from the noodles was the most delightful scent he had encountered in centuries. No, in his entire life. Wiss had not deceived him. "Lord Beerus, the noodles are ready. You may taste them now, and I assure you, you will fall in love with this flavor," Wiss said with a smile. Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard, taking the prepared noodles from Wiss's hands, lifting the lid, and using a fork to sample a few strands. Heaven! Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. The flavor. The texture, boom. In an instant, his aura erupted with ferocity. This is exquisite. With a great roar, Beerus began to devour the noodles voraciously. Yi Ming and Wiss observed with smiles, both knowing full well that yet another god had been born with a newfound love for Earth's cuisine. "I can't help but be curious about the even more delectable food you mentioned." Wiss cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ming and smiled. "In a moment, Mr. Yi Ming will have the opportunity to taste it." Yi Ming also smiled slightly. Once he completed the second and third task selections, he would surely treat Wiss and Beerus to a splendid feast. Of course, to truly impress Beerus with culinary delights, a single cup of instant noodles would be far from sufficient. Patience, patience. Yi Ming looked at Beerus, who had drained the broth clean and wore a satisfied expression. Stepping forward with a grin, he asked, would Lord Beerus care for something even more delicious? Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Beerus turned to regard him, frowning as he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Yi Ming, hailing from Earth," Yi Ming replied. "Lord Beerus, these noodles are a culinary gift from Yi Ming." Wiss chimed in quietly from the side. Oh, Beerus's interest was piqued. "Do you possess food even more delectable than these noodles?" "Indeed I do." Yi Ming bowed slightly, lifting his head with a smile. "However, I hope that Lord Beerus might offer me guidance in my training. Of course, your strength is formidable." He continued, "Thus, I would appreciate it if you could temper your power, ideally to match my level." Beerus held the cup of noodles, furrowing his brow as if in contemplation. After a while, he glanced at the cup of noodles in his hand, then back at Yi Ming, nodding, "Very well. But do not blame me if you end up getting hit." "Fear not." Yi Ming smiled softly, yet in his heart he mused, "To match my level. It remains uncertain who will strike whom." For Beerus, since this fellow wished to be struck, he would naturally fulfill that desire. "Come, allow me to witness your strength." Beerus tossed aside the cup of noodles and carelessly beckoned Yi Ming with a finger. Boom. Yi Ming's aura surged, preparing to engage Beerus in a preliminary battle in his normal state. Yi Ming soared upward, launching a punch. Bang. Beerus, much like Wiss, merely extended a single finger from his right hand, and even more exaggeratedly, his left hand was casually tucked behind his back, his demeanor indifferent, clearly not regarding Yi Ming's combat prowess with any seriousness. Chapter 25. Fierce Battle, New Technique Acquired. Witnessing this scene, Yi Ming naturally felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. You are indeed powerful, but I am no slouch either. With that, Ming instantaneously relocated to appear behind Beerus. Too slow. Beerus scoffed, not even turning his head, and pointed backward with a casual flick. Indeed, he had struck true, but it was not Ming himself, rather an illusion of his 053, which caused Beerus to pause momentarily in surprise. Kamehameha. At that moment, Ming unleashed a Kamehameha from the skies. Bang! The Kamehameha shot forth like lightning, transforming into a blinding beam of light that crashed down upon Beerus' position. In that instant, the sound was deafening, and a colossal mushroom cloud erupted from the ground. As the swirling sands swiftly dissipated, flames roared upon the ground, where Whis was leisurely savoring instant noodles while observing the spectacle. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Ming, who was engaged in a fierce melee with Beerus. His astonishment grew. It appeared as if the energy had acquired an attribute. With this thought, Whis blinked in surprise and turned back to his noodles. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the sky, filled with incredulity. Lord Beerus was unable to subdue this young warrior. While their strengths were ostensibly comparable, one must consider that Beerus possessed far greater power and combat experience, far beyond what Ming could match. Logically, Beerus should have completely overwhelmed him. Instead, it felt as though he was being somewhat restrained. Boom, boom, boom. Hey-ha! In the lofty heights, Ming roared with exhilaration, his face alight with excitement. What a thrill! This battle, relying solely on his innate strength without any external amplification, ignited a fervor within him, causing his blood to surge with fervent intensity. His baseline combat power surged by hundreds of thousands with each passing second. Moreover, he sensed that the longer he fought, the more robust his internal energy became, as if it were boundless, with no sign of depletion. Remarkable. Was this the extraordinary ability bestowed by the ultimate Saiyan Bloodline? Ming's heart raced with astonishment. Even as his strength intensified, boom. At that moment, Ming's fist struck Beerus' shoulder with tremendous force, momentarily stunning Beerus and causing Whis, who had just finished his noodles, to freeze in disbelief. Lord Beerus had been hit. Before Whis could process this, the next scene nearly caused his eyes to bulge in shock. Boom, boom, boom. No, it was better described as a frenzied onslaught. Now fully immersed in the battle, Ming began to unleash a relentless barrage upon Beerus. How infuriating! Beerus, caught off guard, felt his expression darkening as he was increasingly astonished. What manner of monstrosity was this? The more he fought, the more ferocious Ming became, his energy ever more vigorous. Beerus recognized that Ming was rising in power at an alarming rate, having initially underestimated him, only to witness his strength grow exponentially. Yet it was futile, completely futile. This warrior was an aberration. The combat power at this level was utterly invincible. What kind of race were the Saiyans? Whis' eyes widened below. Initially, he believed that while Ming possessed great potential, he had merely employed some method to enhance his combat prowess, thus not regarding him as particularly formidable. However, it was now evident that he had gravely misjudged. This individual's potential was virtually limitless. The mere thought startled even Whis himself. With an endless reservoir of energy and an ever-increasing aura, if he were to fully master the Ultra Instinct, how formidable would he become? It was unfathomable. Whis swallowed hard. Even he had not contemplated such a possibility. The Ultra Instinct was notoriously difficult to master and maintain, yet it seemed to flow effortlessly for this young warrior. Boom. Just as Whis' thoughts spiraled, Beerus' aura surged once more. Kid, I shall teach you a severe lesson. Beerus seethed with rage, but it was not a murderous fury. That was simply his nature. When someone demonstrated strength, he would take notice. Very well, then I shall teach you another lesson. Ming laughed heartily, his combat power skyrocketing in response. Moreover, he yearned to astonish Beerus. Boom. Transformation. The first stage of the ultimate Saiyan. His training path had transcended that of a mere Super Saiyan, evolving into a unique journey of the ultimate Saiyan. In this first phase, his combat power surged tenfold. What? Upon witnessing the faint silver aura enveloping Ming, Beerus' eyes widened in shock. Before Beerus could ponder further, Ming lunged forward. No, if this continues, I shall lose face as a god of destruction. Beerus found himself once again on the back foot, his expression darkening. How could he, having lived so long, endure such humiliation? With a flick of his eyes, Beerus resolved to unleash his power in an instant and then regain his composure. Whoosh. Boom. Without hesitation, Beerus appeared behind Ming and delivered a punch that sent him flying. Beerus stood firm. The earlier disarray vanished without a trace. Boom. Believing he had knocked Ming unconscious, Beerus was abruptly met with a figure springing up from the ground, charging directly at him. A punch that obliterated Beerus' grin. Boom. The blow landed squarely on Beerus's face, sending him hurtling away. Thud! Yi Ming roared, his combat power escalating relentlessly. What a tenacious adversary. Beerus, while defending, exhibited a look of astonishment. Boom! Another punch struck Beerus in the gut, causing him to spit blood and reveal a visage of pain. Thud! Yi Ming's onslaught intensified, treating Beerus as if he were a mere punching bag. Kid, surely you must have had enough by now. Beerus's countenance darkened, his gaze turning cold as black energy began to emanate from him. Yi Ming offered him a response. Time stop technique, 26 seconds. A mere second was all it took for Beerus to momentarily lose focus. As Yi Ming's fist surged toward him once more, his expression shifted. What had just transpired? Why had he inexplicably faltered for a moment? Meanwhile, Whis narrowed his eyes, intrigued. With his discerning eye, he recognized the technique Yi Ming had employed. However, he was astonished to discover that even a deity could be impacted by the time stop technique. The time seemed to have halted for a second. Curious. This young man was indeed full of surprises. Whis pursed his lips, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He could not deny that his interest in Yi Ming was growing ever stronger. Lord Beerus, this is the end. Just as Whis marveled at this thought, Yi Ming's attack once again descended from the heavens, crashing Beerus to the ground. Phew! Seeing Beerus downed, Yi Ming exhaled deeply, relief flooding over him. Whoosh! Yet before he could catch his breath, a figure appeared before him. Boom! A single finger lightly tapped his forehead, sending him flying. Thunderous! Yi Ming crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, dust swirling around him. Humph! Beerus's cold voice echoed as he vanished from sight. After a considerable time, Yi Ming crawled from the pit, rubbing his forehead, fully aware that a large bump was forming. That hurts. Indeed. Whis materialized before him, slowly crouching down. It hurts. Yi Ming retrieved a Senza bean from his system backpack and swallowed it whole. In no time, the bump on his forehead disappeared. What a relief. Yi Ming felt revitalized, performing several flips in place. This lad. Upon witnessing Yi Ming's resurgence, Whis shook his head with a smile. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the third choice. Reward options. Energy burn ability enhanced by 1 level, with a 5 chance for energy to carry a weakening effect, and a 5 chance for energy to carry a lethal effect. The reward will be sent to your backpack in the form of a skill manual. Please check. Yi Ming rolled and leaped for a while, when suddenly the system notification echoed in his mind. He immediately halted his movements, plopping down on the ground, focusing intently on the message. Energy burn ability enhanced by 1 level. The power of energy burns has increased by 1 tier. As for the other 2 rewards, Yi Ming cast a hurried glance, and as the literal meaning suggested, his chi possessed a 5 chance to weaken his opponent's strength and a 5 chance to vanquish them in a single strike. Yi Ming furrowed his brow and inquired of the system internally. Is this 5 probability effective against everyone? Everyone, the system replied. However, if the enemy is weaker than you, the probability doubles. Oh, Yi Ming exclaimed in realization, but then he pondered, what if this effect is inadvertently triggered during a duel? Wouldn't that spell disaster? The slaying effect is conscious and will not lead to the situation you are concerned about, the system clarified once more. Oh, I understand now. It's akin to having a cheat that ensures a teammate helps me avoid friendly fire. Yi Ming grinned. Hey, this system's gifts are quite intriguing. With no further thoughts, Yi Ming sprang to his feet, retrieving from the system's backpack a spirit time room that accelerated the flow of time by 10-fold and a gravity chamber that multiplied it by 100. Thus, his journey of cultivation was about to commence anew. Time passed like a fleeting shadow, and more than 2 years had swiftly elapsed. The year was 756 in the Age of the Gods, and Yi Ming had spent nearly 2 decades in the Dragon Ball world. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, he was now 26, nearing 27, yet his strength remained disappointingly inadequate. This day, Yi Ming lamented in the God of Destruction realm. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. Even Whis, who typically maintained a calm demeanor, found himself wishing to obliterate the young man. At not yet 27, Yi Ming's power was simply too unimpressive. Both were momentarily taken aback, reflecting on Yi Ming's gradually unveiled personality over the past 2 years, suddenly realizing he might not be wallowing in self-doubt, but rather boasting. Indeed, after 2 years of acquaintance, it was clear that he was a man of considerable composure, yet simultaneously a rather infuriating individual. Most importantly, neither Whis nor Beerus could do anything about him, for they had already been thoroughly outmaneuvered. Sigh. The 2 top-tier warriors of Universe 7 silently sighed in resignation. Yi Ming, it's time for you to depart, Beerus suddenly stated coldly. Lord Beerus, before I leave, shall we have one last spar? No combat, no anger. I promise not to strike your face. I swear, Yi Ming exclaimed, watching as Beerus unleashed a furious energy blast. Whoosh! Yi Ming's figure flickered and vanished from the god of destruction realm. That guy? Beerus seethed in frustration. Whis stifled a chuckle, pointing his staff at the void, causing Beerus's energy blast to dissipate instantaneously. Hee, can't touch me. Yi Ming reappeared in the god of destruction realm and declared, "Get lost." Beerus glared at the annoying youth, utterly exasperated. Ha! Whis laughed heartily beside him. "Mr. Whis, Lord Beerus, farewell. I shall return to visit you when I have the time. And of course, you are welcome to come to Earth for a visit." Yi Ming adopted a serious demeanor, deeply bowing to Whis and then to Beerus's residence. Over these 2 years, he had learned an immense amount from Whis and Beerus, insights that he could not have grasped alone. As the saying goes, the strong serve as teachers. Yi Ming's intentions were pure, devoid of ulterior motives. Just like Beerus, he would regard you highly as long as you were strong. Whoosh! Yi Ming's figure vanished from the god of destruction realm, and this time, he truly departed. After a brief interval, Beerus arrived. A hint of laziness on his countenance as he muttered, "That annoying brat has finally left." "Lord Beerus, are you perhaps feeling a bit reluctant?" Whis teased, glancing sideways. "Humph." Beerus huffed, shooting Whis a glare. "You're the one who's reluctant." "Indeed, I find myself rather fond of Yi Ming," Whis conceded with a nod. Beerus was momentarily rendered speechless, casting a sidelong glance at Whis, pondering how interpersonal relationships could gradually transform a person. Sleep now, sleep now. I hope the next time I awaken, this lad will surprise me greatly." After a while, Beerus yawned, his body flickering out of existence. Meanwhile, Whis smiled as he gazed in a particular direction, lightly tapping his staff in the air, causing a bucket of instant noodles to float before him. "Whis." A furious voice erupted. "Didn't you say there were no instant noodles?" Back on Earth, upon returning home, Yi Ming checked his character attribute panel. Host, Yi Ming. Age, 26. Normal combat power, 5 billion points. Maximum burst, 70 billion points. Bloodline, Ultra Saiyan Bloodline, granting a 10-fold combat power enhancement. Skills, Enhanced Instant Transmission, Kamehameha. 9 Yang Divine Art, Universe Shift, Time Stop Technique, King Kai Fist, 10-fold. After more than 2 years, his normal combat power had only reached 5 billion points, with a maximum burst of 70 billion points. Honestly, that was not particularly strong. However, during these 2 years, he had not solely focused on enhancing his combat power. Rather, he had been learning from Whis how to truly master his chi and wield his immense strength. In comparison to his former self, Yi Ming felt that he had previously relied solely on brute force to collide with others, while his explosive power was formidable. It rendered him vulnerable to being countered with stillness. Now, he possessed both brute strength and agility, able to switch between the two at will. Thus, Yi Ming believed that his cultivation journey over the past 2 years could be aptly described as a transformative rebirth. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Encounter. Ding, ding. The divine level choices have been activated. 1. Participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament and claim victory. Reward, Time Stop Technique and Spirit Beans. 2. Guide Bulma in her training and bring her to participate in the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Reward, a Spirit Time Room that accelerates time by 15 times. Usable twice a year, each for a month. 3. Take Bulma on a sweet trip. Reward, enhanced effects for chi carrying and chi slaying. As Yi Ming marveled at his growth over the past 2 years, the system's notification suddenly resonated within his mind. 3 divine level choices, 3 distinct rewards. This left Yi Ming furrowing his brow. Can I select them all? He pondered internally. To be honest, all 3 rewards were quite tempting. You can only choose 2. The system responded. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ming decisively stated, I choose the second and third options. The first choice did not seem as urgent for him at the moment. What he needed more was rapid growth, making the Spirit Time Room particularly crucial. Furthermore, the third choice promised a dual benefit of luck enhancement. After weighing his options, he naturally selected the second and third choices. Once confirmed, the system fell silent. Yi Ming too remained contemplative, taking in his surroundings before slowly making his way inside the house. At that moment, Bulma, dressed in loungewear and an apron, was busy wielding a vacuum cleaner. Yi Ming stealthily approached, suddenly covering Bulma's eyes. Honey, you're back, Bulma exclaimed joyfully. Haha, Bulma, I hadn't even spoken yet. And you recognized me. Yi Ming laughed heartily. Of course, Bulma huffed. Yi Ming gently released his grip, and Bulma turned around to reveal herself clad in comfortable loungewear. An apron cinched at her waist, and her hair elegantly styled up, embodying the essence of a charming housewife. Instantly, Yi Ming leaned closer to Bulma's ear, whispering a few words. Oh, you are quite the rascal, dear husband, Bulma replied, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue. However, she merely blushed with shyness and did not resist. Observing Bulma's expression, Yi Ming discerned her silent acquiescence. Without hesitation, he scooped Bulma into his arms and strode towards the kitchen. In Yi Ming's eyes, the marital life occasionally beckoned for a touch of playful romance. On March 12th, 753 of the Age of the Universe, Yi Ming and Bulma embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls. For them, seeking the Dragon Balls was not the primary objective. Rather, it was the enjoyment of the journey itself that held true significance. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye as they traveled and collected the Dragon Balls along the way. One day, they finally arrived at the location of the last Dragon Ball. Yi Ming paused for a moment, sensing something off, and suddenly froze. "What's wrong?" Bulma inquired. Noticing his unusual demeanor, "I ran into an acquaintance," Yi Ming replied with a smile, gesturing towards a young girl in a blue martial arts uniform who was skipping towards them. Bulma followed his gaze, furrowing her brow, pondering the identity of the girl. Just then, the girl noticed them, abruptly halted, looked at Yi Ming with astonishment, and then, covering her face, fled in a fit of embarrassment. Yi Ming and Bulma exchanged bewildered glances. "Who was that little girl?" Bulma asked, perplexed. "It's Chi-Chi, the little girl from the pair we met at Fire Mountain years ago." Yi Ming chuckled, surprised to see her grown up. However, he wondered why she appeared so flustered upon seeing him. Scratching his head in confusion, he took out the dragon radar, quickly locating the 7th Dragon Ball. Yet, they discovered there was nowhere to make a wish, thus abandoning the idea of summoning the Eternal Dragon. As their journey neared its conclusion, they returned to West City. Subsequently, Yi Ming resumed training Bulma. Soon, over 20 days had passed. During this time, Yi Ming also took the opportunity to visit Master Roshi's island, where everyone was preoccupied with training in preparation for the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament. However, the whereabouts of Goku remained a mystery to all. Yi Ming speculated that he might have gone to train with King Kai. On May 7th, Yi Ming and Bulma arrived at the entrance of the World Martial Arts Tournament. A light drizzle fell as they sheltered under an umbrella, waiting for Master Roshi and the others. "Do you really think I can do this?" Bulma asked. Anxiety etched across her face. "I've never fought anyone before." "Haha, don't worry. You must have faith in your abilities," Yi Ming reassured her, pulling her closer. "Just save some energy. We don't want you to eliminate someone in the preliminaries." Bulma's combat power was modest, barely exceeding 50,000. Over these 20 days, Yi Ming had not focused on significantly enhancing her strength, but rather taught her how to control her energy, concerned she might accidentally overpower an opponent during the preliminaries. "Rest assured, I will be cautious," Bulma replied, sticking out her tongue adorably. Just as Yi Ming leaned down to kiss her, he suddenly heard footsteps and a familiar voice, prompting him to abandon that thought. He raised the umbrella and noticed the rain had ceased, folding it away into his system backpack. At that moment, Master Roshi and his entourage approached. "Yi Ming, Bulma." Master Roshi. After exchanging greetings, a look of confusion crossed their faces as Goku was notably absent. Just then, it seemed Yi Ming and the others sensed something amiss, turning to see a figure with an umbrella slowly making their way to the entrance of the venue. Yi Ming's lips curled into a smile. "Goku, you've grown." Before long, the figure drew nearer. "Oh, has the rain stopped?" Goku murmured to himself, lowering his umbrella. A man wrapped in a white headband waved cheerfully at Yi Ming and the others. "Long time no see, Yi Ming. And hello, Master Roshi." The sight left Master Roshi and the others in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances before turning their attention back to Goku, momentarily at a loss for words. "Oh, look at me. I forgot to take off my headband." Goku chuckled sheepishly, removing the headband to reveal his signature hairstyle. "Goku!" Krillin exclaimed, rushing towards him, but suddenly halted midway, a strange expression crossing his face as he realized Goku had grown taller. "Hey, Krillin, why have you gotten shorter?" Goku's surprised voice echoed in their ears. "Uft." Yi Ming couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha." Laughter erupted from Master Roshi and the others. "Humph." Krillin sulked in the corner while Goku looked on in confusion, scratching his head. Soon after, they all entered the venue. Although Yi Ming was not participating in the tournament, many of the staff recognized him and would not hinder his entry. At that moment, Yi Ming spotted a familiar figure, none other than Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, sensing something, turned around, her face instantly flushing upon seeing Yi Ming. They locked eyes for a few seconds, and her expression morphed into one of excitement and joy. "Be big, brother." Summoning her courage, Chi-Chi trotted over, calling out to him. Seeing Chi-Chi approach, Yi Ming instinctively glanced at Bulma beside him. As a married man, he felt a slight twinge of concern about the situation. To his surprise, Bulma wore an expression of ease, smiling as she watched Chi-Chi run towards them. The look on her face, the warmth of her smile, she resembled a benevolent matriarch observing her younger sibling. Perhaps he was overthinking it, Yi Ming silently mused. "Big brother, sister, it's been so long," Chi-Chi exclaimed, now standing before Yi Ming, her eyes alight with admiration for the older boy she had cherished since childhood. "Hello." Ming greeted her with a smile. Witnessing this exchange, Master Rashi and the others shared knowing glances, their expressions gradually shifting to one of intrigue. Ming is truly remarkable. Not only did he win over the beautiful Bulma, but now a lovely young lady is doting on him, Krillin muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a piercing gaze shot in his direction. It was Ming's. Krillin instinctively recoiled, chuckling nervously as he hurriedly hid behind Master Rashi. Ming was known for being strict with Krillin, instilling a sense of reverence in him. Master Rashi and the others were not oblivious. They could see the way the beautiful girl gazed at Ming, her heart nearly melting as she blushed shyly. Her feelings were unmistakable. Ming, ahem. Let us go take a look at the arena while you all enjoy your conversation. Master Rashi coughed lightly, eager to blend into the preliminaries area. After all these years, the chance to watch the tournament openly was not to be missed. All right, Ming glanced at them, a wry smile playing on his lips. In truth, he too wished to leave, but the exchange of glances between Bulma and Chi-Chi made it difficult for him to simply walk away. Chi-Chi, Bulma suddenly called out. Sister Bulma. Chi-Chi replied, remembering that Ming had once referred to Bulma by name. Upon hearing Chi-Chi call her name, Bulma's brow furrowed slightly, surprised. After a moment's thought, her gaze towards Chi-Chi transformed as well. This fellow, has that little girl been infatuated with her husband since childhood? Otherwise, how could she possibly remember his name? This is nothing short of a classic case of remembering the name of a rival. As this thought crossed her mind, Bulma's smile gradually faded. Just as she was about to speak, Chi-Chi suddenly bowed and exclaimed, I am truly grateful for the assistance of Brother Ming back in the day, and in truth, I have always held a fondness for Brother Ming. With that, she emitted a shy sound, covering her flushed face as she dashed away. Ming looked at Bulma, who had turned away, and let out a dry laugh while scratching his head. He too felt helpless in this situation, and he couldn't exactly blame himself, after all. Who could resist such charm? Humph. Bulma snorted coldly, casting a glance at Ming before striding towards the center of the venue. Ming smiled wryly and followed her at a leisurely pace. All the while, he scanned the surroundings as if searching for someone. Before long, a Namekian entered his line of sight. Piccolo. Ming narrowed his eyes. Although he had not participated in the original timeline 2 years ago, he was well versed in the storyline. This individual had come solely to confront Son Goku. Given his inherently good nature, Ming merely assessed Piccolo's combat power with a fleeting glance before making his way towards Bulma's arena. On his path to Bulma, Ming spotted Goku, who was already dressed in the Turtle School martial arts uniform and warming up beneath the arena. He chuckled and shook his head, contemplating as he checked Goku's combat power, 400,000. Seeing this figure, Ming raised an eyebrow. Has he reached 400,000 so quickly? However, he quickly suppressed his astonishment. At this juncture, Goku had already consumed the ultra-divine water from the cat god. This elixir could unlock latent potential and was regarded as one of the most precious treasures on Earth. Yet, to be candid, Ming believed that the drawbacks of such a substance outweighed its benefits. Upon reflection, why did Son Goku later develop heart disease? Numerous theories abound online. One suggests the side effects of frequently utilizing the Kaioken, while another implicates the influence of the ultra-divine water. Ming had always maintained that substances like the ultra-divine water relied on external forces to enhance potential. In contrast, the Grand Elder of Namek and the old Kaioshin augmented Gohan's potential not through external means, but through a secret technique that stimulated his latent abilities from within. This notion resonated deeply with Ming. Nevertheless, there was little cause for concern. As long as he remained vigilant, Goku's heart condition would not resurface. Furthermore, the Super Saiyan beans could avert any ailment, and a single bean would suffice to eliminate any heart issues. Ming exhaled gently, unperturbed by the prospect of Goku developing heart disease in the future. Before long, a resounding gong signaled the official commencement of the preliminary rounds of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Darling, I feel so nervous right now. When Ming reached Bulma's side, she glanced back at her husband and suddenly spoke. Although her combat power had surpassed 50,000, she was still a woman, and the prospect of stepping onto the stage for the first time made her heart flutter with trepidation. Don't be anxious. Take a deep breath. Rest assured, you won't be harmed. Of course, you must also manage your strength. Otherwise, you might inadvertently incapacitate your opponent. Ming reassured her with a smile. He was not overly concerned. Even if Bulma struggled to control her strength, he could swiftly intervene to ensure her opponent's safety. Upon hearing Ming's words, Bulma inhaled deeply, then turned to survey the other competitors, discreetly sticking out her tongue as she mused. These individuals all seem rather weak. I must tread carefully, lest I inadvertently cause trouble for my husband. Soon enough, as Bulma continually reminded herself to be cautious, the referee finally called her name. It was her turn to take the stage. Leaping onto the arena, Bulma donned a blue martial arts uniform, her hair tied into a ponytail, exuding an air of confidence and vigor, embodying the spirit of a formidable woman. Ming cast a glance at Bulma's opponent, a tall man with a combat power of only 50. While this level of strength might be considered elite among ordinary folk, Bulma was a seasoned fighter with a power exceeding 50,000, rendering the outcome self-evident. On the stage, the tall man with 50 points of combat power regarded Bulma with disdain, ignoring her beauty as he coldly remarked, "Little girl, you ought to recognize your place. What business do you have in a man's competition? If you don't wish to be thrown off the stage, you best concede now. Otherwise, With that, he scoffed derisively, his demeanor exceedingly unfriendly. Chapter 27. The Ultimate Freedom Technique. Hearing the man's contemptuous tone towards women, Bulma's displeasure was palpable, and a frosty expression crept across her face as she replied coldly, "Just you wait and see how formidable the woman you look down upon truly is." Haha, how amusing. Enough talk. Allow me to teach you a lesson, little girl. The tall man laughed boisterously, clenched his fists together, and charged towards Bulma with a fierce intensity. Bulma, observing the advancing man, discreetly retrieved a cloth strip from behind and wrapped it around her hand. She loathed the thought of even brushing against such an obnoxious individual, let alone making contact with his clothing. I must control my strength. I must exert minimal force, she continually reminded herself. After securing her grip, she bit her lip, nodded resolutely, and extended her hand, clenching her fist as she surged forward. Bang! Despite her intention to use minimal force, when she struck, she was taken aback by the sheer power she unleashed. Her fist collided with the tall man's head, and while she remained unscathed, he screamed as he was sent flying through the arena's wall, hurtling out of the martial arts tournament and crashing onto the street below. My heavens! Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding competitors gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Bulma. A singular thought arose in their minds. This seemingly delicate beauty possesses such immense strength? Goodness, Bulma is incredibly capable. Meanwhile, Krillin and Yamcha, who had just concluded their matches, watched Bulma's astonishing performance with expressions of shock. They were aware that Bulma might have trained and possessed considerable strength, but they had not anticipated her to be so formidable. After all, she was a woman. Noticing the gazes of the other competitors upon her, Bulma felt a tinge of shyness. Stealing a glance at Ming beneath the arena, she saw him smiling at her, which prompted her to playfully make a face at him. Then she turned to the nearby referee and inquired, "Referee, did I win?" Yes, you won." The referee, still recovering from his astonishment, exclaimed. Having served as a referee for many years, he had never encountered such an impressive female competitor, or, indeed, such an impressive contestant overall. "Yay, I won." Bulma rejoiced at her inaugural victory, leaping off the stage to join Ming, linking her arm with his in sheer delight. "Ha ha ha, Bulma, you were magnificent," Ming praised, giving her a thumbs up as he affectionately ruffled her hair resting against his chest. At that moment, Master Roshi, Krillin, and the others approached, their faces filled with incredulity. "I never imagined Bulma could be so powerful," Master Roshi marveled. "Of course, just look at who my husband is." Bulma snuggled against Ming, her demeanor playful and charming. Ha ha! Laughter erupted among the group. This time, the number of participants was significantly fewer than before, leading to the rapid emergence of the top 8 competitors. As Ming examined the newly released list of top contenders, he couldn't help but reminisce about the original work's top 8. Tao Pai Pai, Tien Shinhan, Chi-Chi, Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, the God of the Dragon, and Yamcha. This narrative recounts the top 8 contenders from the original work. Yet this season omits both Tao Bai Bai and Shen Xian. The former may have been vanquished upon first encountering Sun Wukong, while the latter is acutely aware of Wukong's formidable prowess, rendering it unnecessary to descend to the mortal realm just to monitor that fellow, Piccolo. Consequently, a fresh face emerges in this iteration, complemented by Bulma, resulting in only modest alterations overall. Shortly thereafter, the draw for the top 8 matches commenced, with the inaugural bout featuring Bulma against Chi-Chi. What could Ming possibly say about such serendipity? Fortunately, the two merely exchanged a few light blows, leading Chi-Chi to develop a newfound respect for Bulma's abilities, fostering a sense of camaraderie between the two girls. The subsequent matchups held little intrigue for Ming, culminating in a final showdown between Wukong and Bulma, which was devoid of suspense as Wukong's singular punch sent Bulma soaring out of the ring. Thus, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament concluded. Simultaneously, Ming comprehended that his childhood reminiscences had come to a definitive end. The ensuing Dragon Ball saga would mark the true commencement of his journey toward becoming the mightiest being within the Dragon Ball universe. As time flowed swiftly by, a year vanished in the blink of an eye. One day, Yi Ming awakened from his training and reviewed his character attribute panel. Host. Yi Ming. Age. 27 years. Normal combat power. 8 billion points. Maximum burst. 10 billion points. Bloodline. Ultimate Saiyan Bloodline. Tenfold power amplification. Skills. Upgraded instant transmission. Kamehameha. 9 Yang Divine Art. Time stop technique. Kaioken tenfold amplification. In the span of a year, his normal combat power had surged by 30 billion points, a development that left Yi Ming thoroughly satisfied. Presently, his normal maximum burst combat power had reached 10 billion, equivalent to 1 trillion, and even with the enhancement of the tenfold Kaioken, it could soar to 100 trillion combat power. Not to mention, he also possessed a primary transformation into Ultimate Saiyan 1. Thus, his total combat power value now soared to an astounding 100 trillion. 1,000 trillion equates to 1 quadrillion. Whether Beerus' strength is quantified in quadrillions or even higher units remains a mystery. In any case, continued effort is imperative. Overall, Yi Ming harbored unwavering confidence in his future. With his rate of growth, he believed that once the Dragon Ball Super storyline commenced, it wouldn't be long before he could effortlessly defeat a fully powered Beerus. Of course, this was merely his personal conjecture. Nonetheless, having a goal is always a positive endeavor. Suddenly, Yi Ming recalled something significant. He could sense that his triad of the strongest Saiyan bloodline had yet to fully unveil its true terror. Perhaps, what I refer to as Ultimate Saiyan 1 is not the perfect form of Ultimate Saiyan 1 in the truest sense. Yi Ming mused softly. Upon encountering Bulma, their conversation led to a revelation that astonished him. Sun Wukong had married. Initially, he assumed, like in the original narrative, that Wukong had wed Chi-Chi. To his surprise, Bulma revealed that it was a girl named Shamer. Upon hearing this name, Yi Ming inexplicably exhaled a sigh of relief, a reaction he himself did not fully comprehend. "Oh, dear husband, I summoned the Eternal Dragon 2 months ago," Bulma suddenly declared. "What's the big deal? We can find the Dragon Balls anytime," Yi Ming replied nonchalantly. "Don't you want to know what wish I made?" Bulma teased with a smile. "What wish?" Yi Ming inquired. "I wished for Chi-Chi to remain youthful forever. To always be like a little girl." Bulma's words prompted Yi Ming to blink in surprise, followed by a couple of dry coughs. "It seems you have a good relationship with Chi-Chi. Deep sisterly bonds, don't you think, dear husband?" Bulma shot him a playful glare before leaning in close and whispering, "Darling, I want to have a baby with you." Such a straightforward statement left no room for misinterpretation, prompting Yi Ming to embrace Bulma and instantly teleport to their room. 3 days later, Yi Ming arrived in the God of Destruction's realm. "Mr. Whis, I have brought you some delicacies," he exclaimed, holding out a bento box as he approached Whis. "Oh ho ho ho." Whis' laughter echoed, reminiscent of Frisia's, yet devoid of any distasteful connotation. "Here you go." Yi Ming presented the bento box to Whis, then glanced toward Beerus' lair, murmuring, "This time, I hope Mr. Whis can lend me a hand." "Speak," Whis replied casually, opening the bento box. Upon seeing the assortment of meticulously prepared dishes and inhaling the mouth-watering aroma, he could not help but swallow. "I wish to validate a theory, and I may enter a state of frenzy. I will need your assistance to rein me in during that time," Yi Ming articulated. "Is it yet another dazzling transformation?" Whis queried, picking up chopsticks to sample a piece of braised pork, savoring the experience with a satisfied expression. "Not quite," Yi Ming shook his head. "Very well. Go ahead and validate it. I shall observe, and I assure you, nothing will go awry." Whis smiled, continuing to enjoy his meal. Despite Whis' usual nonchalant demeanor, Yi Ming felt a sense of reassurance in his presence. This fellow's personality was such that when he truly became serious, Yi Ming found it somewhat disconcerting. It was not the Whis he was accustomed to. "Here I go." Yi Ming shot upward into the sky. Simultaneously, he retrieved a moon-shaped device from his system backpack and flung it into the distance. "Oh." Whis glanced below, just as Yi Ming began to swell, gradually transforming into a colossal figure. Roar. With a thunderous roar, Yi Ming fully transformed into a giant ape, relentlessly pounding his chest. Roar. Sensing Whis' presence, the giant ape turned its gaze toward him, its eyes glowing ominously red, creating a rather intimidating spectacle. "Wow." Whis and the giant ape locked eyes. And in the next moment, the giant ape leaped directly in front of him. Boom. Whis reacted with remarkable speed, raising his staff to lightly tap the giant ape's fist, maintaining his composure while the giant ape was sent flying. This size and such speed, Yi Ming has mastered a transformation technique that is no simple feat. Whis mused while chewing his food, his thoughts drifting to the flying giant ape. Moreover, his power increase is somewhat peculiar. Indeed, with Whis' keen perception, he immediately discerned that Yi Ming's current giant ape form had amplified his combat power by 50 times. Typically, with an 80 billion power level, a 50-fold increase would yield 4 trillion, which, when converted to trillions, equated to 40 trillion combat strength. Such power was hardly noteworthy in Wis's eyes. Nevertheless, he recognized that this form remained incomplete, and Yi Ming had yet to attain full consciousness. If perfected and enhanced by an additional 50 times, coupled with this young man's endurance, he might truly master this formidable strength. Quite impressive indeed, a remarkable transformation, Wis nodded with a grin. Boom. Just then, the airborne giant ape stabilized its form, exuding a domineering and wild aura. Wis, having just picked up a piece of braised pork to savor, abruptly paused, turning his head to observe. Bang! An energy shield instantaneously materialized before Wis, barely intercepting the giant ape's punch, yet Wis was still sent sprawling backward. Whoosh! The silhouette of the colossal ape flickered once more, and in the next moment, it materialized behind Wis. Boom! Another powerful fist came crashing down. This time, Wis was no longer passive. He sidestepped and cast a glance at the giant ape, now emanating a silvery aura and transformed into a metallic hue. He then raised his staff and gently tapped it, successfully blocking the incoming strike. Bang! The giant ape was sent flying, gradually reverting back to Yi Ming in midair. However, the lad was completely unclothed. Surprise filled Wis's eyes as he soared over, lightly tapping his staff again, causing a complete set of clothing to appear on Yi Ming. What an unexpectedly resourceful young man. Observing Yi Ming unconscious on the ground, Wis wore a serious expression. If he wasn't mistaken, the boy had already entered the initial state of the Ultra Instinct technique. Yet, he had done so unconsciously, wielding immense power that he could not control. An hour later, Yi Ming slowly awakened from his stupor. Ah, you are finally awake. Yi Ming turned his head to see Wis gazing at him with a gentle expression. What happened? Was I formidable in my giant ape form? Since Yi Ming had transformed into the giant ape without awareness, he had no recollection of the events. Indeed, you were formidable. Wis affirmed with a smile. During your first transformation into the giant ape, your combat power increased 50-fold. Remarkably, during your second transformation, you unconsciously entered the initial stage of Ultra Instinct. What? Upon hearing Wis's words, Yi Ming sprang up from the ground, his face radiant with ecstatic delight. I truly entered the state of Ultra Instinct? Well, it's the initial stage of Ultra Instinct, Wis clarified with a slight smile. The initial stage of Ultra Instinct. Yi Ming's brow furrowed at Wis's reiteration of the term initial stage. This designation indicated that he would inevitably master this mysterious state in the future. With immense potential and youth on his side, Wis, finding Yi Ming quite appealing, generously elaborated. My father, the Grand Priest, informed me that Ultra Instinct is divided into 3 phases. Yi Ming's eyelids twitched. Ultra Instinct is actually segmented into phases? This revelation prompted him to ponder about the original work, Dragon Ball Super, where Goku displayed Ultra Instinct during the latter part of the Tournament of Power. Which phase did that belong to? Noticing the contemplative expression on Yi Ming's face, Wis chuckled and continued. The first phase allows one to occasionally enter this mysterious state. The second phase enables one to enter this state at will. As for the third phase, Wis paused, observing the look of curiosity from Yi Ming. Before smiling again, the third phase is a realm understood only by my father, the Grand Priest. I have heard that this stage signifies complete mastery of Ultra Instinct. Yi Ming's eyes gradually narrowed as he began to grasp the implications. Chapter 28, Goku's Limits. Goku from Dragon Ball Super must have, like him, inadvertently entered that state. After that, it became exceedingly difficult for him to access that realm again. Thus, they were currently in the initial stage of Ultra Instinct, devoid of any probabilistic nature. Reflecting on this, Yi Ming cast a glance at Wis, speculating that this powerful angel had likely mastered the ability to enter that state at will. This implied that Wis was at the second phase of Ultra Instinct. As if reading Yi Ming's thoughts, Wis smiled and remarked, I have yet to genuinely enter the second phase of Ultra Instinct. What? Yi Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Was this realm truly so challenging? In truth, I simply have not fully entered the second phase of Ultra Instinct. Wis continued, currently, I possess only a 70 probability of entering the Ultra Instinct state. My sister, Beerus, has an 80 probability. As for other angels across the universes, some are even weaker. Hiss. Upon hearing these statistics, Yi Ming involuntarily inhaled sharply. It was indeed exceedingly difficult to attain the Ultra Instinct state. No wonder Goku in the original work only accessed that mysterious realm once. Focus on your training. You are already quite close to the path of Ultra Instinct. Once you attain the first phase, I may mention you to my father, the Grand Priest, Wis said kindly. Just as Yi Ming had previously stated, he was considered one of Wis's own, and Wis genuinely regarded this promising young man as part of his circle. Hearing Wis's promise, Yi Ming's eyes sparkled. The Grand Priest. He was the most formidable being in the Dragon Ball universe, second only to the Omni King. Although there was also the dragon god, Zalama, he was shrouded in mystery, and no one knew whether he was still alive. If he truly had the chance to receive guidance from this great deity, his growth would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. By the way, I sensed an intriguing event occurring on Earth just now, Weiss reminded him with a smile. Really? Yi Ming frowned, closing his eyes to attune to the happenings on Earth. The sacred tree, the fruit. Yi Ming's eyes snapped open, his gaze sharpening as he sensed a group of Saiyans gathered together, with one among them devouring a blood-red fruit and relishing its taste. With each bite, their battle power surged alarmingly. In the blink of an eye, that individual's power escalated from 100 to 500. I must return to Earth immediately, Yi Ming concluded, retracting his senses and bidding Weiss farewell before zipping back to Earth. Confusion etched on his face. He wondered how Dales had arrived on Earth ahead of schedule. He vaguely recalled that Dales had arrived years after Gohan's birth. But now, Gohan was nowhere to be seen. What was happening? Could it be the butterfly effect at play? Yi Ming furrowed his brow, probing further until he finally located Son Goku. At the Baozi Mountain, Goku was cradling a small infant, his face radiating warmth. Goku. Upon arriving at the scene, Yi Ming was momentarily stunned at the sight of the child in Goku's arms. This was none other than Gohan. Big brother Yi Ming is here, Goku exclaimed, grinning widely as he approached with Gohan in tow, watching as his son stared in wide-eyed wonder at Yi Ming. Unable to contain his joy, Goku chuckled. Gohan, this is your daddy's big brother. He intended to instruct Gohan on how to address Yi Ming, but suddenly faltered. Uncertain of how Gohan should refer to him. Calling him uncle feels too unfamiliar, Goku thought. Gohan, you should call your daddy's big brother, Bobo. Bobo, remember that. At that moment, a young woman emerged from the nearby house, smiling and nodding at Yi Ming before joining Goku's side. Hee hee. Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head before introducing Yi Ming. After the introductions, Yi Ming glanced at little Gohan and pulled Goku aside, lowering his voice to inquire, how old is Gohan now? Just over 2 months. Goku replied with a grin. During these past 2 months, he had been busy as a doting father, caring for the child while teaching him the fundamentals of training, as he intended to cultivate his son into a top-tier fighter. That's quite fast, Yi Ming pondered to himself. It had only been a little over a year since their last meeting, and this fellow had already become a father. In contrast, he himself had yet to even catch a glimpse of a child after all these years, which seemed rather lackadaisical. All right. The purpose of his visit was to inform you that the Saiyans have invaded Earth. As Yi Ming broached the serious matter, Sun Wukong's eyes widened slightly, and an expression of excitement immediately blossomed on his face. Although he had diligently trained over the past year, he had encountered no worthy opponents. Now, with someone arriving to challenge him, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Yi Ming understood him at a glance. This guy was truly a martial arts enthusiast through and through. That individual had likely set his sights on Earth long ago, and now he had probably deemed himself strong enough to make his presence known. Be careful, Yi Ming quietly cautioned. Such trivial matters were not something he intended to intervene in, especially since Sun Wukong likely preferred to face the challenge alone. After all, it was an excellent opportunity for the warriors to hone their skills. Regardless, even if Dales were formidable, he was still no match for Yi Ming. With him watching from the sidelines, Wukong and the others should be safe from grave harm. Rest assured, big brother Yi. Sun Wukong pounded his chest, brimming with fighting spirit. After departing from Baozi Mountain, Yi Ming began to attend to his own affairs. Upon witnessing the birth of Gohan, he felt compelled to step up his efforts. After all, he was no longer young, and having a child sooner rather than later would be advantageous for nurturing. However, what if it were a girl? Yi Ming stroked his smooth chin, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He would surely pamper her, transforming her into a true princess. For him, whether a boy or a girl mattered little. If he had to express a preference, he would indeed lean slightly towards a daughter, as daughters are often considered a father's tender little darling. Before long, half a month had slipped by. During this time, Yi Ming had been busily engaged in various endeavors. On one particular day, as he was preparing to commence his training, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence that did not belong to anyone on Sun Wukong's side. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to investigate and instantly found himself on a small island in the northern part of Earth. At that moment, the invading Saiyan Dales was facing off against Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others, showing no signs of retreat. In contrast, Sun Wukong and his companions were being thoroughly overwhelmed, falling back without any means to defend themselves. Yi Ming appeared quietly, unnoticed by anyone. Dales, just half a month ago, had been a mere weakling with a combat power of 500,000. Now, astonishingly, his power had skyrocketed to 1,500,000. Observing Dales engaged in fierce combat with Sun Wukong and the others, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. To be honest, he was somewhat taken aback. A 1 million increase in combat power within half a month was practically unprecedented for a character lacking any significant aura. Was it due to the spirit tree fruit? Yi Ming pondered, recalling that in the original movie, Dales had indeed rapidly evolved thanks to the spirit tree fruit, but he had died too early, having seemingly consumed only one. It appeared that he must have eaten the third spirit tree fruit cultivated on Earth. Quite intriguing. Yi Ming found himself intrigued by this spirit tree fruit. Although it held no use for him, it could be beneficial for Bulma and Chi-Chi. While such unearned combat power might be detrimental to future training, it was undoubtedly advantageous for weaker individuals like Bulma and Chi-Chi to possess some combat strength. Curiously, why had he been thinking about Chi-Chi so often? Yi Ming felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that he had frequently heard Bulma mention Chi-Chi over the past half-month, as if he were under some enchantment, constantly reminded of that adorable little girl. Perhaps he should let things unfold naturally. Yi Ming shook his head, dismissing the thought as he turned his gaze back to the battlefield, where Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan had already been knocked aside, lying unconscious. Only a few Scions remained standing nearby, arms crossed, watching the battle unfold. Upon seeing Krillin and the others being sent flying, they exchanged glances and promptly soared toward them. Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Sun Wukong, engaged in combat with Dales, changed color dramatically at this sight, roaring in anger. Kakarot, are you distracted while fighting me? Dales sneered, delivering a punch that sent Sun Wukong flying, followed by a barrage of energy blasts aimed at him. Sun Wukong let out a pained cry. Sun Wukong. Piccolo's expression shifted, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Last year, he had trained alongside Sun Wukong, increasing his combat power significantly. Yet, his starting point had been too low, and he barely managed to reach a power level of 100. 100 combat power was still far too weak in the face of Dales. Both Piccolo and Sun Wukong understood that they had managed to hold on for this long solely because Dales was toying with them, wishing to make them witness each other's demise as a means of torment. Kill these fools. I will deal with Kakarot. Dales shouted coldly from the air. Understood. Several Scions accelerated toward Krillin and the others, swiftly reaching their location. Lord Dales, may we take our time torturing these fools? One Scion named Kakaro, with a combat power of 100, who had also tasted the spirit tree fruit, albeit with minimal effects due to its alien origin, inquired. Do as you wish. Dales replied with indifference, before flying towards Sun Wukong. Heh, I will slice off pieces of this bald head's flesh. Heh, that three-eyed fellow gave me quite a beating earlier. Now it's my turn. Kakaro led the way, followed by 3 other Scions. Their faces twisted into sinister smiles as they gazed at the unconscious Krillin and his companions. Just as Yi Ming was about to intervene, an astonishing aura erupted from Sun Wukong's direction, instantly dispelling his inclination to act. When a Scion was enraged, it was the easiest way to unleash their potential. Over the years, the warriors had lived in comfort, without formidable opponents or experiences of life and death battles, making significant breakthroughs impossible. Now that Krillin and the others were in peril, Yi Ming believed that in such dire circumstances, Sun Wukong's combat power would soar to new heights. Dales. At that moment, Sun Wukong fully unleashed his potential, his combat power steadily rising, yet it still fell far short against Dale's 1,500,000. You are too weak, Kakarot. Dales mercilessly assaulted Sun Wukong. Five-fold Kaioken. Sun Wukong, on the verge of collapse, suddenly roared, activating the five-fold Kaioken. The immense pressure on his body caused him to cry out in agony as he charged toward Dales, who produced several spirit tree fruits and swallowed them in one go. Boom. In an instant, Dales' combat power surged. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Within the blink of an eye, his power had skyrocketed to 6 million. This. Yi Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He had just seen Dales consume 4 spirit tree fruits in one breath. The most crucial point was that this substance was genuinely this effective. It was akin to a divine elixir. As Yi Ming scrutinized further, he noticed Dale's body had swelled, veins bulging, making him appear utterly terrifying. This fellow was truly reckless. Yi Ming shook his head, taking a step forward, resolved to intervene. With Dale's combat power at 6 million, Sun Wukong stood no chance, especially since it was evident that Sun Wukong's body had reached its limit. If he did not act soon, it was likely that they would face a dire fate. Boom. At that moment, a more terrifying aura erupted from Sun Wukong. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Yi Ming paused mid-air, astonished, as he beheld the golden-hued energy radiating around Sun Wukong, his hair transforming into a purplish-red hue, and his eyes rolling back. This was the ascended Super Saiyan. Yi Ming checked Sun Wukong's battle power at that moment and was immediately taken aback. Sun Wukong, 150,000 battle power. The rate of enhancement was rather swift. Yi Ming's lips twitched, realizing that his presence had amplified the butterfly effect. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong was never this exaggerated at this juncture. However, it was only natural for Sun Wukong to exhibit such a significant increase in power while in the Ascended Super Saiyan form. If he recalled correctly, the Ascended Super Saiyan could augment Sun Wukong's power by 25 times, suggesting he should have had around 60,000 battle power prior to transformation. He was merely 4 million points away from achieving the Super Saiyan form, which should be imminent. Yi Ming murmured to himself, watching Sun Wukong pummel Dales into submission, a smile gracing his face. With the Ascended Super Saiyan already manifested, how far could the Super Saiyan be? Moreover, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and even the ultimate Super Saiyan God, how distant were they? He pondered whether he could cultivate him into a worthy rival. From the very beginning, he had resolved to ensure that the infinitely potential-laden Sun Wukong would one day become his adversary. Surely, no Dragon Ball enthusiast could resist the dream of battling Sun Wukong while he was in the state of Ultra Instinct. Whoosh! Having already pushed Sun Wukong to his limits, Yi Ming certainly would not stand idly by while Kakao and the others inflicted harm upon Krillin. With a casual strike, he eliminated those insignificant pests. Chapter 29, Krillin's Overwhelming Pressure. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, the fight had escalated into a fervent clash, or rather, Sun Wukong had become somewhat complacent and did not immediately annihilate Dales. Thus, the individual possessing a plethora of spirit tree fruits was desperately consuming the fruits to bolster his battle power while fending off Sun Wukong's onslaught. At this rate, he might not only be vanquished by Sun Wukong, but could even explode from the energy of the spirit tree fruits. Yi Ming shook his head. The victor was already determined, and he had no need to linger any longer. He glanced at Piccolo nearby, swiftly tossed him a small pouch of senza beans, and departed from the island. As the seasons changed, to Yi Ming, 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Yi Ming not only honed his own skills, but also trained alongside Sun Wukong and the others. 3 years prior, Sun Wukong's power had reached 600,000 points. 3 years later, it had ascended to approximately 500,000 points. Although Sun Wukong had unintentionally entered the Ascended Super Saiyan state once 3 years ago, he had since been unable to regain that form. As for Krillin and the other warriors, they were gradually inching towards the 200,000 battle power mark. One day, Yi Ming awoke from his training and settled into a sun lounger in his yard to bask in the sunlight. Husband, husband, 2 voices chimed in unison. Without turning his head, Yi Ming luxuriated in the warmth of the sun. Notably, he had married a year prior. No man could resist the companionship of a woman over the years, unless that man was unusual or the woman was unattractive. Clearly, Yi Ming was not that type of individual. And with Chi-Chi eternally youthful and ever the picture of beauty, it was only natural that they came together. Footsteps approached as Bulma and Chi-Chi, clad in bikinis, sat on either side of Yi Ming's chair. Husband, you promised me you'd take me to the beach. Bulma cooed. Hearing this, Yi Ming cast her a sidelong glance and scoffed. I do not wish for other men to gaze upon my wife's figure. Huh. Both Bulma and Chi-Chi couldn't help but laugh at Yi Ming's remark, with Bulma covering her mouth and saying, do you think we want to be ogled by others? Humph. I must tell you, the project I prepared a year ago has finally been completed. Husband, Bulma said that it's a special 3-person sanctuary. Built on a small island in the northern part of the earth, Chi-Chi chimed in softly. Very well, Yi Ming replied with a nod, not wishing to wear a sour expression. Just then, he suddenly furrowed his brow, astonishment flickering across his face. What year is it in the Age of the Gods? Yi Ming inquired abruptly. 760th year of the Age of the Gods. Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged glances before responding in unison. Upon hearing the year 760, Yi Ming was momentarily stunned. With his current strength, he could sense anyone arriving on Earth instantly. Just moments ago, he had indeed felt a Saiyan presence distinct from Sun Wukong and Gohan. Thus, a third Saiyan had made an appearance. Moreover, this individual was not formidable to him. They were merely a trivial matter. Raditz. The name suddenly surfaced in Yi Ming's mind, causing him to blink in surprise. Husband, what's wrong? Are you planning to leave us again? Over the years, Bulma had learned a fair amount of vocabulary from Yi Ming's previous world. Noticing her husband's unusual demeanor, she looked at him with a hint of reproach. Calm down, Yi Ming said, glancing at Bulma and then at the equally forlorn Chi-Chi, who appeared on the verge of tears. He cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. I will make it up to you both tonight, but something peculiar is indeed afoot, and I must investigate. At this, Bulma and Chi-Chi's faces flushed crimson. Though the three had long since become a married couple, having witnessed all manner of situations, such words spoken openly still rendered them bashful. Whoosh. Seizing the moment of the two women's embarrassment, Yi Ming instantaneously teleported away from home. Humph. Bulma, it seems tonight I shall render my husband utterly incapacitated. Once Ming had departed, Chi-Chi, clad in a white one-piece swimsuit, slowly stood up. You mean we are to be together? Bulma's face turned even redder. Just moments ago assertive, Chi-Chi suddenly lost her confidence, at a loss for words. Ming had already teleported to the location of the Saiyan he sensed. Indeed, it was that Raditz. Upon spotting Raditz, Ming wore an inscrutable smile. Having only learned to harness energy after leaving planet Vegeta, it was understandable that he had not recognized Raditz at first. However, what perplexed Ming was why Raditz had arrived on Earth a year earlier than anticipated. According to the original narrative, he had arrived in the 761st year of the Age of the Gods, when Gohan was 4 years old. A year early. Could this be a chain reaction? How could this fellow be so much stronger than his counterpart in the original story at this time? As Ming pondered, he assessed Raditz's battle power, which left him utterly astounded. Raditz, 500 battle power. Indeed, Ming rubbed his eyes in disbelief, astonished that Raditz possessed a battle power of 15,000. System, are you malfunctioning? Ming furrowed his brow and silently questioned. This was utterly unbelievable. In the original narrative, Raditz's battle power at this juncture was merely around 150. Even if there were some deviations due to his arrival, it would only amount to around 10,000 points at most. How could it suddenly escalate to 150,000 points? What is the situation? Host, the system's combat power detection is unable to identify entities surpassing your existence. But it will not yield erroneous judgments, the system replied. Ming furrowed his brows even tighter, increasingly convinced that his own presence had triggered such a severe chain reaction. How absurd. Even an inconspicuous minor character could possess a combat power of 150,000, 100 times greater than in the original narrative. How formidable must Salu be? This poses quite a dilemma. Ming raised his finger, rubbing his chin, a flicker of unusual light flashing in his eyes. However, to be frank, for someone of his caliber, this finally presented a challenge. With this thought, Ming ceased to ponder further and turned his gaze towards Raditz, only to discover he had vanished. After a brief perception, he realized that the fellow was headed towards Kame House. He contemplated for a moment and decided to follow suit. Not intending to obstruct him, he was curious to witness Raditz's expression when he encountered the corrupted Goku, brimming with confidence, believing he could sweep aside all opposition. In the blink of an eye, Ming arrived at Kame House before Raditz. At this moment, Goku and the others were already present, seemingly engaged in a small gathering, chatting on the beach. As soon as Ming appeared, he instantly captivated everyone's attention. Uncle Ming, little Gohan, though somewhat shy around others, exhibited great familiarity with Piccolo and Ming. Upon seeing Ming, he rushed over. Thud. Much like a young Goku, little Gohan leapt onto Ming's back, wrapping his arms around his neck and playfully tugging at his face. In response, Ming's expression darkened immediately, though he merely feigned displeasure. Inwardly, he relished this affectionate closeness. Just then, a powerful aura began to approach. At that moment, Goku suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an overwhelming energy drawing near, one that felt oddly familiar, leaving him perplexed. Impressive. Initially, Kame Sennin could still vaguely sense it, but in recent years, he had grown complacent and had scarcely trained, thus failing to detect Raditz's presence. Someone is approaching us. Krillin, currently the third strongest among the warriors, closed his eyes to sense the energy and immediately frowned, stating, moreover, the owner of this aura is indeed formidable and not someone we recognize. The arrival isn't benevolent. Benevolent beings do not come uninvited. At this moment, Goku suddenly interjected, causing everyone, except Ming, to turn towards him in astonishment. This statement was surprisingly uttered from his lips. Hee. Goku chuckled, scratching his head and glancing at Ming, who was amusing little Gohan. I often hear big brother Ming say that. I picked it up. Ha. Upon hearing Goku's words, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Ming watched this scene with a smile, realizing that these little ones were genuinely becoming more relaxed, devoid of any sense of crisis. However, he also understood that this group had gradually gained confidence, no longer fearing external threats. Soon, a figure streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. The group looked up to see a long-haired man clad in combat attire, equipped with a combat power scouter, descending into their line of sight. Big brother Ming. He seems to. Goku scrutinized the man in the sky, arms crossed and gazing down at them, and turned to Ming in surprise. Indeed, he is also a Saiyan. Ming smiled and nodded. Initially, he intended to reveal Raditz's identity to Goku, but decided against it, knowing Raditz would disclose it himself soon enough. Kakarot. Raditz, hovering in the sky, gazed down at Goku and the others for a moment before gently landing on the beach. Arms crossed, casting an extremely indifferent glance at everyone on the island. He particularly fixated on Ming for several seconds, feeling that this individual seemed somewhat familiar. However, upon noticing the tail at Ming's waist, his brow immediately furrowed. How can there be another Scion on Earth? No, not only is there an additional Scion, but also a little one. Spotting little Gohan clinging to Ming's back, Raditz' curiosity piqued, and he raised his hand to lightly tap the scouter on his left eye. Beep, beep, beep. The scouter emitted sounds as Raditz first glanced at little Gohan, who was timidly gazing at him. Beep. Upon seeing little Gohan's combat power, Raditz paused momentarily, then a look of delight spread across his face. This little one possesses such high combat power. He then proceeded to assess the combat power of Ming and the others. TCH. A group of adults weaker than a mere child. Upon discovering that the strongest among them, Goku, had a mere 800 points, Raditz's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he taunted, little bald head. If you keep glaring at me like that, I'll be sure to pluck your eyeballs out. Arrogance. Hubris. At this moment, Raditz embodied these 4 words entirely. Hearing Raditz's remarks, Ming's lips twitched slightly as he rubbed his nose. He was aware that Krillin had been training diligently. Apart from Goku and Piccolo, he was the most committed. Over the years, his combat power had skyrocketed to 180,000 points, while Raditz stood at 150,000. The outcome was clear, 180,000 against 150,000. The victor was evident. Thus, Ming merely smiled blandly at Raditz, fully aware that this fellow would soon be thoroughly dealt with by Krillin. You are exceedingly arrogant. At this moment, Krillin stepped forward, taking a step closer, coldly staring at Raditz with evident disdain, stating, "Your words are truly unpleasant to hear. Come, let me see what you can do. I hope your strength matches your bravado." In the original anime, it was also Krillin who stood up to drive Raditz away. However, he was swiftly knocked out by Raditz's tail. Now, Krillin was once again the one to confront Raditz, but this time, Krillin's combat power exceeded Raditz by 30,000 points. Do not underestimate those 30,000 points. They were enough to create an unfathomable chasm. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Raditz cast a contemptuous glance his way. Earlier, he had scanned the little bald head's combat power, which had merely registered at 100 points. In his eyes, 100 points was nothing more than the level of a weakling. A cold smirk adorned Raditz's face as he advanced towards Krillin, intending to teach this insignificant earthling a lesson, making him understand what true power entailed. Soon, he unleashed a hint of his aura, closing in on Krillin, and seeing that the latter remained motionless, he laughed derisively. At that moment, the tail coiled around his waist suddenly loosened and swiftly lashed towards Krillin. Huh, I expected you to be more capable. Raditz initially believed Krillin would be sent flying by this strike, only to see Krillin grasp his tail with a smirk, raising an energy blast. Upon noticing the weapon in Krillin's hand, Raditz's brow furrowed as he struggled to free his tail, but it was too late. Krillin, harboring resentment towards Raditz, unleashed the energy blast, striking Raditz's tail. A pained scream erupted from Raditz as Krillin released his tail, propelling himself directly in front of Raditz. Bang! A punch. Bang! Another punch. Is this all the strength you possess? Krillin mocked. With such pitiful abilities, do you dare to fantasize about gouging out my eyes? Let me tell you, among this group, I am the weakest. If you cannot even defeat me, you are truly worthless. Provoked by Krillin's strength, Raditz could only endure the blows, his anger igniting to a furious blaze as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Krillin. However, these attacks were of little consequence to Krillin, who effortlessly deflected them with a mere flick of his hand before launching a counteroffensive. Moments later, Krillin had Raditz pinned beneath his feet. Chapter 30. The Arrival of the Exquisite. He glanced down and murmured, "Is he already dazed? Truly useless. If it were Goku or Piccolo fighting, this guy would have perished long ago." As the battle concluded, Son Goku approached, observing the fallen Raditz and sensing a peculiar connection. Turning to Ming, he inquired, "Brother, is this Saiyan somehow related to me? I feel an inexplicable kinship." Goku and Raditz shared the same parents. As brothers, they could naturally sense that bond. Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "He is your brother," named Raditz. "Indeed." Goku scratched his head, surveying the astonished faces around him, and whispered, "Everyone, I wish for him to awaken so we can have a proper conversation. What do you think?" Ming cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his softened demeanor, and sighed inwardly, deciding to let Goku take the lead. Naturally, he did not believe Raditz could pose any significant threat, as Goku's power far surpassed that of Raditz. And in the face of absolute strength, no amount of scheming could prevail. Before long, Goku crouched down, producing a Senzu bean to feed to Raditz. Moments later, Raditz regained consciousness, fuming, "Damn it, why is your battle power different from what I detected?" Upon awakening, He was momentarily stunned before casting a dark glare at Krillin. He felt deceived. Had the bald-headed fighter displayed his full strength from the outset, Raditz would have never underestimated him and certainly would not have lost so swiftly. Huh. Krillin merely scoffed at this remark, his eyes brimming with disdain for the alien. Raditz, we Saiyans can freely control our ki, allowing us to conceal our true battle power. Goku stood up, releasing a fraction of his energy as he spoke. At that moment, Raditz observed the reading on his scouter skyrocketing, 8, 9, 10, ultimately halting at 100 points. Raditz fixed his gaze on Goku, his expression darkening, for he understood that this brother had yet to fully reveal his true prowess. Kakarot, what is your battle power? Raditz inquired coldly. I possess over 1,000,000, he continued. Goku, sheepishly scratching his head, chuckled, for he felt that such power paled in comparison to his brother Ming, whom he aspired to surpass. What? Over 100,000 battle power? Raditz exclaimed in astonishment, glancing around in disbelief. A planet he deemed weak had birthed such formidable individuals. 100,000 battle power is hardly worth mentioning. Goku stepped aside, playfully engaging with little Gohan while cheerfully stating, we are all trained by brother Ming. He is the true master. Raditz followed Goku's gesture, noticing a figure gazing at him with utter disdain, and was instantly taken aback. Upon scrutinizing the Saiyan named Ming, a sudden recognition dawned upon him, as a memory of a slender Saiyan surfaced in his mind. Gradually, the image of that long-ago Saiyan merged with the one before him. Thus, this individual was Bacchus. Realizing this, Raditz involuntarily trembled, especially as Ming approached him step by step, prompting him to scramble to his feet in fright. Whoosh! He dared not linger, attempting to flee. Where do you think you're going? Ming swiftly materialized before Raditz, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You are Bacchus. Raditz stammered. Fear etched across his face as he pointed a trembling finger at Ming. Ah, you remember me, Ming remarked, observing Raditz's astonishment with a slight smile. I must admit, I am quite puzzled as to how you grew so strong. In the original tale, you were lazy and refused to train properly. Even with my arrival causing some changes, it was impossible for your battle power to surge to 15,000. Huh. You have no idea how much effort I have put in. A flicker of panic crossed Raditz's eyes before he quickly regained his composure, replying coldly. Oh. Ming detected the fleeting unease, smiling softly. You know Dales, don't you? How many spirit tree fruits have you consumed? What? Ming's words caused Raditz's expression to shift dramatically. It took him a moment to regain his composure as he coldly retorted, I don't understand what you're saying. Who is Dales? And what are these spirit tree fruits? Indeed. Ming narrowed his eyes, realizing that his presence had indeed made an impact, albeit not to such an exaggerated extent. Raditz's newfound strength stemmed from an encounter with Dales and the consumption of his spirit tree fruits. Bacchus, planet Vegeta is no more. We are all surviving Saiyans. There is no need for you to pursue complete annihilation, Raditz said in a low voice. Brother Ming. Just then, Goku flew over, calling out to Ming. Ming turned to face Goku, awaiting his words. Brother Ming, Goku said as he approached, quietly imploring, Raditz is my brother. I hope you can spare his life. Very well. Ming had never intended to kill him, as he would need Raditz to locate the spirit tree fruits scattered across the universe. Upon Goku's request, he readily agreed. Thank you, Brother Ming. Goku deeply bowed in gratitude, then turned to Raditz, saying, Raditz, you should leave Earth and never return. Having perceived Raditz's previous arrogance, Goku recognized his ill intentions, yet being brothers, he found it difficult to act against him. Huh. Raditz shot a glare at Goku before taking flight. Brother Ming, I am sorry, Goku said softly upon returning to Kame House. It's all right. You only have one brother. It's understandable that you find it hard to be ruthless, Ming replied, patting Goku's shoulder. He bid farewell to Master Roshi and departed from Kame House. Meanwhile, Raditz ascended back to his spaceship, sitting in the cabin as it gradually lifted off. Upon exiting Earth's atmosphere, he gazed down at the blue planet through the window, a cruel expression forming on his face. Bacchus, Kakarot, and that detestable bald-headed earthling. When I return, I will ensure to torment each of you until you perish. Raditz seethed quietly, filled with resentment. He had believed himself powerful enough to conquer all, only to find that even the weaklings of this remote planet were formidable adversaries. This level of skill was utterly insufficient. Upon returning, he vowed to train relentlessly with the spirit tree fruits. Bacchus, just wait. For all these years, the one he most yearned to kill was Ming. Back then, Ming's battle power was so high, yet Raditz had ambushed him unexpectedly. Since then, he had fallen from being the most trusted scion of Prince Vegeta to merely a pawn in missions. How tragic. In his eyes, all of this was the fault of that scoundrel. When Raditz departed from Earth, Yi Ming was blissfully reclining on a beach chair on a small island in the northern part of the planet, gazing at Bulma and Chi-Chi, who were clad in bikinis, their faces radiating with joy. As for Raditz, he was of no concern to him at the moment. Once that ruffian returned to his home planet, everything would fall into Yi Ming's grasp. The last time Raditz had wasted the fruit of the spirit tree planted by Dales on Earth, Bulma and Chi-Chi had missed out. Now that Raditz had presented himself, Yi Ming was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After spending an entire day on the island with Bulma and Chi-Chi, the trio returned home. To Yi Ming's astonishment, upon showering and returning to his room, he had expected either Bulma or Chi-Chi to remain, only to find both of them there. This filled him with exhilaration. After years of yearning to experience the thrill of a double encounter, he had almost resigned himself to despair as both women had consistently declined his advances. Now, however, they had chosen to stay unbidden, igniting a fervor within him. With a playful flick of their fingers, Bulma and Chi-Chi beckoned him, prompting him to leap forward eagerly. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. Initially intending to diligently train for the month, a stroke of good fortune befell him when Bulma revealed her pregnancy. Indeed, his relentless efforts had finally borne fruit. Bulma was with child. Unfortunately, Chi-Chi had not been as fortunate and remained childless. As the months rolled by, on October 2nd of the year 761, Yi Ming's daughter graced the world with her presence. "Darling, what shall we name the baby?" Bulma asked, cradling the newborn with a face full of affection. With a combat power exceeding 100 points, her physique was inherently different from that of an ordinary woman. She appeared pale, but otherwise seemed quite well after childbirth. Yi Ming leaned closer to gaze at the infant in Bulma's arms, and upon seeing her beautiful eyes gazing back at him, he broke into a foolish grin. He, Yi Ming, had become a father, and to such an adorable little princess at that. "Darling, stop grinning like a fool. We all know you're overjoyed," Bulma said, amused by his expression. Chi-Chi approached gently, saying, "Let us name our little princess." "Oh," Yi Ming finally snapped back to reality, taking the baby from Bulma's hands. As he looked into her clear eyes, he blurted out Linglong. Hearing the name, Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. "What a lovely name. Linglong. Our daughter shall be called Yi Linglong." Yi Ming smiled brightly, listening to the delightful giggles of the little girl in his arms. He leaned down and said, "Linglong, you must like the name Daddy chose for you, right?" Another burst of laughter erupted, and Yi Ming joined in, his joy infectious. Moments later, however, he sensed something amiss. It seemed that Linglong, upon her birth, did not possess a high combat power. She appeared just like an ordinary child. He pondered, how could this be? With his keen senses, how could he not perceive the strength of a newborn? It shouldn't be this way. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, uncertainty creeping in. Given his own formidable power, it was inconceivable that Linglong would be so weak at birth. His combat power had reached a staggering 500 billion points, a figure that was simply unimaginable. He dismissed the thought of the countless cells within him, for he was a fusion of tremendous bloodlines. How could his child lack any combat prowess? "System, check Linglong's combat power for me." Yi Ming strolled around the house, cradling little Linglong while conversing with the system. Before long, he saw the combat power reading for his daughter. "Yi Linglong, combat power, 1 point. Only 1 point. What is this weakness?" Yi Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. "System, what is the meaning of this?" He furrowed his brows, anxiety gnawing at him, fearing there might be an issue with his daughter's health. "Master, the little princess is in perfect health. There are no issues," the system replied. "No issues? How can she be so feeble?" Yi Ming sighed, shaking his head, unwilling to dwell on it further. Even if his daughter was not exceptionally powerful, he thought, he would always be there to protect her. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since little Linglong's arrival. One day, after completing his training and returning to the courtyard, Yi Ming observed Linglong crawling on the grass, a smile of adoration gracing his face. To his astonishment, it seemed that the little one had indeed inherited a modicum of his bloodline power. As her combat power had doubled from 1 point on the first day to 2 points on the second, then 4 on the third, 8 on the fourth, and 16 on the fifth. By the 15th day, her combat power had skyrocketed to 327 points. Yi Ming speculated that his daughter had likely inherited a fragment of his legendary Saiyan bloodline, though there appeared to be some differences. It was not the purest form of the legendary Saiyan lineage. He pondered whether Vegeta and Nappa would be arriving on Earth this year, as they did in the original story. However, he noted that Raditz had yet to reach the planet where the spirit tree left by their ancestor resided, which struck him as peculiar. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in Raditz's energy. It appeared that the scoundrel had finally landed on that planet and was heading toward the spirit tree. A glance at little Linglong prompted Yi Ming to make his move. He entrusted his daughter to Bulma and, with a swift instant transmission, departed Earth, reappearing on the planet where Raditz was located. Standing high in the sky, he looked down to see Raditz frantically plucking fruits from the spirit tree, shoving them into his mouth as his combat power continued to rise. After consuming one fruit, his power surged from 150,000 to 200,000 points. The fruits of this tree were far inferior to those on Earth, boosting combat power by only 50,000 points per fruit. Ming shook his head, fully aware that the fruits on Earth could enhance one's power by nearly 500,000 points. Without further ado, Ming teleported directly behind the still fruit-picking Raditz. Raditz! A chilling voice echoed, causing Raditz to shudder and slowly turn his head. Upon seeing Ming, he screamed in terror and immediately took flight, clearly intent on fleeing. You cannot escape, Ming declared, extending a finger and unleashing a blast that obliterated Raditz. Casting a glance at the ashes that were once Raditz, Ming paid little mind and proceeded to destroy the fruits that Raditz had gathered, knowing well that plenty remained on the tree. In an instant, he began to collect the entire harvest of the spirit tree, stowing the fruits into his system backpack. Checking the quantity, he found 3 fruits. Not too shabby. One could elevate someone's combat power to 175,000 points instantly. With a smile, Ming nodded gently, tapping his forehead lightly with his index and middle fingers, and he returned to Earth. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to find that Vegeta and Nappa had already reached Kame House. However, he refrained from approaching them, confident in Goku's strength to handle those two. Thus, it was time for him to dedicate himself to rigorous training. After spending a day at home with the little girl, Ming used instant transmission to arrive at the God of Destruction's realm. This time, his purpose was not to train there, but to cultivate in Universe 6. Nevertheless, traversing between universes was not a matter to be taken lightly, so Ming knew he must first greet Whis and Beerus. Sneaking in would not lead to annihilation, but it would certainly result in a stern lesson. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air echoed, and in the next moment, Ming found himself in the God of Destruction's realm. Upon his arrival, 2 pairs of eyes immediately fixated on him, those of Whis and Beerus. "He is here!" Whis and Beerus exclaimed, their eyes lighting up at the sight of Ming. Noticing the somewhat peculiar expressions on Whis and Beerus' faces, Ming instinctively took a few cautious steps back, his gaze fixed warily upon the 2 angels. Ming. Whis approached, a smile adorning his face. "What?" Ming's wariness remained unchanged. "Do not be anxious," Whis said softly as he stood before Ming. "I recall that you possess the ability to traverse between universes at will." Ming remained silent. "You rascal." Whis chuckled at his lack of response, shaking his head as he continued. "This time, I hope you can assist us with a small favor." "What sort of favor?" Ming did not immediately acquiesce, instead inquiring. "A rather minor one," Beerus chimed in, approaching with an unusually gentle smile, though it appeared somewhat stiff, indicative of her discomfort with such amiability. Ming glanced at her, awaiting further elaboration. "I misplaced an item in Universe 11, and since the God of Destruction in Universe 6, Kampa, is currently slumbering, I am unable to go there myself." Beerus explained. "I believe you could traverse the universes, so I hope you can help me retrieve my lost item." Her demeanor was notably sincere, contrasting her earlier haughty attitude upon first meeting Ming. Ming was taken aback by this shift, raising an eyebrow as he pondered whether he could leverage this situation for some benefit. Ding! A divine selection appeared. 1. Refuse Beerus's request. Reward: enhanced effects of chi weakening and chi slashing. 2. Accept Beerus's request and assist in retrieving the lost item. Reward: increased probability of entering the first stage of the Ultra Instinct technique. While Ming was still deliberating, the system's prompt suddenly resonated in his mind. The presence of only 2 options surprised him, particularly due to the potential reward for the second option, which could increase his chances of attaining Ultra Instinct. "This time, I will offer you a reward. I will personally guide you for a month. What do you think?" Beerus's voice reached Ming's ears. Hearing this offer, Ming's eyes immediately sparkled. However, he first made his choice. "I choose the second option," he thought to himself. Ding! "Congratulations, host, on your successful selection." The system's voice rang out, leading Ming to believe that this choice would indeed yield a reward. "Ming, 3 months. If you can retrieve my lost item, I will personally mentor you for 3 months." Beerus continued, her tone carrying a hint of resignation. Ming snapped back to reality. Glancing at Beerus's exasperated expression, he proposed. "How about a year?" Whis, upon hearing Ming's words, momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Then, a look of admiration graced his face. It was the first time he had witnessed someone daring to haggle with his sister, Beerus. Beerus's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, nodding in agreement. "Very well. 3 months will be sincere teaching. A year is rather uncertain." Internally, Beerus felt a surge of satisfaction. Beerus, a whole year of instruction. Ming winked, smiling. This statement disrupted Beerus's plans entirely. All right, she replied, her voice drawn out as if reluctantly agreeing. Seeing this, Ming grinned widely, inquiring, Beerus, do you know precisely where you lost the item? The angel's staff. Upon discussing the matter, Beerus's demeanor became serious as she looked at Ming. My staff was lost in Universe 11, but I cannot ascertain its exact location. Upon hearing that the lost item was the angel's staff, Ming paused, realizing she indeed was not holding it, confirming its genuine loss. Yet, curiosity stirred within him regarding how she had misplaced it. Noting Beerus's reluctance to elaborate, Ming nodded and glanced at the staff in Whis' hand, asking, is there any way to locate the staff? Or does the angel's staff still remain with you, Beerus? At this point, Ming suddenly recalled a question. The divine aura is notoriously difficult to detect. How could an angel's aura possibly be discerned? When he first ventured into Universe 6, he was uncertain if anyone was watching him from the void. Now, being in such proximity, detection would be even more challenging. Beerus and Whis fell silent, contemplating Ming's earlier inquiry. Wait. Ming's eyes brightened as he focused on the staff in Whis' hand, exclaiming, the power of technology is formidable as well. Mr. Whis, if you lend the staff to my wife Bulma for her research, perhaps she could devise a radar capable of detecting the staff. Upon hearing this, Beerus frowned. Whis also knitted his brows, not out of unwillingness, but rather skepticism about Bulma's ability to create something that could locate the staff. Noticing their expressions, Ming remained confident. To him, the power of the Super Dragon Ball surpassed that of the angel's staff, and Bulma had once claimed she could effortlessly create a radar for the Super Dragon Balls. Thus, constructing a radar for the angel's staff should pose no significant challenge. Mr. Whis, Beerus, if we do not attempt it, we shall never find a solution. Ming smiled encouragingly. Very well. After exchanging glances, Whis nodded and handed the staff to Ming. The moment Ming grasped the staff, astonishment washed over his face. It was not due to its weight, but rather because he felt his bloodline surge uncontrollably. Boom. In the next instant, his energy erupted uncontrollably, his body rapidly expanding into the form of a great ape without the full moon's presence. Roar. The great ape form of Ming let out a fierce roar, swinging the staff down violently upon the ground, then quickly retracting, striking his chest with fervor. What is happening to him? Beerus furrowed her brow, stepping forward, seemingly intent on subduing the transformed Ming. Beerus, do not concern yourself with him. It appears he is on the verge of mastering this great ape form. Whis interjected, his expression reflecting astonishment. Whis has known Yamcha for many years and has long since gained insight into his character, having also delved into the history of the Saiyan race. When an ordinary Saiyan transforms into a great ape, their battle power amplifies tenfold. Some can easily control this form, while others cannot. In Whis' opinion, Yamcha's lineage is undoubtedly more complex than that of an ordinary Saiyan. However, the question lingers. Why is he unable to control this transformation? It did not take long for Whis to arrive at an understanding. While others may only see a tenfold increase in their battle power upon transforming into a great ape, Yamcha experiences an astonishing 50-fold enhancement. This stark disparity illustrates the vast gulf between the two transformations, one soaring in the heavens, the other grounded on earth. Indeed, they are hardly comparable. Furthermore, in the state of the great ape, it is highly likely that Yamcha could enter the Ultra Instinct state. This highlights just how formidable this transformation truly is. Its terrifying nature is precisely what makes it so difficult to master. Whis believes that if Yamcha can indeed harness his great ape form, he will be on the cusp of achieving the first stage of Ultra Instinct. The initial stage of Ultra Instinct. No, I suspect he may be nearing that first stage already. Moreover, it is distinctly different from our own Ultra Instinct. Bardoss, called by Whis, halted and gazed up at Yamcha, who was enveloped in a silvery aura, transformed into an entirely silver great ape. The overwhelming, flamboyant, and audacious energies emanating from him astonished Bardoss. In her recollection, most individuals who attain Ultra Instinct exist in a profoundly tranquil state, their minds exceptionally calm and thoughts crystal clear, as if everything returns to their true self, devoid of extraneous distractions. Much like her own experience, when she enters that state, her heart settles, free from any stray thoughts, returning to her essence. Yet Yamcha's manifestation of Ultra Instinct is strikingly different from theirs. A roar resounded. And just as Bardoss pondered this, the great ape that Yamcha had become suddenly went into a frenzy. After approximately an hour, the great ape gradually calmed down. Fortunately, the sound was muted, otherwise, Lord Beerus would have surely been disturbed. Whis observed the great ape descending slowly, shaking his head with a smile. Has he gained mastery? While others might be concerned about Yamcha's control over his transformation, Bardos is particularly interested in whether he has mastered the great ape form. I don't know. Let us go take a look, Whis said as he soared ahead. Just as he intended to remind Bardos, a piercing scream echoed. Whis awkwardly chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. This could not be blamed on him. Bardos acted far too swiftly, catching sight of something she ought not to have seen before he could warn her. I'll take my leave. If this fellow's wife can indeed create something that detects the angel's staff, you must inform me. Bardos swiftly exited the realm of destruction of Universe 7. Whis shook his head and shrugged, reaching down to grasp the angel's staff lying on the ground. He approached Yamcha and gently tapped him, causing a set of garments identical to those worn by angels to manifest upon him. After waiting for over an hour, Yamcha gradually awakened from his stupor. This time, he did not exhibit the same bewilderment as during his first awakening. Instead, his face was alight with joy. How do you feel? Whis inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon witnessing Yamcha's expression. Yamcha smiled at Whis before examining his attribute panel. Host, Yamcha. Normal combat power, 10 trillion. Bloodline, Ultimate Saiyan Bloodline. 20-fold battle power enhancement. Skills, Enhanced Instant Transmission, Destruction Beam, 9 Suns Divine Art, Time Stop Technique, Kamehameha, 10-fold Kaioken, First Stage of Ultra Instinct. Gazing at his attribute panel, excitement sparkled in Yamcha's eyes. His combat abilities had surged significantly. While he may not possess the terrifying prowess of his earlier explosive state, he remained formidable. Furthermore, after this transformation, his power during the transformation had multiplied 20-fold, and he had successfully cultivated the first layer of Ultra Instinct. Although the probability was only 1%, he had finally stepped into this realm. He firmly believed that with continued training, he would one day wield Ultra Instinct at will. Whis, if all goes well, I believe I have taken the first step towards Ultra Instinct. Yamcha exhaled in relief, promptly informing Whis, who had been waiting for him. Really? Whis exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Absolutely. Yamcha nodded, confident in the accuracy of the system's data. He indeed possessed a 1% probability of entering the state of Ultra Instinct. Incredible, Whis praised, before suddenly recalling something and asking, can you control your great ape transformation? Mastery over this form could significantly enhance Yamcha's combat abilities, as he would find it easier to access Ultra Instinct in that state. Thus, if Yamcha could command the great ape form, it might become his most formidable technique. Moreover, reflecting on his first attack, Whis estimated that before a master of the caliber of billions, Yamcha's physical body would be nearly invulnerable. Therefore, Whis considered the great ape transformation to be the most suitable method for Yamcha to grow stronger. Chapter 32, Lingering Wonders. Not yet. It's far too challenging. I can only distinguish between friend and foe, but I cannot control my will or that overwhelming power. Yamcha shook his head, sighing. He too felt the sheer might that accompanied the great ape transformation. Most importantly, while Scions often only focused on the transformation, their physical strength was not particularly impressive. Yet in the state of the great ape, he could distinctly sense the formidable power of his physique. So, does that mean I'll need to carry a fake moon with me at all times? Yamcha mused, casting a sidelong glance at the angel's staff in Whis' hand. After contemplating, he ultimately decided that a fake moon would be more convenient. After conversing a while longer, Yamcha stored Whis' angel's staff in his system backpack before departing the realm of destruction. He was quite eager for the upcoming journey to Universe 11. Everyone knows that the god of destruction, Vermouth, and the angel, Margarita, are not the strongest among their ranks, but their universe boasts an abundance of powerful warriors, far surpassing the others in number. In fact, Yamcha had previously seen discussions online where some claimed that Jiren alone could defeat all the warriors from the other 11 universes. Of course, this presupposes that Goku is not in a state of Ultra Instinct. This illustrates just how formidable Jiren is. His strength is truly frightening, even surpassing some of the weaker gods of destruction. Jiren. Yamcha narrowed his eyes, intrigued by this formidable individual and hoping for an opportunity to face him in the future. At present, he was certainly not a match for him. His foundational strength was still too lacking. Yamcha recognized his own shortcomings, yet he remained unperturbed. The tournament of power was still a long way off, and perhaps by then, he might stand a chance against Jiren. Upon returning to Earth, Yamcha met with Bulma, and to his surprise, she excitedly requested that he allow her to study the angel's staff. After all, it is a sacred object, immensely valuable to a scientist. Yamcha said nothing and simply handed the staff over to Bulma. I'll study it for a month, and if I make any progress, I will let you know. With that, Bulma dashed into her laboratory. This prompted Ming to inwardly scoff. The scientific madwoman Bulma is at it again. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Chi-Chi engaged in play with little Ling Long, who was remarkably well-behaved, never throwing tantrums, making it a delight for Chi-Chi to care for her. Darling. Upon spotting Ming, Chi-Chi rushed over. Daddy, daddy. At that moment, little Linglong slowly crawled towards them from the lawn, her voice a garbled call. Oh my, the little one can call out already. Yi Ming's eyes lit up as he heard Linglong's voice. He joined Chi-Chi in kneeling down to her level. Linglong, come here to daddy. He beckoned, clapping his hands, his face breaking into a broader smile as he watched her inch closer. Daddy, daddy. Linglong crawled into Yi Ming's embrace, calling out joyfully before bursting into laughter. Haha. Yi Ming felt an exhilarating surge of emotion at that moment. For the ensuing month, Yi Ming mostly spent his days alongside Chi-Chi and little Linglong. Notably, Linglong's combat prowess had reached an impressive 200,000 points. After careful contemplation, Yi Ming concluded that she did not possess the fabled bloodline of a Super Saiyan. Rather, she merely resembled one. Moreover, her combat abilities had shown a marked increase in the first half-month, but thereafter appeared erratic. Thus, Yi Ming realized that the little girl did not require training. Her combat skills would naturally improve with just food, rest, and sleep, a notion that brought him great satisfaction. One day, Yi Ming arrived at the laboratory where Bulma had been fervently researching the angel staff all day, only to be plagued by severe headaches come nightfall. It's so difficult. I have no leads whatsoever. These two sentences had become Bulma's nightly refrain over the past month. Bulma, don't overexert yourself, Yi Ming said as he approached from behind, gently massaging her shoulders. To his surprise, she giggled incessantly, which astonished him. Have you made progress? Darling, I've finally grasped some fundamental principles of the angel staff. If all goes well, give me 6 more months, and I shall surely develop the radar for the angel staff. Bulma exclaimed excitedly as she turned to embrace Yi Ming. Take your time, don't push yourself too hard, he replied tenderly, ruffling her hair. Despite being a mother now, she still retained a childlike spirit, planting a forceful kiss on Yi Ming's cheek before erupting into a melodious laugh. Yi Ming chose not to wipe away the drool on his face, but instead leaned down to kiss Bulma's forehead gently. He stayed with her in the lab for a while, watching her focused demeanor, and a knowing smile graced his lips. After spending another couple of weeks at home, while relishing his role as a doting father, Yi Ming received a call from Master Rashi and promptly took little Linglong to Kame House. Upon their arrival, the adorable Linglong instantly captured everyone's attention, especially Krillin, who couldn't resist the urge to hold her, much to the amusement of those around. What has become of those 2 Scions who visited Earth last time? Yi Ming inquired as he sat on the beach with the little girl in his arms, surrounded by friends in a jovial atmosphere. One has perished, and the other is injured, replied Krillin. But the one who died was not killed by us. He took down his own comrade. At this, Krillin shook his head, deeming such individuals, who vent their fury upon their allies, unworthy of mention. Escaped, did he? Yi Ming chuckled, acknowledging that while Vegeta may be the fastest in the Dragon Ball universe, he still bore the mantle of a secondary character. Albeit with a hint of protagonist's aura, the conversation shifted to reminiscing about past escapades, from their initial meetings to the present, sharing numerous tales. Yamcha, would you care for a duel? Krillin suddenly proposed. What? Are you looking for trouble? Yamcha shot Krillin a sideways glance, scoffing dismissively. Haha, it's merely a friendly spar. Let's give little princess a show. Krillin waved at the wide-eyed Linglong, then leapt into the sky. All right. Yamcha, no longer hesitating, followed suit into the air. Boom. Soon, the sky was filled with resounding blasts as various waves and energy blasts erupted, akin to a fireworks display. Hee. The little girl gazed upwards, clapping her hands in excitement, her face radiant with joy. Zing. Observing the golden light flickering from Krillin's fingertips, the little girl found it dazzling and, mimicking him, extended her own tiny finger. With a flash of golden light, a finger beam shot towards Krillin and Yamcha in the sky, followed by a thunderous boom. The likes of Tien Shinhan, Kaiatsu, and Master Rashi all turned their gazes towards the little one in Yi Ming's arms. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard, and the atmosphere fell silent save for the sound of Linglong's delighted giggles. Ahem. As the crowd stared wide-eyed at her, Yi Ming cleared his throat twice. When their attention returned to him, he shyly remarked, "This girl, learning the finger beam out of nowhere." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Master Rashi and the others shifted to one of concern. Was the focus truly on the fact that the little girl had learned the finger beam? While her rapid acquisition of the skill was impressive, it was the sheer force of that attack that truly astonished them. Why, Yi Ming, just how formidable is Linglong's combat power? Master Rashi asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he watched the little girl gesturing with her fingers. He wiped his brow nervously, lowering his voice. Swish, swish, swish. Hearing Master Rashi's inquiry, all eyes turned to Yi Ming and the innocent, cherubic face of Linglong, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Yi Ming was about to reveal Linglong's combat power when, at that moment, Krillin and Yamcha, battered and bruised, plummeted from the sky. Huff. Huff. Both gasped for air, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived. These two adults had nearly been taken down by a mere infant of 2 or 3 months. At that moment, they felt as though the end of the world had arrived. It was terrifying. Brother Yi Ming, Linglong is incredibly powerful. And where did she learn that finger beam? To pick up such skills at this age. Let's hope she doesn't turn into a little troublemaker. Krillin sat down beside Son Goku after popping a senzu bean, looking dejectedly at Yi Ming. Upon hearing Krillin's lament, Goku and the others burst into laughter. What am I wrong? Krillin rubbed his bald head, looking quite disheartened. The root cause of this is you, Krillin. Kaiatsu chuckled. If you hadn't suggested the duel with Yamcha, and if you hadn't launched that finger beam, how could Linglong have learned it? What? Krillin's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stared incredulously at the giggling Linglong, exclaiming. She picked it up after just one glance. Surely she must have seen it several times. Tien Shinhan interjected coolly. The scene fell into a brief silence. Ha! Then, laughter erupted all around. Yi Ming joined in the mirth, finding such days truly delightful. However, this ease often dulls one's fighting spirit. Yi Ming gazed down at Linglong, her smile entrancing him. The princess's smile, this is something I, her father, must safeguard. With a loving grin, Yi Ming resolved to dedicate himself to training while Bulma continued her research on the Angel Staff radar. After all, when venturing into the 11th universe, one might encounter formidable adversaries. It is better to be overly cautious than to be caught unprepared. Only by possessing immense strength can one stride confidently. 6 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and on this day, Yi Ming awakened from his training. Host, Yi Ming. Normal battle power, 15 trillion. Bloodline, ultimate Saiyan Bloodline, granting a 20-fold increase in battle power. Skills, advanced instant transmission, cannon, 9-yang divine art, time stop technique, Kamehameha, 10-fold King Kai fist. First stage of Ultra Instinct. Glancing at his attribute panel, Yi Ming felt a sense of satisfaction with his training results. Having not utilized the hyperbolic time chamber for half a year, he had not only enhanced his battle power by 50 trillion, but also improved the success rate of transforming into a great ape and entering the state of Ultra Instinct. A 5-fold increase in 6 months. Imagine a 10-fold increase in a year. 20-fold in the second year. What about 100 years? Initially, Yi Ming reveled in these thoughts. But the more he pondered, the more he felt a disquieting sense of urgency. Would he truly have to wait 100 years to fully master the Ultra Instinct? Too slow, far too slow. Uncertain of how to expedite his progress in Ultra Instinct, Yi Ming shook his head and muttered a complaint as he made his way to the research room. Gently pushing open the door, he found Chi-Chi and Bulma seated at the table, engaged in conversation and laughter. Oh my, the master has returned. Upon hearing his footsteps, Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged glances, set down their bowls and chopsticks, and rose from their seats. Bulma, Chi-Chi, congratulations on the master's return. After their exuberant greeting, they exchanged another look. And upon noticing Yi Ming's increasingly dark expression, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just wait until tonight. I shall deal with you both. Yi Ming shot them a glare, though warmth flooded his heart. Having just emerged from intense training, the warmth of familial affection was a balm to his mental fatigue. Come, my dear husband. Today, Chi-Chi prepared your favorite dishes knowing you would return. Bulma beamed, pulling Yi Ming to the dining table and pointing at a particular dish. Yi Ming followed her finger, only to feel his mouth twitch in dismay. Before him lay a plate of something dark and unrecognizable. He could hardly believe it was the work of Chi-Chi. After all, he possessed a culinary haven filled with all the delicacies and recipes from his past life on Earth, which he had long since passed on to Chi-Chi. Over the years, if her culinary skills had truly reached godly heights, he might even consider bestowing upon her a title surpassing that of a culinary deity. Yi Ming, just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. I'm here, Yi Ming replied. Upon hearing his voice, Bulma and Chi-Chi fell silent, even their breathing becoming noticeably softer. They were considerate women, well aware that a man must not be disturbed when engaged in serious matters. Bardos inquired whether the Angel Staff radar is ready. Came Whis' resigned tone. Yi Ming glanced at Bulma, who nodded with a smile. It's ready. I'm heading to the God of Destruction realm right away. He responded. Ahem, don't forget to bring back some delicacies. Whis concluded their communication. Yi Ming shook his head, grinning as he turned to Bulma. She rose from her chair, the Angel Staff and radar in hand, approaching him. As he gazed at the staff, a sudden realization struck him. There seemed to be 2 sets of angelic attire hidden in their home. A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. Perhaps it was time to test it out. Resolute, Yi Ming stowed the Angel Staff and radar in his system backpack and lingered with Bulma and Chi-Chi for a moment before hastening to the God of Destruction realm. Upon his arrival, Bardos and Whis immediately fixed their gazes upon him. Yi Ming met Bardos's eyes, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. prompting him to quickly avert his gaze to Whis. Just as he was about to speak, a figure entered his line of sight, momentarily leaving him speechless. Chapter 33, Battle of the 11th Universe. Entering was a rotund individual, bearing a resemblance to the god of destruction Beerus, yet even more portly and shorter. This was none other than the god of destruction, Kampa. As he approached, Yi Ming's eyes narrowed with suspicion. This fellow exuded an overwhelming presence, whereas Beerus was composed. Kampa was brash, seemingly eager for all to witness his prowess. However, such individuals often boast more than they can deliver. Compared to the cunning Beerus, he was significantly lacking. Yet Yi Ming understood that, at this stage, this was not someone to provoke. Bardos, is this the gifted young man you spoke of? Kampa inquired, his hands clasped behind his back as he circled Yi Ming, scrutinizing the one praised by Bardos and Whis. Nothing particularly special, he remarked, frowning slightly as he approached Whis. Bardos and Whis exchanged glances with Kampa, who chuckled and bowed slightly. Lord Kampa, Yi Ming has matters to attend to. If you have no further instructions, please allow us to proceed. The significance of the angel staff was beyond the comprehension of most. As soon as Whis's words fell, Kampa's expression shifted dramatically, a disdainful snort escaping him, and he fell silent. Yi Ming cast a sidelong glance at Kampa, then regarded Whis's amiable countenance, gaining a deeper understanding of the angel's esteemed status. With Bardos and Whis's attention returned to Yi Ming, he cleared his throat and retrieved the angel staff and radar from his backpack. I believe we are ready to embark. My training has seen some regression lately. Whis, grasping the angel staff, shot Yi Ming a knowing glance, aware that he was speaking in riddles. However, Bardos awkwardly interjected. Upon my return, I will devote an entire year to your instruction. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Dear sister, you remain too naive. Though Whis wore a smile. Internally, he shook his head. Given his understanding of Yi Ming, Bardos was likely to be led astray by this young man. Bardos, I believe adding sister to your name feels a tad distant. I think I might as well call you by your name directly. Yi Ming approached her, a genuine smile gracing his face. No problem, Bardos replied with a dismissive smile. I often feel as if time is fleeting. I've heard of a place in the universe called the hyperbolic time chamber. Could we exchange 2 months of teaching time for one of those chambers? Here it comes. Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Whis glanced skyward, feigning ignorance. Bardos frowned, contemplating for a moment before hesitantly nodding in agreement. No problem. Once you locate the staff, I shall grant it to you. 50-fold, Yi Ming tentatively proposed. 30-fold, Bardos replied nonchalantly. 40-fold, Yi Ming pressed again. Nearby, Kampa slowly turned his head, his eyes widening in disbelief at this young man he had underestimated. At that moment, he found himself somewhat impressed by Yi Ming's audacity. Very well, 40-fold, Bardos conceded. Then I shall take my leave. Yi Ming, having secured a favorable deal, was eager to waste no more time. With a flick of his fingers to his forehead, he began his search. Centering himself on the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe, his perception swiftly expanded, reaching the cosmic boundaries before spreading outward into the surrounding universes. By the way, where is the 11th universe? After a brief moment, Yi Ming suddenly opened his eyes and inquired. Bardos and Whis exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Whoosh! At that instant, Yi Ming's figure vanished. In the next second, he found himself back in the realm of the gods of destruction. Ah, Mr. Whis, I hastily brought you a dozen boxes of instant noodles and pudding snacks. Yi Ming tossed a capsule to Whis and then disappeared once more. This mischievous lad. Whis gazed at the capsule in his hand and chuckled, shaking his head. He then turned to Bardos and curiously asked, by the way, sister, do you possess a room of spirit and time with a 40-fold time dilation? No, Bardos replied with a shake of her head. Then, Whis was momentarily taken aback. I possess a complete room of spirit and time. 1 day equals 1 year in terms of time flow, Bardos coldly remarked, casting a sharp glance at him. Now, let me savor the flavor of those instant noodles you keep raving about. As Whis and the others indulged in the noodles, Yi Ming had already arrived in the 11th universe. He was teleported to an uninhabited planet situated closest to the 7th universe. After surveying his surroundings, he retrieved the radar from the angel's staff. Beep, beep, the radar activated, and a small light spot soon appeared on the screen. Upon magnification, Yi Ming was left speechless. It was exceedingly distant. To illustrate, if he stood at this end of the 11th universe, that light spot was positioned at the farthest end of the 11th universe. A formidable journey lay ahead. Yi Ming tapped his forehead with his index and middle fingers, and in an instant, he vanished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Ming continuously leaped through space. As he began his journey, a tall female angel was leisurely strolling within the 11th universe's realm of destruction. She bore a resemblance to Bardos, albeit with twin ponytails. She was Makarita, the angel of the 11th universe. Oh, Someone has intruded into my 11th universe, she mused. Holding her angel's staff while wandering through the realm of destruction, a hint of curiosity gracing her face. With each of Yi Ming's spatial leaps, her gaze sharpened further. Ding! After a short while, Makarita gently lifted her staff and tapped it in the void, causing the space to ripple as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake. Torpo 5, there's an unexpected guest from the 7th universe, likely resembling that fellow. Go and intercept him, Makarita softly instructed. At the very moment Makarita tasked Torpo 5 with locating Yi Ming, the latter was leisurely exploring an unnamed planet in the 11th universe. Relying solely on instant transmission for travel had become a tad monotonous for Yi Ming. Being his first visit to a new universe, he was eager to take in the sights and perhaps bring back some gifts for Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the little princess on Earth. If each universe lacked a unified currency, wouldn't everyone regress to a primitive barter system? Yi Ming pondered, contemplating the possibility of meeting the innocent and pure-hearted Xeno one day for a good chat. Suddenly, as he walked and marveled, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Such a potent aura. He halted, turning to gaze at the distant sky, where he spotted several diminutive figures approaching. Their intentions seemed sinister. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Ming gently tapped his forehead, and he vanished from the planet in an instant. Simultaneously, the approaching figures abruptly halted. A flash of light swept by, and they too disappeared. Whoosh! With a sound like the tearing of space, they materialized on a massive, uninhabited planet. What do you intend to do? They wondered aloud, scanning their surroundings, when suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed in their ears. Whoosh! Before they could react, a figure appeared before them in the blink of an eye. It was a towering man, exuding a fierce presence, entwined in a faint silver aura, with striking golden hair. Oh no, one of them thought, still assessing the sudden arrival when a punch came flying toward him. With that single blow, he was sent sprawling. Concealer. The others gasped, their expressions shifting dramatically. This was a notorious cosmic villain. Everyone be cautious. An elderly man with a white beard bellowed, charging toward Yi Ming, pointing at the one who had been struck and exclaiming, "Evil must be eradicated." Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, the old man vanished from midair, reappearing on Yi Ming's shoulder in the next moment. For the sake of justice, the white-bearded man proclaimed, swinging his arm and shouting, "Justice Tornado." This somewhat over-the-top declaration caused Yi Ming, who was being stood upon, to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Torpo 5 recognized this white-bearded man as a free warrior of the 11th universe, the leader of the heroic organization known as the Proud Squad, dedicated to maintaining peace. This individual was an impassioned champion of justice, and his motto was indeed, "Evil must be eradicated." "Hey, I'm a good person," Yi Ming called out to Torpo 5, perched upon his shoulder. "What kind of villain would admit to being bad?" Torpo 5 replied coldly, his gaze unflinching as he began to spin. Justice Tornado. This was one of Torpo 5's signature moves, capable of disorienting opponents. Typically, he would use this technique to confuse his enemies before disabling their joints with Justice Smash, culminating in a lethal blow, Justice Flash. Torpo 5 had envisioned the scenario in his mind, believing this cosmic warrior beneath him would soon falter. However, the ensuing events made him realize that reality often deviates from expectation. Time stop. In this timeline, Torpo 5 was slightly stronger than Yi Ming, who, wishing to avoid being at a disadvantage from the outset, opted to activate the time stop ability. This skill granted him limitless possibilities. With a resounding crash, he flipped over, closed the distance to Torpo 5, and delivered a fist directly to him, following it up with a Kamehameha amplified by 10 times. Launching Torpo 5 away while still in the time-stopped state, Yi Ming glanced at the flying Torpo 5, aware that this blow would only leave him grievously injured and unconscious, not actually ending his life. Torpo 5. Several exclamations rang out as Yi Ming's gaze swept over them before returning to focus. Aside from a rabbit-like figure he vaguely recognized, he paid little attention to the others. Moreover, the strongest member of the Proud Squad, Jiren, had not shown up. Thus Yi Ming held little interest in the team. At this juncture, Torpo 5 was marginally stronger than him, but he was uncertain about Jiren's true capabilities. Yi Ming frowned, having briefly assessed Torpo 5's combat power, which was roughly 3 trillion. However, this merely represented his ultimate battle power and did not indicate that his physical strength was at that level. Thus, dispatching him in a time-stop state was quite reasonable. Speaking of which, it seemed my ultimate battle power had also reached a trillion-level threshold. Yi Ming began to contemplate, his eyes narrowing gradually. His standard combat power was 150 trillion. In transformation mode, it increased 20-fold, equating to 300 trillion. Furthermore, utilizing the 10-fold Kamehameha on top of that would elevate his power to 3,000 trillion, which, when converted to the trillion scale, would indeed be at the 3 trillion level. It's surprising. I didn't realize I had become this formidable. Yi Ming was somewhat taken aback, to be candid. He had always perceived himself as a mere novice within the 7th universe. However, upon encountering the formidable Topo V from this timeline, he began to realize that he might indeed possess exceptional prowess. Quite intriguing. As Yi Ming extended his finger to lightly stroke his chin, he cast his gaze upon the proud members of the Pride Troopers below, and an audacious thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Why not eliminate these individuals? The instant this notion surfaced, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Ming's eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, he quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing that this was the 11th universe, and these individuals were evidently acting under someone else's orders. Yi Ming shook his head, casting aside the impulse to engage in violence. The angel of the 11th universe, Margarita? Yi Ming murmured softly, recalling that this celestial being had a contentious relationship with both Beerus and Whis in the original narrative, and was aware of his origins from the 7th universe. Thus, she had dispatched others to confront him. A peculiar light flickered in Yi Ming's eyes as a cold smirk formed on his lips. From this day forth, he would keep a keen eye on this woman. However, he deemed it inappropriate to kill the Pride Troopers. A thorough beating should suffice. Upon glancing down, Yi Ming noted that Topo V, possessing remarkable recovery abilities, had regained consciousness but still lacked strength, appearing rather dazed. This clearly illustrated the ferocity of Yi Ming's assault. Topo V, I know you. Yi Ming's voice resonated from above. I recognize that you fight for justice. Yet, you remain oblivious to the fact that you have been manipulated. On the ground, Topo V, Dispo V, and Casserole wore expressions devoid of emotion. In their eyes, a villain was simply a villain. Regardless of circumstances, they harbored no fondness for Yi Ming. Stubborn and unyielding, they had chosen their stance. Very well, then. Today, I shall teach you a lesson about the Pride Troopers. Noticing their silence, a cold smile crept across Yi Ming's face as he descended, activating his transformation state with a 20-fold enhancement. For Yi Ming, his strength had already reached impressive heights. Now, what he sought was to hone his skills and adapt fully to this 20-fold transformation. With a thunderous crash, the close-quarter combat revealed the true extent of Yi Ming's power. For he possessed the ability to halt time, and his attacks bore a burning effect, with a chance to weaken his opponents or even slay them outright. The Pride Troopers consisted of only Topo V and Jiren, who possessed any noteworthy skills. The others were mere bystanders. At this juncture, Yi Ming was virtually invincible. With no one capable of matching him, the battle concluded in mere moments. Nay, it ended overwhelmingly. Observing the Pride Troopers writhing in agony on the ground, Yi Ming shook his head, pondering that the concept of justice was merely a personal perspective, just as he and the Pride Troopers viewed each other as the righteous party. Chapter 34. The Quest for the Angel's Staff. How absurd that Margarita would seek to trouble me. Yi Ming mused, uncertain if he was being watched. Yet he had no time to concern himself with that angel. He was acutely aware that she would not confront him directly. After all, he was assisting Beerus in locating the angel's staff, and Beerus had likely communicated with that female angel in advance. Yi Ming lightly tapped his forehead with his index and middle fingers, casting a glance at Topo V and the others before shaking his head and swiftly departing from this forsaken planet, continuing his spatial leaps towards the direction of the angel's staff. The recent encounter with Topo V had heightened Yi Ming's vigilance. It was quite possible that the discontented Margarita would summon even stronger opponents to deal with him. The strongest, perhaps Jiren? Yi Ming pondered as he journeyed onward, narrowing his eyes. If it were indeed Jiren, he would welcome a proper confrontation. In this timeline, no matter how powerful Jiren might be, he was still at the level portrayed in the original Dragon Ball Super. Strength is cultivated gradually through persistent training. Of course, should one possess a prodigious bloodline, akin to the original Broly, who required no training and whose combat power surged daily, fueled solely by rage, that would be an entirely different matter. However, such bloodlines were rarer than pandas in the Dragon Ball universe. Ultimately, prolonged training remained the undeniable truth. Yi Ming continued his spatial leaps, progressing towards the location where Beerus had left the angel's staff. Meanwhile, in the realm of the god of destruction within the 11th universe, Margarita was taken aback upon receiving news that Topo V and his companions had been defeated. It was well known that they were among the elite fighters of the 11th universe. How could that individual from the universe of Whis be so formidable? She found it incomprehensible. Margarita's mind was rife with questions. Clearly, she needed to train Topo V and the others rigorously. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face disgrace upon their next encounter with this individual. Shaking her head, Margarita momentarily dismissed the threat posed by this being from the 7th universe. In her eyes, he was merely a minor character. With a few more years of training, the disparity would only widen. After all, Topo V and the others were her personally trained warriors. Could that individual receive the meticulous guidance of either Whis or Beerus? Absolutely not, for no one understood those two better than she. A month swiftly passed, during which Ming either trained or journeyed. For him, it meant hopping between planets to rest briefly before continuing his travels. After all, one must not exhaust oneself. Another month elapsed, and Ming drew ever closer to the angel's staff. On a desolate planet, as he prepared for another spatial leap, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching. Calmness was paramount. Most crucially, he realized he had been detected by that individual. How intriguing. It appeared that fate had intertwined their paths. In the 11th universe, there existed such a formidable being. Without needing to guess, Ming knew precisely who it was. Jiren, the only man in the original Dragon Ball Super capable of contending with the top-tier gods of destruction. Online rumors suggested that he could even defeat the most powerful god of destruction, Beerus. Ming refrained from voicing an opinion on this matter, for deep down, he remained skeptical. After all, Beerus was the mightiest god of destruction. Surely, he possessed some hidden trump cards. Yet, until they had clashed, the outcome remained uncertain. After all, prior to Ming's arrival, Dragon Ball Super had yet to unveil even the shadow of its second season, and Beerus had never truly fought at full strength. Whoosh! Ming vanished in an instant, unwilling to confront Jiren just yet and provoke unnecessary conflict. That would be tantamount to inviting trouble. After Ming's departure, Jiren, who had been training on a nearby planet, displayed a rare expression of seriousness. He sensed that the individual who had just detected him was not particularly strong. Yet, there lingered an overwhelming sense of danger. This feeling was one he had not encountered in a long time. Is there truly such a powerful individual in the 11th universe? Jiren furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. On this day, Ming finally arrived at the location of the angel's staff. It was an exceedingly desolate planet. As Ming traversed its surface, his thoughts grew contemplative as he checked his character attribute panel. Host, Ming. Normal combat power, 20 trillion. Bloodline, Ultimate Saiyan Bloodline. 25-fold combat power enhancement. Skills, Enhanced Instant Transmission, Kamehameha, 9-Yang Divine Skill, Time Stop Technique, 10-fold King Kai Fist, and the first stage of Ultra Instinct. Overall, it could be considered quite formidable. A faint smile graced Ming's lips as he stumbled upon a rather delightful realization with the passage of time. His combat prowess was escalating at an increasingly rapid pace. Half a year ago, his combat power stood at a mere 150 trillion, and now, just 6 months later, it had surged to 200 trillion. An increase of 50 trillion in such a short span was, for Ming, a staggering velocity. It is noteworthy that he had been training while journeying and had yet to utilize any of the so-called cheat artifacts like the hyperbolic time chamber. This led Ming to ponder. If given a few more years to grow, he might indeed be capable of overwhelming Beerus. The thought brought an involuntary chuckle to his lips. For now, however, it was prudent to proceed cautiously. Who could say if Beerus, when fighting at full strength, truly possessed a power level around 10, as rumored online? Moreover, he was still far too weak to fathom how he could contend with Beerus. Engaging in a full-force battle with Beerus would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Ming shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He soared into the sky, leisurely making his way towards the location of the angel's staff. Before long, he arrived at a desolate island. Ming cast a glance at the radar for the angel's staff, seeking to confirm its position, only to find it had vanished. The small light that had once appeared on the radar had mysteriously disappeared into thin air. What was going on? Ming adjusted the radar repeatedly, but the small light was nowhere to be found, leaving him bewildered and surveying his surroundings in confusion. What was this situation? He glanced down at the small island, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, was he expected to search for a needle in a haystack on this island? Most perplexingly, while the angel's staff naturally emanated a holy radiance, it seemed to have lost its sanctity in the hands of that woman, Beerus. Had it been tainted by her? As this thought crossed his mind, Ming shook his head, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. Yet this was merely a minor hiccup. He gradually descended onto the island, beginning his search. The desolate island was devoid of anything. He even delved into his senses and discovered no signs of life apart from his own. Clang. After wandering for a while, Ming noticed the radar for the staff suddenly emit a sound. He picked it up and saw a small light reappear on the interface, which brought a smile of delight to his face. However, just as he attempted to zoom in to ascertain the staff's location, the light vanished once more. What could he say? With a resigned shrug and a smile, he continued onward. This time, he adjusted the radar's interface to its maximum setting. As long as the light reappeared, he would be able to pinpoint the staff's location immediately. Ah, how curious. He couldn't tell if the angel's staff was toying with him or if there was a malfunction with the radar. Regardless, ever since he had employed a little trick, The radar had shown no signs of activity for a considerable time. What was going on? It felt as if someone were playing a prank on him. Yi Ming frowned. Looking around with a keen eye, he even mused that the angel Makalita from Universe 11 might be hiding somewhere, watching him with amusement as he wore a frustrated expression. Whoosh! Yi Ming tapped his temple with his fingers and instantly teleported back to the God of Destruction realm of Universe 7. When Whis saw Yi Ming suddenly return, he was taken aback, staring at him in surprise and asking, "Did you find it?" "No. I reached the location of the angel's staff, but the radar seems off, flickering in and out." Yi Ming replied, his brow furrowed. Could it be that the angel from Universe 11 is meddling behind the scenes, deliberately preventing me from locating the staff? Upon hearing this, Whis pondered for a moment before transmitting a message to Beerus in Universe 6. After a while, a peculiar expression appeared on Whis's face as he looked at Yi Ming and said, "It seems that the angel from Universe 11 may indeed be playing tricks. Sister Beerus should have spoken with the angel from Universe 11. Why don't you check once more to see if you can spot the angel's staff now?" Yi Ming cast a curious glance at Whis upon hearing this, reflecting on his earlier expression, and a nagging doubt crept into his mind. Could it be that the angel Beerus from Universe 6 was up to mischief? Upon further contemplation, it seemed quite plausible. After all, this was her angel's staff, and she ought to possess some degree of control over it. It appeared she wished to make it difficult for him to acquire the staff and complete his task. With this realization, Yi Ming let out a silent chuckle. "In that case, I shall cease my search." Whoosh! Yi Ming's figure vanished from the God of Destruction realm, returning to the aforementioned small island. He retrieved the radar for the angel's staff and glanced at it. A small light appeared on the interface. Upon enlarging the screen, he discovered it was not far away, prompting him to fly over immediately. Looking down, he spotted a small hill, where a radiant light caught his eye. That Beerus truly was quite mischievous. Yi Ming gazed downward, momentarily at a loss for words. Now he understood. This woman was exacting retribution for the demands he had previously made. Whoosh! He descended and beheld the angel's staff floating midair, his brow suddenly raising in intrigue. Strangely compelled, he reached out and grasped the staff. Boom! The instant his hand made contact with the staff, an inexplicable surge of energy erupted from him. Almost immediately, a profound understanding of the Ultra Instinct training flooded his mind. Yi Ming was utterly astonished. Was this the greatest boon bestowed upon him by that woman, Beerus? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the selection task. Award, probability of first stage Ultra Instinct. Given the host's substantial comprehension of Ultra Instinct, an additional 80 probability has been granted. The system's notification echoed in his mind, causing Yi Ming's eyes to widen in disbelief. It seemed he had struck gold. He hurriedly checked his Ultra Instinct section. First stage Ultra Instinct, explosive growth. Indeed, it was an explosive growth. Upon seeing the probability for the first stage of Ultra Instinct, Yi Ming's face broke into a radiant smile. Should I attempt to enter this state? After a moment of excitement, Yi Ming calmed himself, his eyes gleaming with determination as he contemplated. Previously, his entry into the first stage of Ultra Instinct had been unconscious, devoid of sensation. Now that he possessed such a high probability, perhaps success was within reach. With a thunderous sound, Yi Ming promptly stored the angel's staff in his system backpack, simultaneously unleashing his strongest aura and entering a transformation state with a 25-fold amplification. Although he had yet to fully master this transformation, he sensed its immense potential. After all, even this partially controlled state afforded a 25-fold increase in combat power. If perfected, the outcome would be utterly terrifying. Inner tranquility, cast aside all distractions, return to oneself. Yi Ming slowly closed his eyes, recalling the pivotal phrase from the Ultra Instinct he had just acquired, gradually entering a wondrous state. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Yi Ming began to tremble slightly, a silvery aura emanating from him with increasing brilliance, while his once jet-black hair shimmered with silver highlights. The first stage of the ultimate freedom technique had been achieved. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to discover that his pupils had transformed into a lustrous silver. However, he did not perceive any significant enhancement in his combat prowess, a fact that did not strike him as peculiar. The true strength of the ultimate freedom technique was not merely a doubling of combat power. Instead, it fundamentally altered one's approach to battle. In this state, every part of his body reacted instinctively, requiring no cerebral command, allowing his speed and reflexes to reach their zenith. Yi Ming was already experiencing this sensation, feeling as if he had transcended consciousness itself. Each attack or defense came naturally, without the need for prior contemplation, enabling him to instinctively sense and respond to surrounding threats. Incredible, truly remarkable. He clenched his fists, realizing that the ultimate freedom technique was not merely about numerical enhancement of combat power, but rather about achieving complete mastery over one's own body. He believed that in this state, he might even hold his ground against experts who were tenfold or even dozens of times more powerful than himself. After a brief moment, Yi Ming withdrew from the state of the ultimate freedom technique, not due to a desire to cease, but because the time had elapsed and, with no battle to contend with, the physical strain was minimal. After consuming a magic bean, he pondered whether to linger in the 11th universe for a while longer or to return the angel's staff directly. Well, considering the profound insights he had gained from the ultimate freedom technique, he decided not to hold it against anyone. Chapter 35, Preparing for Frisia. Yi Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head. Had it not been for these enlightening realizations, he would have surely stayed longer. After all, if Beerus sought mischief, why shouldn't he, Yi Ming, indulge in a bit of playfulness as well? With a swift motion, he tapped his forehead with his index and middle fingers, initiating his sensory perception. This time, he was not heading to the 7th universe or the 6th universe. Since he had never visited the god of destruction's realm in the 6th universe, he opted for a planet within this universe. Beerus, Yi Ming called out to the sky, confident that Beerus would arrive promptly, hence his brief shout. Indeed, within moments, Beerus appeared in the heavens. Long time no see. Yi Ming ascended into the air, meeting Beerus's gaze with a smile. Beerus nodded calmly in acknowledgement. Here, your angel's staff. Yi Ming retrieved the staff from his system bag and tossed it to Beerus. Beerus accepted the staff with a light acknowledgement. However, upon observing Yi Ming tapping his forehead with his fingers, she paused in astonishment and inquired, Aren't you planning to accompany me to the god of destruction's realm for training? Not anymore. I have obtained what I desired. Yi Ming replied with a smile, shaking his head. Beerus, thank you for allowing me to comprehend the ultimate freedom technique. With that, before his words had fully settled, Yi Ming vanished from midair. Beerus, witnessing his abrupt departure, furrowed her brows slightly and murmured, Is he not interested in the hyperbolic time chamber anymore? In an instant, Yi Ming reappeared before her. Oh dear, it seems I forgot to collect my 40 times hyperbolic time chamber, he said, scratching his head sheepishly. Uffed. Beerus couldn't help but laugh at his demeanor. Yet, she quickly resumed her usual indifferent expression. Observing Yi Ming's surprised face, she immediately adopted her cold demeanor once more, leaving Yi Ming questioning whether he had indeed witnessed the shift correctly. Before long, Beerus did not keep him waiting for too long. With a gentle wave of the staff, a house descended from the sky. This is the hyperbolic time chamber you requested, she stated matter-of-factly. Oh, and by the way, seeing Yi Ming's excitement, she added, if calculated in multiples, this hyperbolic time chamber is approximately 365 times. However, each individual may only enter for 5 days per year. I see, Yi Ming responded casually, preparing to stow the hyperbolic time chamber into his system bag, but suddenly recalled something, turning to Beerus with surprise. What did you just say? How many times is this hyperbolic time chamber exactly? Noticing Yi Ming's expression, Beerus pursed her lips, torn between amusement and indifference, before responding coolly, 3 times. Yi Ming felt the urge to curse, but ultimately restrained himself. After a moment of contemplation, he extended 6 fingers toward Beerus, exclaiming in admiration, Impressive. With that, he swiftly collected the chamber from above and teleported to Earth in the 7th universe. What does that even mean? Beerus pondered, bewildered by Yi Ming's praise. Moments later, Yi Ming returned to Earth. Having been away for over half a year, not much had transpired. Upon arriving home, he found Bulma and Chi-Chi playfully entertaining little Ling Long in the yard. Casting a glance at the child, he began to assess her combat power. Yi Ling Long, 10 points of combat power. How has her combat power regressed? Yi Ming noticed in surprise that the little girl's combat power had astonishingly diminished to 100,000 points. Just as he was about to approach her, he sensed something amiss and scrutinized her once more, silently counting. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Gasp. The child's combat power was not 100,000 points, but rather 1 million. Yi Ming recalled that half a year ago, the little girl's combat power was around 200,000, yet now, after just 6 months, it had escalated to 1 million. While 1 million points might not seem extraordinary in the grand scheme, especially for a half-year increment, the most astonishing factor remained her age. She was merely a few months old. The pace of her progress was indeed staggering. As he watched the little girl slowly crawl toward him, a gentle smile spread across his face. Daddy. The last time the little girl had spoken, she had stumbled over her words, but now she articulated them with remarkable fluency. Yi Ming responded joyfully, embracing the little girl affectionately. Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged smiles, though a hint of sadness flickered in Chi-Chi's eyes. Bulma, catching sight of this moment, reached out to hold Chi-Chi's hand, offering her a comforting smile as she softly remarked, Such matters depend on fate. As a woman, Bulma understood all too well the emotions that stirred within Chi-Chi. In the days that followed, life returned to normal. Ming devoted his time to the little girl. And soon, another 6 months slipped by. This day marked the first birthday of the little girl. The celebration took place at home, with Ming inviting Goku, Master Roshi, and other warriors to partake. However, to Ming's surprise, Vegeta also made an appearance. Upon seeing Ming, Vegeta momentarily froze. He had long harbored a desire for revenge against the one who had bested him in his youth, and this opportunity had finally presented itself. Yet, it seemed he was not quite a match. Big brother Ming. From a distance, Goku waved at Ming, while Vegeta beside him instantly displayed a sorrowful expression upon hearing that name. Indeed, this scion was the very one he had been yearning for day and night. Ming approached, with the little girl, Xiao Linglong, perched upon his neck. The 1-year-old girl, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, occasionally leaned down to whisper a few words into her father's ear. Uncle Goku, Grandpa Turtle Sage, Uncle Krillin. The little girl chimed gleefully from her lofty perch, greeting Goku and the others with a bright smile. Although she had only visited Kame House once, this enchanting little sprite had managed to remember everyone from that day. Haha, truly adorable. Goku chuckled, scratching his head as he beamed at Xiao Linglong. Long time no see, Vegeta. After exchanging pleasantries with the Turtle Sage and others, Ming turned his attention to Vegeta, smiling as he greeted him as well. Baka, Baka, Vegeta responded, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face as he returned the greeting. Oh, Ming and Vegeta? Goku exclaimed, a touch of surprise evident in his tone. Yes, I had a few encounters with him before the destruction of planet Vegeta, Ming replied. As a former inhabitant of planet Baka, he naturally had interacted with Vegeta several times, though he considered it merely once in his own context. However, he was certain that encounter had left a profound impression on Vegeta. With this thought, Ming glanced at Vegeta once more. Vegeta's power level registered at 50. Whether due to his recent association with Goku and the others, this warrior's combat prowess had notably increased compared to the original narrative. Yet, Ming's brow furrowed abruptly. Having eliminated Frieza early, did that mean the Namek saga from the original storyline ceased to exist? How would Goku then transform into a Super Saiyan? He cast a sidelong glance at Goku and noted that this lad's power had surged impressively to 2.6 million. Not far from the 3 million threshold for the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Surely, he would be able to naturally attain the Super Saiyan form. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a month swiftly passed. One day, just as Ming prepared to enter the 365-fold hyperbolic time chamber for training, an unexpected notification echoed in his mind. Ding. God-level selection activated. 1. Eliminate Frieza, who is about to resurrect from hell. Reward. 15 increase in the chance of attaining the first stage of Ultra Instinct, with a 5 enhancement in energy debuff effects, and an increase in energy execution effects. 2. Persuade Frieza, who is about to resurrect from hell, to surrender. Reward. 1 experience card for the God Realm, and a training robot facility. Listen closely. The matter is as follows, the system continued. Third task. Inflict severe damage on Frieza, who is about to claw his way out of hell, then let him go. The reward for this is an astonishing boost to your combat power, reaching 1 quintillion. Ming was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, what? That scoundrel Frieza is returning from hell. He hastily inquired of the system. Wait, will he have already mastered his golden form upon resurrection? A wave of anxiety washed over him. After all, the golden Frieza could contend evenly against a Super Saiyan Blue, and he doubted his chances against such an opponent. The system reassured him, host. The resurrected Frieza has yet to master his golden form. However, Ming's heart raced. However, what? The system continued. He has, in fact, mastered a form never mentioned in the original narrative, the silver form. Ming was left dumbfounded. Silver form? What on earth is that? Is there a platinum form to follow? The system clarified, host. The silver form serves as a transitional state between Frieza's golden form and his final stage of the fourth form. Realizing that the silver form was beneath the ultimate stage of the fourth form, but superior to the golden form, Ming inquired further about its strength. The system responded. The combat power of the silver form's first stage is approximately 30 trillion. Ming nodded thoughtfully, considering 30 trillion ISNT particularly daunting in this real world. Yet, he suddenly pondered, wait, if the first stage is 30 trillion, could there be second, third, fourth stages, or even a final form? The thought made his head throb. Frieza was indeed a genius, a prodigy with an unfair advantage. The system urged him, host, time is running out for selecting a task. Ming gritted his teeth. I choose the first option. The second seems too challenging. Frieza would never agree to a truce, and the third is out of the question. If I were to let him go, and he mastered his golden form, I would be doomed. As for when Frieza would come looking for trouble, Ming had no desire to speculate. What was destined to happen would eventually come to pass. He then entered the hyperbolic time chamber, training at a rate 365 times faster for 5 days, which equated to 5 years of training, while merely 1 day passed outside. After completing his training, he checked his character attribute panel and discovered that his chances of attaining the first stage of Ultra Instinct had indeed improved. Realizing that this probability was not fixed brought him a sense of reassurance. Following this, Ming spent several days with Xiao Linglong, engaging in various activities with Chi-Chi every night. Before he knew it, a week had slipped by. One day, Ming suddenly furrowed his brow. Sensing a peculiar and dangerous aura, albeit weak, he focused his awareness and teleported to a nearby island. Before long, Goku appeared beside him. Seeing Goku, Ming felt no surprise, as he had taught the boy how to teleport. Goku approached, frowning. "Brother Ming, you sensed it too, didn't you?" Ming nodded. "Indeed. It's strange and perilous, yet the power is feeble." They scoured the entire island in search of that aura, but found nothing further. Goku sighed, suddenly looking toward Ming. It had been years since they last sparred, and he was eager for a match. However, before he could speak, Ming interjected, "Goku, your strength has notably improved over the years. Let me see what you can do." The moment Goku heard this, a spark lit in his eyes, and an excited smile broke across his face. His years of rigorous training were all aimed at keeping pace with Ming, though he had never quite caught up. He found great joy in trailing behind his elder brother. "Let us go," Ming declared, soaring toward the open space on the island. Goku shook his head and followed suit. Soon, they landed on a clearing, and Goku clasped his hands together, bowing respectfully to Ming. Observing this gesture, Ming couldn't help but smile, reflecting, how swiftly time passes. "Come, unleash your utmost power. I hope to be pleasantly surprised." Ming beckoned Goku. No sooner had he spoken than Goku vanished in an instant, reappearing right before Ming. Impressive speed. Ming raised his fist, delivering a powerful blow that sent Goku flying. Goku steadied himself mid-air, releasing his strongest aura with a mighty shout. Ming felt this surge of energy and raised an eyebrow. "Wow, 3 million in combat power. This lad is no slouch. He has truly reached this level." Perhaps it was time to show him a glimpse of what lay ahead. After all, he might just transform into a Super Saiyan. Ming mused, his gaze sharpening with intensity. In the blink of an eye, he shifted his position, appearing mere meters from Goku. Bang! With an effortless flick of his fist, a resounding boom reverberated as it struck Sun Wukong, sending him hurtling through the air. In an instant, Ming's figure flickered and reappeared behind Wukong. "Wukong, your strength remains inadequate. Do you recall the Super Saiyan I mentioned? Anger is not the sole means to transform." With another powerful punch, he struck Wukong again, who coughed up blood. Chapter 36, The Wrathful Decimation of Frisia. Ming continued, "If you wish to protect those dear to you, you must grow stronger." With a mighty blow, he propelled Wukong skyward, swiftly positioning himself above him, clasping his hands together before delivering a crushing strike to Wukong's chest. The ground trembled as Wukong crashed down, creating a massive crater. Hovering in midair, Ming calmly addressed Wukong, "Consider this. Your wife, your children, your friends. Would you be content to see them perish due to your inadequacies?" Boom. Just as Ming finished speaking, Wukong erupted with a formidable aura from within the crater. Ming's face lit up with delight. He has risen. Now, Wukong's battle power has doubled, reaching 6 million. Yet, it remains insufficient. Narrowing his eyes, Ming felt compelled to escalate the challenge, ensuring Wukong experienced the true edge of life and death. "Oh dear, the power is out at home, and my phone's battery is dwindling to 23. What to do?" Panic surged within him. What does it mean to be reborn from the brink of despair? Ming's lips curled into a smile. Let me thoroughly test him, so he can genuinely grasp the threat of mortality. In a flash, Ming vanished from midair, appearing directly before Wukong, who had just emerged from the crater. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a barrage of finger beams upon Wukong. As Wukong was already designated as a safe target, Ming felt no concern for his demise. "Wukong, unleash your power. I believe in you." Ming listened to Wukong's cries, feeling a twinge of compassion, for he truly regarded him as a younger brother. He understood that he needed to push Wukong to his limits. Without that push, how could he transcend his boundaries? Boom. The pressure Ming exerted forced Wukong to grit his teeth, summoning every ounce of his strength. Memories of Ming's words flooded his mind, along with images of his wife, children, and friends suffering. "No." Wukong suddenly roared, and the surrounding air transformed into a golden hue. Simultaneously, his pupils shifted to a light green, and with a flash of lightning, his hair and eyebrows turned golden, except for his bangs, which remained unchanged and stood upright. Wukong had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, and he achieved it effortlessly. Brother Ming, I feel incredibly powerful. Wukong exclaimed, astonished by his newfound strength. His battle power soared into the billions. Ming glanced at Wukong's power level, a smile gracing his face. Finally, he is beginning to grow stronger. Once a Scion breaks through their limits, their subsequent enhancements occur at an accelerated pace. Wukong had shattered his bottleneck, his body now brimming with additional cells, making future advancements significantly easier. Excellent. Come forth, Wukong. Let me witness the might of your Super Saiyan form. Ming beckoned him with a flick of his finger, slightly amplifying his own aura. His usual battle power stood at 100 million, capable of effortlessly overwhelming Wukong in his Super Saiyan form. Yet, he needed to control his strength. Huh! Wukong shouted, charging at Ming with fervor. This time, Ming merely intended to spar with Wukong, continuously providing him with openings. After a brief exchange, Wukong approached his limit. After all, this was not a life-or-death confrontation, so reaching his limits was to be expected. Rest well. You've successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Next time, it may not come so easily. Ming smiled, withholding the senzu beans, believing that allowing Wukong to recover naturally might yield even greater progress. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a colossal spaceship hovered in the northern skies of Earth. With a dull thud, the ship's door swung open, and two tall figures alongside a shorter one emerged. Among them, one of the tall figures and the shorter one radiated an aura of menace, while the other tall figure casually surveyed the surroundings, coldly remarking, "Father, Frisia, is this Earth?" Huh. The shorter figure slowly raised a hand, extending a finger, which shimmered with golden light as a finger beam erupted forth. Boom. The moment the beam was unleashed, an island below was obliterated and sunk beneath the waves. Trash, trash, trash. Boom. The shorter figure, resurrected from the depths of hell, was Frisia, who reveled in the destruction around him, soon wearing a look of delight. The coordinates must be accurate. This is indeed Earth. At that moment, the taller figure nodded slightly. Damn monkeys, I will surely kill you. Frisia sneered, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he growled. This time, I possess immense power. You will find no escape. Whoosh. Just as Frisia finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared high in the sky, Sun Wukong. Hey, who are you? Frisia turned to assess the newcomer, finding the frown of the individual somewhat familiar, causing him to furrow his brow. Trash. The taller figure suddenly interjected, his expression impassive as he glanced at the unexpected arrival before raising his hand to unleash a finger beam. Bang. Boom. The casual strike was effortlessly swatted away by Sun Wukong, the finger beam exploding in the sky. It seemed another invader had come to Earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong sprang into action, his expression grave. Perfect. Let us deal with this presumptuous little foe first. The taller figure chuckled, rolling his neck before charging at Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed, appearing evenly matched on the surface, yet in reality, Wukong was being suppressed. After all, Wukong's usual battle power barely exceeded 4 million. Far from a match for someone like the taller figure, who possessed a staggering 100 million. Looks like it's time to transform into a Super Saiyan. Wukong's gaze hardened as he was knocked back by a punch, letting out a mighty roar as he completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 1. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Golden flames erupted around Wukong, his green eyes fixated on the taller figure, creating an overwhelming pressure. Golden hair. This is the transformation of a Saiyan. Frisia exclaimed in shock. What? This is the legendary Super Saiyan passed down from our ancestors? Upon hearing Frisia's exclamation, the taller figure and Cooler were momentarily stunned. Memories of ancestral tales flashing in their minds, their expressions shifting dramatically. Hey, Wukong wasted no time, charging directly at the taller figure, delivering a relentless barrage of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Transformed into Super Saiyan 1, Wukong's battle power surged 50-fold, reaching a staggering 200 million. Each punch felt to the taller figure as if he were being struck by falling meteors. In just a few exchanges, the taller figure was left bloodied and dazed. Frisia cast a glance at his father, sighing inwardly as he pondered. I truly cannot fathom what this old fool is thinking, squandering a wish to resurrect him. He leisurely raised a finger, intending to send this Scion on his way. Just then, Cooler stepped forward with a cheerful grin, stating, Frisia, allow me to handle this Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Cooler's words, Frisia furrowed his brow and replied, You should accompany father. These Scions surely have some tricks up their sleeves. Tread carefully. Fear not. Cooler laughed heartily and charged towards Son Goku. Frisia surveyed the battlefield, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze devoid of warmth. This Scion was of no concern to him. The only one he held a grudge against was Ming, the man who had bested him twice. Let us eliminate a Scion to vent some frustration. A fleeting glimmer of hatred crossed Frisia's face as he snorted derisively. Meanwhile, in West City, Yi Ming emerged from another room of spirit and time, his face alight with joy. His power remained constant. Yet he sensed that he might soon grasp the initial stages of the great ape transformation. Suddenly, Yi Ming's expression shifted. He had inadvertently sensed a powerful and familiar energy. The very essence of Frisia, the one he despised the most. Oh, that fiend has returned. How intriguing, not only himself but accompanied by King Cold and Cooler. Yi Ming closed his eyes to savor the moment, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. Truth be told, this deal of buy one, get two was quite advantageous. If Frisia had come, it stood to reason that King Cold and Cooler would follow, prompting yet another battle. This time, he would settle the score all at once. He raised his hand, gently touching his forehead with his index and middle fingers, and in an instant, he vanished from his home. Whoosh! The next second, he found himself soaring above the ocean. From a distance, he observed three figures engaged in combat. Frisia. Yi Ming glanced towards the other side, spotting a short, icy demon standing with hands behind his back, a serene smile gracing his face. As if sensing something, Frisia slowly turned his head, his eyes landing on the one person he most wished to avoid. He. The two locked gazes, and Yi Ming's smirk was laced with scorn, causing Frisia to clench his teeth, his once calm demeanor gradually replaced by fury and murderous intent. Yi Ming withdrew his gaze, calmly observing the fray. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's power was indeed formidable, facing Cooler, who was on par with him, and King Cold, boasting a combat power of 100 million. He was holding his own remarkably well. Just then, a finger beam shot forth. Yi Ming instinctively dodged, casting another cold glance at Frisia, retorting, "You've just been revived. Yet you're in such a hurry to return to the underworld instead of savoring the air of the living?" With that, he let out a cold laugh and shook his head. Humph. Frisia, upon hearing this, snorted contemptuously, unleashing a powerful aura directed at Yi Ming. Today, he would show this individual what true power meant. With Frisia's offensive initiated, the battle officially commenced. Too weak, Yi Ming adopted a defensive stance, keen to assess Frisia's prowess, only to find himself sorely disappointed. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Frisia's initial silver form was merely around 3 trillion, while his own base power was a staggering 100 trillion, hardly a contest. In Yi Ming's eyes, Frisia was not even worth comparing. Seeking death, Frisia roared, his aura intensifying. Yi Ming continued to nonchalantly deal with Frisia's self-proclaimed powerful assaults, mocking him while keeping an eye on Son Goku's situation. Pathetic. Today, you shall witness my might. Frisia bellowed, his body erupting in a silver radiance, representing his current most powerful form, the silver transformation. Yet, Yi Ming merely cast a glance before averting his gaze. Not worth mentioning. He shook his head, preparing to send this individual on his way. Boom. Just as Yi Ming was about to take action, Frisia appeared to evolve into a new phase. Ascending to the second stage of his silver form, his combat power surging to 300 trillion. 300 trillion. A 100-fold increase. Yi Ming's expression revealed a hint of surprise. This fellow is indeed a genius. With just a little prodding, he advanced from the first to the second stage of his silver form. Pathetic. Do you see this? This is a transformation form I recently developed for the Frost Demon clan. Frisia jeered, pointing at Yi Ming, taunting, "Prepare to witness my prowess." Whoosh. No sooner had Frisia finished speaking and prepared to attack Yi Ming than a sound of tearing air echoed, and Yi Ming was suddenly very close to him. "You are still far from it." Yi Ming's indifferent voice reached Frisia's ears, and in an instant, he stepped back, grasping Frisia's neck with one hand. "You." Frisia's face flushed red, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yi Ming. "What about me? Do you think you are impressive? In my eyes, you are nothing more than refuse. I could crush you as easily as squashing an ant." Yi Ming chuckled coldly, increasing his grip. "I vile." Frisia gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness wash over him. How could this individual be so strong? "Get lost. I do not wish to kill you just yet. I will send you and your brother on your way shortly." Yi Ming glanced at Son Goku, who, despite growing fiercer in battle, was increasingly overwhelmed by Cooler and Vegeta's relentless assaults. Boom. After a direct hit, Son Goku displayed signs of fatigue, having been struck by several energy blasts, and reverted to his base form. Seeing this, Yi Ming contemplated for a moment, then flew forward, swiftly neutralizing Cooler and Vegeta. Simultaneously, he noticed Frisia attempting to flee, a smirk of derision creeping onto his face as he formed hand seals. Whoosh. The instant Kamehameha surged forth, it obliterated the fleeing Frisia into dust. Watching Frisia dissolve into ashes once more, Yi Ming narrowed his eyes, deeming it necessary to have the ancient science of Universe 6, Nash and others Eradicate the remnants of Frisia's forces in Universe 7. Otherwise, this fiend would soon reappear like a pesky frog, causing trouble once again. As for whether he could master the golden form next time, Ming was utterly unconcerned, according to the narrative. That would likely not happen until the beginning of Dragon Ball Super. Chapter 37. Traversing Time and Space. Ming, filled with confidence, mused that by that time, dealing with that fellow would be a piece of cake. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the selection task. Selection Big Gift Pack. Unlock the probability of the first stage of Ultra Instinct to 100%, enhance the Chi weakening function by half, and double the effect of Chi slashing. Delightful. The gift pack has arrived. Please check it, dear host. As Ming contemplated this, the system suddenly chimed in. However, he had no time to attend to it, for Son Goku in midair was about to plunge into the sea, prompting him to swiftly fly over and catch him. Just as he prepared to teleport him back to Corin Tower, Ming's expression suddenly sharpened. Another Science energy is surfacing. How curious. Ming furrowed his brow, pondering the peculiar situation. It seemed that only a handful of them remained on Earth. Himself, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, along with Xiao Linglong and Sun Gohan. Yet, inexplicably, there was another Saiyan presence. With a swift motion, Ming, accompanied by Sun Wukong, soared towards the direction he sensed. Before long, they arrived at a small island. Ming handed Sun Wukong a senzu bean, and as he regained his strength, his gaze fell upon a young boy standing atop a small hill. A sword on his back. It was Trunks. Although the boy had not turned around, and Ming could not see his face, his attire unmistakably indicated that this was undoubtedly the future Trunks, also known as Big Trunks. Brother Ming. After consuming the senzu bean, Sun Wukong was fully revitalized. He scratched his head with a grin, expressing his gratitude for Ming's timely rescue. Ming smiled faintly and shifted his attention towards Big Trunks, slowly descending towards him. Sun Wukong also spotted Big Trunks, momentarily stunned, before snapping back to reality and landing beside Ming on the hill. Uncle Wukong. Upon hearing footsteps, Big Trunks turned around. His eyes widened upon seeing Ming, and then transformed into pure astonishment as he recognized Sun Wukong. Just as he was about to rush over, a frown creased his brow. What's wrong? Why does Uncle Wukong seem so weak? Furthermore, Big Trunks recalled that Frieza and his father Vegeta were expected to appear today. Where were they? Who are you? Why do you emit a Saiyan aura? Sun Wukong and Ming approached closer, inquiring. Uncle Wukong. Big Trunks shook his head internally. Since Frieza and Vegeta had yet to appear, he decided to inform Sun Wukong about the impending matters. He dashed towards Sun Wukong, casting a wary glance at Ming, who emanated a sense of danger. You know me? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Wukong, come with me. Big Trunks pulled Sun Wukong aside to begin his tale. Although they flew a distance away, Ming's perceptive abilities were not to be underestimated. He could hear their conversation with utmost clarity. It turned out that Big Trunks was not the child of Bulma, and in fact, neither Bulma nor Chi-Chi existed in that world. Ming's eyes flickered with a glimmer of relief. He had refrained from speaking, initially believing that this Big Trunks was the offspring of Bulma and Vegeta from another timeline. However, it now appeared that neither Bulma nor Chi-Chi were present in this future. Before long, Big Trunks and Sun Wukong returned. Sun Wukong's face was still etched with shock, while Big Trunks regarded the unfamiliar Saiyan with calm curiosity, not overly concerned. In that case, Uncle Wukong, just be vigilant, Big Trunks said earnestly, preparing to board the time machine to depart this timeline. At that moment, Ming's mind was suddenly filled with the system's alert tone. Ding dong. The supreme selection has arrived. 1. Assist future Trunks in dealing with the malevolent androids 17 and 18. Choice reward. A set of training robots and a time-stop technique upgrade package. 2. Turn a blind eye and allow androids 17 and 18 to continue their misdeeds. Choice reward. Battle power skyrocketing to 200 million. This time, there were only two options. After a moment of contemplation, Ming reasoned that helping future Trunks was a mere trifle and would also yield rewards. Thus he naturally opted for the first option. Trunks. After making his selection, Ming suddenly called out. Upon hearing Ming's voice, Big Trunks halted, turning back with a furrowed brow. I will help you resolve the issues in your future world, Ming said with a slight smile, taking a step forward while subtly releasing a fraction of his aura. 100 million battle power. 500 million battle power. 1 billion battle power. In no time, his battle power soared to an astonishing 10 billion. What? As Ming displayed a battle power of 10 for billion, shock was written all over Big Trunks' face. The escalation continued, leaving him utterly astounded. Moreover, he inexplicably felt a pressure stemming from his bloodline, almost compelling him to kneel. Ming quickly retracted his aura and nodded at Big Trunks with a smile. Take me to your future timeline. Sure. Big Trunks, not one to be naive, understood Yi Ming's intent and promptly agreed. Initially, he had heard from Sun Wukong that Yi Ming was quite formidable. However, who would have imagined that this unfamiliar scion was this powerful? Is Wukong coming along? Yi Ming asked, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong. Forget it. If I leave, what if Earth is attacked by villains? Sun Wukong quickly shook his head. Fair enough. Yi Ming nodded, glancing at Big Trunks. The two of them stepped into the time machine. Big Trunks operated the controls, and the time machine gradually ascended, eventually disappearing with a whoosh. Inside the time machine, Yi Ming narrowed his eyes, a question suddenly arising in his mind. System, can the upgraded version of instant transmission traverse different timelines at will? The system remained silent for a while, seemingly pondering the question. This surprised Yi Ming, as even the system appeared to be stumped. However, upon reflection, if he could indeed traverse across temporal dimensions, then the upgraded version of his instant transmission would truly be unparalleled. Yes, just as Yi Ming was contemplating, the system suddenly responded. I can only say, that is astonishing. Yi Ming's face broke into a smile. If that were the case, perhaps he only needed to visit a certain timeline and remember a particular individual's aura to freely navigate through time. Host, however, you can only traverse timelines that exist within the Dragon Ball universe. The system continued. I understand. Yi Ming nodded. After conversing with the system for a while and exchanging words with Big Trunks, the time machine soon arrived in the future world. Uncle Yi Ming, this is my world. As they emerged from the time machine, Big Trunks bore a sorrowful expression, surveying the surroundings, which were littered with ruins. Is this West City? Yi Ming also glanced around, his brow slightly furrowing. Yes, Big Trunks sighed. This used to be a bustling city, but now he shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. They're here. Just as Yi Ming was about to comfort Big Trunks, the latter's expression shifted suddenly, and he gazed up at the sky. The androids lacked any aura, which went unnoticed by Yi Ming, leaving him curious as to how Big Trunks could sense their arrival in advance. Looking up, Yi Ming's gaze locked onto two figures, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and suave, while the woman exuded an icy allure. They were none other than Android 17, known as Lapis, and Android 18, known as Lazuli. Lazuli. Yi Ming slowly narrowed his eyes, gazing up at Android 18 in the sky, his expression morphing into one of indescribable emotion. This woman was truly a cherished figure among Dragon Ball fans, astoundingly beautiful. Alas, she was the Lazuli from a future timeline, an unequivocal adversary. Yi Ming shook his head. His affection lay with the Lazuli from his own world, not this timeline's. Thus, he would show her no mercy. Silence. We've searched high and low for you. Android 17 raised his hand in the sky, casually brushing his hair back, his eyes gleaming with a cat-and-mouse playfulness as he gazed down at Big Trunks, then shifted his attention to Yi Ming, questioning. Who is this guy? Have you really chosen a useless companion? A hearty laugh erupted from Android 17 as he spoke. Beside him, Android 18 slightly stirred, her expression indiscernible, whether it was amusement or something else. Yet, she raised her finger, pointing directly at Yi Ming. She had noticed his gaze earlier and felt an unsettling discomfort. With a huff, her fingertip glimmered with a golden light. Boom! A finger blast shot forth. Uncle Yi Ming. Date turned around and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Don't be anxious. Yi Ming took a step forward, patted Date on the shoulder, smiled at him, and nodded, saying, I told you, I will handle this. So let it be my responsibility. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ming's figure vanished. In the next moment, he appeared before Androids 17 and 18, hovering high in the sky. Oh, this is bad. Android 17 and 18's expressions changed drastically upon seeing Yi Ming suddenly materialize before them. Being androids, their perception of danger far exceeded that of ordinary beings. Yi Ming had previously concealed his power, but now that it was revealed, they realized their peril, yet it was too late. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ming unleashed his ultimate technique, swiftly eliminating androids 17 and 18. Although he knew Yi Ming was formidable, the swiftness of the battle's resolution still astonished him. Incredible. But why is Uncle Yi Ming absent from our timeline? If he were here, perhaps our world wouldn't have faced such calamities. Date lowered his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. His mother had taught him that men should not cry or kneel easily. Yet, in this moment, he could no longer contain himself. With the foes vanquished and the two architects of chaos slain, he wept uncontrollably. Yi Ming glanced at Date, shook his head, and then focused on his aura, saying, Trunks, you are now the only man of the house. You must stand tall and train even harder. Uncle Yi Ming. Date looked up and saw him pointing his forefinger and middle finger at his own forehead, suddenly reminded of the late Uncle Goku. He then exclaimed, whoosh. Yi Ming's figure vanished. There were still a few years before Uncle Goku's heart attack. There was no need to rush. Date sighed, shook his head, and walked toward the ruins. System, I have a particularly bold idea. As Ming traversed through various realms, he suddenly paused, gazing skyward and murmuring, in this future world, can I gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls and make a wish? Yes, the system replied. I know it's possible, but ultimately, I do not belong to this timeline. Will I be discovered by Beerus or Whis of this world? Ming pondered the audacity of his thought, for therein lay his apprehension. In the original narrative, Zamasu could collect the Dragon Balls because he was a native of this timeline. However, as an outsider, his aura was too pronounced. If detected, he would surely be hunted. It seems I must contemplate this more thoroughly. Ming raised his hand, stroking his chin, his eyes filled with contemplation. He would naturally find a way to gather the Super Dragon Balls from his own timeline. If he could do the same here, it would grant him 2 opportunities to wish upon the Eternal Dragon. However, his presence had already disrupted the timeline of the Dragon Balls, and he wondered if unforeseen events might arise. Ming tapped his forehead with his index and middle fingers, frowning deeply. He considered that perhaps he should refrain from intervening in certain storylines of the main timeline. Of course, he still intended to meet Lazuli soon and foster a good rapport. He couldn't guarantee winning her heart directly, but he absolutely could not allow Krillin to take advantage of her. Thus, perhaps it was best to play the role of a behind-the-scenes mastermind for the time being. Ming softly murmured to himself, his figure fading from the future timeline. Having assisted Date in resolving the crises of the future timeline and claiming his rewards, Ming did not linger in that realm. It is better to be cautious than to risk everything. He needed to devise a plan to avoid detection by Beerus and Whis of the future timeline. He had a rapport with the Beerus and Whis of the main timeline, but he had no connection whatsoever with their future counterparts. Taking a detour, he resolved to use culinary delights to deal with the future world's Whis and Beerus. Ming contemplated this approach and deemed it worthy of a try. However, he leaned more towards placing his hopes on Whis of the main timeline. He couldn't believe there was anything that could evade the senses of angels and destroyers. Whoosh. In the main timeline, at the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 7, Ming suddenly appeared before Whis. Whis was indulging in a fruit pudding and, upon seeing Ming, showed no surprise, continuing to savor his dessert. This slippery delicacy was exceptionally delightful. He had been enjoying this flavor of pudding for half a year. Mr. Whis, I would like to ask you a question. Ming approached with a smile. Speak, Whis replied, still focused on his pudding. If I were to secretly venture into other universes, is there anything that could obscure the senses of angels and destroyers? Ming inquired. Why do you need 490 of those items? Whis raised his head, glancing at him with astonishment. I encountered an incredibly powerful individual in Universe 11 and thought it would be good to spar with him when I have the chance. Ming lied without a hint of shame, and as his strength had been growing, he indeed wished for an opportunity to challenge Jiren. Whis scrutinized Ming for a few seconds, seemingly attempting to penetrate his thoughts. Yet, to his disappointment, Ming's face reflected nothing but sincerity. I can provide you with it, but you must promise not to engage in any malevolent deeds. Otherwise, Whis shot him another look, tossing him the angel's staff before resuming his pudding. An angel's staff? Ming took the staff, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Whis, if you give this to me, what will you do? He knew how significant this item was to an angel and couldn't help but ask. Who said I was giving it to you? Whis shot him a sidelong glance and scoffed. Consider it a loan. Return it promptly once you're done. Ming's eyes sparkled with an idea. Perhaps he should be bolder. Once his strength increased, he could infiltrate Universe 10 and seize Margarita's staff. Or perhaps he could venture into the future timeline and snatch that female angel's staff. In any case, Ming was not one to be generous. You play tricks on me. That's fine. But I must return the favor. With this thought, Ming resolved to dedicate some time to training. After some deliberation, he decided to return the angel's staff to Whis, saying, if I need it again in the future, I shall come to borrow it from you, Mr. Whis. With that said, he departed the realm of the God of Destruction. Time flew by during his training. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. On this day, Ming emerged from the 365X Spirit Time Chamber, his face alight with excitement. After 2 years, no, more accurately, over a decade, he had finally grasped the transformation into a great ape. His mastery was preliminary, meaning he could fully harness all the power that came with the transformation. He believed that if he could master this power completely, it would signify a monumental breakthrough in his strength. Host, Ming. Normal combat power, 60 trillion. Bloodline, ultimate Saiyan lineage, possessing a 50-fold increase in combat prowess. Skills, instant transmission, advanced. Kamehameha, 9-yang divine art. Time stop technique, 10-fold King Kai fist, and the first stage of Ultra Instinct. Ming cast a glance at his attribute panel, his brow arching in surprise. A 50-fold increase. It had been quite some time since he last checked his attributes, and he now realized that his still-maturing transformation form had remarkably augmented his combat power by 50 times. If that's the case, should I truly transform into Ultimate Super Saiyan 1? Wouldn't he that elevate my power by 100 to 200 times? Contemplating this, Ming blinked in astonishment. His mouth agape. If this were indeed true, could he possibly stack his combat power infinitely? Or perhaps his transformation enhancements had no limits whatsoever? With this line of thought, he acknowledged that his initial transformation form might not be as formidable as Super Saiyan, yet its later stages would undoubtedly be astonishingly powerful. A confident smile spread across Ming's face. He harbored no concerns regarding the early stages, for his current combat power was already remarkably stable. Be it now or in the future, when facing foes like Cell, Majin Buu, or even the malevolent energy from Hell, what was there to fear? A 50-fold enhancement translated to 300 trillion, equating to 30 quadrillion in combat power. Coupled with the 10-fold King Kai fist, Ming narrowed his eyes, realizing that his total combat strength had now reached 300 quadrillion. Truly formidable indeed. Ming inhaled deeply. There was ample time ahead, as the timeline of the primary dimension lay around a decade after defeating Majin Buu and the malevolent energy. In this decade, he was confident he could surpass even Whis in strength. Upon returning to his backyard, Ming beheld little Linglong, with her two ponytails bouncing as she joyfully approached him, instantly igniting a smile on his face. After arduous training, the joyful moments spent with the little princess were indeed heartwarming. At merely 3 years old, little Linglong's combat power had already surpassed 10 million, reaching 20 million. Moreover, a year and a half ago, she had already mastered the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 1 at will. Presently, Ming believed she could maintain her state as Super Saiyan 1 in her normal form. This state was referred to as Super Saiyan 1 full power. While her strength had not significantly increased, it consumed less energy and offered superior endurance in battle. However, in Ming's perspective, he did not expect little Linglong to be overly powerful. As long as she could protect herself, that sufficed. After playing with little Linglong for a while, Ming suddenly sensed something, a slight smile gracing his lips. Goku and the others had set off. It must be that Yamcha had been drained of energy. Therefore, were the androids about to make their appearance? While Ming and little Linglong frolicked, at the same time, over an island on Earth, having pursued relentlessly, the individuals were now nowhere to be seen. They must be lurking nearby. Goku and his companions scanned their surroundings, Goku furrowing his brow as he spoke. Kakarot, I truly don't understand why you waste time. You could easily eliminate these androids instead of chasing them. Vegeta remarked coldly from the side. After years of rigorous training, although he had not yet fully caught up to Goku, he was certainly far stronger than Krillin and the others. Thanks to Goku's assistance, he had also learned to transform into Super Saiyan. Vegeta, Goku spoke solemnly. These two are far too weak. They are not at all like the ones future Trunks described. Hence, I believe the real threats are not them. They might not have even awakened yet. He felt a tad uncertain, but his instincts told him that the androids capable of defeating the future world's Vegeta and forcing the Super Saiyan transforming Trunks to flee could not possibly be this feeble. Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta clenched his teeth but remained silent. Suddenly, a bright flash crossed the sky, and a time machine appeared midair. It was Trunks. Seeing the time machine, Goku's face lit up with excitement. Trunks, my son. Upon hearing this name, Vegeta's expression grew complex. 2 years prior, he had been relentlessly pursued by a woman, ultimately marrying her. A few months ago, his son was born, sharing the name Trunks. Of course, since Trunks' birth, Goku had already informed him. With a click, the time machine's door opened, and Trunks, bearing a long sword on his back, stepped out. He scanned Goku and the others, a nostalgic expression crossing his face, before his gaze settled on Vegeta. Father. A glimmer of tears shone in Trunks' eyes. Vegeta crossed his arms, staring blankly at Trunks, but as their eyes met, he immediately scoffed and turned away. Taking a deep breath, Trunks lowered his gaze to the island below, stating, Legend has it that those two robots awaken on this island. What do those robots look like? Vegeta inquired impatiently, glancing back. Trunks, hearing this, smiled wryly, just as an energy blast was suddenly shot from below. Gah! Trunks instantly transformed into Super Saiyan, drawing his sword to deflect the energy blast, which erupted in the air. Everyone looked up to see an old man preparing to ambush. Immediately fleeing in panic, shouting, 19, stop them. I need to summon 17 and 18. Whoosh. His speed had increased further. Boom. 19 shot up into the sky in an instant. Leave this to me. Since his son had already displayed his prowess, Vegeta was naturally eager to showcase his own. Charging directly at 19. Uncle Goku, let us pursue that old man. Trunks suggested. Goku glanced at Vegeta, nodded, and then sped off after the old man, Dr. Jero. Meanwhile, in West City, having just finished his shower and draped in a towel, Yi Ming wore a smile. It seemed he should pay a visit to the blonde-haired beauty, Lazuli. Whoosh. Once dressed, Yi Ming sensed Goku's energy and promptly hurried over. His arrival did not elicit much surprise. After exchanging greetings, the group gradually ascended to a small hill. Upon their arrival, they noticed a man and a woman pushing something resembling a coffin. Upon seeing Yi Ming and the others, they lifted their gaze, ultimately focusing on Goku. Although they had apprehended Dr. Jero, they were still mindful of their mission. As 17 and 18 scrutinized them, Yi Ming observed closely and realized that their combat power had significantly surpassed their original portrayals. In the original narrative, 17's combat power was 5 billion, while 18's was 5 billion. However, the situation had changed. 17 had soared to 10 billion, and 18 had risen to 5 billion. This left Yi Ming pondering. Nevertheless, he glanced at Goku's combat power index, considering this might be some form of chain reaction. Goku's normal state stood at 300 million, yet upon transforming into Super Saiyan, it skyrocketed to 5 billion. Seems to align closely. It appears that Goku is growing stronger, and the power dynamics within the story are rising correspondingly. Yi Ming contemplated. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, no one could surpass him in strength. Goku, I have no desire to eliminate you at this moment. At that juncture, Android 17 suddenly interjected. Let us find a secluded place to release Android 16. Dr. Jero mentioned that this individual possesses the power to obliterate the Earth. We shall see just how formidable he truly is. Lazuli spoke leisurely. They considered themselves the preeminent androids, but Dr. Jero insisted that Android 16 was the strongest, which naturally left them unconvinced. Whoosh. At that moment, Vegeta arrived with haste, having already dealt with Android 19, eager to prevent Goku from stealing the spotlight. Androids. The atmosphere shifted immediately upon Vegeta's appearance. He coldly fixed his gaze upon Goku atop the hill, sneering as he raised his hand to unleash a barrage of finger blasts towards androids 17 and 18. Vegeta. Goku's expression changed upon witnessing Vegeta's aggression. Seeking death. Android 17's demeanor darkened instantly as he soared upward, effortlessly intercepting Vegeta's attacks and appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Bang! A punch landed squarely, sending Vegeta reeling, blood spilling from his lips. If I do not kill Goku today, then you shall serve as my target. Android 17's tone was frigid, regarding Vegeta as mere prey to be dispatched at his whim. Observing this scene, Yi Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile. To Goku and his companions, Vegeta was nothing but a hindrance. Yet for Yi Ming, this was a stroke of divine fortune. Had there been no conflict, he might never have had the opportunity to approach Lazuli. Now, however, with the battle ignited, he could seize the moment to engage her in a few exchanges, thus drawing closer to her with ease. As Yi Ming pondered these thoughts, the clash between Goku and Android 17 commenced in earnest. Regaining his focus, Yi Ming prepared to seek out Lazuli when he caught a glimpse of Krillin attempting to provoke her. He immediately spoke coldly. Krillin, this android possesses a combat power of 5 billion, on par with Goku. Are you certain you wish to confront her? Whoosh. Upon hearing this, Krillin promptly turned and fled toward Goku's side. Having more individuals to collectively assault Android 17 offered a glimmer of hope. But engaging the formidable Android 18 alone was tantamount to courting death. Witnessing this, Yi Ming's smile broadened slightly as he turned his attention toward Lazuli. Coincidentally, she also glanced in his direction. Greetings, Lazuli. Yi Ming soared before her, wearing a friendly smile. 923. Upon hearing Yi Ming accurately pronounce her name, Lazuli momentarily faltered. I do not wish to fight you. Shortly, you and Android 17 should depart with Android 16. Yi Ming continued. Soon, a particularly powerful figure will emerge. You must remain vigilant. The formidable character he referred to was, of course, Cell. Cell was the ultimate android crafted by Dr. Jero, merging the cells of numerous powerful beings within him. His purpose for traversing from the future to this world was to absorb androids 17 and 18, achieving his perfect form. In the original narrative, he forcefully assimilated Android 17 and later seized the opportunity to absorb Android 18, ultimately transforming into his perfect state. However, in this timeline, with Yi Ming present, he would ensure that Cell never attained such a form. The primary concern was that Yi Ming was uncertain whether Cell possessed his genetic material. If Dr. Jero had indeed incorporated his genes, the future Cell could be exponentially more powerful than in the original story. One could only hope that such was not the case. Yi Ming felt unsettled, pondering that should Cell indeed carry his genetic code, perhaps a low-profile development could lead to unforeseen success. Lazuli regarded Yi Ming with a curious gaze, finding him inexplicably enigmatic. Yet the feeling of being cared for softened her expression toward him. On the battlefield, Android 17 was engaged in a fierce struggle with Goku and his allies. A sight that seemed entirely normal to Yi Ming, given that this individual boasted a combat power of 10 billion. Contemplating the figure of 10 billion, Yi Ming turned to observe Android 16, who lay encased in a structure resembling a coffin. In the original narrative, Android 16 also possessed a combat power of 10 billion. Now that Android 17 had reached that level, what about him? Yi Ming assessed Android 16's combat power, 100 million. Chapter 39, Time Patrol. Not too shabby. Yi Ming nodded. Recognizing that this level of combat power was, aside from the Super Android 13 appearing in the films, among the most formidable of the androids. As for Cell, despite being referred to as an android, to Yi Ming, he was merely a machine. True androids, like 16, 17, and the emotionally aware Lazuli, were entirely different beings. Before long, Goku and Vegeta were defeated. Just as Android 17 prepared to eliminate them, Lazuli suddenly shouted, "1. We must retreat." Hearing Lazuli's words, Android 17 furrowed his brow, casting a glance at her before briefly eyeing Yi Ming beside her. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to withdraw. Farewell. Before departing, Lazuli hesitated for a moment before softly uttering her farewell. Farewell. Yi Ming waved at her, watching her leave. Just as in the original tale, Lazuli was a woman whose exterior was aloof, yet her heart was kind. One must ensure that Krillin did not tarnish her in any way, Yi Ming thought to himself. He flew to stand before Goku and the others, where Vegeta appeared despondent. Not only could he not hold his own in a one-on-one confrontation, but even in a group fight, they were unable to overcome Android 17, shattering his long-held belief that transforming into a Super Saiyan rendered him invincible. Once everyone had consumed Sinza beans and regained their strength, Yi Ming spoke. These 3 androids are not our enemies. They differ from the androids from Trunks' timeline. They are a separate matter. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Ming with puzzled expressions. How to explain? Due to the differing timelines, individuals' personalities may vary as well. Yi Ming elaborated. Just like Goku, there may be other versions of you from different timelines. Perhaps you are a different matter as well. I absolutely am not. I will never be. Goku exclaimed, pointing to himself and hastily shaking his head. Yi Ming smiled gently. Then his expression turned serious as he stated, "Soon, a character named Cell will emerge. He is your true adversary." Cell? The group looked on in confusion. Yes, you will encounter him in due time. Yi Ming chose not to elaborate further, continuing, "This time, I will refrain from intervening. Even if you all perish, I shall not interfere. This is a test for you. And I hope you can learn much from this battle and even grow stronger." Upon hearing Yi Ming's words, Goku fell silent for a moment before bowing deeply. He recalled the phrase his elder brother often repeated, "A master leads you to the door, but you must enter by yourself." In hindsight, it rang true. Android 17's performance served as a wake-up call for Goku. He realized he was far from strong enough and had not trained diligently enough. After the battle concluded, Goku and the others indeed intensified their training, and Yi Ming suggested they venture to the other world for their training, where a miraculous hyperbolic time chamber awaited. In the blink of an eye, half a month had swiftly passed. During this time, Yi Ming had encountered Lazuli on several occasions. Although progress was slow, he had at least managed to leave a slight impression in her heart. Yi Ming was not in a hurry. He had a more pressing mission ahead of him, to journey into the future and collect the Super Dragon Balls found there. Another day slipped by, and Yi Ming arrived at the God of Destruction's realm. Just as he intended to greet Whis, a small figure suddenly leaped out from behind him, waving in acknowledgement. Furrowing his brow, Yi Ming beheld a charming little girl, no older than 7 or 8, with vibrant orange hair. She donned a purple divine robe, carelessly draped, exposing her delicate pink skin on her shoulders. Adorned with golden earrings and beaming with a smile reminiscent of a neighborly little sister, she gazed at Yi Ming and said, "I am Kaishin of Time, Kane, residing at the end of time. Greetings, young one, whom Mr. Whis holds in high regard." Yi Ming's brow knitted in confusion as he scrutinized the seemingly youthful girl. He could not fathom that she was truly only 7 or 8. In reality, she was 750 years old. Moreover, she wielded the power of time, a force whose strength he dared not underestimate, as she could effortlessly navigate among the formidable. However, Yi Ming was curious as to why this entity had appeared in the 7th universe. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Trunks had arrived in this timeline and altered the future. Had this woman sensed the change? As this realization dawned upon him, his brow furrowed even more. The original narrative comprised a primary timeline, a future timeline, and a distinct future timeline belonging to Trunks. Having recently grasped this concept, he sought to collect the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the future. It seemed that the future timeline had indeed been significantly altered. prompting the appearance of this Kaishin of time. Contemplating this, he regarded the seemingly innocent Cain with a tinge of apprehension. Greetings, Kaishin of time. After a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind, only a few seconds had passed in reality. Yi Ming refocused and smiled at Cain. Mr. Whis, you mentioned that Yi Ming comprehends time stopping and space jumping, correct? She inquired, turning her attention to Whis. Indeed, Kaishin of time. Yi Ming has indeed mastered these two abilities, Whis replied with a slight bow. With a playful snap of her fingers, Cain turned to Yi Ming and said with a smile, in that case, I invite you to join my team. May I inquire if you're interested? What team? Yi Ming asked, slightly taken aback. The Time Patrol, Cain replied, her eyes narrowing in a smile. Oh, the Time Patrol. Yi Ming was astonished. He recognized that the members of this team were familiar figures from other timelines within the Dragon Ball universe. For instance, Goku and Vegeta, who could transform into Super Saiyan 4, along with Trunks from another world, and many other well-known characters. Now, Cain wished for him to join this Time Patrol. The mission of the Time Patrol is to apprehend those who disrupt the order of time. Cain explained, her smile unwavering. However, the primary objective is to confront the super demon Demigra, sealed within the time rift 750,000 years ago. Oh, Yi Ming feigned ignorance, nodding. Seeing Yi Ming's nonchalant response, Cain's initial enthusiasm waned. Meanwhile, Whis stifled a laugh, knowing Yi Ming was the type to seize opportunities. Expecting him to work for free was utterly unrealistic. In Whis' view, if Cain desired Yi Ming's participation in the patrol, she would have to present a sufficiently enticing offer. Otherwise, he would not exert himself without compensation. Though Whis' assessment was correct, Yi Ming was currently pondering the implications of becoming a patrol member. Would he not be traversing through time and space, potentially encountering himself? The thought was too absurd, and he shook his head, unwilling to entertain such a notion. Yi Ming, the status of a patrol member is equivalent to that of a god of destruction. By joining, you would stand on equal footing with Beerus, Cain continued. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming cast a sidelong glance at her. What was the use of having a status akin to Beerus? Had his power matched that of Beerus, he would have readily agreed. I, as the Kaishin of time, find my strength still inadequate, Yi Ming mused internally. He had formulated a plan but refrained from outright rejecting Cain. Allowing a helpless expression to cross his face as he spoke in a low tone. If I possessed strength akin to Beerus, why would I hesitate to serve the organization? Here it comes again, Whis thought, looking skyward, bemused. Cain's expression stiffened momentarily. She contemplated saying more, but ultimately conceded that Yi Ming's power was indeed too weak. If he were stronger, he could undoubtedly handle the tasks assigned. As it stood, she feared he might hinder their efforts. Nodding thoughtfully, Cain smiled at Yi Ming. In that case, I shall designate you as a reserve member of the patrol. Once your strength is sufficient, you may be promoted to full membership. With a snap of her fingers, a silver ring appeared in her hand, which she tossed to Yi Ming, continuing. This is a symbol of your identity as a patrol member. Full members receive golden rings, while yours is silver, as you are a reserve. Yi Ming instinctively caught the ring, his lips twitching. This girl was truly unpredictable. He toyed with the silver ring, scratching his head. I accept the position of reserve member in the patrol, but surely I should receive some incentive, right? Incentive? Cain was momentarily taken aback. For instance, perhaps an extension of my time-stopping ability or the ability to reverse time, Yi Ming stated plainly, no longer holding back his demands. Both Cain and Whis were momentarily stunned. This kid is rather greedy. You already possess 480 seconds of time-stopping and spatial jumping abilities, Cain remarked. Let me ponder this, she said after a brief pause. After a moment of contemplation, Cain furrowed her brow and proposed. How about this? I will assist you in comprehending the power of time and space. Whether you succeed is entirely up to you. If you fail, do not blame me. Yi Ming was taken aback. He genuinely had no knowledge of what this entailed. The power of time and space exists within the very air surrounding you. You can manipulate the time in your vicinity at will, Cain explained with a smile. Upon hearing Cain's explanation, Yi Ming's eyelids twitched. Frankly, compared to this power of time and space, his ability to stop time was merely a singular skill. However, this power could potentially be wielded in mass. If he mastered it sufficiently, he could manipulate not only the time around him, but also that of Earth, the seventh universe, and even all universes. However, he surmised that even Cain, the Kaishin of time, had probably not reached this level. As for her claim of whether he could comprehend it, Yi Ming felt no trepidation. With his time-stopping and advanced teleportation abilities, coupled with the help of his system, there was no way he could fail to learn it. To him, this was a gift from Cain, an unexpected windfall. Soon, Cain raised a finger and pointed into the air, a beam of light shooting toward Yi Ming's forehead. He fell into deep contemplation as fragments of insight regarding the power of time and space replayed in his mind. Ming has already laid the groundwork for the techniques of time suspension and spatial leap. Although he has not completely mastered them this time, with further practice, success may be within his grasp in the future. Calmly, Cain addressed Whis before turning away. Whis furrowed his brow, casting a glance back at Ming. His lips twitching slightly as he inquired with curiosity, "Did the Lord of the Kai succeed?" "Yes." Cain hesitated briefly, then slowly turned back to see Ming gradually opening his eyes, his demeanor transformed, with silver light flickering in his gaze. Sensing the manipulation of time, Cain's face instantly registered shock. "Mr. Whis, I have urgent matters to attend to. We shall meet again." No sooner had the words left his lips than Cain's figure vanished from the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe. Ha ha, ha ha. After Cain's departure, Whis could not contain his laughter. At that moment, a sudden whooshing sound broke the air as a girl, hands on her hips, appeared before Whis. "Ming, you're incredible. Truly bringing honor to our 7th universe. Under the guidance of the Kai of Time, Cain, you might ascend even further." Whis immediately composed himself, speaking earnestly. Ming cast a sidelong glance at him, reflecting inwardly. Whis is rather different from his portrayal in the original tale, but one can hardly blame him. Having spent so much time with someone as amiable as myself, he must have been influenced to some extent. Humph. Cain let out a cold snort and vanished once more. This time, Whis refrained from laughing, instead giving Ming an approving thumbs up. This young man was indeed formidable, able to instantaneously comprehend the powers of time and space. "Mr. Whis, I came today to borrow your angel staff for a while." Only after fully assimilating Cain's insights did Ming remember his purpose for visiting the god of destruction's domain. Of course, Whis raised his hand and tossed the angel staff into the air. The staff shimmered in midair, transforming into a delicate pendant by the time it reached Ming's grasp. Astonished, Ming gazed at the pendant in his hand, feeling that Whis was exceptionally considerate. "When I return, I will treat you to a grand feast." With that, Ming spoke no further, gesturing to his forehead, and in an instant, he vanished. Upon arriving on Earth, Ming sensed once more. Discovering that the Great Kai was still present in this timeline, he then switched to perceiving a future world. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the primary timeline of Earth. Upon entering the future timeline's Earth, a smile spread across Ming's face. In this world, Goku was still alive, and Vegeta and others existed as well. This indicated that by altering the past, the future would inevitably change. It was no wonder that time patrollers existed. Trunks was indeed disrupting the order of time. Shaking his head, Ming dismissed further thoughts and promptly retrieved the Super Dragon Ball radar for observation. There were 3 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. Gently tapping his forehead with his index and middle fingers, he vanished from the future timeline's Earth. Ming's figure flickered throughout the cosmos, and an hour later, he arrived at the location of the first Super Dragon Ball. Looking up, he spotted a 5-star Dragon Ball. Number 55. With a wave of his hand, he effortlessly pocketed the Super Dragon Ball. Chapter 40. Temporal Coordinates. He continued onward, though the remaining 2 Dragon Balls were still quite distant. Ming murmured softly before setting off again. A month later, he successfully acquired the 2nd Super Dragon Ball of the 7th universe. When he prepared to head to the 3rd Dragon Ball's location, he noticed the small light dot on the radar moving. This caused him to frown, a pensive expression crossing his face. Who was competing with him for the Super Dragon Balls? He immediately teleported towards the moving dot on the radar. Another month passed, and he arrived on a green planet. Upon glancing down, he spotted an individual with green skin and white hair, adorned with orange earrings. The facial features, hairstyle, and clothing style were remarkably similar to those of the Kai of the 7th universe, Shin, albeit with a different skin tone. Zamasu. Ming's eyes narrowed upon seeing this person. This fellow had yet to eliminate the Kai of the 10th universe, thus still held the title of Apprentice Kai. However, the difference was that he had begun collecting the Super Dragon Balls. Ming furrowed his brow, assessing Zamasu's combat power. Zamasu, not displayable. Taking a deep breath, Ming realized that this individual had become an obstacle in his quest to gather the Super Dragon Balls of the future timeline. He needed to deal with him. A fierce expression crossed Ming's face. This individual would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble in the future, so it would be prudent to eliminate him early on to avoid complications. However, how to resolve this? It was evident from the 3 question marks indicating that Zamasu's combat power far exceeded his own. Though it may not reach the level of a being like Beerus, Ming pondered, deciding to treat the future Zamasu as a foe of Super Saiyan Blue caliber. This was a rather daunting challenge. As he spoke, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Given his current combat strength, facing an opponent of Super Saiyan Blue status would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, ignoring him was not an option either. Ming's gaze flickered. He glanced at the angel staff pendant hanging around his neck, and slowly, a light of inspiration sparked in his eyes. Casting a glance at Zamasu below, he let out a cold chuckle, tapping his forehead with his index and middle fingers before sensing the realm of destruction in the future timeline, then teleporting directly there. With a whooshing sound, Yi Ming materialized in the realm of destruction of the future timeline. Upon his arrival, he immediately caught Whis' attention. Not only that, but the sleeping Beerus also opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment crossing his face. Super Saiyan God. Yi Ming greeted Whis with a smile as he arrived in the realm of destruction of the 7th universe in the future timeline. Who are you? Whis furrowed his brow, looking at Yi Ming with curiosity. My name is Yi Ming, and I come from another timeline. Yi Ming removed the angel staff pendant from around his neck, causing Whis' pupils to constrict in surprise. He pointed at his pendant, then glanced at the angel staff in his hand, momentarily speechless. Do not be astonished. Yi Ming smiled gently, retrieving a fruit platter from his system's backpack and stepping forward to present it to Whis. There is a nefarious individual in this world intent on cleansing the universe, and thus my Whis from that timeline sent me here. Whis did not accept the fruit platter Yi Ming offered, merely frowning as he stared intently at him. Mr. Beerus. Mr. Beerus. Both Yi Ming and Whis greeted Beerus simultaneously. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Yi Ming before ultimately focusing on the fruit platter in his hands. His eyes suddenly lit up as he approached, circling around Yi Ming. Yi Ming remained silent, a serene smile gracing his face throughout. He was acutely aware that, wielding the angel staff of Whis, no matter how much the Whis of this time and space might doubt, he would inevitably come to believe. Regardless of the dimension, I am a friend of Mr. Whis, and thus an intrinsic part of him. Yi Ming passed the fruit platter to the still reeling Beerus, then tossed the angel staff pendant to Whis, stepping back a few paces before shouting, instantly transforming into a giant ape. His combat power surged 50-fold, although he still resembled a diminutive ant. He was at least a considerably stronger ant. This transformation, however, left both Whis and Beerus wide-eyed with astonishment. Whis, this fellow has already attained that realm, Beerus exclaimed, his tone laced with disbelief. Indeed, Whis responded softly, yet his mind and countenance were far from tranquil. Were it not for the discordant aura, he might have believed that this giant ape had completely mastered Ultra Instinct. However, even if it were merely the first stage of Ultra Instinct, it was sufficient to astonish him. Mr. Whis, take a look at the angel staff pendant in your hand. Could it be yours? After transforming into a giant ape, Yi Ming was enveloped by a silvery aura, his fur, tail, and even his pupils shimmering silver. Whis paid no heed to whether the pendant belonged to him. He could sense it, yet he was intrigued as to how his counterpart in that dimension had nurtured such a prodigy as Yi Ming. Revert to your original form, Whis instructed, but Beerus, brimming with excitement, dashed forward. Whis, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. In the sky, Yi Ming, spotting the approaching Beerus, understood his intent and roared in response, charging toward Beerus with a clenched fist. Bang! The two exchanged blows, neither yielding. It was evident that Beerus was concealing his true strength. Yet, Yi Ming's might was not to be underestimated, as evidenced by the surprise and seriousness etched across Beerus' face. You are quite formidable. You claim to be my future self. Does that make you someone from the past? Yet, why have I never encountered you in this world? The two continued their exchange, questioning amidst the clash. In different dimensions, it was quite normal for some individuals to be non-existent. It was hardly a significant concern. Yi Ming chuckled, finding the explanation somewhat tenuous, but he had no better alternative. He certainly could not confess that he was originally not from the Dragon Ball universe, nor could he assert that their world was, in fact, a two-dimensional realm. Bang! Another punch was thrown, this time sending Beerus flying. Yi Ming, not holding back his power and striking with full force, moved with astonishing speed. Appearing behind the airborne Beerus in the blink of an eye, he reached out, his massive form effortlessly capturing Beerus. Boom! Beerus, enhancing his aura, easily broke free, extending a finger that coalesced a pitch-black energy at its tip, resembling a miniature black hole. Destruction? No, merely a standard energy blast. Yi Ming's expression shifted as he noticed the black hole, and upon sensing that Beerus had not unleashed his destructive power, he exhaled in relief. Tenfold, Kaioken, Yi Ming shouted, a crimson flame igniting around him as his combat power soared to astonishing heights. Swish! Instant transmission. Yi Ming materialized before Beerus, subsequently unleashing a time-stopping technique. Boom! A punch landed squarely in Beerus' abdomen. In the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. At this level of velocity, Yi Ming believed that no one could execute their ultimate moves. This kid, on the ground, Whis' eyes sparkled with brilliance, realizing that Yi Ming was exhibiting extraordinary strength. Who was Beerus? The mightiest god of the 7th universe. Even if he had not fully exerted himself, He was certainly not someone ordinary individuals could contend with. Yet now, this ordinary person had shattered the norm, rendering Beerus utterly defenseless, leaving Whis to ponder the incredible strength of this little fellow. Damn it! At that moment, the blasted Beerus suddenly roared. Yi Ming felt a jolt, regaining his composure as he proclaimed, "Lord Beerus, do not bully the weak. I care not. You must allow me." Swish. Before Beerus could finish his sentence, he had already appeared behind Yi Ming, extending a finger to lightly tap the back of his neck. Just a little tap. As the words fell, Yi Ming was sent sprawling. Humph. Beerus grunted, slowly descending beside Whis, reaching out to grasp the fruit platter from the ground. Pinching a fork within to lift a piece of fruit to his mouth. What kind of fruit is this? It's so sweet. Beerus' eyes widened in surprise. In the distance, the downed Yi Ming rubbed his neck, revealing a smile. He knew that the plan to have Beerus deal with Zamasu had succeeded. An hour later, outside the Kaioshin realm of Universe 10, Yi Ming, Beerus, and Whis gazed at the images reflected in the mirror. Yi Ming, does the Zamasu you mentioned truly harbor intentions of killing his own master? Beerus, hands behind his back, scrutinized the image of the god of destruction seated in Universe 10, while Zamasu, beside him, prepared tea and served his master some delicacies. Lord Beerus, it's evident just from watching, Yi Ming replied with a slight smile. Indeed. Beerus shot Yi Ming a sidelong glance before refocusing on the mirror. At that moment, in the Kaioshin realm, Zamasu, having brewed tea, smiled as he sat across from his master, pushing the treats toward him while saying, "Please enjoy." His master nodded, taking a piece of delicacy and placing it in his mouth, glancing at the tea on the table. After a few bites, he expressed surprise. Green tea is rather rare. Zamasu smiled silently. His master, glancing at him again, took another piece of delicacy and sipped his tea. "Ah," he exclaimed, setting down the cup. "Daifuku and green tea make a delightful match. Zamasu, want to you try some?" "Thank you, but I shall pass," Zamasu replied, shaking his head and pointing to the corner of his mouth. "Lord, you have some white powder at the corner of your mouth." "Oh," his master, realizing it, chuckled and wiped his mouth. Witnessing this scene, Zamasu merely smiled faintly. Meanwhile, outside the Kaioshin realm, Beerus furrowed his brow, watching the mirror intently. There hasn't been a hint of change. Does this Zamasu truly intend to kill his master? His tone bore a hint of impatience, and seeing his master comfortably indulging in food did not sit well with him. "Lord Beerus, do not rush. We still require evidence." Whis interjected with a smile. Bang! At that moment, in the mirror, Zamasu had already launched an attack on his master. Ding dong. Just then, Whis gently waved his staff. The scene rushing back to the moment Zamasu raised his hand. "Whis." Beerus called out again. "Understood." Whis extended his hand, pulling out a large cat paw glove, and whisked Yi Ming and Beerus towards the Kaioshin realm. Humph. At this moment, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, Zamasu let out a cold smirk and waved his hand downward. Bang. Goku, with a perplexed expression, turned his head and leisurely remarked, "Zamasu, is this your new massage tool?" "What?" Zamasu was taken aback to see a large cat-like glove suddenly materializing on his hand. Stumbling backward in shock, he collided with Beerus. "Zamasu." Beerus cast a glance at the startled Zamasu, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Regrettably, your game is over." "Beerus-sama," Zamasu stammered. "When did you arrive? What on earth is happening?" Goku was utterly bewildered, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. Whis, standing nearby, elucidated the situation, and Goku's face fell as he watched Zamasu retreating repeatedly. "Humph." Exposed, Zamasu ceased his pretense and sneered coldly. Whoosh. In an instant, Beerus appeared before Zamasu, gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground. With his other hand raised slowly, he coolly uttered 2 words to the terrified Zamasu. "Destruction." A piercing scream erupted as Zamasu vanished without a trace. Yi Ming stood behind, dumbfounded, witnessing the sheer power of destruction. It was simply a matter of erasure. Devoid of any rationale, Yi Ming contemplated that the destructive attribute must be akin to the true damage he experienced in a game from his past life, where neither armor nor magic resistance mattered against destruction. "Goku, keep a closer eye on your future disciple," Beerus remarked, glancing at the dazed Goku before turning to Whis. "Yi Ming, we shall take our leave," Whis said softly. "Wait a moment, Mr. Whis, I must retrieve my belongings." Yi Ming tapped his forehead with his fingers, and in an instant, he vanished, only to reappear moments later. Noticing Whis's gaze upon him, Yi Ming sheepishly grinned. Soon, the group returned to the realm of destruction in Universe 7. Chapter 41, The Aura of Cell. Yi Ming generously invited Whis and Beerus to a meal. Considering they were his allies, how could he not extend a warm welcome? An hour later, Yi Ming prepared to venture into Universe 6. Whoosh. Yi Ming's figure disappeared from the realm of destruction, and Whis and Beerus exchanged glances. Whis, This fellow seems to resemble the person from my dreams, Beerus said, furrowing his brow. Oh, the one you mentioned, the Super Saiyan God? Whis raised an eyebrow. Indeed. His aura closely mirrors that of the individual in my dreams. Unfortunately, this fellow is currently too weak. Moreover, his transformation is not fully realized. Beerus sighed, his tone tinged with regret. I too anticipate the growth of this young man. Whis smiled, acknowledging that despite being from an alternate timeline, Yi Ming remained his disciple. Soon, the angel conference would take place. Should he introduce Yi Ming to his father? Whis pondered internally. Whoosh. Departing from the realm of destruction in Universe 7, Yi Ming directly arrived in Universe 6. Armed with Whis' angel staff, he naturally evaded detection by the angel of Universe 6, Vados, and began his search for the Super Dragon Balls of Universe 6. 6 months later, he had located 3 of the Super Dragon Balls, leaving only 1 remaining. In the original tale, the last Super Dragon Ball resided at the boundary between Universe 6 and Universe 7, known as the Void. Yi Ming's eyes lit up with a smile. Whoosh. He continued his pursuit. However, as he passed by Planet Salad, he hesitated for a moment, contemplated, and ultimately chose not to stop. A month swiftly passed, and Yi Ming finally arrived at the Void. 1 Super Dragon Ball floated in the cosmos, radiating a resplendent light. Yi Ming quickly retrieved the 6 Super Dragon Balls from his system backpack. Come forth, Dragon of the Gods. Grant my wish. He spread his arms wide, gazing skyward at the 7 Super Dragon Balls, calling out in the language of the gods. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated, seemingly shaking the entirety of Universe 6, followed by the appearance of a colossal golden dragon. Drawing from his previous experience summoning the Super Dragon, Yi Ming, while still a bit astonished, felt far more composed than during his first encounter. Gatherer of the 7 Super Dragon Balls, state your wish. The Super Dragon spoke, or rather, its words were transmitted directly to Yi Ming's mind through telepathy. Without hesitation, Yi Ming declared, Super Dragon, please allow me to enter the divine realm. The Super Dragon paused for a moment upon hearing Yi Ming's wish. Subsequently, its voice echoed in Yi Ming's mind once more. Apologies, fortunate summoner. This wish is one that cannot be granted. The divine realm must be attained through personal cultivation and cannot be forcibly acquired. Yi Ming furrowed his brow, having initially believed this wish to be feasible. Alas, reality proved disappointing. If I were to experience the divine realm, could you fulfill that wish? Yi Ming pondered and inquired. After a moment of silence, the Super Dragon's voice returned. That is possible. For 3 days, fortunate summoner, you shall experience the divine realm. Best of luck. Roar. As the Super Dragon's blood-red eyes glimmered, a surge of energy flowed into Yi Ming, and its immense form transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the cosmos. However, the 7 Super Dragon Balls, now resembling celestial bodies, appeared where the dragon had just been. Whoosh. Moments later, the 7 Super Dragon Balls scattered in different directions. Yi Ming cast a fleeting glance before retracting his gaze, clenching his fists, yet he felt no change in his combat power. But upon reflection, it made sense. He had wished for the divine realm, not an increase in battle strength. Host. Yi Ming Divine Realm, not activated. Normal combat power, 800 million. Bloodline, Ultimate Saiyan Bloodline. 50-fold combat power amplification. Skills, Enhanced Instant Transmission, Kamehameha, Temporal Space Control within a meter, Time Stop Technique, 10-fold Kaioken, First Stage of Ultra Instinct. Over the past 6 months, his training had been minimal, resulting in a natural increase of nearly 200 million in combat power. Unlike others, Yi Ming's focus shifted to the 4 characters following his name, Divine Realm. System, can you assist me with some inquiries? Yi Ming settled down on an uninhabited planet and posed his question inwardly. Please proceed, host. The system responded. Can the Great Ape transformation stack with the Divine Realm? Yi Ming asked. Indeed, the system replied. Does the Great Ape transformation in the Divine Realm equate to my true Ultimate Saiyan 1 form? Yi Ming continued. Affirmative. The system confirmed. As expected, just as I surmised. Yi Ming smiled, gradually rising from the ground as he unleashed his strongest aura. Divine Realm, activate instantly. Boom. A crimson aura erupted from Yi Ming. Simultaneously, his black hair transformed to a vibrant red, and his eyes deepened to resemble glimmering rubies. The Divine Realm, though merely a state, lacked the divine power to accompany it. Yi Ming pondered within himself as the crimson aura, red eyes, and fiery hair abruptly vanished, reverting to his original state. The earlier transformation into a Super Saiyan God had merely been an act. He was incapable of such a change. Moreover, Yi Ming understood that his path did not align with the traditional Super Saiyan forms, 1, 2, or 3, nor the Super Saiyan Blue or Red variants. Instead, it was a metamorphosis unique to him, the Ultimate Saiyan. With a resounding boom, the godly state activated, and he immediately conjured an artificial moon, transforming into a colossal gorilla. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of silvery energy surged around him, his silver fur and tail appearing utterly formidable. Tranquility, serenity. Ming slowly closed his eyes, striving to embody the gorilla, yet an inexplicable agitation simmered within him. Fortunately, the godly state enabled him to regain his composure, and he swiftly emptied his mind. Akin to luxuriating in a hot spring, exhaling a contented sigh. Unbeknownst to him, as he entered that peculiar state, the surrounding silvery energy deepened in hue. Gradually, his form diminished. However, this time was different. He did not revert to a mere human nor transform into a small gorilla. Instead, he became a humanoid gorilla. His physique was solidly muscular, exuding immense strength, with a silver tail swishing back and forth, and the surrounding energy intensified, revealing flashes of golden and silver lightning upon closer inspection. Time passed, and Ming slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his attribute panel. Host, Ming. Godly state activation in progress. Normal combat power, 80 trillion. Bloodline, Ultimate Saiyan Bloodline. Transformation status, Ultimate Saiyan with a 15-fold amplification, Kaioken cannot be stacked. Skills, Enhanced Instant Transmission. Kamehameha, capable of manipulating time and space within a 1-meter radius. Time Stop Technique, 10-fold Kaioken, and the first stage of Ultra Instinct. At last, he had become Ultimate Saiyan 1. Ming gazed at his attribute panel, feeling exceptionally cool and exuding a commanding presence, yet something felt oddly familiar. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly realized, wasn't he this akin to the Super Saiyan 5 depicted in fanworks? Ming was taken aback, questioning why his Ultimate Saiyan 1 resembled the fan-made Super Saiyan 5. No, this couldn't be right. Clenching his fists, he sensed the perfect alignment between his physical strength and combat power. In other words, his bodily strength matched his combat power, both reaching the staggering level of 400 trillion. Though it bore some resemblance to the fan's Super Saiyan 5, the differences were substantial. Moreover, the system confirmed this form as Ultimate Saiyan 1. Thus it could not possibly be Super Saiyan 5. Ming inhaled deeply, contemplating. He did not hastily withdraw from his transformation, eager to test how long he could maintain it without combat. An hour passed. Such endurance? Ming was somewhat astonished. He knew that the fan's Super Saiyan 5 transformation was exceedingly taxing, potentially leading to demise. In the manga, Gohan and Vegeta could only sustain it for 10 minutes, while Son Goku managed to prolong it by controlling his emotions. Therefore, although his Ultimate Saiyan 1 appeared akin to Super Saiyan 5, it could never be that form. Furthermore, he had not engaged in battle, yet he managed to maintain this state for such a duration, indicating the extraordinary nature of the Ultimate Saiyan 1 transformation. With a 500-fold increase, his combat power could reach 400 trillion, albeit only an additional 100 trillion compared to before, yet still immensely powerful. Ming understood that as he advanced, his base form would grow stronger, and the amplification from transformations would become increasingly terrifying. Continuing his experiments, Ming summoned a spirit time chamber with a 365-fold time dilation and entered to cultivate. 3 days swiftly passed outside, while 3 years elapsed within the chamber. This transformation was indeed astonishing. His bloodline was extraordinarily potent. Once the enhancement from the Super Dragon was lifted, he finally emerged from the Ultimate Saiyan 1 state. What did this signify? As long as he refrained from combat, he could potentially maintain this form indefinitely. How foolish of me. Ming suddenly realized he should have reserved a day to venture into the realm of the destroyers in Universe 7, seeking to spar with Whis or Beerus to test the endurance of Ultimate Saiyan 1 in battle. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Once I return to the main world, I shall gather the 7 Super Dragon Balls to enhance my godly state, and then I can validate it at my leisure. With a gleam in his eyes, Ming recognized that the most crucial task at hand was to savor the experience of the godly state attained within the spirit time chamber at the 365-fold time flow. Perhaps he would soon surpass this realm himself. After all, achieving the godly state did not equate to possessing divine power. Regarding the realm itself, Ming found it considerably simpler. Furthermore, his high comprehension gave him confidence in promptly stepping into the godly state. Having completed the mission in the future timeline, Ming then visited the future Universe 7 to bid farewell to Whis and Beerus before returning to the main timeline. Oh, has half a year truly passed without any sign of Cell? Ming sensed a disturbance and furrowed his brow. Piccolo seemed to have merged with the Supreme Kai. Detecting Piccolo's energy, Ming was taken aback. In the original story, upon merging, this character's combat power soared to 5 billion. And after training in the Spirit Time Chamber, it reached 30 billion. Now, in Ming's perception, Piccolo's combat power exceeded at least 40 billion. Indeed, he had changed significantly. Yiming silently nodded. With a flick of his fingers, he vanished. In the next moment, he appeared in the residence of number 263. Dad. Little Linglong was the first to notice his return, instantly teleporting over and excitedly leaping into his arms. Haha, it's been so long, my little princess. Yiming lifted her, planting a hearty kiss on her cheek, while the little girl pouted, eyes closed, and softly insisted, "You need to kiss me like you kiss mommy." Uft. This little rascal had evidently witnessed his affectionate moments with Bulma. Yiming couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling her hair and teleporting them to the pavilion in the backyard. However, to Yiming's surprise, the pavilion was not only occupied by Bulma and Chi-Chi, but also by Android 18 and Lazuli, who seemed to be quite chummy with each other. Witnessing this scene, Yiming was taken aback yet delighted. Perhaps this would save him considerable trouble in the future. Just then, Yiming felt a flicker in his eyelids. An aura that belonged to him emerged. "Honey, what's wrong?" As Yiming approached with the little girl in his arms, Bulma and the others quickly turned their attention to him. Chi-Chi, noticing his furrowed brow, couldn't he help but inquire. "It's nothing." Yiming shook his head. He had indeed sensed his own aura, albeit fleetingly. Yet he trusted his instincts completely and was certain that the individual had made an appearance. So, the mere thought of this name made Yiming's eyes gradually narrow. The fact that this being could possess his aura meant he had undoubtedly acquired his cellular genes. To be frank, he was genuinely astonished. How had Dr. Gero managed to obtain his cellular genes? At this moment, Lazuli shyly waved at him, smiling in greeting. "Hello, Lazuli." Yiming, still cradling the little girl, took a seat and returned her greeting. After more than half a year without seeing her, this woman had become increasingly enchanting. Yet, at this moment, Yiming had no time to admire her. Cell had emerged, and he was a formidable version possessing his bloodline. He even harbored doubts about whether this fellow possessed the bloodline of the ultimate Saiyan. Noticing Yiming's absent-mindedness, several women exchanged glances, speculating that he must have urgent matters to attend to. "Dear, why don't you go ahead and take care of your business?" Bulma suggested. After contemplating for a moment, Yiming nodded and offered an apologetic smile to the women. After all, he had just returned and wouldn't be able to stay on Earth for long. Now he had to leave again. As Bulma and Chi-Chi's husband and the father of little Linglong, he felt he had spent too little time with his family. "Go on." Bulma smiled encouragingly. She was a very understanding woman. "I will return as soon as possible." Yiming entrusted little Linglong to Bulma, who gazed longingly at him as he gently tapped her forehead with his fingertip. "Be good, Linglong. Once Daddy finishes his work, I'll play with you." Yiming lowered his hand, leaned in to kiss her forehead, and then swiftly departed from the small pavilion in the backyard. Chapter 42, Preparing for Battle. Meanwhile, in the skies above a city in the southern part of Earth, Yiming's figure materialized. He frowned as he surveyed the desolate city below, a chilling silence enveloping it, permeated by the stench of blood. So, Yiming ground his teeth in anger. The lives and deaths of the people in this city were of no concern to him, for he was no saint. However, what irked him was that Cell had utilized his energy, which infuriated him greatly. Just then, as Yiming simmered with rage, Sun Wukong and the others flew in, and upon seeing the city beneath them, their faces immediately contorted with fury. That scoundrel Cell is up to no good again. And this time he has destroyed an entire city. How despicable. I want to take him down. Sun Wukong roared in anger. In recent months, they had been receiving continuous reports of Cell wreaking havoc in the cities. Yet each time they arrived, he would escape, possessing both Sun Wukong's and Yiming's energy, enabling him to use instant transmission, making it impossible for anyone to capture him in that fleeting moment. "Big brother Yiming." Sun Wukong approached Yiming and spoke in a hushed tone. "You must know about this by now." "Yes," Yiming nodded. He had informed Sun Wukong and the others about Cell's activities, so it was impossible for him to be unaware. However, what troubled him now was the realization that Cell had actually acquired his energy. His noble bloodline made him feel insulted. "Leave this scoundrel to me," Yiming stated calmly, already having set his sights on the villain. Nevertheless, he was somewhat curious about the extent of Cell's current fighting prowess. "Big brother Yiming, can we strike first?" Sun Wukong hesitated before asking. "You know, as long as that scoundrel is alive, he will continue to destroy cities on Earth. Who knows? He might even one day invade West City to wreak havoc." Yiming replied coldly. Hearing Yiming's words, Sun Wukong lowered his head. He too had considered this matter. He felt guilty for wishing to battle a formidable foe while allowing the people of Earth to suffer more. "Let's return to Kame House," Yiming said. And in an instant, he utilized instant transmission to return to Kame House. Upon their return, Master Rashi and the others approached, inquiring whether they had managed to drive the villain away. "It's incredibly difficult. That scoundrel can also use instant transmission, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. Moreover, the strangest part is, as long as he doesn't reveal his energy, We cannot detect his existence at all. Sun Wukong replied with a bitter smile, acknowledging that Cell was the strongest adversary they had ever encountered on Earth. Don't worry, that scoundrel will show up again, Yi Ming mused, calming his inner fury. Recalling the original story, he remembered that Cell would host a competition akin to the World Martial Arts Tournament, known as the Cell Games. Alas, Master Roshi sighed, slowly making his way into the Kame house. Before long, he emerged with a face full of shock. C-Cell has appeared on television. Master Roshi exclaimed. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback and immediately rushed into Kame house, followed by Yi Ming and the others. Upon entering, they witnessed the television in the living room displaying. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the culprit behind the recent destruction of many cities on Earth. However, you need not fear any longer, for I will be hosting the Cell Games. Cell smiled as he faced the camera, eloquently introducing the event. After completing his introduction, he pointed at the camera, laughing. In any case, I have no interest in conquering Earth or the universe. If you think you are strong enough, come and defeat me. Ha! With that, Cell fired a finger beam, obliterating the camera. How arrogant. Sun Wukong could no longer contain his anger. A glint of coldness flashed in Yi Ming's eyes. Cell dared to play such tricks, and he would gladly engage him in this game. 3 months from now, Cell plans to host some games. So let us take this time to train diligently. Krillin interjected. With those words, the gazes of everyone turned towards Yi Ming. It was evident that they believed their path to strength in the next 3 months depended on his rigorous training. On the very day Cell issued his challenge, Yi Ming began to train Sun Wukong and the others. At this moment, on a small island in the northern part of Earth, Yi Ming was preparing to line up Sun Wukong and the others when suddenly 3 figures flew down from the sky. Android 16, Android 17, and the blonde-haired woman Lazuli. They landed swiftly. Humph. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Android 17, his face full of disdain. He had long harbored dissatisfaction towards this individual, and every time he had recently boosted his power, he sought to settle the score, only to find himself soundly defeated. What frustrated him even more was that this guy's strength seemed to have inexplicably surged as well. It was bewildering that he had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber with a battle power of 30 billion, yet still suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of this individual. We will also participate in the Cell Games, Android 17 stated firmly, standing between Android 16 and Lazuli. You will join as well? Krillin looked at him with surprise, thinking that this was the best possible outcome, for they were androids, and so was Cell. Perhaps they could effectively combat him. While Krillin's thoughts were commendable, Android 17 promptly dashed his hopes, saying, we do not suppress his abilities. To defeat him, we must rely on our own strength. Hearing this, Krillin sighed deeply. To be frank, he harbored reluctance to participate in the Cell Games, as he was merely a mortal with a battle power of only a few tens of millions. And facing opponents with battle powers in the billions or hundreds of billions made him feel like he would only be a hindrance. Well, 16 and 17 can give it a try, but Yi Ming's gaze lingered on Lazuli, who seemed to have anticipated the upcoming events. Having applied a light touch of makeup that enhanced her already cool demeanor, coupled with her black and white punk-style attire, her icy beauty was accentuated to perfection. What a cool woman. Feeling Yi Ming's gaze upon her, Lazuli delicately tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, though she dared not meet his eyes. Lazuli is a girl, and there is no necessity for her to partake in the upcoming battle against Cell. Yi Ming spoke softly. It is not that I underestimate her capabilities. Rather, I believe that girls deserve to be cherished. Therefore, from now on, you shall stand behind me and permit me to protect you. This was nothing short of a declaration of affection. In an instant, all eyes shifted back and forth between Yi Ming and Lazuli. Lazuli, upon receiving the gazes of everyone, softly uttered a word, her face flushing with a rosy hue. Stealing a glance at Yi Ming, she quickly covered her face and fled into the air. She actually ran away in shyness. Yi Ming chuckled, fully aware that Lazuli's reaction was not one of rejection, but rather a silent acceptance of his feelings. Now, it was time to enhance our strength. Yi Ming clasped his hands behind his back, his expression instantly turning grave. Since these youngsters were eager to confront Cell, he would not refuse them. Especially as Cell had explicitly stated he would not harm ordinary people, making further precaution unnecessary. Let me test your mettle and see if you are worthy of being our master. No sooner had Yi Ming spoken than Android 17 stepped forward, a smile gracing his countenance as he regarded him. Oh, Yi Ming cast him a sidelong glance, questioning whether he sought to challenge his authority. Very well. He beckoned with a finger before leaping into the air. Humph. Observing this, Android 17 snorted and followed suit, ascending into the sky. So, how long do you think Android 17 can last? Below, Son Goku and the others gathered, Krillin stifling a chuckle as he remarked. I reckon he'll be done in one move. Beside him, Piccolo appeared somewhat uncertain. Just as Piccolo finished speaking, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the sky, and everyone turned to witness Android 17 being sent hurtling away, crashing violently into a mountain. They were all stunned. It was astonishingly swift. They were still speculating how many seconds 17 could endure, yet the battle had already concluded. With a furious roar, Android 17 charged back. Bang! In response, Ming raised his hand and sent him crashing back to the ground. The next moment, 17 charged at him once more. Bang! Another slap sent him reeling. This continued for nearly 30 exchanges. Ultimately, Android 17 dared not ascend again, obediently hovering beside Goku and the others, his complexion ashen. He could not overcome this fellow. It was simply impossible. As Ming descended slowly, he observed the disheartened 17, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He understood that this little brother had finally acknowledged his superiority. However, he was somewhat surprised that 17 possessed a combat power of 50 billion. In the original narrative, at this juncture, 17 had nearly faded into the background, overshadowed by the increasingly formidable Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Gohan, hardly qualifying as a master. This unexpected revelation had indeed surprised him. Clearly, Cell was even stronger. Ming narrowed his eyes, recalling that the Cell form he had seen on television was not that hideous first stage, but rather the complete form of Cell. With this thought in mind, Ming began to ponder. In the original story, the complete form of Cell had a combat power of 60 billion. But he felt that it could not be that low now. A conservative estimate would be in the range of hundreds of billions, perhaps even more. This creature bore some of my cellular genes. In a sense, he could be considered half my progeny. Therefore, Cell was undoubtedly not as simple as he appeared on the surface. With this in mind, Ming ceased his ruminations and clasped his hands behind his back, instructing Goku and the others to line up. One at a time, he surveyed the group, noting that all the warriors were present, including the two androids, 16 and 17. The first to step forward was Krillin. Naturally, due to the height order, the diminutive Krillin was first. Why me, big brother Ming? Upon hearing his name called, Krillin's face instantly contorted with despair. Whoosh! Ming remained silent, soaring into the air. You can do it, Krillin. Goku cheered from the sidelines, adding, don't worry. Big brother Ming knows his limits, and won't he hurt you? Hearing Goku's reassurance only deepened Krillin's trepidation. Yes, big brother Ming indeed wouldn't he harm him, but he would get hurt. Don't worry, big brother Ming just gave me 100 sins of beans, it's all good. Goku continued. Krillin, unable to linger any longer, swiftly took to the skies. Please, big brother Ming, enlighten me. Aware that he could not evade a beating, Krillin steeled himself. Clasping his hands together and bowing deeply to Ming, his expression turning serious as he raised his head. Come on. Ming beckoned with a finger. With a mighty roar, Krillin unleashed a white aura and charged forward. His figure flickered, making it difficult to discern his true position. However, in Ming's sight, he was charging straight at him. Bang! With a mere flick of his hand, Krillin was sent crashing to the ground. Next, Ming stated coolly. This training session was designed to fortify the physical resilience of those like Krillin, who possessed relatively weaker abilities, enhancing their capacity to withstand blows. Whoosh! Gohan soared up from below. Not one to hold back, he unleashed his aura and transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Observing the boy's formidable energy, Ming nodded in satisfaction. In the original narrative, Gohan's combat power upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber as a Super Saiyan 1 was 45 billion, while now, he had reached 60 billion. This indicated his immense potential. Alas, in the future, he would be severely suppressed by that old man. With this thought, Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He suddenly recalled that the old man had initially planned to gradually elevate Gohan to the role of protagonist at the beginning of the Dragon Ball story, which is why the young lad had various advantages during the Cell Saga. Unexpectedly, Goku's image was so ingrained that he ended up being criticized by fans. Naturally, the old man was not pleased, leading him to decisively cut Gohan down a peg. This action shattered the hearts of many Gohan fans and eliminated the first Super Saiyan 2 transformation of Gohan altogether. Uncle Ming, I'm coming. Seizing a moment when Ming was distracted, Gohan clasped his hands in greeting and then lunged toward Ming. Faced with this little one, Ming did not treat him as roughly as he did Krillin. Instead, he patiently instructed him on martial arts movements, occasionally pointing out flaws in his attacks. Before long, merely 10 minutes had passed when Ming gently waved his hand, sending Gohan flying and concluding his training. Next, he pronounced coldly. 3 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. On this day, they remained on the small island. Son Goku and the others stood in a line, while Ming strolled leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, a satisfied expression upon his face. After 3 months of training, these individuals had not disappointed him. Chapter 43, The Second Defeat of Cell. Take Gohan, for instance. His combat power had risen from 60 billion during his initial spar with Ming to 70 billion after 3 months. Do not underestimate this seemingly minor improvement. It has been achieved without the aid of the hyperbolic time chamber. Were we to add its benefits, Ming would wager that everyone's combat prowess would at least double. After all, his training regimen is exceedingly rigorous. On several occasions, Goku nearly found himself vanquished by him. Vegeta has had his legs broken more than once under Ming's relentless training. Even the remarkably resilient Piccolo, as long as his wounds remain unhealed, finds himself adorned with dozens of new injuries. How could his recovery speed keep pace? Enough of this. Let us commence. Ming gently pressed his index and middle fingers to his forehead and employed a collective instant transmission, transporting everyone to the island where Cell awaited. I assure you, the people of Earth shall never submit to a creature such as you. As soon as Ming and the others arrived, they were met with a furious roar before they could even survey their surroundings. The sound compelled them to turn, revealing a muscular, disheveled middle-aged man, hands on his hips, glaring fiercely at Cell. Satan. Upon seeing this man, Ming could not help but smile. This fellow remains as audacious as ever, with luck seemingly on his side. He was certain that had they arrived any later, Satan would have truly met his end. Ming then glanced at Cell, who had already raised a hand. Golden light flickering at his fingertips, but upon noticing Ming and his companions, he immediately lowered it. At last, you have arrived. The energy emanating from each of you is utterly tantalizing. Cell stood atop a massive arena, his emerald eyes scanning Ming and the others. A slight smirk gracing his lips before his gaze settled upon Ming. He could sense that absorbing this individual would catapult his power to an unimaginable level. How exhilarating. How infuriating. Ming and Cell locked eyes, and in unison, they uttered the same phrase. Whoosh whoosh bang. The moment their words fell, their figures blurred, and they exchanged blows with fervor. Huh. Ming roared, amplifying his strength and sending Cell crashing to the ground, creating a deep, bottomless crater. Witnessing this scene, Goku and the others exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Are we fighting or not? Ming casually tossed a premium senzu bean into the pit, then stepped back, observing their perplexed expressions, and remarked nonchalantly, Fear not. This creature is merely your sharpening stone. He has yet to earn the privilege of my direct involvement. A cell possessing his genetic material has a mere battle power of 15 billion. What an embarrassment. In the depths of the pit, a battered Cell munched on the senzu bean, his expression a mixture of panic, rage, and exhilaration. This fellow is formidable. If I manage to absorb him, I shall immediately attain my ultimate form. Cell gritted his teeth, his excitement becoming increasingly evident. He recognized his own shortcomings. Despite fusing with multiple powerful warriors' genes, they remained disorganized and chaotic. Yet he could feel the boundless potential lurking within Ming. No, it was blatantly apparent. I too possess his genetic material, but alas, it is far too scant. After recovering, Cell felt a surge in his power, and once more, excitement lit his face. The more he was injured, the stronger his combat prowess became. Whoosh. In no time, Cell soared from the crater. He surveyed the arena before gradually landing, casting a furtive glance at Ming, who lay leisurely on a chair, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips. Will you confront me as a group, or one by one? Cell retracted his gaze, calmly observing Goku and the others as they approached the arena. Together? You hold yourself in far too high esteem. Below the arena, Vegeta scoffed, leaping onto the stage. 3 months prior, his battle power hovered around 35 billion. Now, it had surged to 50 billion. He believed himself formidable enough to single-handedly confront Cell. Very well. I shall set the rules. Cell stated coolly. Surrender, be knocked out of the arena, or be defeated. Any of these will count as a loss. I have no qualms about how many of you participate. Ultimately, as long as one of you falls, another shall take their place. If all of you are vanquished by me, he paused, surveying the audience, and coldly declared, then all of humanity on Earth shall be exterminated. Let us commence without further ado. Vegeta, transforming into a Super Saiyan, shouted and charged toward Cell. I detest interruptions. Cell cast a glance at the oncoming Vegeta, raised his hand, and unleashed a barrage of golden energy blasts toward him. Whoosh. Simultaneously, Cell vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta. Energy cannon. Surrounding Cell was a surge of power as one hand pressed against Vegeta's back. This technique bore resemblance to the Kais attacks, but was exponentially more potent. Boom. The energy cannon detonated, filling the arena with a thunderous roar. Vegeta. Observing this, the onlookers below the arena turned pale, preparing to leap into action. When a cold laugh echoed from above, it was Vegeta's voice. Perish. Foolish, grotesque monster. Vegeta placed his left hand atop his right, unleashing a blinding energy blast from his palm. Boom. A colossal sound erupted, mirroring Cell's earlier assault. Is he dead? Below, Krillin stood on tiptoe, peering through the dust. His face etched with confusion. Impossible. Cell's power far exceeds Vegeta's. How could he possibly be defeated? Goku shook his head. With his current battle power of 10 billion, he found it exceedingly difficult to envision overcoming this foe. He suspected that it might require a concerted effort from everyone to bring down Cell. Upon hearing Goku's words, Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is Cell truly that formidable? Whoosh. Cell swiftly provided Krillin with an answer. In an instant, he soared from the arena to Vegeta, seizing him by the throat. As Vegeta struggled to break free, Cell's eyes emitted a crimson beam of light, striking Vegeta and piercing through his chest. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's Super Saiyan form dissipated midair, descending slowly to the ground, his fate uncertain. Damn it! Goku, upon witnessing Cell's gaze, felt a surge of fury, his aura intensifying as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Cell beckoned him with a finger, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Unable to contain himself any longer, Goku roared and instantly dashed toward Cell. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce battle immediately. Gohan, quickly, give Vegeta a Senzu Bean. Goku shouted amidst his clash with Cell. Right. Gohan finally snapped back to reality, hastening toward the corner of the arena where Vegeta lay. Retrieving a Senzu Bean from his bag and crouching down to feed it to him. Uncle Vegeta, you must wake up quickly. Father, I, and Uncle Piccolo, even if we join forces, would likely not stand a chance against this foe. Gohan gazed anxiously at the fallen Vegeta, his face a canvas of distress. Although his current strength far surpassed his former self, he remained but a child, raised in a cocoon of comfort, with a disposition somewhat fragile. At that moment, the battle between Goku and Cell had reached its zenith. Goku was indeed formidable, with a battle power of 1 billion clashing against Cell's 15 billion. The fight was fiercely contested. Yet, Cell, enhanced by genetic material from Yamcha, possessed immense power, growing increasingly savage with each exchange, while Goku began to show signs of fatigue. No, he cannot bear this alone. Krillin gritted his teeth and leaped towards Cell. Go. Seeing Krillin charge forth, Piccolo hastened to follow suit, unable to contain himself any longer. Kill. Tien shouted, joining the fray. A pack of fools. Android 17 remained motionless, fully aware that rushing into the fray would spell doom. The disparity in strength was too great, and Cell was in prime condition. Aren't we going to engage? Android 16 frowned and inquired. Hold on, we seek a decisive blow, not a protracted struggle that will only empower him. Android 17 replied coldly. Let them hold out for a moment. Very well, Android 16 acquiesced. Meanwhile, Yamcha leisurely indulged in fruit, occasionally glancing up as if watching a television show. At that instant, Cell, invigorated by the conflict, rendered Goku and the others unconscious with a series of strikes. Fear not, I shall absorb them one by one, Cell proclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he surveyed the fallen fighters. Once he absorbed these individuals, he was confident he could also consume the one spectating nearby, thereby evolving to his ultimate form. 16, it's time to act. Android 17 shouted. Huh, rocket punch. Upon hearing 17's command, Android 16 bellowed as well, launching his right fist towards Cell, detaching it from his body. Bang. The punch sent Cell flying, and 17 charged indirectly. Simultaneously, Android 16 unleashed his ultimate technique. Once his hand returned, he detached his arms, channeling all his energy into a powerful shockwave. Witnessing 16's maneuver, 17 was somewhat dumbfounded as he ascended into the sky, bombarding Cell with relentless strikes. You seem to be asking for annihilation. Whoosh. As dust swirled, a chilling voice echoed moments later, followed by a sound of slicing air as Cell seized Android 17 by the throat. Bang. Cell delivered a punch that pierced through Android 17's abdomen. And you? Cell casually discarded Android 17, preparing to dispose of Android 16, only to see a small figure darting toward him, abruptly halting to catch the fallen 17. Gohan. A cruel smile curled at Cell's lips as he lunged at Gohan. Gohan shouted, soaring into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed in the skies. But Gohan's body could no longer withstand the onslaught, and soon he lay defeated on the arena floor. Returning to his ordinary form, he gazed helplessly at Cell, watching as Cell's hand rose, its fingertips glimmering with lethal intent. In despair, Gohan closed his eyes. Boom. Whoosh. Just as Cell prepared to unleash his finger beam, a figure abruptly appeared before Gohan, intercepting the deadly attack. 16. Gohan opened his eyes, realizing he was still alive, only to witness Cell twist off Android 16's head, igniting his fury. Cell sneered. Live on. The head of Android 16 rolled a few times before resting, and upon seeing Gohan, It managed to smile as it uttered those words. Bang! With a mere flick, Cell obliterated the head into fragments. I will kill you. Witnessing this, Gohan was consumed by rage, instantaneously transforming into a Super Saiyan, springing up from the ground, his eyes burning with murderous intent directed at Cell. Oh, your power has increased significantly, Cell remarked with cold amusement, yet he did not take it too seriously. At that moment, Yamcha had also risen from his seat, watching Gohan with a glimmer of anticipation. Earlier, when Android 16 was on the verge of death, Yamcha could have saved him, but he suddenly recalled that it was precisely due to 16's demise that Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Would history repeat itself? Before long, he observed the aura surrounding Gohan shift from flames to a jet-like form, his hair standing even more erect, and as he emitted energy, lightning crackled around him. He realized Super Saiyan 2 had been achieved. 100 million battle power, 100 million battle power. Who will prevail? Yamcha crossed his arms, a hint of intrigue gracing his expression. Gohan, now transformed into Super Saiyan 2, roared, his body crackling with electricity. Whoosh! In an instant, he appeared before Cell, raising his hand to deliver a mighty punch. Bang! It struck Cell squarely in the abdomen. The force was immense, causing Cell to spew a copious amount of blood, after which Gohan unleashed an energy blast, terror flashing across Cell's visage. Boom! The energy blast pierced through Cell's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Not enough, Gohan stated coldly, swiftly appearing before the airborne Cell. A hook punch connected with Cell's chin, knocking out several of his teeth, blood gushing forth. Still not enough, Gohan roared, executing a spinning kick that landed harshly on Cell's face, causing a resounding crash as Cell collapsed onto the arena floor. You killed Android 16. I will kill you. Kamehameha. With a final shout, Gohan unleashed a blue beam from his palm. Boom. The entire arena exploded into smithereens. Yamcha's eyes flickered with relief. Fortunately, he had relocated Goku and the others during Gohan's onslaught against Cell. Otherwise, this boy would truly have been the one to slay his own father. Chapter 44. A Choice of Three. It is over. Gohan let out a long sigh of relief. Hearing this, Yamcha shook his head inwardly. How could Cell possibly be so easily vanquished? If memory served, the core cells within his brain were notoriously resilient, allowing for revival. After contemplating for a moment, Yamcha resolved to ensure Cell's complete eradication. He sensed a minuscule cellular particle in the air and promptly teleported to it, extending a finger. With a resounding bang, a powerful energy blast obliterated the particle into oblivion. From this point onward, Cell was definitively finished. Yamcha glanced back at Gohan, who was nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Shaking his head, he began to scour the battlefield, distributing several Senzu beans to each fighter. Before long, everyone had recovered. Android 16 has sacrificed himself. Gohan approached the fallen Android 16 and began to weep softly. Do not be disheartened. Once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we can summon Shenron and resurrect those whom Cell has slain. Goku approached, gently ruffling his hair in a gesture of comfort. With Cell utterly vanquished, Ming also planned to withdraw. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ming, hurry to the God of Destruction's realm. Upon hearing this, Ming furrowed his brow. Why did it seem that Whis' tone was both urgent and exhilarated? Understanding dawned upon him. He nodded and turned to Goku and the others, proclaiming, the matter with Cell has been settled. You all should focus on your training. Do not slacken, for foes even more formidable than Cell may arise on Earth. Rest assured, Brother Ming. Goku fervently nodded, nearly risking his life in the recent encounter. Had it not been for Gohan's valiant efforts and Ming's timely assistance, they would have perished at Cell's hands. Ming nodded, pressing 2 fingers to his forehead, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the God of Destruction's realm. Upon his arrival, he saw Whis and Beerus awaiting him. Ming. Whis approached, his face alight with excitement. Observing Whis' expression, Ming felt a wave of surprise. He had never witnessed such emotion from Whis before. Clearly, this matter was of great significance and could perhaps pertain to him. A flicker of anticipation surged within him. Ming. Whis stood before him, inhaling deeply before speaking. During my recent attendance at the Angel Conference, I mentioned you to my father. He has relayed that you may train on Universe King's planet. What? Ming was momentarily taken aback. Training on Universe King's planet? When do we leave? He was astonished, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. The mere prospect of receiving guidance from the Grand Supreme Kai was a monumental opportunity. Whis' countenance suddenly stiffened at Ming's response. Ahem. At that moment, Beerus cleared his throat and chimed in. It will be at the next Angel Conference. When is the next Angel Conference? Ming inquired, his initial excitement considerably diminished. 6 years from now. Whis replied. 6 years is not too long. I can wait. Ming exhaled, a smile returning to his lips. He had thought the wait would be interminable, but 6 years was manageable. And how do you plan to spend this time? Whis inquired with a smile. Training. I shall train with even greater fervor. Ming declared, his spirit ignited. I have come to realize that once I ascend to the divine realm, my transformation will be fully realized. Whis and Beerus exchanged raised eyebrows, their expressions tinged with astonishment. The divine realm? This fellow is already contemplating such long-term goals. Ming. Suddenly, an explosive voice interrupted them, followed by an overwhelming aura. In the next instant, Beerus appeared before Ming. Lord Beerus, you have just awakened and have yet to brush your teeth. Ming stepped back, pinching his nose in distaste. At this, Whis and Beerus could not suppress their laughter. This lad was becoming increasingly audacious in his interactions with Beerus, daring to jest with a deity. Humph, I am a god. How could I possess the filth of mortals? Beerus scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Ming, his brow furrowing as an unusual glint flashed in his eyes. He circled Ming, scrutinizing him intently. I can't shake the feeling that something about you has changed, Beerus muttered softly, then reached out to gently squeeze Ming's shoulder, exclaiming, your physical form seems even stronger. Having previously clashed with Ming, Beerus was acutely aware that his greatest vulnerability lay in his physical strength. However, it now appeared to be improving rapidly. Not only had his combat prowess surged, but his physical constitution was also evidently strengthening. This revelation took Beerus by surprise. In response to Beerus's inquiry, Ming smiled slightly and suggested, Lord Beerus, would you care for another match with me? If you unleash your full power, I would be more than willing to fight. Beerus retracted his hand and regarded Ming with a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Ming's face instantly morphed into one of feigned indignation. Sighing dramatically, he lamented, a magnificent god of destruction dares not engage in a fair battle with a mere mortal? Alas, he shook his head, his demeanor so exaggerated that it was almost comedic. Beerus shot him a glare. Had he not known that this brat had become a prospective member of the Time Patrol, he would have thoroughly reprimanded him for such insolence. By the way, Mr. Whis. Ming suddenly grew serious, gazing intently at Whis. How does one cultivate to enter the divine realm swiftly? Whis pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The divine realm must be comprehended through one's own experiences. No one can teach you. Ah, I see. Ming furrowed his brow, feeling that his inability to fully enter the divine realm stemmed from a lack of power. Yet, what he sought was merely the state, not the combat prowess, which should be more attainable. It seemed he needed to immerse himself further in the divine realm, as it would greatly aid his understanding. With this thought, Ming contemplated the Super Dragon Balls in the main timeline. By immersing himself in the divine realm multiple times, he was determined to grasp its essence. Once successful, his ultimate Saiyan form would truly take shape. Ming, do you intend to train in my 6th universe? I mentioned before that I would mentor you for a year. Beerus interjected. Training in the 6th universe? Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Beerus, I have pressing matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall treat you to a grand feast. He needed to gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls promptly, summon Shenron, and grant himself 3 days in the divine realm. Utilizing the remaining 2 days in the hyperbolic time chamber, that would amount to 2 years. This arrangement would leave him with 1 day to test his combat abilities. If he could maintain this state in battle, his potential as an ultimate Saiyan would become increasingly formidable. After all, this was merely the first form of the ultimate Saiyan. Should he advance to ultimate Saiyan 2 or 3, the strength he would attain would be unimaginable. Ming was filled with anticipation at the prospect. In light of Ming's polite refusal, Beerus did not press further. Regarding Ming's mention of treating him to a meal, he merely nodded lightly before bidding farewell to Whis and departing the 7th universe. Are you hoping to gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls and wish to attain the divine realm? Whis observed Ming's refusal of Beerus's offer and, sensing he might have his own agenda, could not help but inquire. Upon hearing Whis's question, Ming cast him a glance, surprised that he could discern his thoughts. Is it not possible for Shenron to grant a wish to enter the divine realm? Ming feigned ignorance. Not at all. Whis shook his head, his gaze drifting into the distance as he softly remarked, Ming, do not rely too heavily on the Super Shenron. That entity is not as benevolent as it seems. Having lived for so long, Whis was privy to many secrets unknown to Ming. Ming fell into a moment of silence, casting a glance at Whis, who was intently observing him. The glimmer in Whis's eyes made Ming's heart flutter with unease. He harbored an unsettling feeling that Whis might be aware of his previous actions. This matter has nothing to do with you, Whis remarked, patting Ming on the shoulder and casually uttering a seemingly irrelevant comment. However, Ming comprehended his underlying meaning. Whis certainly knew that he had ventured into the future and collected the 7 Super Dragon Balls to make a wish. Oh right, Ming suddenly recalled. removing the angelic staff pendant from around his neck and handing it to Whis with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Whis. It's nothing, you may go." Whis replied with a smile as he accepted the pendant. The moment it was in his hand, a flash of light erupted, and the pendant reverted to its original form. "Lord Beerus, I shall treat you to a grand feast on your next visit." Yi Ming waved at Beerus and exited the realm of destruction with hearty laughter. Once Yi Ming departed, Beerus's expression turned grave, and he spoke in a low tone. "Is that lad Yi Ming attempting to leverage that fellow's power?" "Not quite." Whis shook his head. "What concerns me is his tendency to seek external assistance when faced with challenges. While many can draw upon external power, the true essence of godhood ultimately must be realized through one's own enlightenment. Nevertheless, I have faith in his innate understanding. He has already mastered the first stage of the Ultra Instinct technique and can instantaneously grasp the intricacies of time and space. Thus, attaining a modest realm of divinity should pose little challenge for him." Whis harbored a profound belief in Yi Ming, having watched him grow up and recognizing his limitless potential and future achievements. After all, he wouldn't have risked incurring the wrath of his father, the great priest, by recommending this young man otherwise. Others had little to critique regarding Wis's unwavering trust in Yi Ming. Despite his occasionally irksome demeanor, his potential was undeniably astonishing. He even suspected that within a few decades, he might lose his title as the strongest in the universe. After leaving the realm of destruction, Yi Ming returned to Earth. After such a long time away from his wife and children, it would be remiss not to spend quality time with them, especially in the absence of any significant crisis. Over the next 3 months, Yi Ming reveled in a vacation with Bulma, Chi-Chi, Lazuli, and little Linglong. Although his relationship with Lazuli lacked substantial progress, it appeared that Bulma and Chi-Chi had acknowledged their bond, and the family enjoyed moments of harmony together. A month passed swiftly, and Yi Ming prepared for his departure. He needed to gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls, as he sensed that summoning the Eternal Dragon once more could potentially elevate him into the realm of divinity. However, just as he was about to embark on his journey, a long-dormant system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The God-level selection system has been activated. Options: 1. Participate in a life and death battle. Rewards: Intermediate Comprehension Enhancement, Energy Suppression Effect increased to 10, Energy Slashing Effect enhanced. 2. Methodically collect the 7 Super Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon. Rewards: Battle Power elevated to 5 trillion, a comprehension of Divine Realm training, and a 50 probability of entering the Divine Realm. 3. Remain on Earth to diligently train, patiently awaiting the onset of the Majin Buu saga. Rewards: A hyperbolic time chamber with a 50-fold time flow rate, limited to 5 entries per year, each for 1 day, along with a chance to enter the Dragon Ball timeline. 3 God-level options, each offering distinct rewards, left Yi Ming momentarily stunned. Is this selection multi-choice? He pondered inwardly. Single choice, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming inhaled sharply. He was certain that the rewards from this selection were unprecedentedly bountiful. Yi Ming's comprehension was not particularly high. However, his swift mastery of numerous skills and rapid understanding of time and space were not solely due to his advantages in time-stopping and instantaneous movement. Rather, they stemmed from the powerful perception endowed by his rudimentary comprehension. Furthermore, his progress in the first stage of the Ultra Instinct technique was remarkably swift. All benefits derived from his basic understanding. Damn it, this is truly a difficult choice. Yi Ming found himself at a loss. All 3 God-level rewards were significantly important at his current stage, rendering a decision exceedingly challenging. System, could you grant me some time to contemplate? Yi Ming hesitated, hoping the system would allow him additional deliberation. The system fell silent for a moment before stating, only 1 day will be granted to the host. That is sufficient. Yi Ming took a deep breath and nodded. Initially, he intended to collect the 7 Super Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon to enhance his divine realm over the next 3 days. However, these 3 God-level selections had introduced a conundrum. For the next day, Yi Ming mostly engaged in deep contemplation. Chapter 45, Life and Death Battle. Ultimately, he made his decision. System, I choose the first option. Yi Ming's gaze was resolute. The first choice entailed a life and death battle. While the rewards were not the most lavish, they were still substantial. At the very least, he believed that the intermediate comprehension enhancement justified this God-level reward. Moreover, it had been quite a while since he had engaged in a genuine life and death struggle. The crux of the matter was that he never fought battles without certainty, and the battles he did engage in were overwhelmingly one-sided. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully made a selection. Rewards: Intermediate Comprehension, Energy Suppression Effect increased to 10. Energy Slashing Effect enhanced. The rewards had been dispatched. Yi Ming began pondering where he could find an opponent of comparable strength, or perhaps someone capable of overcoming him, or even defeating him entirely. System, surely you can provide a hint. Yi Ming walked along the path in his backyard, furrowing his brow. 1. Lord Beerus of Universe 7. 2. Jiren of Universe 11. 3. Hit of Universe 6. The system presented Yi Ming with 3 highly suitable targets. Well, Yi Ming began to deliberate. He dismissed Beerus, as they were too familiar with each other to fight seriously, and besides, Beerus was presently far too powerful for him to contend with. Jiren, however, seemed quite fitting. He set Hit aside, considering Hit was over 100 years old and not from his era. Furthermore, Hit's pursuit was one-hit kills. In a true life-and-death confrontation, he might not perform well. Thus, must he inevitably choose Jiren? Yi Ming's furrowed brow began to relax. Truth be told, he was reluctant to confront Jiren so soon. Systematic growth, he sighed. Yi Ming gently tapped his temple with his fingers, sensing the situation in Universe 11, and then vanished from Earth in Universe 7. Whoosh! With a sound that sliced through the air, Yi Ming materialized on an unnamed planet in Universe 11. The surroundings were desolate, and as he sensed the atmosphere, he realized that the combat prowess on this planet was negligible. He had not come here for idle wandering. Instead, he had expanded his search radius based on the energy signature he had previously detected on this planet, ultimately locating Jiren's presence in a particularly remote galaxy. However, the vast distance between Universe 7 and Universe 11, compounded by Jiren's earlier concealment of his aura, had prevented Yi Ming from pinpointing him immediately. Now, he could sense Jiren approaching. As Yi Ming detected Jiren, the latter also became aware of something amiss, halting his flight and scanning the area with a puzzled expression. The unsettling sensation from before returned, causing Jiren to furrow his brow. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Yi Ming materialized within Jiren's line of sight. "Greetings, Jiren," Yi Ming said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded the towering alien before him. Jiren cast a fleeting glance in his direction, completely ignoring him. Seeing that he was being disregarded, Yi Ming found himself in a quandary. Given his nature, he would never provoke trouble without cause. Yet, if he did not instigate some form of confrontation, how could he fulfill his mission? Thus, he was caught in a dilemma. Unbeknownst to him, upon entering Universe 11, he had already attracted unwanted attention. The one who had set her sights on him was none other than the angel Margarita, who had previously sent Topo to confront him. Margarita had now approached Jiren directly. In the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 11, she gripped her staff. Her brow furrowed as she observed the reflection of Yi Ming and Jiren, murmuring under her breath. Ding! She gently tapped her staff against the ground, sending ripples spreading outward. Jiren, the last time Topo and his companions were severely injured, it was this individual who did it. He is a cosmic warrior, and as an angel, I am unable to intervene. Her voice echoed in Jiren's mind. Jiren's eyes widened slightly as he slowly turned to Yi Ming, inquiring softly. Did you truly injure Topo and the others? Lost in thought about how to provoke Jiren into battle, Yi Ming's eyes brightened at the question, and he nodded eagerly. Indeed. I nearly took their lives. At Yi Ming's declaration, both Jiren and the ever-watchful Margarita were taken aback, falling into a momentary silence. Was this individual not even going to attempt a rebuttal? Come on, Jiren, for your companions. Yi Ming pressed on. Jiren remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Yi Ming for a moment as he prepared to speak. Just then, Yi Ming suddenly unleashed his combat power. Jiren's expression flickered. Although he had been training recently, he had not made significant progress. He surmised that he might be lacking a worthy opponent for a balanced fight. However, within Universe 11, aside from the gods of destruction and angels, he had no rivals. Finding an adversary capable of matching him was exceedingly difficult. Now, Yi Ming had appeared. If your strength is only at this level, it is insufficient, Jiren remarked, shaking his head as he awaited Yi Ming to enter his most potent state. Yi Ming smiled, fully aware that Jiren had accepted the challenge. Without further ado, he transformed into his great ape form. With a mighty roar, Yi Ming's aura surged to its zenith, and he smiled at the astonished expression on Jiren's face, asking, "Is this sufficient?" Self, the ultimate instinct technique. As a silvery light enveloped Yi Ming, both Jiren and the observing Margarita were struck with astonishment. Wait, this individual hails from Universe 7. Could he be the promising young man that was recommended to my father? Margarita suddenly realized, her expression shifting. Daring not to contemplate further, she hurriedly conveyed to Jiren, who was radiating battle intent, "Jiren, stand down." But it was too late. Jiren's desire for combat had been ignited by Yi Ming's overwhelming power, and he yearned for a duel with the one who mastered the ultimate instinct technique. Recently, Yi Ming's base combat power had reached a 50-fold enhancement in his great ape form, amounting to an astounding 50 quadrillion. Yi Ming understood that Jiren's base combat power equated to his transformed state, making him a formidable opponent. He braced himself, fully aware of Jiren's formidable reputation. Charge! Yi Ming propelled himself forward, and Jiren met him with a punch. Bang! Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the space around them. Tat 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 tat. Roar. The two engaged in relentless combat, their roars reverberating throughout the arena. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 11, Margarita watched the battle unfold between Yi Ming and Jiren, her brow furrowing deeper. She had initially thought Yi Ming had only just entered the first stage of the ultimate instinct technique and would likely be no match for Jiren. After all, Jiren was the mightiest man in Universe 11, second only to the gods of destruction and angels. If Jiren insists on battling this individual, let him do so. I shall intervene when he is on the brink of defeat, Margarita thought, all the while lacking confidence in Yi Ming. Even if he had stepped into the first stage of the ultimate instinct technique, she believed he would still be no match for Jiren. The man prophesied to surpass the gods of destruction within a decade. As the intensity of the battle between Yi Ming and Jiren escalated, Kamehameha, Yi Ming launched a powerful energy wave, sending Jiren hurtling backward. Steadying himself mid-air, Jiren swiftly turned and used his immense aura to create a barrier, effortlessly blocking Yi Ming's Kamehameha. Whoosh! I'm right behind you. Yi Ming instantly teleported behind Jiren, delivering a punch that struck him squarely in the back, sending Jiren crashing into a nearby hillside. Boom! The entire hill collapsed, a testament to Yi Ming's immense strength. Yet, Jiren emerged relatively unscathed, roaring in fury as he charged at Yi Ming with blinding speed. Though he could not teleport, his instantaneous velocity was nearly comparable to it. Boom! The speed was such that Yi Ming barely had time to react before Jiren struck him with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Bang! 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 Jiren relentlessly closed in on Yi Ming, delivering a series of punches. Roar! Ultimately, Jiren sent Yi Ming soaring once again, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Energy Fist. With a mighty shout, whoosh! A brilliant beam of light erupted from Jiren's fist, hurtling towards the airborne Yi Ming. Oh no! Margarita's face paled as she watched the scene unfold from the God of Destruction's realm, ready to rush to Yi Ming's aid. But at that moment, a blinding silver light erupted from Yi Ming, the first stage of the deep ultimate instinct technique. Margarita stared in disbelief at Yi Ming, realizing he had ascended to a realm unattainable even by the gods, surpassing the level of angels. Although it had been an accidental trigger, it was a fortuitous coincidence. This individual was simply too extraordinary. Margarita was filled with astonishment. If Yi Ming were an angel or possessed strength comparable to a god of destruction, she could accept it. However, he was merely a mortal, one who appeared so feeble. Bang! Yi Ming merely extended 2 fingers and, with a gentle flick, dispelled Jiren's energy punch, causing it to erupt instantaneously. This time, he did not rely on instant transmission. His sheer speed achieved an effect akin to it. Bang! A fist struck Jiren's face, and blood immediately gushed from his mouth. Bang bang bang! Jiren was battered back repeatedly, while the silvery radiance enveloping Yi Ming grew increasingly resplendent. He was uncertain of his current state, only aware that he felt extraordinarily powerful. Jiren, unleash your utmost strength. Otherwise, I shall assuredly take your life, Yi Ming bellowed, urging Jiren to exert himself fully. He felt that if Jiren remained at this level, defeat was inevitable and without question. After sending Jiren flying with a single punch, Yi Ming halted his assault, granting him a moment to unleash his full potential. In this state, he felt invincible. This was not arrogance. His combat power still stood at 50 joules, yet he was convinced that even a powerhouse boasting 500 joules would not be his match. For he possessed an undeniable ability to evade attacks with absolute precision. Of course, should his opponent launch a more ferocious assault, he might not be able to evade entirely. Thus, Yi Ming hoped fervently for Jiren to unleash his most formidable power. Such a confrontation would undoubtedly ignite an exhilarating battle for both of them. Huh! Jiren roared, a surge of strikingly vivid red energy erupting from him. With his cry, this energy detonated, enveloping him like a cluster of flames. 1 joule, 2 joules, 3 joules. Concurrently, Jiren's strength surged dramatically. Before long, he ceased his shouting, having reached a power level of 100 joules. Upon witnessing Jiren's current state, Yi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Here it comes. This is the enraged state of Jiren. It was well known that in the original narrative, Jiren possessed 2 ultimate states. The first was the clothing explosion state, where he matched Goku, who wielded the Ultra Instinct technique, and perhaps even held a slight advantage. The second was the present enraged state, which elevated his power to an entirely new echelon. How intriguing. I have encountered Jiren in his enraged state. The prospect of such a duel was tantalizing. Yi Ming laughed heartily, simultaneously unleashing a surge of energy. The silver radiance flickered momentarily before being replaced by a rising crimson aura. This was the Kaioken X10, The pinnacle of their confrontation was about to unfold. Simultaneously, in Universe 11, Margarita observed the scene transmitted through the mirror and mused softly, a top mortal from Universe 7 and a top mortal from Universe 11. Who will emerge victorious? A subtle smile graced Margarita's lips as she awaited the outcome with eager anticipation. Under the amplification of the Kaioken X10, Yi Ming's power soared to an astonishing 500 joules. Compared to Jiren's 100 joules, this seemed rather unimpressive. Yet, the ease on Yi Ming's face contrasted sharply with Jiren's solemn demeanor, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind. The true extent of Yi Ming's power was far beyond a mere 500 joules. Huh. Both Yi Ming and Jiren roared simultaneously. Then, like bolts of lightning, they clashed once more. In midair, their forms were nearly invisible. Only the intermingling flashes of red and silver light remained. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of sonic booms echoed relentlessly. The intensity of the battle was overwhelming. Margarita, the god of destruction from Universe 11, was utterly astonished. These two combatants were nearing the threshold of divine power. No, Margarita inhaled deeply, realizing that these mortals could indeed surpass the gods. The divinity she referred to was not the typical Kaishin or other deities lacking combat prowess, but rather the most elite gods of destruction across all universes. Exhilarating. At this moment, after Yi Ming and Jiren separated from their punch, they let out a triumphant shout, their faces aglow with joy. The sensation of battling a formidable opponent was simply sublime. Previously, when he fought against Beerus, the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. Beerus was overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, in a contest of equal strength, Beerus would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, their familiarity with one another precluded any intense exchanges. Chapter 46, Summoning the Dragon Again. Therefore, this clash with Jiren was arguably the most exhilarating duel Yi Ming had ever experienced. You are impressive, Jiren remarked gravely, recognizing his own reflection within Yi Ming. He saw a man who, like himself, fervently pursued strength, striving to become even more formidable. You are no slouch either, Yi Ming replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Whoosh, whoosh. Two piercing sounds filled the air as they collided once again. Boom. Various energy blasts, finger beams, and martial techniques clashed. Both Yi Ming and Jiren were in a state of total exertion, showing no signs of relent. They understood that a moment's relaxation would grant the other the upper hand. Blood, sweat, and tears splattered across the sky. The silver and red flashes continued their fierce collision. Boom. It was impossible to ascertain how long had passed when they once again unleashed their full strength in a punch, and the auras around them dissipated. They exchanged a glance, filled with mutual admiration. Is it over? Observing the dissipating energy from their punches, Margarita, the god of destruction from Universe 11, furrowed her brow and murmured softly. Boom. No, not yet. At that moment, Yi Ming suddenly unleashed an even more potent aura, the flickering silver light surrounding him more blinding than before. Simultaneously, Jiren let out a roar, erupting with an even stronger energy, the flames engulfing him burning with renewed fervor. While Yi Ming and Jiren continued their fierce struggle, Whis and Beerus from Universe 7 had vanished from the realm of destruction. Meanwhile, the god of destruction from Universe 6, Vados, glanced at the slumbering god of destruction, Kampa, hesitated briefly, and then departed from the destruction realm of Universe 6. Whoosh, whoosh. Two piercing sounds echoed as Whis, Beerus, and Vados materialized within the destruction realm of Universe 11. Margarita. Upon her arrival, Vados immediately noticed the mirror before Margarita and frowned. Are you aware of what you are doing? What's wrong? Margarita replied calmly. I know this fellow is the mortal recommended by Whis, but he intruded into my Universe 11 without permission. What is wrong with me giving him a hard time? Hearing this, Vados was momentarily at a loss for words. Her mouth agape. To be truthful, from a certain perspective, even if Margarita were to annihilate that individual outright, no one would dare contest her authority. She was merely seeking a confrontation with Yi Ming. Her restraint in not taking direct action was already quite courteous. Just watch. One is the strongest mortal of Universe 11, and the other is the strongest mortal of Universe 7. Such a clash is a rare spectacle, Beerus remarked with nonchalance. His words alleviated the tension considerably, as Vados and Margarita exchanged glances, each huffing softly before returning their focus to the mirror. The first stage of Ultra Instinct. And this fellow has actually cultivated it to this extent? Observing the flickering silver light emanating from Yi Ming in the mirror, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Vados' eyes. Her face a mask of shock. She had assumed that not much time had passed, yet to her surprise, this individual had not only successfully entered the first stage of Ultra Instinct, but was now even capable of occasionally attaining the depth of Ultra Instinct. rivaling their own formidable prowess as angels. Whis gazed at the reflection of Yamcha in the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This lad never ceased to astonish him. It had only been a short time since their last encounter, yet he had already grown to such an extent. Contemplating this, Whis began to entertain the notion that perhaps the boy had been concealing his true capabilities all along, possibly having reached this level long before. It was becoming increasingly inscrutable. In the past, Whis had been confident in his ability to discern Yamcha's potential, but now uncertainty clouded his mind. He even suspected that this young man might not only surpass Beerus, but could potentially leave him, a figure who straddled the line between mentor and friend, far behind. A few years ago, Yamcha often remarked that the student could surpass the master. It seemed he had long since set his sights on Whis as his target. This thought brought a chuckle from Whis. While the idea was commendable, he had not anticipated that surpassing formidable beings like Beerus and himself was merely one of Yamcha's numerous aspirations. Meanwhile, Yamcha and Jiren were both utterly exhausted, relying solely on their willpower to sustain their battle. Proud individuals, neither would allow themselves to falter first. They could only endure, waiting for the other to yield. Yamcha could withstand such fatigue due to his formidable lineage, and Jiren's prolonged stamina indicated either a similarly powerful bloodline or an unwavering determination. Observing the tenacious Jiren, Yamcha felt a deep sense of respect. This was a truly remarkable mortal, one who had strengthened himself through sheer effort. Even in defeat, honor shone through. Yamcha gave a thumbs up to the worn Jiren before launching himself towards him. With a gentle punch, he merely grazed Jiren's body, yet it was enough to bring him down. In that fleeting moment, Jiren's eyes were wide with shock. Shouldn't this fellow have been just as fatigued? Witnessing the incredulity and astonishment in Jiren's gaze, Yamcha couldn't help but smile inwardly. He was indeed exhausted, but his bloodline was exceptionally potent. With a brief respite, he could quickly regain his strength, teeming with vitality. His energy was virtually inexhaustible. The longer the battle persisted, the more his bloodlines might become evident, allowing the latent potential within him to be fully unleashed. With a sigh of relief after defeating Jiren, Yamcha exhaled deeply, glancing at the bewildered figure sprawled on the ground. Shaking his head, he mused that Jiren had taken quite a blow this time. Jiren, I look forward to our next encounter. Yamcha crouched down slowly, extending his hand. When Jiren met his gaze, Yamcha offered a sincere smile. Next time, I assure you, you won't last 10 minutes. This statement, though provocative, also served as motivation. Jiren understood, yet it ignited his fury. A crimson aura began to rise around him, as if he yearned for another round. Jiren, there is no need for that. Yamcha stood, lightly tapping his forehead with his fingers, casting a sidelong glance at the formidable man as he cheerfully declared, this time, I emerged victorious. You'll have to wait for our next match, or perhaps even the one after that. For now, I hold the lead. Tell me your name. Jiren's deep voice resonated. Yamcha. Yamcha smiled at him. The scion of Universe 7, Yamcha. No sooner had he finished speaking than his figure vanished. Yam-cha. Jiren whispered the name to himself, a smile creeping onto his face as the confusion faded, replaced by a determined expression. Next time, I will surely defeat you. For the glory of justice. With a thunderous roar, Jiren sprang from the ground, his aura surging as his upper garments strained against his robust muscles. That day will not be far off. He bellowed, his crimson aura flaring more fiercely. Observing this spectacle, Beerus, the god of destruction from Universe 11, narrowed his eyes. Taking a deep breath as he remarked, two individuals capable of surpassing the gods of destruction have emerged. Is Lord Beerus feeling the pressure? Whis inquired with a playful grin. No pressure for now. We shall see in due course. Beerus shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor suggesting indifference. For him, the greatest pleasures lay in eating, drinking, and sleeping. Yet, should Yamcha truly reach that level, he would undoubtedly be thrilled. His own strength had nearly peaked. He could not be bested by any angel or god of destruction, leaving him feeling quite lonely for an extended period. Makarita cast a sidelong glance at Bados, snorting derisively. It seems there are hardly any formidable warriors left in Universe 6. I believe you should exert yourself a bit more and recruit some strong contenders. Otherwise, should a mortal tournament be organized across the universe, you might find yourself utterly humiliated. Upon hearing Makarita's words, Bados regarded her coolly, replying, perhaps we should spar ourselves. It has been a while since I engaged in combat, and I am curious to see if your skills have dulled. You both should depart, Bados stated, her expression shifting to one of calm as she spoke coldly. Humph. Bados scoffed, tapping the ground with her angelic staff. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished. Goodbye, Makarita. Whis, though not on amicable terms with Makarita, offered a polite farewell. With that, both Whis and Beerus disappeared as well. Back on Earth in Universe 7, Yamcha commenced his secluded training. The recent battle had yielded bountiful insights, particularly the enigmatic and divine state he had accessed during his fight with Jiren, which greatly intrigued him. A month later, Yamcha emerged from his meditation, reviewing his attribute panel. Host, Yamcha. Base combat power, 200 trillion. Bloodline, ultimate Saiyan Bloodline, 60-fold power increase. Skills, enhanced instant transmission, Kamehameha. Time-space manipulation within a meter radius. Time stop for 1 second, 10-fold Kaioken, and the initial stage of the deep mastery of Ultra Instinct. Yamcha stared at his attribute panel, momentarily taken aback. He found his base combat power of 200 trillion to be quite reasonable, as well as the 60-fold power increase. However, the initial stage of the deep mastery of Ultra Instinct caught him off guard. Frowning slightly, he muttered, "I recall that the initial stage of Ultra Instinct was not like this before. Why has it transformed into the deep mastery of the initial stage now?" Host. This deep mastery of the initial stage of Ultra Instinct is a result of the state you accessed during your battle with Jiren, the system replied. In this state, you possess absolute evasion, but encountering greater power will significantly diminish its effectiveness. Oh, after hearing the system's explanation, Yamcha raised an eyebrow, a complex expression crossing his face. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Does that mean I have lost the probability of accessing the previous initial stage of Ultra Instinct?" "Correct," the system confirmed. Yamcha found himself momentarily speechless. This seemed to be a temporary setback for him. After all, that state was exceedingly formidable. However, he pondered whether a probability of merely 1 was excessively low. Stroking his chin, a glimmer of unique light flashed in his eyes. Recently, he had not engaged in much activity. If the probability was low, so be it. Steady cultivation should gradually enhance it. Next, he would need to seek out the Super Dragon Balls. Yamcha was confident that once he acquired the Super Dragon Balls to enhance his divine state, with his intermediate comprehension, he would effortlessly master it. Whis had cautioned him. He had not forgotten. However, he deemed the system to be of greater significance. The Super Shenron might pose complications, yet the system could resolve them, transforming them into his own assets. Due to his dominion over everything, his power far surpassed that of the Dragon Ball universe. After spending 2 months on Earth with Bulma and her companions, Ming embarked on a quest to locate the Super Dragon Balls. 3 days later, he discovered the first one. Another 5 days passed, and he acquired the second. Ultimately, after a fortnight, he had successfully gathered all 3 Super Dragon Balls from the 7th universe. As he prepared to journey to the 6th universe in search of the remaining Dragon Balls, a peculiar thought struck him. Could the ultimate form of Ultra Super Saiyan 1, combined with the first stage of the Ultra Instinct, give rise to a new transformation? Intrigued by this notion, Ming's anticipation for mastering the divine state intensified. Without hesitation, he tapped his forehead with his index and middle fingers, vanishing from the 7th universe. In a mere instant, he arrived at the 6th universe. 2 months later, he positioned the 7 Super Dragon Balls in outer space. Arise, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. Ming gazed up at the 7 Dragon Balls, reciting the incantation in the divine tongue. With a resonant roar, a magnificent golden dragon materialized. Gatherer of the Dragon Balls, state your wish. Boomed the voice of the eternal dragon within Ming's mind. I wish for you to bestow upon me the divine state for 3 days. Ming declared succinctly. Simple enough. The eternal dragon acquiesced, its crimson eyes flashing as it enveloped Ming in a radiant light, scattering the 7 Dragon Balls. As Ming felt the divine state, a smile graced his lips. His hyperbolic time chamber operated at a flow rate of 365 times that of normal time, providing him with an additional 2 days, equivalent to nearly 2 years of enhancement. Wasting no time, he retrieved the hyperbolic time chamber and commenced his meditation in outer space. Inside the chamber, Ming transformed into a great ape, unleashing a mighty roar before transitioning into the ultimate Super Saiyan form. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. 1 trillion battle power. 5 trillion battle power. 1 trillion battle power. Before long, his battle power soared to an astounding 120 trillion. Incredible. Ming marveled, glancing at his character attributes. Host. Ming, divine state activated. Battle power, 12 trillion. Normal battle power, 2 trillion. Bloodline, ultimate Saiyan Bloodline. Transformation state, ultimate Super Saiyan, battle power increased by 16 times. Skills, advanced instant transmission, energy blasts. Control of time and space within a 1 meter radius. Time stop technique, Kamehameha, 10-fold Kaioken, and first stage of Ultra Instinct. Surveying these statistics, Ming nodded in approval and inquired, System, is the intermediate comprehension an active or passive skill? Active skills must be initiated, while passive skills activate automatically, the system replied. Passive. Ming chuckled at the response and, not dwelling further, settled into a meditative posture. Chapter 47. meeting the god of destruction. Now, he needed only to calm his mind and gradually comprehend the intricacies of the divine state. Time flew within the time chamber, and 2 years passed swiftly. One day, Ming emerged from the chamber and casually glanced at his attribute panel, then withdrew his gaze. Aside from his normal battle power now being 300 million and his battle power escalating to 180 trillion, everything else remained unchanged. It's time to seek out Beerus. As Ming prepared to venture into the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "Ah, it's Bados," he exclaimed, waving at her with a smile. "You." Bados' eyes widened at the sight of Ming in his ultimate Super Saiyan form. "Oh," Ming chuckled, returning to his normal appearance. "That transformation just now was the divine state combined with your great ape form, wasn't he it?" Bados marveled in astonishment. "Not quite." Ming shook his head, opting not to elaborate. Instead, he glanced at her and, with a spark of curiosity, asked, "Has Lord Compa awakened?" "Yes," Bados nodded. "I've just made a breakthrough. May I spar with Lord Compa?" Ming's eyes glimmered with excitement. "He'll give you a good thrashing." Bados shot him a sidelong glance, suspecting his intentions. The idea of using the god of destruction as a sparring partner made her think he was rather bold. What a pity. Ming shook his head, tapping his forehead again with his index and middle fingers. "In that case, until next time." "Hey." Bados reached out to say something, but Ming had already vanished. That infuriating guy. She gritted her teeth, feeling frustrated that her attempt to offer guidance had gone unheeded. In an instant, Ming appeared in the realm of the god of destruction. "Lord Beerus, come out and face me." Upon arrival, he shouted loudly. Hearing the commotion, Whis turned his head slowly. "Lord Beerus just fell asleep. If you wake him, I fear you'll receive a harsh reprimand," Whis mused with a slight smirk. This time, he chose not to intervene, recognizing that Ming's rapid progress warranted a trial by fire. Otherwise, excessive pride could become a burden. With a resounding crash, Beerus erupted in fury. "Do you seek a fight?" In the blink of an eye, he stood before Ming. "A wager involving 2 grand feasts. Increase your power a notch and face me in battle." Ming grinned as he extended 2 fingers towards the approaching Beerus. "You." Beerus' aura surged as he raised his hand, feigning a punch. 5 meals. Ming transformed his 2 fingers into 5. In an instant, Beerus' intensity diminished significantly, and he nodded in agreement. "Deal." Though he might struggle in a fair fight, Beerus believed he could manage with just a slight increase in power. "Ha ha ha," was chuckled, shaking his head. He had expected Ming to let Beerus have a go at him, perhaps to teach him a lesson. Yet, it seemed Beerus had become a touch overconfident, even contemplating a power level slightly above Ming's. "What is your ultimate power level?" Beerus stepped back and inquired. "Trillion." Ming replied with a smile. "Then I shall use the 200 trillion I prepared against you." Just as Beerus was about to speak, Ming interrupted. "I permit you to use 400 trillion. This proclamation left both Beerus and Whis speechless. A disparity of 400 trillion to 1 trillion was a staggering 220 trillion. For a moment, Beerus was at a loss for words. Had this fellow truly grown so arrogant? However, after some contemplation, he decided against openly discouraging Ming, opting to test him with 200 trillion first. "Huh!" Ming suddenly shouted, capturing Beerus' attention. His physique became robust and powerful, his silver tail swaying behind him, his aura deepening into a silver hue, flecked with golden points and silver lightning. "This is my new form." Ming's appearance left both Beerus and Whis momentarily stunned. He appeared formidable and striking, yet he was still at 180 trillion, and it seemed he had not yet entered the state of Ultra Instinct. How formidable could this truly be? Beerus shook his head. To be honest, he had felt a twinge of concern moments earlier. Now, it seemed it was merely a heightened amplification. Do not employ the time stop technique, given that you have yet to attain the state of ultimate instinct. I shall still consider you my opponent. Beerus cautioned before making his move. Such an ability, one would think, would pose no threat to a deity of his caliber. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself affected by Ming's time stop technique. "Fear not, I shall refrain from that," Ming replied with a slight smile. Indeed, at this juncture, he was far more interested in testing whether this form could be sustained for a longer and more stable duration. As for the ultimate instinct, once he entered its first phase, the sparring session would come to an abrupt end, rendering it rather uninteresting. Truly ignorant of your own limitations, Beerus scoffed, charging at Ming. The two soon engaged in combat, with Ming possessing a battle power of 180 quintillion, while Beerus boasted a power of 200 quintillion. The disparity of 200 quintillion meant little to Ming. Frowning slightly, he intensified his assault. Before long, the evenly matched standoff was shattered by Ming. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by rhythmic impacts, Whis looked up once more. Goodness, here we go again. Beerus was left utterly defenseless against Ming's onslaught. "You are cheating." Why does it feel like your movements have slowed? Beerus complained as he endured the blows. I am not cheating. It is you who is lacking. Ming was momentarily taken aback by his own words, realizing that Beerus's power seemed to be escalating, while he himself felt increasingly weaker. Soon, he grasped the crux of the situation, resolutely denying it, repeating his denial thrice. Bang! Another punch sent Beerus flying, only for him to unleash a newfound vigor. This time, Beerus's power surged to 400 quintillion. Kid, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Beerus charged again, but in the next instant, he was once more sent reeling. I shall allow you to enhance your power a bit more. Ming's infuriating voice echoed, thoroughly incensing Beerus. Boom. 1 quintillion of power erupted from Beerus. Oh, Ming raised an eyebrow, checking Beerus's current strength through the system. 1 quintillion indeed. According to the original narrative, Beerus was established to possess a power level of 10, without further delineation of units, leaving the exact measure of his strength a mystery. It appeared that Beerus had exerted 1 quintillion of combat power. If he originally had 10 quintillion, he had merely used a fraction of his strength. How much power did Lord Beerus actually use? Ming did not immediately strike, instead softly inquiring. How much? A fraction? Beerus scoffed. Do you truly overestimate your own capabilities? Though the remark stung, Ming paid it little heed, yet a twinge of doubt arose within him. Beerus's 10 was not followed by quintillion. Never mind. Ming shook his head, soaring upward, and bellowed as he attempted to enter the depths of the first phase of ultimate instinct. However, this time he failed. Nevertheless, he still exhibited overwhelming power, for the diminishing effect could indeed stack. Ming glanced at Beerus's strength, 60 quintillion. Just moments ago, it had been 100 quintillion, and in the blink of an eye, it had plummeted to 60 quintillion. You are exceedingly strange. Bang! Ming struck again. He was uncertain whether it was mere fortune or Beerus's misfortune, but after a few more minutes of combat, Beerus's power diminished yet again, descending to 400 quintillion. This level should have posed no challenge, but upon Ming entering the first phase of ultimate instinct, Beerus found himself utterly defenseless. After a mere 10 minutes, the battle concluded. Ming maintained his ultimate Super Saiyan 1 form, realizing that during the fight, his energy surged with fervor, replenishing continuously. In essence, though the consumption was substantial, the recovery was rapid. His bloodline felt as if it had activated an infinite blue enhancement. Furthermore, this encounter with Beerus had made Ming fully aware of the terrifying nature of the diminishing effect. It was a property that could accumulate. Yet, there remained a degree of luck involved. My current diminishing effect probability stands at 10. Should I ever reach 100, it would greatly benefit me in combat against others. Ming mused, a smile gradually spreading across his face. However, he soon recognized a troubling issue. Most of his abilities, including his bloodline, grew increasingly formidable over time. Of course, the most unbalanced aspect was that his early-stage power was not weak. One might even say it was quite formidable. After the battle, Ming took a moment to reflect on his experiences, while Beerus began to usher everyone away, uninterested in even sharing a meal. Ming could only feel resigned. With a swift motion, he bid farewell to the two and departed from the God of Destruction's realm. Where does this kid derive such overwhelming pressure? Once Ming had left, Beerus's previously distressed expression transformed into one of seriousness, as he furrowed his brow and turned to Whis, inquiring, Whis, do you perceive anything unusual about this boy? Let us speculate how the ultimate Super Saiyan 2 truly came into being. The sixth sense whispered to me. In Beerus's eyes, Ming's ability to halt time had already been a source of considerable vexation, affecting even a deity of his stature. Now, with the emergence of a suppressive ability, Beerus found himself increasingly perplexed by this young man. I can discern that Lord Beerus's power was diminished by Ming, but the precise mechanism behind it eludes me. Whis shook his head, astonishment etched on his face. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before. While he had been surprised by Ming's energy when it exhibited a burning effect, it had not struck him as particularly extraordinary. Yet now, the fact that his attacks could weaken his opponent left Whis utterly astonished. Moreover, if his instincts were correct, Ming's diminishing effect could indeed stack. In other words, as Ming grew stronger, his adversaries would grow weaker, potentially rendering them completely devoid of combat capability. If so, Ming's ability was indeed otherworldly. This boy is becoming increasingly troublesome. I suspect that within a few years, he may surpass me. Beerus's lips twitched, as he faced an individual unlike any he had encountered before. An array of peculiar abilities emerged, with the most formidable being the first phase of ultimate instinct, which could disregard attacks from those of equal or slightly superior power. Coupled with the recently unveiled diminishing attribute, Beerus found himself at a loss as to how to contend with this remarkable child in the future. Whis, Beerus suddenly called out. How may I assist you, Lord Beerus? Whis smiled as he gazed at Beerus. I believe I must teach Ming a lesson before he reaches my level of power. Otherwise, when he grows stronger, I fear. Beerus trailed off, not completing his thought. Yet Whis understood the implication and could not help but chuckle. But Lord Beerus, if you strike him now, you may find yourself suffering even greater defeats in the future. Beerus fell silent, rendered speechless. After so many years, he understood Ming's character all too well. Should he choose to strike now, he would likely find himself at Ming's mercy in the days to come. Why did I not just eliminate him back then? Beerus sighed deeply. Meanwhile, Whis covered his mouth, stifling laughter. Upon returning to Earth, Ming began to indulge in his leisurely pursuits. In the blink of an eye, for years slipped by. On this day, Ming emerged from the 365-fold spirit time room, a slight furrow etched upon his brow. His year-long training within the confines of this ethereal realm left him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. Host: Ming, Realm of the Divine. Standard combat power, 20 trillion. Bloodline: Ultimate Saiyan lineage. Transformation state: Ultimate Saiyan, with an 11-fold increase in combat power. Skills: Advanced instant transmission. Possessing the ability to manipulate the spatio-temporal forces within a 1-meter radius. Time stop technique for 1 second. Kamehameha, 10-fold King Kai fist. And the profound mastery of Ultra Instinct at level 30. From a numerical perspective, these statistics indeed appear formidable. However, this data was already established a year prior during his time in the Spirit Time Room. This implies that his training over the past year yielded little substantial progress. 2 months ago, Whis had reminded him that the Angelic Conference would take place in a year's time. This meant that he would finally have the opportunity to behold that esteemed Grand Minister in person. Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If he could glean some insight from Ultra Instinct, perhaps his 30% chance could be elevated to 60, or even beyond, an exhilarating notion he scarcely dared to entertain. Daddy! Unbeknownst to him, Ming had wandered into the front yard when a sweet call jolted him from his reverie. Xiao Linglong. He turned to see the little girl rushing towards him, a smile breaking across his face. Thud. As she grew older, the little one had become increasingly attached to her father. Gently ruffling the hair of the child who had leaped into his embrace, Ming inquired, "Where are your mothers?" Mommy Bulma, Mommy Chi-Chi, and Mommy Lazuli are all at the company. The little girl nestled comfortably against her father's chest, contentment radiating from her expression. Very well then. Ming affectionately patted her head once more, taking her hand as they instantaneously teleported away from home. With Bulma and the others preoccupied, Ming could only embark on a cosmic journey with his little girl. A year slipped by swiftly. In the previous month, Ming had taken Xiao Linglong on a tour across various planets in the 7th universe, and in the 11 months that followed, their family embarked on a delightful journey together.